This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Bang! The originally quiet street suddenly heard a sound of something falling over. Almost in an instant, all the zombies nearby were attracted by the sound and staggered towards the source of the sound. Their footsteps stopped when they were only 1 or 2 meters away from that location. If zombies have thoughts, then they must be speechless on their faces now. The one who overturned the trash can was not a new human, but a zombie like them. So when they got closer, they didn't smell the smell of food. Zombie Liio climbed out of the trash can with his eyes wide open, holding a piece of bread wrapped in a relatively intact packaging bag in his hand. She watched these zombie compatriots go away with embarrassment, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Liio is indeed a zombie. It is really absurd and bitter to talk about this. It all started a month ago. As a recent college graduate, Liio participated in various civil service examinations everywhere, even those in neighboring provinces and cities. That day, she participated in a recruitment examination for a public institution in the neighboring province, and problems began to arise when she entered the written examination room. First, a candidate was unconscious before entering the examination room and was sent to the emergency room. Then, the invigilator was called away for an emergency during the examination and did not return until the end of the examination. From time to time, these candidates could hear screams and some inexplicable roars coming from outside. A group of people were restless, but they did not dare to leave, so they could only wait in their seats. What finally arrived was a group of fellows who had turned into zombies. Their invigilator was also dragged into the mix, roaring ferociously as he rushed over from the corridor. Although the zombies moved slowly, their goals were very clear. Some smart candidates quickly closed the front and back doors, and called on everyone to jump out of the windows that were not close to the corridor. Their examination room was on the 3rd floor. As long as they were not too unlucky, they would not die from falling, but they would definitely die when the zombies broke the door open. Fortunately, everyone's luck was great on this day, and only a few people broke their arms or legs. Everyone couldn't help but cast sympathetic eyes at that person. Everyone knew what it meant to be unable to move at this time. It was nothing more than waiting to die. The zombie army soon discovered the traces of their team of survivors. Liio had always barely passed the 800-meter physical education test since she was a child. At this moment, she deeply regretted that she had stayed at home too much and did not strengthen her exercise. So much so that at this critical moment of life and death, she used the fastest speed in her life, but could not pull away from the zombies much. Liio ran forward madly, her mind full of don't chase me, and then she found that even the candidate who broke his leg just now was running faster than her. Aren't you here to take the written test? When did you practice sprinting? Liio, whose throat was smoking from running, could only watch her, who was the last one to fall behind, being drowned by the crazy zombie army. The sharp bloody teeth pierced her neck, leaving a narrow gap. The memory of her being a human also stayed at this moment of severe pain. As we all know, hunger and eating are the only 2 thoughts in the zombies' minds. Liio, who then became a zombie, ran around like a wandering soul with the zombie army. The strong and long-legged zombies eat well every day and continue to expand the population of the zombie army. Liio, who still runs the slowest after becoming a zombie, can't get anything and is starving every day. She hasn't eaten a living person for almost a month, and the accumulated hunger is so strong that she is about to explode. Zombie Liio finally couldn't stand it, and subconsciously ate a bite of the remains of her fellow zombies. It was a zombie corpse killed by a human superpower, with its brain smashed and its body cut into pieces by a knife-like weapon. Delicious, delicious, Liio thought while eating, and then some vague memories gradually appeared in her mind. Those memories became clearer as she kept eating. Until Liio felt that the hunger in her body was eliminated, the zombie corpse beside her was only a ragged set of clothes. Liio looked at the gray sky and subconsciously wiped her mouth. She remembered that she was originally a human. Liio subconsciously touched her neck. She remembered that there should be a gap bitten by a zombie, which was very ugly. Sure enough, there was not only a huge and long wound on her neck, but also abnormally protruding and hot veins. She was still wearing the same clothes she wore when she took the written test, jeans and an apricot shirt. After a month, the pants and shirt were now splattered with dried black and smelly blood. Fortunately, there was one advantage of becoming a zombie, that is, the sense of smell was only sensitive to living objects, otherwise she would definitely smell the strong odor on her body. She was no longer a human being. Although Liio didn't want to admit it, she had to accept this reality. What should I do now? Should I continue to run around with these zombies? She wanted to go home. But she didn't know if she still had a home, and didn't know if her parents were still alive. But when Liio's thoughts returned and her eyes turned to the side, she was still frightened by the zombie remains on the ground and screamed, "Ah!" On the street where there were few living people, this scream was particularly obvious and immediately attracted the attention of the superpowers, who came to clean up the battlefield. A man's voice sounded, "Captain Joe, there seems to be someone over there?" Another slightly younger voice echoed, "I seem to have heard it too. Maybe it's a zombie? What's there to be afraid of zombies? Any zombie that encounters our Captain Joe will have to go to heaven." The man laughed. "Be alert, she always stay where you are, Ziyu. Come with me to take a look," Zhao Gene said in a low voice. There were still some crystal cores that had just been seized from the zombie's brains piled under his feet, all of which showed his super strength. Zhao Gene clenched the knife in his hand. He held in his hand an ancient sword that was more than 3 feet long, with a black blade and a chill. This was the family sword of the Zhou family, an ancient martial arts family, and was called the Divine Art. The Zhou family's secret martial arts were sealed on the blade. Every 100 years, only one Zhou family bloodline could penetrate the mystery and become the heir chosen by the ancient sword. The 25-year-old Zhao Gene was the strongest among the young generation of the Zhou family. As the saying goes, experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. Before the natural disaster, Zhao Gene, who hoped to carry forward the ancient martial arts, was just an upmaster who was ridiculed by the internet on F Station. His daily routine was to share some difficult martial arts videos featuring him on his account, including but not limited to picking leaves and flying flowers, sword flowers and chaotic eyes, stick bending and fist wind, and arrows without missing a target. The movements in the video are amazing and smooth, and each move seems to have been tempered and full of killing intent. Zhao Gene even disassembles the movements step by step and tries to teach others. Because Zhao Gene's appearance and figure are first class, and he is not inferior to the traffic stars in the entertainment industry, his videos will be on the hot search list on the homepage of F Station every time they are released. Although he is usually very busy, Zhao Gene always sets aside time to read the comments area, but unfortunately the comments and feedback always make him very disappointed. Either there is a group of inexplicable copycats calling him husband, or a group of inexplicable people asking him which company to do the special effects. There is also a group of self-important knowledgeable brothers who laugh at him. There are thousands of netizens in the world, but there is no normal person to praise good kung fu. There is no one worthy of Zhao Gene's magic. The natural disaster has come, and the internet has been disconnected. Most netizens have no chance to know that the bishop, who is ridiculed by the crowd, is really skilled. Of course, there are still a small group of netizens who don't like to comment. They really practice the skills taught by Zhao Gene before the natural disaster, and after the natural disaster, they unexpectedly use these methods to protect themselves and their families. Zhao Gene used the ancient sword as a defense, and urged the sword forward, killing with one strike. In addition to his awakened water power, the water and the sword burst out with huge energy, surrounding him, and almost no zombies could resist. The ancient sword and the power complement each other, allowing him to gather a team of survivors in just 1 month. The team has a clear division of labor, and several teams of superpowers. Every day, he leads one of the teams to clear out zombies, and search for supplies, to prepare for future migration. Today, Zhao Gene led 5 people in the team to clean up this old street. After about an hour of fighting, only more than 100 zombie corpses were left on the street. The team members also scattered to take out the crystal cores in the zombies' brains, and now they are almost done. No one expected that after a round of battlefield cleaning, there would still be fish that slipped through the net. After the natural disaster, the world has completely changed. There are countless examples of underestimating the enemy and causing bloodshed. Even though Zhao Gene has martial arts and rich experience, he will never underestimate the enemy. He and Ziyu, one holding an ancient knife and the other holding an axe, surrounded the source of the sound from the left and right sides. Zhao Gene made a gesture, indicating to start. After the zombie Liio screamed, she immediately realized that with her current appearance, she would not only be likely to be killed by human superpowers, but would definitely be killed. Having regained the ability to think, Liio certainly would not stand there and wait to die. She secretly hid after discovering the movements of Zhao Gene and his group. Liio was hiding in a 24-hour convenience store. The convenience store had been without water and electricity for a long time. The smashed glass door was open, and the shelves and the things on the shelves next to the cash register were almost all robbed. There were some useless packaging paper bags scattered on the ground, with layers of footprints on them, vaguely showing the panic when the supplies were scrambled. Chio was hiding in the empty space under the cash register. The cashier who turned into a zombie died next to the cash register, holding a barcode scanner in his hand. Its corpse had a long history. It was killed at the beginning of the natural disaster. It was so shriveled that even flies didn't even look at it. Now this corpse is Chio's best guardian. It should be able to interfere with the judgment of those humans to some extent. Chio didn't know what kind of tough guy she had encountered. She closed her eyes and held her breath, trying hard to reduce her sense of existence. The smell of living people penetrated Chio's nose one by one, very fragrant, which reminded her of the braised pork her mother made for her on her birthday. This is a smell that zombies don't have, and it makes people's appetite increase. Chio touched her flat stomach and felt the zombie instinct of wanting to eat surging in her body. She pinched her flesh with her nails. Although there was no pain, it could divert her attention and let her resist this instinct. This way she could control herself from appearing at this time and biting the neck of the person who came. The footsteps of the two people were getting closer and closer to her. Chio could hear the breathing of people, the sound of clothes rubbing as they walked, and a chill that was captivating. Chio felt bitter in her heart. There should be no one in the world who would be as unlucky as her. She died once as a living person and died again as a zombie. Chapter 2. Just when Chio thought he was about to be discovered, he suddenly heard someone shouting Captain Joe. Liio panted and pointed to the street corner only a dozen meters away from them. A large group of zombies came over there at some point, and there were at least 70 or 80 of them. I guess the shouts just now were made by them. Liio's face became serious. You give the signal, and I go first. Zhao Gene said calmly. Liio fired a signal gun into the sky, and turned around to see Zhao Gene holding the magic in his hand and flying up. Zhao Gene was wearing a black flight jacket, and the magic flew up and down in his hand, entangled with the flowing water waves, like a silver dragon fighting side by side with him. It was because of the magic in his hand that none of the zombies could get close to him, but fell down one after another in front of him. There was no dragging and showmanship, but the pursuit of a one-hit kill. Zhao Gene calmly put away the knife and pressed the veins on the back of his hand that were bulging due to the force. The surging killing intent in his heart seemed to be suppressed with this pressure. Perhaps there was some side effect of inheriting the divine art. Every time Zhao Gene used the knife, he felt that his emotions were a little difficult to control. The smell of living people was getting farther and farther away from her. Those movements were getting farther and farther away. Chio, who was still hiding under the cash register and shivering, suddenly came to her senses. There is true love in the zombie world. Thank you fellow zombies for your help. Chio burst into tears in her heart. Chio originally wanted to take this opportunity to run away quickly, find a new place to hide and think about the future, but as soon as she got out from under the cash register, she began to breathe heavily. The world was spinning in front of her eyes, and her legs seemed to be cast in cement. She was too tired to walk before she could even take 2 steps. It must be because she didn't eat enough that she couldn't walk. Chio thought. It must not be because my physical fitness is too poor. As if to confirm her idea, her stomach actually made a gurgling sound that only comes when she is hungry. One after another. Stop it! Chio touched her stomach and said to herself, I'm trying to find a solution, right? But after Chio realized that she was a human before, she couldn't eat the corpses of zombies as recklessly as before. She was even almost caught before because she was scared by the zombie corpses and screamed. But it is obvious that in this convenience store, everything the humans can eat has been basically swept away. Then the corpse of the cashier zombie, should she eat it or not? This is a problem. Chio huddled under the cash register, hesitating and gradually fell asleep. It was already night when she woke up. A full moon hung high in the night sky, and the moonlight shone in through the open door of the convenience store, caressing Chio's face like a gentle veil. It was so quiet that no sound could be heard. Presumably, those human superpowers should have left. Chio crawled out from under the cash register again. Although every step was difficult, she planned to look around to see if she could find some food other than zombie corpses. The street lights had long been broken, and the signboards of the shops along the street had long been out of light. If it weren't for the moonlight, it would be pitch dark. But Chio unexpectedly discovered that her night vision ability was very good. It was already autumn, and the cold wind blew the bushes on the street, shining on the gray and bloody walls like ghosts. The surroundings were empty, and there was no trace of any biological activity except Chio. Scared, Chio swallowed her saliva, and she remembered that when she was a child, She went to live with her mother in her grandmother's house in the mountains. When she got up to go to the toilet at night, there was whistling wind all around, swaying tree shadows, and her rich imagination, which could scare her half to death. Chio found a light wooden board with thumbtacks on it, and took it in her hand, as a weapon for self-defense. She was very weak, and even breathing seemed a little difficult. Chio thought that at this speed, she would probably starve to death before she found food. Chio's attention was always on the tree shadows in the distance. She hadn't taken a few steps when she felt that she stepped on something hard and almost fell down. Then no matter which direction she walked, she would see these stiff things. Chio sat down on the spot. She saw clearly that the ground was full of zombie corpses that were killed by the superpowers during the day, lying in all directions. Their brains were all minced without exception, and the crystal cores generated in their brains should have been taken away. Their bodies were divided into pieces. It was as if someone had cut them up in advance, waiting for Chio to eat them. Although she was afraid, Chio thought to herself, "It's all cut up. Why don't you have a bite?" Chio, who couldn't walk, accepted her fate. She closed her eyes and reached out expressionlessly, touching a piece of meat that she didn't know what part it was. Chew, chew, chew. I ate lamb skewers, grilled squid, popcorn chicken. Don't say it, don't say it. Just close your eyes and imagine eating. The taste is really good, and it's very filling. Chio sat beside the pile of zombies, eating one by one. A voice kept coming out of her heart, telling her to eat, and eat first. For Chio, appetite is the most difficult desire in the world to overcome, no one else. However, Chio's stomach is like a black hole in the universe. No matter how much food is stuffed into it, there is no sign of filling it. As she ate, Chio couldn't help crying. It seemed to vent the joy of surviving the disaster, as if she was complaining about her unwillingness to become a zombie, and as if she missed her family, who were separated from her by many cities. In the silent night, the crying of the little zombie Chio was mixed with the sounds of chewing and swallowing. When the sky was bright, Chio finally burped. 178 zombies. Chio counted them while eating. She had to say sorry every time she ate one. The overwhelming hunger in her stomach finally disappeared for a short time, and even her legs had the strength to walk. Chio stood up and stretched, then looked at the old street with some embarrassment. The old street that was originally full of zombie corpses now only had a pile of empty clothes. Each of these zombies was stronger than Chio before they died. They have immortal bodies, strong limbs, crazy wills, and rapid infectious power. These are enough to bring devastating disasters to humans. Chio, who was hungry, was no match for any of them. Unfortunately, they were unlucky, and were all killed by human superpowers. So their bones and flesh went into Chio's stomach, and became the nutrients that kept her alive. And after the flesh and blood of these zombies were digested, Chio's mind actually had some memories that did not belong to her. These memories largely filled in her blanks about the unknown world. Zombies are the product of human evolution failure. Like human superpowers, they are divided into levels and can evolve. From F to S, F is the lowest level and S is the highest level. The lowest level zombies are those that have no thoughts at all, only know how to eat, and move slowly. They are called walking corpses, that is, F level. Those that have a little bit of thoughts, similar to the IQ of a 2 or 3-year-old human child, can move quickly on all fours, are called crawling species, that is, E level. Starting from D level, they are powerful. Zombies have the IQ of about 5 or 6-year-old humans. They will call friends to fight against humans in groups, and they also know how to sneak attack. They are called intelligent species. C-level zombies are even more powerful. They have evolved a tongue that is as short as 1 meter, and as long as 3 or 4 meters. They can use their tongue to attack and capture prey from a long distance. This type is the long-tongued species among zombies. B-level zombies are the watershed among zombies. They not only have stronger explosive power, but also can awaken various superpowers, like human superpowers. This category is called the fallen species, which means humans who are almost fallen. A-level zombies have wisdom, long tongues, and high-level superpowers. They are extremely powerful, and can often kill hundreds of human superpowers. They are called demon species. S-level zombies are the strongest category among zombies. They are called lords. Just like the leader with absolute prestige and power in the herd, S-level lords are often the leaders of all zombies in a city, and have the power to mobilize millions of zombies. Once they appear, it will definitely be the end of the human base. So what level do I belong to? Chio thought about it. She definitely doesn't belong to the F class because she has thoughts. She can't crawl on all fours and doesn't have a flexible long tongue, So she's not an E or C class. So, I should be a D-class intelligent species. That's right, I am a D-class intelligent species. The more Liio thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. D-class is also very good, and it is in the middle of the 7-level zombie classification. This is in line with Liio's usual attitude towards life. When she was in school, whether she was in a class with good grades or a class with bad grades, she was in the middle. She can't be the best and the most dazzling, nor the worst and the last, that's enough. This is her attitude towards life. Even if she becomes a zombie, she still thinks so. Then live as a D-class zombie. There is nothing more important than living. It doesn't matter even if she lives as a zombie. As long as she still has her own consciousness, she can still see this world and walk. Only by living can she go home. Yes, go home. Liio wanted to go home. She was now in Chilan City, Jiangning Province, and her home was in Belan City, Fengjiang Province. Liio had searched the route from home to here on the Low German map before. The two places were 768 kilometers apart, and it took 3.5 hours to take the high-speed rail, 8 hours to drive, and 160 hours to walk. Of course, the high-speed rail has been out of service for a long time now, and walking would cost her half her life, and she might also encounter superpowers. So Liio decided to drive. Liio got her driver's license the year she graduated from the college entrance examination, which was 4 years ago. She had never driven a car in these 4 years, so you can imagine her skills. But there was a beautiful vision of going home waiting for her, and Liio was full of confidence. As long as she found a car, she could get home at night. Before looking for a car, Liio first fumbled among the clothes on the ground. Those superpowers needed the crystal cores in the zombies' brains, but they would definitely not want the things that the zombies carried. After all, who knows if it will carry the zombie virus? Liio didn't have this worry. She still looked like a human being, but her body was full of zombie blood. In the quiet and elegant morning light, the little zombie Liio was searching seriously. She wanted to prepare some luggage for her long journey home. Chapter 3. Hard work pays off. Liio did find a lot of things, including but not limited to 5 packs of cigarettes of different brands, 8 lighters, more than 50 sets of keys, more than 30 wallets, more than 100 mobile phones that had long been out of power, 1 pack of chewing gum, 2 folding multi-purpose knives, 1 portable flashlight, 1 bottle of anti-wolf spray, 1 bottle of 100 milliliters mineral water. Liio was very lucky. In addition to these scattered things, she also found a dirty backpack in the corner. This bag only looks dirty on the outside, but it is quite clean inside, which is just right for carrying the things she found. Liio looked carefully and found that the bag didn't even have the tag removed. It was probably bought by someone, and it encountered a natural disaster before it could be used. She shook off the dust and fallen leaves on the backpack and put it on her back. This is a nylon outdoor mountaineering bag with a large capacity. It feels like a huge shell on her back. Fortunately, it is equipped with a wide belt to reduce the weight and make the body more comfortable. Liio also picked up a similarly dirty scarf and wrapped it around her neck. The scarf covered the horrific wound on her neck, and it was a perfect disguise. As long as you don't look closely, Liio is no different from a human being now. After packing herself up, Liio walked through a small alley and walked to another street. There were some scattered zombies wandering around this street, and they should have wandered here after those superpowers left. There were about 7 or 8 of them, and they were walking aimlessly on the street. Liio patted her chest, closed her eyes, and whispered, "Don't be afraid, you are also a zombie now, who is afraid of who?" After she finished speaking, she slowly moved past them with fear. Fortunately, these zombies kept making low roars and listening to the movements around them, but they didn't even give her any extra glances. Doesn't this mean that I can look for supplies in the area where zombies are active without restraint? This may be the only benefit of becoming a zombie. Liio laughed. She has read so many zombie novels and learned a lot of survival and stockpiling skills from them. Who would have thought that she would become a zombie herself? She laughed a little loudly, and the laughter quickly attracted several zombie brothers who were closer to her. They turned around dully, and 7 or 8 zombies surrounded Liio. There was no expression on their wrinkled faces, only an endless desire for food. They drooped their eye bags, stared at Liio with their gray-white eyes like a wholesale, and came up to smell it together. As they got closer, Liio could even see the blood and meat shreds left in their teeth. One of the zombies had its face bitten by something, and a big hole appeared on half of its face, revealing the rotten flesh and bones inside. Although she had eaten 178 zombies in a row to fill her stomach, Dead zombies were one thing, and living zombies were another. Chio was so scared that tears immediately came out, and she covered her mouth to prevent herself from vomiting. After she calmed down a little, she quickly closed her eyes and stood still, shouting in her heart, "Go, go, go!" Chio couldn't help thinking, although she was also a zombie, but even a zombie like her with human memories would eat zombies, then these stupid zombies would not eat her too. She was sweating profusely. Why didn't I think of this just now? Fortunately, these zombies of only F level are very virtuous, and they are only interested in fresh humans. For kind like Chio, who make strange noises, they just sniff and wander off to other places. Even if they don't eat me, I'm scared to death. Chio didn't dare to make trouble anymore, and watched the zombies disperse with pursed lips. Then she honestly started looking for supplies from the first store. The nearest store to her is a barber shop of about 20 square meters. Because this is an old street, this barber shop also looks very old-fashioned. There is no fancy door, not even a formal sign, only a piece of red paper next to the rolling door, and the handwriting on it is blurred. 10 yuan for a haircut, regardless of gender. So cheap. Chio sniffed. She remembered that the cheapest barber shop in their city was at least 35 yuan, and the ones with better decoration would start at 50 yuan. 10 yuan for a haircut, the price was just 10 years ago. Chio stood at the door of the barber shop and looked inside. There was no one, not even zombies. There were only overturned chairs, a horizontal broom, hair on the ground that had not been swept up in time, and spider webs in the corner. Chio walked in happily. On the walls of the barber shop were some portraits of popular stars in the 1990s, some bright and some gentle. There were also a few pots of withered spider plants in the corner. It can be seen that the owner of the barber shop should be a person who loves life very much. I just don't know where he went after the natural disaster. Chio didn't think much about it. Her eyes were attracted by the mirror in front of her. No girl can resist looking in the mirror, even if it is broken and only half of the mirror is left. Chio gathered her dirty hair and stood in front of the mirror to look at herself carefully. Her hair was black and shoulder length. Because of the wind and rain when she was a zombie, it was not only greasy but also tangled, and there were even some dirt clods, like a messy bird's nest. Only the change in her teeth made her feel a little uncomfortable. She reached out and touched it, and found that one of her teeth on each side had grown longer and became very sharp. But what made her happy was that Chio found that her pupils were normal dark brown, not gray and white like zombies. She felt better. She still looked like a human being. This way, her parents would not be afraid when they saw her. There was no water, no electricity, and no food in the barber shop, so Chio, who wanted to wash her hair and drink some water, had to give up. But there were also things she wanted in the barber shop. Wigs and combs are useless to humans after the natural disaster. No one would take them away. Now they are cheap for her. Chio carefully selected a long wig with slightly curled ends for herself, and then put it on, and added a light brown sun hat on top of the wig. She even found some clean towels and hats. 3 combs with different tooth pitches, a palm-sized mirror, and 2 clean towels were carefully stored in her backpack. She can use the towel to wipe her face when she finds water. Chio was very happy, as she watched the supplies in her backpack increase. When she had almost searched the lobby of the barber shop, she found a half-open door next to it. Chio licked her lips. She knew that many old-fashioned shop owners would live directly in the shop. This meant that there might be something she needed very much. She slowly pushed open the green door of the room, which was peeling paint. It made a harsh sound due to disrepair, which frightened Chio's heart. Chio would never forget the scene in front of her. She knew where the owner of the barber shop had gone. The owner's hair was already gray, and he looked about the same age as Chio's deceased grandfather. A pair of barber scissors was inserted into his slightly skeletal neck. His blood flowed all over the floor in this room, with only a small bed, and it had long dried up so that the original color could not be seen. There was an old-fashioned purse next to the owner. The large amount of money in it had long been taken away, leaving only a few $1 bills. The owner was not killed by zombies, but died at the hands of humans. Chio stood at the door of the room and stared blankly for a long time, feeling uncomfortable in her stomach as if she had been punched. This made her feel more nauseous than seeing more than 100 zombie corpses. After thinking for an unknown amount of time, she finally walked forward and took the quilt next to her and covered the boss. Namo Amidba. Chio chanted this sentence to the boss's body. She felt a little guilty for not paying attention in class when she was in college. This sentence came from the rebirth mantra. The teacher had said it once in the Buddhist culture elective course, and she only remembered this sentence. Then Chio turned around and closed the door. The search for the first store made Liio's mood, which had been getting better, fall to the bottom. No one understood her fear at the bottom of her heart at this moment. She was afraid that her parents would be like this boss. What are you thinking about? My parents must be waiting for me at home. Liio comforted herself while baring her teeth. The sharp teeth pressed against her tongue, letting her get rid of the lingering thoughts in her mind. Liio's search for supplies became faster. Perhaps God was compensating her, and she found a lot of good things next. Especially in a hardware store, she found a handy all-metal wrench. The wrench was heavy in her hand. If it was in the past, Liio would definitely put it down after holding it for a few seconds, but now she just felt a little heavy in her hand, and she didn't feel uncomfortable. Maybe she had more strength after eating, Liio thought. In addition to the wrench, she also found a whole set of small tools for repairs in the hardware store. The toolbox took up too much space, so she threw all kinds of things such as screwdrivers, pliers, electrical tape, tape measures, and test pencils into her backpack to save space. Although these things are useless now, and some of them she doesn't even know how to use, they may be useful in the future. Little zombie Liio focuses on preparing for a rainy day. After all, she had to travel more than 700 kilometers to get home. If she got lost, the number would continue to increase, and the thought made her scalp numb. There were always small restaurants on the old street. These small restaurants were usually opened by residents living here, and they sold some cheap home-cooked dishes. Liio found some moldy white radishes, sprouted potatoes, and a pile of rotten leaves that were hard to tell what they were in the small restaurant. She pouted and threw these things away, turned around and hugged a large basin with ecstasy. The kitchen of the small restaurant was filled with the most common red plastic basins in the farmer's market, about 1 meter deep, covered with a plastic lid of the same color. When Liio opened the lid, she found that the water inside was still very clear, and it could even reflect her reflection, which was refreshing. She licked her cracked lips. In fact, the black blood flowing from the zombies had the same effect on her as water, and she had drunk a lot of it before. But Liio just wanted to drink water. Drinking water to quench her thirst would make her feel like a person. She picked up the soup bowl next to her, washed off the dust, and began to scoop water frantically. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. After 3 bowls, Liio stopped. Her eyes fell on the large basin, and she felt a little uncomfortable. It turned out that after becoming a zombie, even drinking water didn't feel as refreshing as before. These clear waters slid down her throat, and she couldn't feel any clear and sweet feeling. These waters couldn't bring her any satisfaction at all. Liio even felt that she had drunk a bellyful of air, stirring her body that had originally felt full and began to feel hungry again. Hungry. The voice in her heart said. I'm not hungry, Liio said loudly. She looked around, trying to find some food that humans can eat. She wasn't so hungry that she had to eat, but she didn't want to eat zombies. It wasn't that she couldn't bear it, it was really disgusting. Thinking about those wrinkled skin, pale eyes, and wounds with black blood, Liio felt like she wanted to die. But the rice bucket and noodle bucket in the small restaurant were empty. Liio only found a dead fish in the freezer. Maybe it was because it was frozen too hard before, almost frozen into the refrigerator, so the restaurant owner didn't have the time to take it away. But now the refrigerator has completely melted because there has been no electricity for a month. The dead fish had completely turned into a rotten fish. Go away! Liio threw the dead fish far away and sat on the ground panting. Tired, really tired. So hungry. She touched her rumbling stomach and could no longer ignore the sound. She had only eaten at dawn, but it had only been a morning, and the feeling of hunger had begun to come back again, along with the feeling of dizziness. When this feeling gets deeper, she will definitely be too hungry to walk again. By then, she won't be as lucky as before, with a zombie corpse next to her mouth. Isn't that just waiting to die? Liio looked from a distance at the dead fish that she had thrown into the street and had its head and tail separated. The dead fish was emitting a lustrous luster under the sunlight. Forget it, take a step back and the world will be whiter. Liio stood up and walked over, picked up the dead fish, rinsed it with water, and then stuffed it into her mouth. Survival is not shameful. After swallowing a dead fish, the terrible hunger finally dissipated a little. Liio left the street with a heavy backpack on her back. She added some new supplies to the bag, such as a small pot, a kitchen knife, and a handful of dried pickled cabbage. She was reluctant to throw away any of them. Liio still had the big wrench in her hand. She planned to practice by smashing a car on the road. Chapter 4. Liio started to pull the car door every time she walked to a car. But it was not so easy to find a car that was still usable. After all, some cars could not be started without the car key. Fortunately, she knew that some people had the habit of hiding spare keys in the car. For example, Chio's father would hide the car key behind the cover in the middle of the car wheel hub. Chio smashed the wheel hub cover of 6 cars in a row, and finally found the car key in the 7th car. She didn't recognize the brand of the car, but it was fine as long as it could be driven. Chio slowly sat in the dusty driver's seat, pressed the one-button start switch, and then saw the red fuel indicator light alarming frantically. No fuel, turn off the engine, get off the car angrily. To vent her anger, she closed the car door hard, continued to look for the next one. There were about 30 cars parked on this road, and Chio didn't believe that she couldn't find a usable one. But her luck had begun to decline. Among these 30-odd vehicles, there were trucks, vans, SUVs, and sedans. They were either out of power, or had no fuel in the tank. Some of the vehicles had corpses with tragic deaths, which frightened Chio for no reason. In another vehicle, there was even a zombie with one eye almost bulging out of its socket. He was about 30 years old, dressed in a suit, with dried blood on his white shirt, and his dark blue tie was pulled off and tied around his mouth. It seemed that he was discovered when he just turned into a zombie, and was locked in the car with his mouth tied. If someone really opened the car door rashly, he might be attacked by this zombie. This young and middle-aged zombie looked stupid, and he was probably an F-level zombie. It was attracted by the noise Chio made, and started to bang on the car door when it saw her coming. When it saw that the car door could not be opened, it pressed its wrinkled gray face against the car window, staring at Chio with its eyes. "Brother, look carefully, I am also a zombie." Chio raised her head from the large and warm scarf and bared her 2 sharp teeth. At the same time, her black tongue coating that did not look like a normal person was also exposed. The stupid zombie stared at Chio carefully for a while, then turned his eyes back to the car, and his hands drooped down and gradually calmed down. Seeing that there were still 2 cars to check, Chio was about to continue, but suddenly a bold idea popped up in her mind. She was very afraid of a group of zombies, but one zombie seemed okay. And this zombie just had bulging eyes and a stronger body. It didn't look like it had much IQ, so it shouldn't pose a threat to her. The most important thing is that his mouth is now tied up, which makes him look much less lethal. After thinking it over, Chio opened the car door. The sound of the car door attracted the attention of the zombie. He first looked down at the car door for a long time, and then stretched out his hand to rush out of the car door. "Stretch out your hand." Chio stood aside, and said seriously. Of course, she knew that the F-level zombies could not understand her words. Chio just liked to say a few words from time to time. She is a homebody, and she is a social phobia. When she is alone, she always talks to herself, otherwise she will easily fall into a low mood. I remember when my best friend was with her, the 2 homebodies with social phobia huddled together to do their own things, and talk to themselves from time to time, calling each other a god. Not only did she miss her parents, she also missed her best friend. Her best friend was different from her. Although she stayed at home, she was physically fit. She always ranked among the top in the 800-meter physical test. She shouldn't be as unlucky as her. She must be alive and well now. Maybe she has awakened superpowers, like the team she met last time. My best friend is amazing. Chio pursed her lips and drooped her eyes. Before she could cry, she saw the zombie leaning its head in front of her. He stared with gray eyes, and his nose twitched as he sniffed the smell on Chio's body, as if he wanted to confirm again whether the person in front of him was food or the same kind. He looked stupid. Chio came to his senses, took out a piece of red plastic rope that he had put in his backpack before, and tied the zombie's hands with lightning speed, and tied a knot. The zombie did not resist or struggle at all. Even though his arms looked thicker than Chio's, and he was a head taller than her, his entire body looked like he had punched a kid to death. Even so, he didn't resist at all, which was in vain. Chio was afraid that he would attack, and was not only on guard, but also shaking his hands. Sure enough, I am a D class, and it is easy for me to deal with an F class. Chio was secretly happy, and had a new understanding of his own combat power. For convenience, Chio also gave him a name called Suit Brother. Suit Brother's mouth was tied by a tie, and he was drooling green saliva, and his hands were tied by Chio, and tied in a knot, almost making black blood come out. The red plastic rope was about 2 meters long, excluding the ones that tied his hands, and the other end of the rope was tied to the backpack bag by Chio. Chio had a good idea. She took the man in the suit with her. If she encountered a human with superpowers, she could leave him behind and run away. A friend died rather than a poor Taoist. Chio looked at the man in the suit with sympathy. The man in the suit didn't even bother to look at her. His eyes were fixed on a group of birds flying across the sky. Chio also followed his gaze, and looked up at the sky. It was a group of wild geese flying south, forming a V-shaped formation, which looked particularly spectacular. The geese fly north in spring and south in autumn, and they never break their promises. It would be great if they could take me with them. Chio pursed her lips slightly, and retracted her gaze. She walked forward a few steps, and continued to look for the last two cars. People always have bad luck in waves, and in the end, these two cars couldn't be driven. But the good news is that Chio found a half-empty bottle of Coke, 2 packs of braised beef instant noodles that were crushed into pieces, and even a whole ham sausage in the car. This red-skinned ham sausage has a bright red skin, a fresh and fragrant taste, and full meat. It is delicious to eat it directly after peeling the skin. If you cut it with flour cuts, brush it with a layer of oil and roast it, and then brush it with a layer of chili oil, it will be delicious. Chio's eyes were straight, and she held the ham sausage in her hand as if it were a treasure. She carefully bit off the metal ring on the top, peeled off half of the casing, and took a small bite. The expected delicious taste did not appear. For words came to Chio's mind, taste like chewing wax. She threw the remaining ham sausage into her mouth expressionlessly, chewing and chewing again. It still had no taste at all, even worse than the dead fish. It doesn't even smell as good as the guy in the suit next to him. Looking at his tendon meat, pork belly, thighs, and belly, she is drooling. How could I have such a terrible idea? Chio slapped herself in the face, but not hard of course. A little punishment, a little punishment. Although her bottom line had fallen to the point where she was so hungry that she would eat zombies, she still couldn't eat a living zombie with the same human form as her. Chio walked in front of the suit man and looked around to see if there were any other means of transportation nearby. When she was a human, she was 200 degrees myopic and had glasses, but didn't wear them often. Unexpectedly, after becoming a zombie, her vision improved sharply, comparable to that of a pilot. At a glance, she saw a bicycle parked at the corner. The bicycle was good, it couldn't be better, no oil or electricity, and you could ride it forever with just a kick of your legs. Why didn't I think of looking for a bicycle earlier? Chio sighed. Come on, suit man, I take you on a bicycle ride. Chio waved to the suit man and pulled the plastic rope again. The silly man in the suit was originally wandering around, but when he heard Chio's voice, he immediately ran over, looking like he wanted to eat. When he got to Chio, he lost his purpose of eating. Ha ha ha. Chio couldn't help laughing. Seeing that she and the man in the suit were only a few steps away from the bicycle, she suddenly heard someone talking, and more than one person. At the same time, the man in the suit next to her once again showed a fierce and ferocious look. He completely ignored the fact that his hands were tied, and ran towards the source of the sound. Chapter 5. Originally, Chio led the suit guy, but now the situation was completely reversed. Chio was caught by the red plastic rope, and was pulled forward by the suit guy. Big brother, don't go up to help me. Chio was so disappointed that she quickly used both hands to hold the red plastic rope tightly. She was so ferocious that she gritted her teeth and finally managed to stop the suit guy. This prevented the suit guy from jumping out of the corner and being discovered by those humans. But the instinct of zombies is hard to stop. The suit guy's throat kept emitting heavy roars, which were louder and louder with rhythm, making Chio's head buzz. She almost lost her grip and threw the rope out. The suit guy struggled forward, his strength gradually burst out, and the thin plastic rope was pulled tighter by him into a thinner rope, rubbing Chio's hand so hard that the skin almost fell off. This was a contest between zombies. Chio won by a narrow margin. Why it was a narrow victory instead of an overwhelming victory, Chio attributed the biggest reason to her not having enough food, which resulted in her having no strength at all. Carrying that pile of supplies alone had already made her hunchbacked, and now she had to hold the guy in the suit who weighed 170 or 180 kilograms, which was really difficult. She couldn't let the guy in the suit carry it for her. Otherwise, if this situation happened, the guy in the suit would take the bag of equipment she had collected with great difficulty to deliver it. The way Chio looked at the guy in the suit was like the director of the political and educational department of the high school, who looked at those students who skipped classes and fought, and he was so disappointed. Chio's mind and eyes were turning rapidly, and she glanced at a dirty and messy garbage truck with flies buzzing next to her. Without saying anything about whether she disliked it or not, she quickly took the guy in the suit and hid inside. He covered them with a pile of messy garbage. In the past, she would have to walk faster when passing by such a garbage truck, fearing that the stench would catch up with her, but now she was completely calm and composed. Anyway, her zombie nose couldn't smell anything. Chio used one hand to hold down the suit man's head from the top of his head to prevent it from moving, and covered the suit man's mouth with another hand. The tie tied around the suit man's mouth fell off at some point. Without that layer of restraint, the zombie's sharp teeth rubbed against Chio's palm, and then embedded into the flesh of Chio's palm bit by bit. Perhaps because of Chio's inhuman smell, the suit man actually calmed down for a short time. Chio, who used to cry for a while when she cut her hand while cutting vegetables, now feels almost no pain when she is bitten by a zombie. Seeing that this method worked, she just gave the suit man a warning look, and then let him go. All her attention was on the people who were gradually approaching. 3 men and 2 women, 5 people. 1 braised, 1 spicy, 1 steamed, and the remaining 2 thinner ones fried into a plate. I'm not a human. Chio pinched herself, swallowed her saliva, and pulled herself out of the strong desire to eat. Chio sighed slightly in her heart. Although she didn't want to scold herself with words, like a dog can't change its eating habits, her instinct now was to treat her former human compatriots as food. And out of the instinct of a zombie, she also classified the food according to its strength. The stronger the strength, the more attractive it is to Chio. It is specifically reflected in how often Chio swallowed her saliva. In fact, the 5 people combined gave her a feeling that was not as good as the one she met when she just regained consciousness. She could even feel that there were 2 people without superpowers among the 5 people, and they were just bluffing. As for the person she met at the beginning, although Chio only heard his voice and footsteps, and felt him approaching with a knife, the charming meaty smell made Chio unforgettable to this day. Of course, what was even more unforgettable was the huge sense of oppression that person gave her. Chio had an extremely strong intuition at that time that as long as she was discovered, the Captain Joe would send her away without hesitation and let her go to see Taigong underground. Thinking of this, Chio couldn't help but reach out and touch the back of her head. What a round and cute back of the head! How sad her parents would be if it was cut open. Her thoughts gradually spread to all corners of the world, but she found that the 5 people stopped at the corner. The first person to speak was the tall girl in the team. She had a high ponytail and wore a denim jacket. Her voice was a little hoarse. "Give me some water." The short girl with short hair was a little reluctant. "Sister Chi, you've been out for more than 3 hours, and you've already drunk water 5 times. We only brought 3 bottles when we came out. You drank all of them. What do we drink?" Someone pulled her. "Xiaomi, talk less." Another person seemed to be laughing out of anger. "On this journey, Brother Zhao and Sister Chi killed the most zombies. What's wrong with Sister Chi drinking more water?" The only one who didn't speak was Zhao Xiyuan, who was called Brother Zhao. Fang Chi was silent for a moment. She looked at Chenmi's backpack and subconsciously licked her chapped lips. She had clearly drunk a large glass of boiled water before leaving the camp, and had drunk it several times along the way, but why was she still so thirsty? It was as if there was an unignorable burning sensation in her body, sucking away all her water. "Forget it, I won't drink it." Fang Chi spoke, suppressing her thirst for water. She was never one to read other people's faces. Okay, we look for supplies here later, and we definitely find water. Xiaomi, don't you still have 2 bottles of water? Give one to Fang Chi. Zhao Xiyuan said as he looked around. Even though the area was wide and quiet, and there were no zombies to be seen, he remained alert. Seeing so many people speaking for Fang Chi, Chenmi had to reluctantly pass the water over. No need. Fang Chi didn't look at the water again, and walked to another place. Team Zhou led people to clear this place yesterday. I go and see if there are any useful supplies. Why is she like this? I'm doing this for everyone's good. Look, it's all your fault. Sister Chi is angry. Sister Chi's temper is like this. Xiaomi, don't take it to heart. The 3 people's voices made Zhao Xiyuan frown. If you want to quarrel, go back to the camp and quarrel. I see what you will do if you attract the zombies. He is the captain of the 5-man team, and the strongest superpower in the team. After he said this, several people knew what to do, and didn't speak again. Zhao Xiyuan's face looked better, and his tone was better. We have been out for more than 3 hours. Don't quarrel among yourselves. Speed up. It's not safe outside. We have to rush back before the sun sets. Brother Zhao, do you want to turn over the garbage truck? Someone pointed to the garbage truck not far from them. He was the person who spoke for Fang Chi just now, named Sujihai. After hearing this, Chio's speechless face was instantly written on her face. No way, You don't even let go of the garbage? But now that things have come to this, she can only hold her breath and stay in the garbage truck and wait and see. If these people really come over before they turn her and the suit guy out, she will take out the wrench in her hand and hit them first, knock them unconscious and run away. Of course, if she really can't run away, she can only leave the suit guy and run alone. You won't blame me, will you, suit guy? Chio took a deep look at the suit guy who was still licking her hand. Okay, he won't. Zhao Gene glanced at the man, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Gee hi, do you think Zhao Gene sure can find good things, but I can only go through the garbage? It was obviously a joking tone, but Su Zhihai felt a chill on his back. He was still a high school student, 17 years old, and didn't know how to explain for a while, so he could only smile awkwardly. Even Chen Mi and Shen Yuqing looked at each other. But Zhao Xiyuan immediately laughed. Just a joke. Everyone knows that Captain Zhou is powerful. I think this garbage can has been piled up for more than a month, and there may be a lot of mold growing in it, so it's better not to touch it. Let's go slower. Fang Qi is nowhere to be seen. Several people responded quickly, and followed Zhao Xiyuan's footsteps. Zhou Jinshi, Captain Zhou? Chio poked his head out of the garbage truck, and repeated the name in his mind. It turns out that the man who smelled delicious was called Zhou Jinshi. I saw that Zhao Xiyuan and his group were already several hundred meters away, too far to be seen. Fortunately, we are lucky today. You don't have to die, and neither do I. Chio climbed out of the garbage truck, and the clothes that were barely acceptable became even dirtier. The man in the suit was pulled out of the garbage truck by her in a daze, with a green plastic basin on his head that was thrown away after a crack. This basin is good, collect it. Chio quickly took the basin in his hand, and stuffed it on the top of his backpack. Then Chio raised his short legs, and stepped onto the old-fashioned 28-bar bicycle with some difficulty. There is a reason why this bicycle is gradually being eliminated. The hind legs can't reach the ground after getting on it. Let's go! Chio made a mouth shape. The creaking sound of the bicycle echoed on the asphalt road. A person wearing a hat and a scarf was riding on it, and there was a stupid zombie in a suit running behind the bicycle. Chio felt the wind blowing on his face, and the trees on both sides of the road kept retreating, and he felt a sense of happiness in his heart that he had survived a disaster. Then she accidentally pressed the bicycle bell. The clear bell sounded very far away, and Chio was so scared that he quickly crouched down. From a distance, Fang Qi, who had excellent hearing, seemed to hear the bicycle bell. She was about to speak to her companions, but suddenly stood still. When did a wound appear on her elbow? Chapter 6. Fang Qi looked down, and saw that her clothes at her elbow were stained with a large blood stain. She didn't notice it because she didn't roll up her sleeves. She reached out and pressed her elbow, and felt a stinging pain. This proved that the bloodstain was not accidentally stained. She raised her sleeve a little higher, revealing a deep scratch. The blood flowing from the scratch had turned into a smelly black color. Fang Qi pursed her lips, and suddenly understood why she was thirsty all the time. She was obviously very careful. Why did she still get hit? After leaving the camp, she and Zhao Xiyuan were the main force killing zombies, and they were always in a highly tense moment, so this wound didn't hurt her at all before. Fang Qi originally felt that her body was very hot, but now that she found that she was injured, a layer of cold sweat appeared on her back. Her face changed again and again, and she lost her blood color and became as pale as her lips. There is only one outcome for all those infected with the zombie virus. No exceptions. Fang Qi clenched her fists and looked back. Zhao Xiyuan and the others were searching nearby houses. The closest person to her was Su Zhihai, only 4 or 5 meters away. They were all rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for useful supplies, and no one noticed anything unusual on her side for the time being. Fang Qi took off her rolled-up sleeves. The onset time after being scratched by a zombie is not as fast as that of a bite. The people in the camp have made records, and people bitten by zombies often mutate within 1 to 10 minutes. But if you are scratched by a zombie, the incubation period will be longer, and it may be within 1 to 24 hours. Even so, she doesn't have much time left. Fang Qi made a decision immediately. You want to leave? Chen Mi was the first to shout. After she shouted, she felt that her voice was a little loud, and she was a little overjoyed, so she quickly covered her mouth. Yes. Fang Qi had a cold face, and she told her companions that she wanted to leave, but did not explain the reason. Su Zhihai immediately quit. Why, Sister Qi, we have been together for more than a week. If you want to leave, I will go with you. He subconsciously felt that Fang Qi was squeezed by Chen Mi, and was still angry. However, as soon as Su Zhihai finished speaking, he saw Zhao Siyuan looking at him deeply. This look made Su Zhihai feel a chill on his neck. Xin Yuqing also glared at him. What are you talking about? Sister Qi is making a fuss. So are you making a fuss too? Fang Qi's voice was surprisingly calm. I'm not making a fuss. I'm not discussing this with you. Let's part ways in peace. I won't go back to the camp, and the supplies I left in the camp will be confiscated. This is the supplies I just found in my backpack. According to the rules of the camp, I can keep half of it for myself, and you can either take the rest back or divide it up. She shook her backpack with her backhand, and the supplies she had collected after going out today fell out. She was the first one to fight and kill zombies along the way, and she was also the most diligent in finding supplies. Fang Qi's backpack had a wide variety of supplies, from food to daily necessities, and the quantity was also considerable. Several people looked at the pile of things on the mud ground with almost dizziness. A quick glance revealed a motorcycle helmet, a thermometer, a palm-sized piece of glass, a brown windbreaker, a folding knife, a bundle of plastic garbage bags, a can of fruit, a can of meat, 2 packs of instant noodles. The most eye-catching thing was a fully packaged bottle of Lao Gan Ma spicy crispy chili oil. This is the best Lao Gan Ma. Xin Yuqing couldn't help but say. Their life is not good now. There are so many zombies in the city that they will die if they go in. They can only wander around the urban and rural areas, and there is very little food to find. They mostly go to the river to catch some fish, or catch a stray dog or something, and the most lacking is seasoning. With this bottle of Lao Gan Ma, their food will taste much better. After saying this, he realized that it was not the right time to say this, and quickly kept silent. The most urgent task now is not Lao Gan Ma, but to persuade Fang Qi to give up the idea of leaving the team. After all, Fang Qi is a rare dual system, and level 2 superpower in the camp. One of her superpowers is the terrifying 5 times explosive power, which can knock a reptile away with one punch. Another is that she can turn waste into treasure for inanimate objects. For example, if she picks up a knife that is broken into 2 pieces, she has a 1/10 chance of returning the knife to its most complete and sharp state after using her superpower. If she leaves, it will not only be a loss for their team, but also have an impact on the entire camp. If they were in the camp now, Captain Zhou would definitely be able to persuade her. But now that Captain Zhou is not here, they can only hope that Zhao Siyuan can persuade Fang Qi to stay. Except for Fang Qi, the other 3 people all looked at Zhao Siyuan. But Zhao Siyuan rarely said anything. He just confirmed with Fang Qi, "Are you really going to leave?" Fang Qi's answer was very certain, "Yes." "Then take all these things with you. You don't have to leave half." Zhao Siyuan pointed to the pile of things on the ground. Fang Qi looked at him strangely, which did not match her impression of Zhao Siyuan's character in the past. A man as meticulous as him would never let her take these things away. But the burning sensation in her body, and the gradually heavy eyelids reminded her that it was not appropriate to stay here for long. The critical point of human alienation to zombies is the weakest time of that person. If they knew she was injured, they would definitely kill her when she was weakest. She didn't want to die. No matter when. Fang Qi took those things away neatly, and soon left their sight. Su Zhihai widened his eyes, and couldn't help asking, "Brother Zhao, why did you really let Sister Qi go? We are still waiting for you to persuade her." Zhao Siyuan rubbed his fingers, twisted off the dust on his hands just now, and smiled softly. "It's okay, we will see her again." The sky gradually darkened, and golden clouds appeared on one side of the sky, while countless bony tree shadows were projected in the forest on the other side. From time to time, the sound of a few crickets could be heard in the autumn wind, and occasionally there were some birds singing. Under a large banyan tree that formed a forest of one tree, Chio scratched her head in annoyance. Yes, she was lost. Before, she was busy pedaling her bike, and didn't notice that she had passed several forks in the road. Now there is not even a signpost nearby. In the era of advanced mobile communications, she is used to relying on her mobile phone for everything. When she is hungry, she can order takeout. When she is bored, she can read novels. And when she can't find the way, she can use her mobile phone to check the navigation. Those navigations are also very considerate, showing you what shops and landmarks are on both sides of the road, so you will never get lost. She came to Qilin City only once for the civil service examination, and she is not familiar with this place at all. At most, she had looked at the map of Qilin City at the front desk of a hotel near the test site when she checked in, and she focused on the famous scenic spots marked on it. She also wanted to check in after the test, so who would remember the map? But now Chio only had a dead Apple phone in her pocket that she had pulled out of her clothes before. She kept it because she thought that if she could find a place to charge it one day, it might still work. And even if it didn't work, the phone screen could still be used as a mirror. Chio took out her phone and pressed it again and again, hoping to charge it. After fiddling with it for a long time, she finally gave up. She stuffed it back into her pocket angrily. She glanced at the man in a suit, who was still tied up with a rope not far behind her. The man in the suit's gray eyes were staring at an ant nest on the ground. His body was motionless, standing like an iron pillar, without any vitality at all. It was impossible to expect the man in the suit to find the way. Chio took a deep breath after parking the car, and decided to be self-reliant. She first recalled several scenic spots she remembered on the map in the hotel. The old street where she regained consciousness before was called Liio, located in the old city area in the north of Chilon City. There is a famous scenic spot called Yinhu Scenic Area to the north of Liio, which is a National 5A level scenic spot. I just don't know if the direction she is walking now is to Yinhu Scenic Area. Chio began to recall the way to identify directions in the wild. The first is to look at the tree rings. Her father told her that the rings are always wider in the south and narrower in the north. Chio looked around, and basically there were slightly yellowed trees and lush bushes in all directions, and no tree was cut down. Failed. The second method is to look at the sun. The sun is always everywhere. Every day at noon, the sun is in the south, and every day at dusk, the sun will set in the west. This is an eternal law. She looked at the sun, which was now on her left-hand side. The left hand is west. The third method is to identify the direction based on the ant hole. The entrance of the ant hole is generally facing south. Brother Suit, please move aside, you are blocking my view of the ant nest. Chio gave Brother Suit a small push, pushing Brother Suit to stagger, and she suddenly thought, it's not good to always call you Brother Suit. For the life and death friendship we have spent a day together, why don't I give you a name? My last name is Li, you take my last name? My name is Chio, and your name is Li Dong. Brother Suit had no reaction to his new name. He snorted and roared, once again treating Chio as a human. But he stopped again, when he was only a few centimeters away from Chio. In his eyes, Chio was a fellow with a strange smell. Sometimes delicious, sometimes disgusting. He even felt a faint fear of her. Fear? Li Dong's eyes moved. This emotion that zombies would not have flashed through his mind. Chio lowered her head, and did not notice Li Dong's abnormality. Soon Chio determined the direction based on the direction of the ant nest, and the direction of the sun. She pointed to a path. Let's go, we should be in the Yinhu Scenic Area from here. If everything goes well, we may be able to find a bed there tonight. As far as she knew, there was not only a wetland park in the Yinhu Scenic Area, but also a bathing beach and a resort hotel. She would definitely find a lot of food there, as well as a map of Chilon City. Chio could feel that she was getting hungrier and hungrier, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva behind Li Dong's back. She had to speed up. This path was more difficult to walk than she had imagined. This was a banyan forest, with thick roots of banyan trees spread all over the place, making it impossible for bicycles to pass. But it was impossible for Chio to give up the bicycle. Anyway, there won't be anyone in this forest, so why don't you work hard for a while? Chio patted Li Dong's shoulder. I feed you for a day, and I use you for a while. Li Dong let Chio lift the 28-bar bike onto his back in a daze. The sudden weight bent his back, and he accidentally rubbed off a piece of his scalp. Chio stared at the scalp with hair attached, silently spitting some saliva on it, and then smeared it on the back of Li Dong's head. Forget it, let's leave the car here first. If we find a usable car in the scenic area, we will drive. If not, we will come back tomorrow to get it. Perhaps because he felt sorry for Li Dong, Chio's voice became softer. Chio Dong and the two zombies began their journey through the banyan forest. At this time, Chio did not realize that this banyan forest was already within the scope of Yinhu Scenic Area. She did not realize that the banyan forest was so large that people could get lost after nightfall. When she realized it, the night invaded her with hunger and fatigue. The internal organs of the body were entangled and clamoring, stimulating Chio's eating instinct. She looked at Li Dong with red eyes. Give me a bite. She swallowed her saliva, and slowly stretched out her hand to Li Dong. Chapter 7. The moonlight poured down on the two zombies through the gaps in the woods. Li Dong looked silently at Chio, who kept approaching him. His eyes looked down, revealing most of the whites of his eyes. He was watching his kind doing strange things. Chio held one of Li Dong's arms, and pulled up the clothes layer by layer. First the outermost black suit, then the close-fitting shirt inside, until the straight and slender arm was exposed. Chio was completely obsessed with her appetite. What was in front of her was not a zombie at all, but a piece of butter bread with the package torn open. She opened her mouth and bit it without hesitation. The sharp teeth pierced into Liong's hard zombie flesh, just like a thirsty person drinking sweet water. She increased the speed of biting, like a lion on the African grassland tearing a fragile antelope. Liong still looked at her quietly, without any resistance, as if the bitten body was not his own. Chio quickly swallowed the piece of meat in her mouth after chewing it a few times. But this was just an appetizer, and then there was another bite. Soon, there was a place on the arm where the bones were exposed. If you look closely, you can see some black spots attached to these bones, emitting a stench like garbage piled up for several days under the summer sun. Perhaps her chewing sound was too loud, which once again affected Liong's judgment. He seemed to feel the breath of humans again. Liong's figure swayed in the dark night. He moved his neck, and the rotten bone at the connection between his neck and shoulder squeaked. The roar came from his throat, which seemed particularly creepy in the dim and peaceful night. Liong's mouth also kept opening, revealing his smelly teeth, sticky saliva, and black tongue. He stretched out his other hand to Chio and grabbed her sweater sleeve, and the breath he exhaled also rubbed Chio's forehead. He was only a very small distance away from the delicious food, and he only needed to get one step closer to get it. But this charming human fragrance slipped away from him again. He still saw this strange fellow in front of him. The stench belonging to the same fellow made Liong grin, and his wrinkled face showed a nauseous expression. Chio suddenly felt like she had a dream. In the dream, she jumped off a cliff, and the excitement of falling from a high altitude made her wake up suddenly. The scene in front of her eyes gradually went from blurry to clear. She was holding Liong's left arm in her hand, and there was a piece of meat that she hadn't chewed in her mouth. And Liong's right hand was holding her wrist, and his face was almost close to hers, and there was a nauseous expression on the zombie face. If someone passed by at this time, they would definitely think that this was a couple who turned into zombies. Otherwise, how could they be so intimate after turning into zombies? Chio shook off Liong's hand and stepped back a few steps to distance herself from him, while silently swallowing the piece of meat in her mouth. Although it was a bit stuck in my teeth, it was really delicious. The meat was not dry or tough. Is this the taste of a strong young zombie in his 30s? Chio couldn't help but think. Then she reached out and touched her stomach, which was less hungry, and sighed, "Dong, we are a little ambiguous like this." Liong stood there with his eyes wide open, and didn't understand what Chio meant. Chio's eyes fell on Liong's bony arms, knowing that it was all her masterpiece. She suddenly became quiet, and gradually regained consciousness, remembering what she had done. At first, she took Liong on the road, just thinking of using him as a shield so that she could escape when she encountered danger. She never thought that Liong could also serve as a food reserve. And this food reserve was very conscious of being a food reserve, and just stood there and let her eat. If she hadn't suddenly woken up, I'm afraid Liong would have been eaten up by her. Chio was obviously not that hungry anymore, but she was not that happy. She found that the bottom line of eating had been broken again and again within 2 days. From eating zombie corpses to regain consciousness, to wanting to find human food, no matter how full the human food was, she could only eat 178 zombie corpses with tears. And now she is so hungry that she has no choice but to eat living zombies. The time from being full to being hungry is so short. 178 zombie corpses only allowed her to barely support herself for about 12 hours. 6 hours after eating, around noon, she began to feel hungry, but it was mild and completely tolerable. In the afternoon, she was so hungry that she had to eat stinky fish to fill her stomach. Then at dusk, she had consumed too much energy riding, and after nightfall, the huge hunger penetrated every inch of her flesh and blood, making it difficult for her to stay awake and make independent judgments. The evolution of human beings is to become increasingly powerful superpowers and adapt to the changes in the world. And the direction of evolution of her pseudo-zombie is probably to become a real zombie. Maybe she will get hungrier and hungrier in the future, and need more meat to be full. Otherwise, she will either starve to death, or simply not be able to stay awake. I'm afraid I eat living people sooner or later. Chio thought. She felt sad. No wonder immortal novels don't allow people to be with monsters. No one knows what the consequences of being mixed blood will be. She couldn't imagine that if she found her parents and best friend when she was the hungriest, and then ate them bit by bit. So bad habits should be changed from now on. It would be fine if I was a complete zombie, but unfortunately I'm not. Don't follow me. Chio said to Liong, "We have a long way to go." If you are beaten to death in the future, I won't eat you because we were companions. Leong didn't understand the frustration in Chio's words. His attention was attracted by the bird's nest on the treetop. The big bird had returned to the nest, and was feeding the young birds with insect food that they had found with great difficulty. The young birds stretched out their strange sharp beaks, and made noisy calls. The outer edge of their sharp beaks grew a circle of spikes that their parents did not have, which pricked the big bird and made it flap its wings in pain. Leong's attention to things that were not new humans was often less than a minute. But when he looked down, the strange fellow had walked farther and farther away. It was about 4 or 5 big banyan trees away from him, and it was about to disappear. Leong glanced at it indifferently, then retracted his gaze and wandered in another direction. He was going to look for fresh human flesh. He became a human again. Chio thought as he walked. Another benefit of becoming a zombie is that he has excellent night vision like a cat. Chio walked in the forest with unobstructed vision, which was no different from daytime. But there were always some inexplicable sounds coming from all around the woods, and those sounds always scared her. Chio decisively picked up a banyan tree branch on the ground and held it in her left hand, while holding the heavy wrench in her right hand. With these two things, she was not afraid of any danger. The branch could be thrown out to make it difficult for the enemy to identify the direction, and the wrench could cause a fatal blow to the approaching enemy. Chio swung the wrench, and the more she used it, the more handy it felt. But she soon dropped her hand, because exercise was very physically demanding. Although zombies generally don't feel sleepy or tired, Chio does. And being tired would make her hungry again. She had to take it easy before finding new suitable food. In order to save energy for her body, Chio would stop and rest every few hundred meters. This forest was very lush, and the thick roots of the banyan tree were the best stools. Chio sat on the tree root and straightened her back to look around. She had walked for so long but still hadn't reached the edge of the woods. She had to wonder if she had taken the wrong path again. God, can't you help me when I call you Lord? Chio drew circles on the ground with a branch. In a cartoon I watched when I was a child, there was a character called Hey Dashwai. He was a purple eggshell from the world of Gugwai. His favorite thing to do was to draw a circle in the corner and curse you. She wanted to curse God now. She gnashed her teeth and cursed. Before she had cursed for 10 seconds, Chio quickly changed her words and said a long string of words. I have never asked for leave since I was a child. I have to go to school for exams even if I have a fever. I respect teachers, respect the elderly, and love the young. I give up my seat to old ladies when I see them. I often stay at home and watch environmental protection propaganda films. I never play keyboard warriors online. I donate to disaster areas and disable children when I have nothing to do. I occasionally recite scriptures and eat vegetarian food, so you still have to bless me. Although Confucianism has the saying the master does not talk about strange things, the ancient sages do not advocate the worship of ghosts and gods, not that they do not believe in ghosts and gods. Chio closed her eyes and silently said in her heart, if there really is a God, then show me the way. Originally, Chio was just afraid in her heart, so she kept talking nonsense and playing here, but when she opened her eyes, a gust of wind blew across her nose. This gust of wind passed through the gap in the forest, bringing a strong smell of blood. The zombie body is about 5 times more sensitive to the smell of blood than humans. It's the smell of blood, Chio was sure at once. She just didn't know whether it was the blood of zombies or animals, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Since there was a smell of blood, was there food? She didn't even need to find the direction herself. Her body reacted faster than her brain, and soon took her to the direction where the smell of blood came from. As Chio walked further and further in that direction, she could feel that the banyan forest was gradually becoming sparse, and she couldn't help but speed up her pace. The aroma of the feast had already penetrated her nose, and she couldn't wait, hungry and thirsty, and it seemed that what she was holding in her hand was not a branch and a wrench, it was a knife and a fork. Then she saw a lake. The rippling lake water sparkled under the moonlight, with a hint of fantasy in the tranquility. The source of the bloody smell was hidden in the golden reeds on the shore of the lake. In the reeds, Fong Chi cut off the meat at her elbow with a knife. She stuffed a piece of clothes in her mouth, so that she didn't let out a single cry of pain. Although I don't know if this can delay the transformation into a zombie, there is no other way at the moment. Take one step at a time. Fong Chi cut off the piece of meat. She threw away the flesh, and then took up the tourniquet, and fixed it with difficulty. Sweat dripped down her forehead, soaking her coat. The only thing to be thankful for now was that Zhao Siyuan and his men didn't notice her abnormality. The camp had rules that didn't allow everyone to stay outside overnight, fearing that it was unsafe, so they should have gone back now. I still have a chance. Fang Qi was about to leave here, but suddenly heard a familiar voice. Qinmi's voice was always tender, brisk and lively. Brother Zhao, she is here as expected. Fang Qi's hand holding the knife trembled slightly, and she looked forward with a cold face. From Zhao Xiyuan to Qinmi, and then to Su Zhihai and Shen Yuqing, no one was missing. Chio was squatting in the grass, drooling at the piece of meat that Fang Qi had cut off. She was refreshed when she heard the voice. It really worked to pull a relationship with God. Not only did she get a meal against her luck, but she could even eat and watch the show at the same time. Chio let the swaying reeds hide her body and watched everything by the lake in silence. Chapter 8. You're following me? Fang Qi looked at the crowd only a dozen meters away from her, and a layer of coldness accumulated in her eyes. The bright moonlight shone on her face, which was pale due to the sudden blood loss. This face was so calm that there was no extra emotion. She rarely said such obvious nonsense before. Even she always spoke the least in the group, and always showed a sense of alienation from others. But now she said it. While saying this, Fang Qi looked directly at the Captain Zhao Xiyuan, and glanced in all directions, trying to find a gap to break through. But Zhao Xiyuan and his men were obviously prepared. Zhao Xiyuan, who was also a level 2 superpower like Fang Qi, blocked Fang Qi's front to prevent Fang Qi from jumping up, and Shen Yuqing, who was a level 1 superpower, blocked Fang Qi's left side, which was the trail to the tourist center of Yanhu's scenic area. And on the right side were Su Zhihai and Qinmi. Behind Fang Qi was a reed marsh that had grown luxuriantly after the natural disaster. These former teammates had completely blocked the direction in which Fang Qi could escape. Qinmi held a light and easy-to-use crowbar in his hand, and Su Zhihai held a long-handled mountaineering pick. It was given to them by Fang Qi before. Fang Qi was a mountaineering enthusiast, and when the zombie tide broke out, she still had these equipment in her backpack. Su Zhihai changed his usual liveliness. Not only did he not say a word, his eyes were still erratic, and even his hand holding the mountaineering pick was shaking slightly. Qinmi glanced at him, with a little bit of a sneer in his tone. Brother Zhao said that after killing Fang Qi, we will divide her supplies and hidden crystal cores equally. Neither of us has superpowers, so we need to absorb more crystal cores to see if we can awaken. Since you didn't object when we came, don't pretend now. Besides, even if we don't kill her, she will become a zombie, and it will be difficult to kill her then. It's already difficult for them to deal with E-level crawlers. A level 2 superpower like Fang Qi who becomes a zombie will not be weaker than a crawler. Qinmi's words just now pierced Su Zhihai's thoughts. Su Zhihai blushed and didn't even dare to look in Fang Qi's direction, fearing that he would look into Fang Qi's eyes. In this world now, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Although there are only a few people with superpowers in the camp, the superpowers don't treat them as ordinary people without superpowers differently on the surface. But everyone knows that if the real danger comes, they will be the first to be sacrificed. There is nothing more important than getting more crystal cores and praying for the opportunity to awaken superpowers. Fang Qi definitely has a lot of crystal cores on her. Qinmi, I didn't expect you to hate me so much. Fang Qi looked at Qinmi and spoke. Among the 5 people in the team, only Fang Qi and Qinmi were girls. At first, Qinmi was like Su Zhihai, calling Fang Qi's sister in a very intimate way. Now her targeting Fang Qi is not groundless. This has to be said that a few days ago, their team went to a remote underground mall. Before entering, everyone had a clear purpose, just food, water and fuel. But after entering, Qinmi saw that there were many clothing stores there, so she couldn't help but stay longer. She wanted to bring more beautiful and warm clothes back to the camp. Who would have thought that just because of this delay, a large group of zombies would gather at the entrance. 2 of the zombies were E-level reptiles, with explosive combat power. Although everyone finally broke through the siege, some of the supplies they had found were not taken out, and Su Zhihai was almost bitten by the reptiles. Fang Qi's face was extremely ugly, and she couldn't help but scold Qinmi. Since then, Qinmi has been dissatisfied with Fang Qi. Qinmi smiled sweetly and answered Fang Qi's words without hesitation. Yes, Sister Qi. Fang Qi lowered her head slightly, and took out a paper bag wrapped in several napkins from the interior layer of the backpack on her back. The paper bag was bulging and felt heavy in her hand. It could be vaguely seen that it was something that looked like stone. The crystal core you want is here. After seeing this paper bag, Zhao Xiyuan and Shen Yuqing's breathing became rapid. They had seen this paper package, which was indeed what Fang Qi usually used to store crystal cores. At that time, they also said privately that Fang Qi was too careless. He just wrapped such a precious thing as crystal core with a few pieces of torn paper, and he was not afraid that others would throw it away as garbage. In the more than 1 month since the end of the world, the role of crystal cores has been verified by various methods. It is the source of the zombie's strange power, and the only thing in the zombies' bodies that does not carry the zombie virus. In the lowest level zombies, the crystal core is as big as the little fingernail, and the color is like the most ordinary gravel on the ground. Going up to E-level reptiles, or even D-level intelligent species, their crystal cores will become larger, about the size of a thumbnail, and the color will become lighter. The upgrade and recovery of superpowers by superpowers all require the assistance of crystal cores. More importantly, crystal cores are also useful for ordinary people. Some people have found that grinding crystal cores into powder and letting ordinary people eat them will greatly increase the chances of ordinary people awakening superpowers. Although the superpowers awakened by this method are often ordinary in type, and even useless, they are better than nothing. The reason why ordinary people like Shinmi and Sujihai go out so desperately is to give themselves a chance. In short, crystal cores are good for both superpowers and ordinary people. For pairs of eyes looked at the package in Fong Chi's hand. Such a bulging paper package looks like it can hold at least 40 or 50 crystals. In this way, everyone can get at least 10 crystal cores. 10 zombie crystal cores are equivalent to taking the risk of killing 10 zombies. And there may be crystal cores of E-level reptiles in these paper packages. But now you can get them as long as you catch Fong Chi. Zhao Xiyuan slowly spoke. Fong Chi, we don't want this to happen. But we are all friends, and we also want to see you off, without any ill intentions. Zhao Xiyuan. In fact, we still have something in common. Fong Chi suddenly said. Zhao Xiyuan narrowed his eyes. What? We both want each other's life. Fong Chi lowered her head. Her voice was very soft. So soft that only Liio, who was in the reed marsh with her, could hear it. Liio was chewing the big leek she had picked up slowly in her mouth, and the corners of her eyes were raised, revealing her joy at eating at the moment. She didn't like to chew slowly when eating, but this kind of food was hard to come by, and it was more delicious than anything she had eaten before. Liio wanted to chew 100 of it, and savor it carefully. But she couldn't chew too loudly at this time, otherwise she would be discovered by the group of people outside. They would definitely unite, and kill her first. Seeing that the piece of meat was about to be chewed into mincemeat, Liio's eyes suddenly widened. She saw Fong Chi casually throw the paper bag into the lake next to her, and then stepped a few steps to Zhao Xiyuan's side. Fong Chi's uninjured right hand clenched into a fist, and entangled with Zhao Xiyuan. What are you doing? Zhao Xiyuan shouted distractedly while dismantling Fong Chi's desperate offensive. Who knew that the few people who always listened to him actually ran towards the lake? Xin Yuqing and Shinmi didn't even take off their coats, and dived into the water. Su Zhihai was a step slower, and didn't get into the water. Su Zhihai! Zhao Xiyuan shouted hurriedly, and it was a good helper at this time. He never expected that Fong Chi, who was infected with the zombie virus, could still jump so fast. His ability is copper skin and iron bones, and his body is 5 times harder than that of an ordinary person. It can be said that he is a perfect meat shield. But this meat shield is now facing a power-explosive monster like Fong Chi, just like meeting his nemesis. Fong Chi's whole body strength is concentrated in his right fist, and every blow he makes his internal organs hurt. So even if Su Zhihai has no ability, he can come to him as a shield to clamp Fong Chi. Fortunately, Su Zhihai did not disappoint Zhao Xiyuan, and he really turned around. Zhao Xiyuan smiled excitedly, and shouted to Su Zhihai, Zhihai, Brother Zhao was right about you. I will help you after killing Fong Chi. However, the mountaineering pick in Su Zhihai's hand was aimed at him. Zhao Xiyuan felt the blood rushing up his head, and he didn't understand. Are you crazy? I'm a human, she's a zombie, and you're helping her? Not to mention Zhao Xiyuan, even Fong Chi, who had used her superpowers to the point of exhaustion, was stunned. She looked at Su Zhihai suspiciously, thinking that this was another plan that they had discussed. But Su Zhihai's mountaineering pick directly hit Zhao Xiyuan's most vulnerable neck and back of the head. After more than a week of living and dying together, he knew that Zhao Xiyuan's superpowers of iron and steel only referred to the torso of his body, and his head was still as fragile as an ordinary person. Zhao Xiyuan was attacked from the front and back by Su Zhihai and Fong Chi, and he really didn't dodge that one, and was hit by the mountaineering pick and his head was broken and bleeding. The blood on his head flowed down his forehead, and flowed through his triangular eyes. Zhao Xiyuan's face was almost as black as the black curtain on the horizon. This attack completely angered Zhao Xiyuan, but what awaited him was a more violent attack from the two of them. In the lake, Shen Yuqing had already dived, leaving only Chinmi floating on the surface. Chinmi looked back and discovered the situation here, but seemed to be hesitant and had no intention of coming up to help. What she wanted more was the crystal core that Fang Qi had thrown into the lake. She thought that Zhao Xiyuan would not be defeated by Fang Qi, who was about to die, and Su Zhihai, who had no superpowers. So Chinmi did not notify Shen Yuqing, who was underwater. It was because Chinmi was too confident in Zhao Xiyuan that when she found that the fight on the shore was gradually subsiding, it was too late. When Zhao Xiyuan fell, Fang Qi's right hand was already bloody. Of course, half of it was her blood and half was Zhao Xiyuan's. Su Zhihai stood aside with a pale face, and his mountaineering pick was also stained with Zhao Xiyuan's blood. But he was different from Fang Qi. He didn't want Zhao Xiyuan's life at first, he just wanted Fang Qi to get away. He was about to let Fang Qi leave quickly, but he didn't expect Fang Qi to speak first. You should leave quickly. Fang Qi's superpowers have been exhausted, and it will take at least until tomorrow morning to recover, but she knows that she probably won't be able to wait until tomorrow morning. The dizziness is getting stronger and stronger. She was originally thirsty, and wanted to drink water, but now she has a desire for Zhao Xiyuan's blood. Sister Qi, you go, I dragged them for you. Su Zhihai panted, and he saw Chinmi and Shen Yuqing swimming to the shore. Li Chio in the reeds was worried about them, thinking, why don't you two run together while you're talking? Take this, if you don't leave, I turn into a zombie and eat you first. Fang Qi's tone was cold, but what she handed to Su Zhihai was the real crystal core she collected. The paper bag thrown into the lake before was just some broken stones, which she picked up on the lake embankment. She didn't expect that this group of people would really fall for it. Run! Li Chio, the outsider, shouted in his heart, fearing that Su Zhihai would have to say a few touching words. But Su Zhihai was only stunned for a moment, nodded to Fang Qi, and immediately turned around and ran. Seeing Su Zhihai running away, Fang Qi sat down next to Zhao Xiyuan's body with exhaustion. She glanced at the person who died with his eyes open beside her coldly, and finally cast her eyes on Shen Yuqing and Chinmi, who had already landed. Her pupils were already grayish-white, and the veins on her neck were bulging. The remaining rationality in her mind told her that she needed to deal with the two people in front of her as soon as possible. Li Chio squatted in the reeds and thought, overtime is coming. She really wanted to know when they would finish the game so that she could go out for a buffet. But at this time, there was a roar coming from far away. Li Chio pulled aside some reeds, and saw that the suit on the zombie looked familiar, but why was he crawling on the ground with all four limbs? Chapter 9. Li Chio remembered that he had just parted ways with Li Dong not long ago, when he was still a sturdy F-class zombie. But after just a few hours, Li Dong had evolved into an E-class reptile. This upgrade speed is too fast. Li Chio couldn't help thinking that this guy must have been a real role king in school and the workplace when he was alive, and he made people of the same period miserable. Li Chio, who has always adhered to the golden mean, gritted his teeth secretly and cursed in his heart. Now he has become a zombie, and he still rolls me. However, Li Dong's joining made the originally unclear situation clear at once. Li Chio held his chin and began to analyze it based on his general understanding of several players on the field. There are two players in the human camp. Shen Yuqing, a level 1 psychic, has an ability to move his hands extremely fast. After crossing his hands, the frequency can be as fast as an electric fan turned to the strongest gear, which is equivalent to the two hands being able to play a role like fan blade cutting. Chinmi is just an ordinary person holding a crowbar. There are also two players in the zombie camp. Li Dong, an E-level reptile, has an amazing crawling speed and can quickly approach the target and deliver a fatal blow. Fang Qi, a level 2 dual system psychic, is rapidly transforming into a zombie. It is estimated that the level after becoming a zombie will not be low. In this overtime match, you can guess which side has a greater chance of winning without much thought. At this time, there was another sound of falling into the water. Chinmi turned around and was surprised to find that Shen Yuqing had jumped into the water again. He used the power of his hands to install a pair of oars in the water and swam away quickly. It was clear that he didn't even dare to fight and ran away directly. Chinmi was so angry that she spat on the spot, but seeing the reptiles getting closer and closer to her, she didn't care to continue cursing Shen Yuqing, and hurriedly imitated Shen Yuqing and wanted to jump into the lake. She thought that zombies might not be able to swim, and as long as they entered the water, they should be safe. Unfortunately, Chinmi was caught by a sticky hand when only half of her body jumped above the lake. Li Dong's hands grew sharp claws similar to those of cats, with barbs, and he could catch anything with his hands. His gray-white pupils stared at Chinmi. Li Dong had no intention of chasing Shen Yuqing. After all, the food in front of him was the most important. Fang Qi breathed a sigh of relief, fell to the ground with exhaustion, and closed her eyes. The unbearable high temperature in her body was burning her blood and bones, and quickly took away her last consciousness as a human being. When Fang Qi opened her eyes again, from then on, she was just a zombie, a ruthless eating machine wandering in the wilderness ruins. Zombie Fang Qi trembled and got up from the ground, looking at Zhao Xiyuan's body. Perhaps it was the instinct left in her body when she was a human. Her way of eating was to punch it until it broke, and then start to move. Li Chio had already come out of the reed marsh, and when he passed by Fang Qi, the unique aura of Fang Qi belonging to a human superpower had disappeared. Li Chio looked at Zhao Xiyuan on the ground. His stomach churned, but he didn't vomit anything. Zhao Xiyuan's miserable appearance was comparable to a car accident scene. Who could resist vomiting after seeing it? But Li Chio felt that her acceptance was getting higher and higher. Zombie Fang Qi was originally concentrating on beating the corpse, and suddenly heard the human voice, and turned her head sharply. What attracted Fang Qi even more was the bloody smell on Li Chio. Fresh and moving food is naturally more attractive than dead food. Reptile Fang Qi immediately used all 4 limbs, crawled on the ground, and rushed towards Li Chio's back at a high speed. Fragrant, moving human. But when Fang Qi crawled to Li Chio, she suddenly felt that the smell was not right, and stopped in place with a blank face. Li Chio turned around, patted his chest, and kept muttering, "Why are you like Li Dong? Look carefully, I am a zombie, not a human." Although she said so, Li Chio was still a little scared. She was afraid that Fang Qi was a variant of zombies, like her. Fortunately, Fang Qi just stared at Li Chio coldly for a while, then turned around and ran towards Zhao Xiyuan's body, continuing what she had not done just now. Li Chio breathed a sigh of relief and ran to Li Dong. She was not familiar with Fang Qi, and even though she had turned from a human into a zombie, she still liked to stay around familiar people. The most important thing was that Li Chio clearly remembered why she was half-starved in the month before she regained her human consciousness. Because zombies actually have the problem of protecting food. Those zombies with big bodies and strong strength have no sense of sharing at all. If there are too many zombies fighting for food, they will fight each other. Most of the time, Li Chio ran very slowly, and every time she arrived, those people had already transformed into zombies. Occasionally, there were 2 times when a human survivor happened to be very close to her. She was excited for only 2 seconds, and before she could pounce on him, she was squeezed by the zombies, who came and fell on her buttocks. But Li Chio was not afraid of Li Dong. After all, he was named by himself. If there was such a thing as a household registration in the zombie world, they would definitely be considered relatives. By the lake, Li Dong was holding Chinmi, his pale face stained with some blood. Chinmi was dead. She probably never thought that she would end up like this. When the degree of human body damage exceeds a certain limit, even if infected with the zombie virus, it can no longer become a zombie. Li Chio squatted on the side and watched a life disappear like this. He couldn't help but be stunned, and there was some sadness in his heart. Li Dong had no opinion on Li Chio squatting next to him, nor did he show any action to protect his food because of Li Chio's arrival. Li Chio turned his head and looked at Fang Qi's position. Fang Qi was no longer there. Fang Qi, who was lying on all 4s, had crawled into the banyan forest and soon disappeared. No one knew where she was going. Maybe she was going to find a new target. The genes of zombie mutations only have hunger engraved on them. Li Chio picked up the big backpack that Fang Qi had left on the ground. Fireflies flew out of the reed marsh, reflecting on Li Chio's face. She scooped up lake water with her hands to wash her face, and then washed her hands clean to remove the unknown traces. Li Chio raised her head, and water drops dripped from her face. The long-lost feeling of fullness made her very satisfied, and her limbs felt a lot of strength. Li Dong stood by from beginning to end, and I don't know what he was thinking. Since you are back again, let's stay together for another night. Li Chio picked up several backpacks scattered on the ground, poured all the contents on the ground, and began to choose. Finally, she selected 2 bottles of drinking water, 1 lighter, 1 emergency lighting flashlight, 1 first aid medical kit, containing iodine, alcohol, tourniquet, painkillers, cold medicine, antipyretics, anti-intestinal infection medicine, tweezers, gauze, blades, cotton swabs, 1 sleeping bag, 1 climbing rope, 1 fish hook and 1 bundle of fishing line, as well as 2 packs of compressed biscuits and 1 can of meat. She stuffed all these things into her backpack, and put the rest into another backpack for Li Dong to carry. Li Dong let her fiddle with it, but his cold eyes were cast into the depths of Yanhu Lake. He did not forget that there was another target who had escaped there. Chio stopped beside the trail, turned on the flashlight he had just found, and carefully distinguished the erected road signs. This trail is called Happy Avenue. It will first cross the White Horse Bridge, pass by Shuyuntai and Winway Pavilion, and then reach Yinhu Hotel. That is where Chio wanted to go. Chio did not know that the escaped Shinyuching had already landed at another place in Yinhu Lake and ran towards their survivor camp. Chapter 10. After eating, Chio had endless energy. Not only did she trot along with the weight, she also used the zombie's night vision to see all the attractions along the way. Chio had never been to such a popular attraction with so few people in her life. This is a 5A level scenic spot. Before the natural disaster, not only did the ticket cost more than 100 yuan, but there were people everywhere. If she wanted to take a few commemorative photos, she had to queue up and punch in. The only regret was that she didn't have a mobile phone or camera with enough power to take pictures. Chio ran wildly, and occasionally saw some stray cats and dogs popping up in a few places along the way. These cats and dogs didn't know what they ate to grow up, and they were all fat and strong, with a cold light in their eyes that showed the state of hunting. This made Chio not have the courage to touch the cats and dogs. What if zombies also get rabies? Be alert. After running a little tired, Chio stood in the Moon Pavilion and looked around, and found that Leong was still walking slowly in the distance. It took him so long to pass the rockery. As a reptile, he seemed to crawl on all fours only when he was ready to attack. At other times, he was still wandering like a zombie. This was simply too confusing. If a human survivor who didn't know about reptiles ran into Leong and blindly thought that he was an F-level zombie, he would be bitten by Leong. Leong, hurry up! Chio shouted, we are here. Because there was no one around, and it was very quiet, Chio's voice spread far away. Leong was really attracted by the voice, and his wandering steps became faster. After a while, Leong ran to Chio. There was a little bit of blood in his grayish-white pupils, and his wrinkled face was calm as he looked at Chio quietly. He didn't mistake Chio for food like before. Chio thought that the reason why Leong had made such great progress was that he became a little smarter after evolving from F-level to E-level, and could understand the call of her D-level intelligent species. There are many forks in the road here, don't get lost. Chio kindly handed one end of the crowbar to Leong, and pulled the other end herself. This is better than wrapping it with a plastic rope before. Leong was suddenly attracted by Zhao Siyuan and the others, and the rope made her hand still have a circle of marks. Speaking of which, this crowbar was also an equipment dropped from Chinmi, and Chio rubbed it up and down with lake water to wash off the blood. If she didn't wash it, she was afraid that if she got hungry again, she might suck on the stick directly. She thought that scene was a bit perverted, and she would never allow it to happen. Chio was lost in thought, and when she came to her senses, she saw that Leong had already walked in front of her. Wait for me, she shouted. Yinhu Hotel is not only the largest hotel in Yinhu Scenic Area, but also one of the busiest commercial areas in Qilan City. There are not only a variety of luxury guest rooms and presidential suites, but also gyms, hot springs, indoor and outdoor swimming pools, water parks, 3-story restaurants, shopping centers, book bars, etc. It perfectly replicates another downtown CBD in Qilan City. Only 1 kilometer away from here, Chio's pace gradually slowed down. She hesitated a little, vaguely aware that something was wrong. As far as she knew, the zombie tide broke out very suddenly, and many people had no concept of prevention at all. After all, she herself was bitten during the recruitment of public institutions. Before that, there was no news about zombies in national news, local news, or self-media. The only unusual thing is that many people in various places have suffered from high fever. Experts say this is a new type of influenza. No matter how serious the influenza is, it is not fatal. It is nothing more than taking more cold medicine, and everyone's life is still the same as usual. Those who should go to work, and those who should go to school go to school. No one stopped because of this influenza. Who knew that on August 19th, the day when Chio took the exam, almost half of the influenza patients turned into zombies. It was also on that day that the end of the world really arrived. In this case, there should be a lot of tourists coming to Yinhu Scenic Area on that day. It is no exaggeration to say that in the peak tourist season of August, the daily flow of tourists in Yinhu Scenic Area is estimated to be around 500,000. Excluding those who left after sightseeing, there should be at least 50,000 to 60,000 tourists and staff in the scenic area when the zombie tide broke out. Yinhu Scenic Area is composed of 3 small islands around the lake, and tourists should be scattered in these 3 areas. Then, there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 people in each area. Even if some of these 20,000 to 30,000 people can escape from the zombie tide, what about the remaining zombies? Chio didn't encounter a single zombie all the way here. The only possibility seems to be that they are all in the hotel. If they are in the hotel, there is only one possibility: hunting living people. The presidential suite, at the highest point of Yanhu Hotel. As Chio thought, there is indeed a group of human survivors here. One of them is the hotel lobby manager, one is the hotel cleaner, and the other 8 are tourists. Among these 8 tourists, 4 boys are from a university dormitory, a middle-aged couple is a man and a woman, and there is a mother with a 10-year-old daughter. After the end of the world, this huge hotel has become a coliseum. These 10 people have fought bloody battles for more than a month, and they dare not relax every day to survive until now. Even the youngest 10-year-old girl here has the ability to manipulate any inanimate objects within a 1-meter range. Everyone holds the belief that they must survive. But today, they almost lost confidence. I don't know what happened to the zombies in the scenic area. Not only did they not evacuate, but they gathered today, and gathered on every floor of the hotel. The dense zombies are like raindrops falling from the sky, penetrating every hole. They smell the smell on each floor and room by room, looking for their traces. It is only a matter of time to find the room at the highest point. There was no light in the room, the curtains were closed, only an aromatherapy candlestick was lit in the center of the floor, emitting a faint light, illuminating the sad faces of the 10 people. I have a way. A chubby boy among the college students spoke up. Everyone became excited. We use the curtains to make a rope, find one person to swing out of the window, attract the attention of the zombies, and the others take the opportunity to flip down from the other side and escape. He said. Good idea. Many people agreed, with hope in their eyes. The boy paused and continued. But the person who swings out will have to find a way to escape. If you all agree with this method, let's draw lots now. He actually said it very tactfully. Anyone who is not a fool knows that the person who attracts attention has basically no chance of survival. Just like the old question, the train brakes failed, there are 5 people on the track in front, and there is 1 person on the fork on the other side. Which side should it hit? Some people will choose to hit the established normal route and let 5 people die. More people will change the route, thinking that sacrificing 1 is better than 5. The best way now is that 1 person may die, which is better than 10 people who are sure to die. Who would be willing to be this person? Drawing lots is the fairest way. The boy tore a piece of paper from the opinion book and marked it in the candlelight. He put each paper ball of similar size into the paper box and shook it. Draw it. 9 of the 10 paper balls have ping written on them, and 1 hasn't written on it. The person who is in is. The boy explained the rules, and in order to avoid suspicion that someone would say he cheated, he did not draw the first one. Everyone stretched out his hand from the darkness and listened to the selection of fate. They even felt reluctant to open it. Who would have thought that they would be afraid of the word in one day? Have you opened it all? The boy took the lead and unfolded his paper ball and placed it next to the candlelight. On it was a scribbled word ping. It's me. A voice came from the darkness. It was the man from the middle-aged couple. He and his wife opened a breakfast shop. They got up early and went to bed late every day to sell buns and steamed buns. After their son went abroad to study, the couple finally had time to travel here. Who would have thought that they would never go back? It's me. The woman held the man's hand, and with tears in her eyes, she didn't dare to shout too loudly, for fear of attracting zombies. I go. Everyone else was silent. The candidate has been chosen. Whether it's a man or a woman, it's always one of them. The lobby manager's ability was danger perception. He was panicking and hurriedly urged, I feel those zombies are about to come to this floor, hurry up. Finally, the man tied one end of the curtain to his waist. He pulled open a corner of the curtain with a deathly pale face and was about to smash the window to go out, but suddenly stopped. He turned around and said to the people in the room, someone is coming. At this time, Chio and Leong had already walked to the door of the hotel. Chio stared at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. All kinds of zombies were wandering here, not only walking corpses, but also crawling species. Chio even vaguely saw a zombie looking at her. Is that a D-level intelligent species? Chapter 11. The highway toll station about 25 kilometers away from Yanhu's scenic area has been requisitioned by a group of human superpowers as a survivor camp. There are about 40 people in the camp, half of whom are superpowers, and the other half are either relatives and friends of these superpowers, or people who were accidentally rescued by them and stayed. Some came first, some came later, and they huddled together in the camp to keep warm and fight against this damn world. It was already late, but no one in the camp went to bed tonight. Zhao Gene sure sat cross-legged next to the campfire, his sharp eyes moving up and down with the leaping flames, thinking about the decision in his heart. The people around him were originally anxious, worried, angry, and complaining because a team had not returned for a long time, but now they calmed down because of Zhao Gene's calmness. Everyone turned their eyes to Zhao Gene. Zhao Gene is not the oldest in the camp, but he is the most powerful and well-planned one. He is their well-deserved camp leader and combat group leader. The camp itself was set up by Zhao Gene. In less than half a month, Zhao Gene took people out every day and brought back a large amount of supplies and crystal cores. They had a place to stay as they drifted like duckweed. According to the plan, in a few days, Captain Zhao would take them to continue to move south. According to Captain Zhao, the weather is unpredictable now. It is already cold in September. They can't stay here any longer. There is a human fortress built by the military in Fengjiang province in the south. There are abundant supplies. Going there is the best choice. Originally, everything was planned well, but now it was broken because a team broke the rule of not staying overnight outside. The people in the camp knew that something had probably happened to the team led by Zhao Xiyuan. 3 psychics and 2 ordinary people, this lineup is not bad. Even this could happen. It is estimated that they encountered at least 2 reptiles. At least before Shen Yuqing came back, everyone thought that they were unlucky and encountered multiple reptiles, and no one thought about the internal fighting of the team. Captain Zhao, it's Shen Yuqing. The night watchman near the camp shouted to the campfire. Shen Yuqing was wet, and he rolled and crawled all the way. He was covered with a lot of mud and leaves. The whole person looked like he had rolled in the mud. After knowing that he was discovered, he immediately lay on the ground, panting and unable to crawl anymore. Let Dr. Jiang come over, Zhao Gene said. Dr. Jiang's name is Jiang Song, 36 years old, thin and skinny, and likes to wear a white mask. Before the apocalypse, he ran a small clinic. He was a bachelor, and his family would not be hungry if he ate enough. After the apocalypse, he did not awaken any special powers, and was almost eaten by zombies. Fortunately, he shouted loudly enough at the critical moment, and Zhao Gene, who was passing by and was red-eyed with killing, heard him, so he survived. Now he follows Zhao Gene wholeheartedly, and becomes the team doctor in the camp. Jiang Song looked at him with disgust for a long time, and finally concluded, there are no suspicious wounds on his body. The people around him breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly carried Shen Yuqing, who was like a drowned chicken, into the camp. What's going on? Zhao Gene spoke solemnly by the campfire. Shen Yuqing took a cup of hot water to calm down. His body was still shivering, and the expression on his face was as miserable as it could be. In his intermittent narration, he concealed the fact that they besieged Fang Qi. The rest of the stories were basically half true and half false. It was said that Fang Qi was infected with the zombie virus and wanted to attack several people. They were not prepared for Fang Qi and almost died in Fang Qi's hands. Brother Zhao is dead. Shen Yuqing's face turned pale under the reflection of the campfire. He closed his eyes and continued, we are not Fang Qi's opponents at all. Later, a reptile came to help her. Fang Qi and the reptile killed Brother Zhao first, and then Xiaomi. Su Zhihai may have run to Yanhu Hotel. I jumped into the lake and ran back by luck. Hearing the news of the death of 3 people, everyone around fell silent. In the past half-month, Zhao Gene has tried to avoid danger when planning the routes for each team to go out every day. Under Zhao Gene's leadership, people in the camp may be injured, but no one has died. This is also the reason why most people believe him. But I didn't expect that 3 people in Zhao Xiyuan's 5-person team died today. Of the other 2 people who survived, 1 came back, and the other ran into a terrifying place like Yanhu Hotel. Yanhu Hotel is located in the center of the 3 small islands in Yanhu Scenic Area, covering an area of about 300 acres. Before the end of the world, the more than 300 rooms in the hotel were almost full every day, and the material reserves were extremely rich. At first, the people in the camp considered using Yanhu Hotel as a camp, or coming here to find materials, but the number of zombies in the scenic area was like a swarm of Christian carp, and they could not get through the zombie tide with their strength. Now no one knows what the zombies in there have evolved to. Su Zhihai ran over, and most likely he would be in danger. So although 2 people survived, Shen Yuqing was the only one left alive. After explaining himself, Shen Yuqing covered his face and said, it's all my fault. In this battle between humans and zombies, they were completely defeated. From then on, the number of people in the camp was reduced from 40 to 36. Many people who were familiar with Shen Yuqing came forward to comfort him. Jiang Song yawned and handed a roasted sweet potato to Zhao Gene, who walked aside. You don't want to go, do you? He and Zhao Gene had not known each other for a long time, but he thought he knew this person a little bit. Zhao Gene was not someone who would easily abandon his companions. Zhao Gene is now his lifesaver, Jiang Song hurriedly said. Hey, don't let me get it right. Even ghosts can see that what he said is full of loopholes. The end point of the route you plan for them is the old neighborhood, which bypasses the Yanhu scenic area. Even if they are panicking and really being hunted by Fang Qi, they will not dare to go there. Unless there is something that can make them risk their lives. Yeah. Zhao Gene nodded, and did not refute Jiang Song's statement. Jiang Song's saliva was almost dry, but he didn't expect Zhao Gene to still look calm. He couldn't help but get anxious. Damn, I said it in vain. Zhao Gene raised his hand slightly, revealing the magic in his hand. Su Zhihai is very smart, he may not die, and he should be saved if he can. My superpowers have been stagnant recently, so I'm going to try it. Before, he really didn't dare to challenge the tens of thousands of zombies in the Yanhu scenic area, but now it's different. During this period of killing, his superpowers have reached the peak of level 3, only a hair's breadth away from level 4. He needs an opportunity to upgrade. Jiang Song looked at the divine sword with a cold glow, swallowed his saliva, and was completely speechless. If his life-saving real person could be upgraded to level 4, their way to the south would be more secure. Liio stood on the gravel road at the entrance of the hotel, and did not move forward. She was not wrong. It was indeed a D-level intelligent species. The eyes of intelligent species were not completely crazy like other low-level zombies, but calm and peaceful, and they would show a look of scrutiny and inquiry like humans. I think all the zombies flocked here, and it must be the credit of this intelligent species. I just don't know how many D-level zombies are here. Chio was a little melancholy. She was a little happy that she was a D-level, which was considered a high status in the zombie world. I didn't expect to see zombies of the same level here so soon. It was like I just thought I got 90 points in the exam, and then I found that the average score of the whole class was 90. Chio's thoughts turned back to the present. Now this intelligent species has discovered her, and is looking at her with a sinister look. It seems to be considering whether Chio is a human or a zombie. Chio performed an expression package of holding his forehead and smiling bitterly. JPG on the spot. Li Dong, you say he is really stupid. How can he be even dumber than you? Even though he is an intelligent species, he still can't tell what I am. Li Dong, Li Dong took a big step, and wanted to rush towards the dense group of zombies. Like swallows returning to their nests, and birds returning to the forest, he seemed to want to return to his real companions. Anyway, they are all zombies. Li Dong should not be in danger. Chio took back the crowbar, and let him go wherever he wanted, just in time to be a forward for her. As for Chio herself, she was still trying to build up her mentality. Apart from anything else, the sight of so many living zombies together was a bit shocking to her. Zombies were wandering everywhere on the paths on both sides of the road, just like people queuing up for food in a canteen. Many zombies were missing arms and legs and were bloody, and some of them still had some unknown creature's internal organs in their mouths. There were some bodies lying on the ground that were pulled and bitten into a bloody mess. Most of them were human victims, whose bodies were more than 50% mutilated, and could not be transformed into zombies. There were also some bodies that had been dead for a long time, and began to turn into bones. It is not ruled out that they died in a stampede at the beginning of the apocalypse. Chio looked up, and saw that there were more zombies in several open-air swimming pools. The degree of congestion of these zombies was like the light red ink fish that rushed up to eat the customer's feet to achieve the effect of foot massage in a foot massage shop. Wherever Chio's eyes touched, zombies occupied almost every corner here. This is a real zombie paradise. In order to prevent any stupid zombies from smelling her, Chio took out the plastic bag she had put in her bag, poked 2 holes in it, and put it on her head. It was a black plastic garbage bag, which covered everything except where the eyes were on Chio's head. On the highest floor of the hotel, 10 human survivors couldn't help but lie down in front of the window. They carefully lifted a corner of the curtain and observed Chio's movements. The lobby manager said in surprise, "Why is she so brave?" According to their long-distance high-altitude observation, the slowly moving plastic bag person below should be a human. After all, other zombies will not walk on tiptoe like her, nor will they take the initiative to avoid obstacles and choose a route with fewer zombies like her. Maybe it's the invisibility ability? The cleaning lady analyzed. One of the college students shook his head. No. We can all see her. Maybe it's the invisibility ability against zombies. The cleaning lady argued. That makes sense. Everyone nodded. Mom, is this sister here to save us? The little girl leaned on her mother's shoulder. Everyone saw clearly that this compatriot had taken action. With a wave of her hand, a row of zombies fell down. Everyone's heart was filled with hope, and no one mentioned breaking the window and letting their companions be bait. This compatriot below was rushing towards their hotel, and they were saved. Chio had no idea that someone on the roof was counting on her to save them. She squeezed around in the zombie group and couldn't see Leong at all. Fortunately, these zombies looked strong, and they were weak. They felt like dominoes when she pushed them casually. Chio couldn't help but look at her hands and thought, when did I become so strong? Chapter 12. Chio was not in a hurry to find Leong, who had just given up. In order to verify the sudden huge force, she pushed down another row of zombies. The sound of countless heavy objects falling to the ground reached her ears clearly. Chio looked up and found that these zombies were stacked on top of each other. None of them cried out in pain, but they all made the roar that belonged to zombies. These roars gathered together, cold and heavy, like a chorus from the zombies, spreading far away, and seemed particularly strange at the moment when the sky just brightened. Chio swallowed her saliva, a little at a loss, thinking that she would not be in trouble. If tens of thousands of zombies came together, she might be trampled to death directly. Thinking of the horrible death, Chio quickly squatted in the bushes, silently saying that they were born from the same roots, so why were they so anxious to fight each other? Unfortunately, the bushes were not peaceful either, and some brains and internal organs were hanging from nowhere. Chio originally wanted to hold onto a branch, but she didn't expect to touch these things with a casual touch, and she almost jumped up with disgust. She didn't dare to scream, and hurriedly rubbed her hands on the ground to get rid of the things on her hands. Fortunately, the zombies that were pushed down did not come to find Chio. Their roar seemed to be in response to the D-level intelligent species. After the response, their volume decreased, and they stood up again soon. The zombie army marched towards the hotel in a mighty manner. Chio no longer had the courage to continue to experiment with giant strength. She pulled the brim of her hat and tiptoed through the fork in the road next to her. She ran fast when she was full, and entered the hotel building one step ahead of many zombies. Chio made a list in his mind while walking. First, find a map. Second, find useful supplies. Third, find a large room to rest. And fourth, get up and eat after resting before setting off. The most urgent thing is to find a map. With a map, you will know the general route home. The walls of the lobby on the first floor of the hotel are all made of metal hollow design, which is full of three-dimensional sense. The hotel atrium with a height of nearly 30 meters makes the whole space more transparent. The first floor is clearly divided. The front desk and the elevator are placed on the left side of the lobby. On the right are the tea room, coffee shop, restaurant, and Western-style spiral staircase. There are also many guide signs on the ground, which can let guests know where they want to go at a glance. Chio rushed to the rest area. Generally speaking, the rest area will place some magazines, local newspapers, and travel information and maps for tourists who come to stay to read. Why is it not there? Chio quickly scanned the rest area. The place was in a mess, with the screen smashed on the leather sofa, vases, and floor lamps shattered on the floor, and pools of dried blood on the floor. There was even a hotel robot that had run out of power and fell to the ground. But she didn't see the shelf for displaying publications and maps. While she was searching, a large number of zombies had already poured in. Chio continued to cover her head with a plastic bag to isolate the smell, and had no time to care about them. She just moved lightly to avoid attracting their attention and delaying her time to find the map. Fortunately, hard work paid off, and the sharp-eyed Chio saw a few newspapers under an overturned sofa. It turned out that the shelf was pressed down by the sofa. Chio lay on the marble floor and looked under the sofa. The two ends of the shelf were stuck to the bottom of the sofa. There were only two ways to reach the scattered maps on the side of the shelf. Either use something as long as a clothesline to hook out the map, or lift the sofa to pull out the shelf. This sofa is a steel plate structure wrapped in a layer of leather, and the weight is estimated to be several hundred pounds. Thinking of her own great strength, Chio spit on her hands twice, ready to use her hands and the strength of her back to lift the sofa. She herself did not expect that she could easily lift the sofa weighing 400 or 500 pounds to above her waist by just holding the two corners of the sofa. The sound of the sofa crackling suddenly rang on the marble floor. In an instant, all the zombies, who were looking for living people, were attracted by this sound. As soon as Chio pulled out the map, she found that a zombie had killed her face. A bloody face was only a few centimeters away from her, lying on the floor, and staring at her. This is a creeper like Leong. He was lying on the ground with all four limbs, his head was particularly large, and his neck was full of protruding black veins. He looked like a humanoid gecko. Chio was sure that if he doubted her any more, he would let his sharp teeth pierce her skin. Fortunately, the creeper did not take any further action except lying very close to observe her. Chio stood up slowly. She looked around and found that these zombies formed a huge encirclement around her. The ones closest to her were all crawling creepers, and then the ones that circled out were all F-level zombies. Leong was at the outermost edge of the encirclement. Chio saw him standing on the European classical spiral escalator, with several zombies standing beside him. Their lips kept moving, as if they were talking in a low voice. Of all the zombies visible to the naked eye in the entire lobby on the first floor, only these few zombies were still standing on the escalator. They have judgment, can think, and can talk. Are they all D-level intelligent species? Chio did not feel scared when he stood in the encirclement of zombies. Only such thoughts flashed through his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus Leong's words, there are 5 intelligent species here. Leong has become an intelligent species. Chio felt that her judgment was not wrong. But she was curious why Leong could upgrade so quickly. Was it because he ate Chunmi? It shouldn't be like this. He not only ate part of Chunmi and Zhao Gene, but also a piece of Fang Chi's meat. Why didn't he upgrade? Chio knew that the level above D-level intelligent species was C-level long-tongued species. She opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, but she didn't find any signs of her tongue getting longer. So she didn't get upgraded. Chio was speechless. Leong looked inconspicuous, but he was actually a genius in the zombie world. Could it be that there were also poor students and genius students in the zombie world? Leong, who was originally communicating with other intelligent species, suddenly fell silent. His gray eyes looked at Chio's direction motionlessly. He knew she was looking at him, so he responded with his eyes. His strange companion was showing a heart-wrenching expression that shouldn't belong to a zombie, and he was in great pain. Leong didn't look in Chio's direction again. He raised his head, and his cold and puzzled eyes turned to the top floor of the hotel. The elevator in the hotel had stopped working on the day the zombies broke out, and now no one was supplying electricity, so they could only walk up step by step to reach the suite on the 7th floor. But it wouldn't take long to walk up. Those people would be their meals sooner or later. His strange companions also needed to eat more fresh food to replenish their brains. Leong thought. When Chio found that Leong and several other intelligent species were walking upstairs, the zombies around her who were staring at her also retreated like a tide. All the zombies had only one goal at this moment, the top floor. There is real food there. Chio caught this message in the footsteps and roars of the zombies. She hurriedly put the map she had finally found into her backpack, biting the tassels of her scarf to calm herself down. As a zombie with human thinking, she could accept eating human or zombie corpses to fill her stomach. But she couldn't watch humans being killed by zombies. Of course, except for the bad guys. For example, Zhao Gene and Chunmi are people who backstab their companions. Chio has established the 3 views and moral system in human society for 22 years. When she faced this situation, she undoubtedly chose to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the tigers, and did not take sides. But now, without knowing whether the humans on the top floor are bad people, Chio chose to give them the benefit of the doubt, and try to give them a chance to escape. Of course, she would not let the human survivors discover her true identity. Otherwise, the story might turn into the apocalyptic version of the farmer and the snake. If it really goes to that version, then she can only join her zombie camp. The survivors in the penthouse suite kept an eye on any movement in the hotel. The sun rose from the mountains little by little, and the first ray of morning light soon shone in front of their window. Among the 10 people, there was a college student with hearing ability. These days, everyone relied on his extraordinary hearing to avoid many dangers. Now he has been concentrating on listening to the noises coming from the first floor of the hotel. The cleaner sighed. So many zombies chased her in, she must not survive. The man and the middle-aged couple, maybe there is still hope. There must be hope, otherwise he still has to break the window as bait. The little girl and her mother did not speak. The mother and daughter hugged each other, exactly the same silence. The lobby manager wiped the sweat from his forehead due to nervousness. She can knock down so many zombies with one punch. She must be a powerful person. Maybe she is the official sent to rescue us. She won't die so easily. One of the college roommates said in a low voice, "Just speak louder. Hao Ming will listen to you." Hao Ming is the boy with hearing ability, and his ability can only hear a short distance. It is very difficult to hear the sound on the first floor in the top floor suite with good sound insulation. And now there are so many people who can't help talking around. Fortunately, after being yin and yang, the room fell into silence again. This time, Hao Ming's ability is not needed, and everyone's ears seem to hear the footsteps of many zombies going upstairs together. Are they coming soon? This time, the cleaner lip-synced, and he couldn't help but tighten the iron clamp in his hand. Hao Ming sat up exhausted, with sweat all over his forehead, which was a sign of almost exhausting his superpowers. Others hurriedly handed him water, and waited for him to tell them what happened. Hao Ming shook his head helplessly. At the beginning, I seemed to be able to hear her voice, but later it was all the zombies' voices. If we had known this, we might as well have reminded her at the beginning and asked her to run away quickly. She can't beat so many zombies alone, the lobby manager said. The fat boy frowned. Then we can only use the old method now. The old method: smash the window, 1 person dies, and 9 people live. The woman in the middle-aged couple hugged her husband's arm, her expression half horrified and half reluctant. It's too late. There's nothing we can do about it, several people persuaded. But at this time, Hao Ming suddenly said, "Did you hear someone knocking on the door?" His hearing ability would not be wrong. Will zombies knock on the door? It seems not. According to their experience, zombies always pound or knock on the door. So there was a person outside the door? There was indeed a person outside the door, Chio, who ran all the way up from the entrance of the safety passage and almost died on the spot. She dared to swear that she had never run faster than this time in her life. She was not competing with 1 person, she was competing with tens of thousands of zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies slowly walked up from the sightseeing stairs, and she ran from the safety passage on the 1st floor to the 7th floor. The 7 floors consumed too much of her physical strength, and the hunger seemed to be lurking around. Chio squatted at the door of the suite that exuded delicious smells, and knocked gently again and again. No one opened the door for a long time. Chio knew that time was running out, and she didn't know if the people inside could hear her. "If you trust me, cut me 2 pieces of meat, at least the size of a palm. After giving me the meat, close the door immediately, and you can break the window and jump down." No one opened the door, but there was a small knock on the door from inside, responding to Chio. "Hurry up," Chio said, while paying attention to the movement from the 7th floor below. There are 2 escalators going up, so she needs 2 pieces of meat to attract the attention of the zombies. Whether the people inside can survive depends on whether they are willing to give up the 2 pieces of meat on their bodies. Or, it depends on whether they trust her. How could there be a stranger in this world who is willing to risk his life to save people like this? The moment the door opened, the first thing Chio saw was a pair of eyes. Brown eyeballs, normal human eyes. Then she smelled the blood, and handed out 2 pieces of meat the size of a palm wrapped in a tissue. Someone seemed to be breathing out in pain from inside the door. "I don't know whose meat was cut. What are you going to do? Come with us?" The door was opened a little wider, and they were inviting Chio. If throwing meat was useful, then they should be able to escape. Chio was surprised and stunned for a moment. She raised her head to meet those eyes, and her voice came from her scarf. "No need." She reached out and closed the door, isolating the 2 worlds. The 2 pieces of meat in her hand had a fatal attraction to Chio, but Chio just swallowed her saliva. She first ran to the nearest escalator to throw a piece of meat, and then quickly ran to another escalator to throw meat. The fresh smell of blood immediately attracted the attention of all zombies, even the few intelligent species mixed in. There were too few living people in Yanhu Hotel, and they hadn't eaten for a long time. Chio was so tired after throwing the meat that she casually entered a room with an open door and slammed the door shut. She closed the blackout curtains very ceremoniously, and went to sleep. Zombies also need to sleep. Chapter 13. After pulling the curtains, Chio took a running start on the soft wool carpet, trying to jump onto the 2.3-meter-long bed. This jump almost cost her life. She had rushed in, and didn't see clearly that there were 2 zombies under the quilt. There was an iron skewer used for barbecue stuck in the heads of the 2 zombies. Chio almost jumped on the 2 skewers just now. She used a little effort to pull the 2 skewers out of the brains of the 2 zombies. There was a lot of black cerebrospinal fluid on the skewers, which Chio threw under the bed with disgust. The 2 zombie bodies looked very fresh, and they had only been dead for about 2 days at most. Most of them were the work of the human survivors. Chio thought, picking up food when I was tired and hungry, is this the reward for doing good deeds? Thinking of this, she lost her sleepiness again. She was a good person to the end, so she still went to see if the survivors ran out. So Chio opened the blackout curtains again, and stood in front of the huge French window. The room she entered was on the same side as the human survivors, and she could see their movements from the window on her side. As early as when Chio threw the meat into the escalator, the survivors had already used safety hammers to hit the four corners of the French window in the room at the same time, and the French window shattered, easily creating a huge gap for everyone to pass through. The loud noise from the window did attract some zombies, who were far away from the meat. But they were stuck by the other crazy zombies, and they couldn't get to the room where the sound came from in a short time. All the fabrics in the suite were tied together, and were about 2 floors high from the ground, but this was enough. The lobby manager led the way, followed by the mother and daughter. Next came the fat boy who had just cut the meat, and the middle-aged couple. The fat boy and the middle-aged man each cut a piece of thigh meat and slid down. Their legs couldn't stop hurting as they slid down, but they were not slow. Everyone knew clearly that this was probably the only chance to escape. In addition, the cleaner and the fat boy's 3 roommates were the last. No one showed any fear when sliding down from such a high distance, pulling the not-so-stable rope. Almost all the zombies on the ground were attracted into the hotel building. Only a few zombies with broken hands or legs that couldn't crawl were scattered on the lawn. After these incomplete zombies found them, although they roared, they could not deter them at all. All 10 people landed safely. They only needed to run out of the hotel gate and follow the road that Chio came from to escape to a safe place. Chio stood on the French window and looked down, with a wave of joy in her heart. She ran almost exhausted all her energy to help these people, not only because they were her former compatriots, but also because she had a little hope. If there are ghosts and gods in the world, then saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. She saved 10 people, so she should be able to accumulate some virtue. I hope that the virtue she has accumulated can bless her to go home early, and bless her parents and best friends to wait for her in her hometown. After coming to her senses, Chio was completely relieved. She was about to draw the curtains again, but she found that the human survivors frequently looked in her direction. One of them, she knew, was the boy who opened a crack in the door and talked to her. She heard that the others in the door seemed to call him Hao Ming. Wearing a green parka, black pants, and a bloody waist bag, Hao Ming looked very young and lively. Seeing that Chio finally noticed him, Hao Ming jumped up and waved his arms. How polite are fellow human beings. They even thanked me. Chio was very happy. She also waved. Because they were too far away, she didn't see or hear Hao Ming's mouth shape. He was saying, "Wait for us to find someone to save you." The 10 of them might have died here, but Chio now exchanged her life for them. Anyone who knows how to be grateful will not let Chio be trapped in a deadly situation alone after he escapes. Zombies can never replace humans. Zombies don't have as many complex emotions and feelings as humans. Then the group followed the lobby manager and cleaner, who knew the route well, and quickly left the area of Yanhu Hotel. They ran towards a place in Yanhu's scenic area. The road was clear, and there were no more zombies. The sun had risen completely. The sun shone on everyone, warm and gentle, dispelling the chill from everyone. Soon everyone arrived at the edge of the rock lake, where there were several small boats tied to the shore for tourists to enjoy the rock lake. Because of the need to create wild fun, these boats were all wooden boats that needed to be rowed manually, and even no engines were installed. After being parked here for more than a month, the boats were now filled with dust and fallen leaves, as well as some garbage that had floated from nowhere. 2 boats were enough for 10 people. The remaining boats could be left for other survivors who came here. But it was obvious that some people were not willing to get on the boat now. "Third brother, you and uncle, you have a good rest. You go out on the boat first, and the 3 of us have to go back to rescue our benefactor." Hao Ming squatted in front of the fat boy and said, after carefully examining the tourniquet on his leg. The fat boy called third brother looked up at his roommates and nodded. "Do you really want to go back?" The cleaner sat on the boat panting and frowned at the college students. He really couldn't understand the people nowadays. They had finally escaped and wanted to go back. "We can also use the benefactor's method. Catch some fish from the rock lake, and then apply our blood on them to attract some zombies out. Find some speakers to record the sound and play it in a loop, which can attract another part. The benefactor can take the opportunity to run out. If we can rescue the benefactor, we will take her to find you by boat," Hao Ming said. Everyone felt that Hao Ming's method was too idealistic. Just as they were about to refute him, they suddenly found that Hao Ming's face changed. Hao Ming heard rustling sounds coming from the reeds in the distance. "Are there zombies?" Everyone immediately entered the first level of alert. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, they all stood up and took their weapons to prepare for a bloody battle. But what came was a human voice. "Captain Zhou, there are people in front." At the same time, there was an extremely clear sound of bullets being loaded. The 10 people looked at each other, their faces more solemn than before, not knowing whether the person coming was an enemy or a friend. In the end times, zombies are as scary as humans, even more insidious and vicious, making it impossible to guard against them. The reason why the 10 people can survive until now is inseparable from their mutual trust. If there was anyone who had bad intentions, the 10 of them would not have had a chance to survive and escape. The two groups soon met. There were 10 people on Hao Ming's side, and more on Zhao Gene's side, a total of 12 people. He took away almost half of the superpowers in the camp, and some of them were left to protect the camp and ordinary people in the camp. Zhao Gene spoke first and put away the magic in his hand. "Don't be afraid, we are here to find someone. One of our companions may have run to Yanhu Hotel, a boy about 17 or 18 years old, named Sujihai. Have you seen him? Zhao Gene is tall, and has a righteous face." As soon as he speaks, people feel a sense of steadiness, and gradually let Hao Ming, and others let down their guard. "No, I haven't seen it." Hao Ming asked everyone with his eyes, and answered with certainty. With his hearing, he knows best how many living people there are in the hotel. In addition to them, he has only seen the benefactor these days. But the benefactor was thin and small, and his voice was obviously that of a girl, so he was obviously not the one these people were looking for. Zhao Gene looked at Xinyuqing, who was following him not far behind. His eyes were not cold, and could even be said to be calm. But such calmness made Xinyuqing feel like he was walking on thin ice, and he felt suffocated as if he was completely seen through by Zhao Gene. Xinyuqing had no idea which direction Sujihai ran in. He wished that Sujihai would die after hitting the zombie tide, so that no one would really know about their affairs. So he said that the story of Sujihai entering Yanhu Hotel was originally made up, just to make Zhao Gene give up looking for Sujihai's whereabouts. Who would have thought that Zhao Gene was a lunatic who was not afraid of death? If he had known earlier, he might as well have said that everyone was dead, and he was the only one who came back alive. But if he said that, he would be more suspicious. Now Xinyuqing had to follow him, and he was in a dilemma. He could only continue to insist on his original statement. "Captain Zhou, what I said is true." Zhihai really ran towards the direction of Yanhu Hotel. Chio felt that her life was a little happy now. The room was dark with blackout curtains drawn, and there was no light at all. She lay calmly between the two zombie corpses, and took a bite of her left hand, and then took a bite of her right hand. The meat was transmitted from her throat to her stomach as she chewed. The feeling of hunger gradually left her, and Chio's physical strength began to recover slowly. But such a peaceful and happy life was broken again. Chio sat up from the bed with meat in her mouth. She gathered her hair and put on her hat, and looked at the zombies, who came in with a blank face. Finally, she chose to question the one who led the charge. "Liong, are you going to lead the rebellion?" Her voice was very soft, so it was not enough to make the crowded zombies misunderstand and go crazy. Liong's eyes were fixed on her, and he walked towards Chio while baring his teeth to repel other zombies. He stood in front of Chio's bed and stretched out his purple palm. On his palm was half a piece of bloody meat. This piece of meat was too familiar to Chio. It was one of the pieces she threw on the escalator, although only half of it was left now. Chio was stunned. She looked up at Liong and found that there were many more wounds on his wrinkled face, some of which were teeth marks and some were scratches. It's easy to imagine how much effort Liong put into keeping this half piece of meat. Although the D-level intelligent species is of high level, it is not omnipotent in front of tens of thousands of crazy zombies. "You?" Chio was a little confused. She didn't quite understand why Liong did this. The D-level intelligent species has the IQ of a 5 or 6-year-old human child. Does Liong think she is his mother? Seeing Chio in a daze, Liong handed the meat in his hand forward again. Chio only needs to lower her head to eat this piece of meat belonging to the superpower into her mouth. Eating such a piece is equivalent to her chewing the zombie corpse for a long time. Nourish. Great nourishment. Even if she didn't figure out Liong's motives, Chio still opened her mouth and ate the meat. She swallowed it without chewing it carefully. After all, the zombies around were like hungry wolves, still staring at them. It wasn't until the smell of the meat disappeared that they wandered out in confusion, as if they had lost their target. When Liong saw Chio finish eating the piece of meat, he suddenly squatted down and held Chio's hand, then stretched out his black tongue to lick the blood on Chio's palm. During this process, the fine barbs on his tongue gently scraped Chio's palm. The barbs on the tip of his tongue quickly took off a little skin from Chio's hand. Liong swallowed it calmly. Only he knew that this taste fascinated him more than all living people. It reminded him of the time when he hid in the trash can a few days ago, when his teeth also sank into Liio's palm and scratched a little skin. Although Liio thought Leong looked a little perverted, he remembered that he was a zombie, and licking blood seemed to be an innate instinct, so he didn't shake him off. After he finished licking her, she quickly rubbed her hands on the bed sheet. This guy drooled a lot. Leong, don't do this next time. It's hard for me to avenge you with so many zombies beating you up. Liio got off the bed with a gloomy face. As she spoke, she kicked out the zombies that had chased Leong the most fiercely. These zombies were very heavy, but not as heavy as the iron sofa in the lobby on the first floor. Almost every one of them was kicked out of the door accurately by Liio, as light as a football. The most important thing was that these F-level zombies and E-level reptiles had no reaction to Liio's attack at all. They let Liio push and beat them. Only the other 4 zombies of the same intelligent species as Leong stood in the corridor, and none of them dared to approach Liio. They showed an indescribable expression on their faces, which could be called panic and fear. Liio knew that she was just a smart species with great strength after eating. She could teach the F-class and E-class a lesson for her younger brother, but she pretended not to see the D-class ones. It would be embarrassing if she rushed over and was beaten. It was better to run. After putting the uneaten meat on the bed, and the 2 iron skewers into her backpack, she grabbed Leong's arm and said, "Let's go. Anyway, we can't sleep. Let's go around. You must have no time to travel before the end of the world because you work every day." Leong followed her with his eyes wide open, thinking that his strange companion looked even stranger after eating the food. When he went downstairs, he looked back and found that the smart species were looking at him with a pitiful and sympathetic look. Leong bared his teeth, his eyes rolled up, and his eyes were cold. "Hurry up." Liio pulled Leong, and almost staggered because of his great strength. Chapter 14. When Liio is lazy, she is really lazy, but lazy people can also be diligent sometimes. For example, now she said she wanted to go shopping. She really went shopping. She took Leong from the 7th floor to the 6th floor, like 2 diligent sweeping robots, going down floor by floor. When they saw an open door of a hotel room, they walked in. Liio would not use brute force to break open an open door, lest the loud noise attract stupid zombies again. When she was lucky, Liio could find some zombie corpses killed by the survivors. Although she had eaten 2 corpses and half a piece of mutant meat before, this was only equivalent to 2 plates of appetizers for Liio, and the main course had not yet been served. In addition, she had just beaten the zombies and consumed some of her physical strength, causing her stomach to growl again. "Play by yourself for a while, I want to eat." Liio waved her hand, letting Leong do whatever he wanted, but not to walk too far. Leong did not walk far, or even leave the room. While Liio was eating, he walked to the French window. His eyes passed through the bleak jungle in the distance and fell on an unknown place. He didn't look for too long. Because Liio's eating speed was beyond imagination, it only took 5 minutes to deal with a zombie corpse. "Don't be idle, help me carry the bag first." Liio wiped his mouth, took out the map and put it in his pocket, and threw the backpack to Leong. She squatted down and opened the 2 suitcases and large waterproof luggage bags on the wall. One box was black and the other was pink, with many luggage tags for airplanes on them. It seemed that the original owners of the boxes should be a couple who loved traveling. There were a lot of clothes in the 2 big boxes, some of which were even very new and looked like they had never been worn. The zombie wave broke out in August, which was still a very hot season in most parts of the country. So tourists basically brought short-sleeved shirts, skirts, and other cool clothes. There were also 2 or 3 long-sleeved shirts and coats. Liio picked 2 for herself after careful consideration, and then took out a dark blue jacket and threw it to Leong. "Change into new clothes," she said before taking the clothes into the bathroom. After changing her clothes, Liio picked up the wet wipes on the sink and wiped her hands, then stood in front of the large mirror in the bathroom and looked at herself. She put on the off-white windbreaker in the box and changed into a pair of white size 37 sneakers. These shoes were half a size smaller than her usual size. If she had worn them before, she would definitely feel uncomfortable, but now she didn't feel anything at all. Anyway, just put them on and it's done, they are new. In the mirror, she lowered the brim of her hat, combed her wig meticulously, and covered most of her face with a scarf, revealing only a pair of yellow-brown eyes. She was clean and tidy, more like a human than a human. Perfect. Today was also a day of successful disguise as a human. When Liio walked out of the bathroom to see Leong, He found that he was still standing there, with a backpack in front of him and another backpack behind him, and the jacket that Chio threw over his head. He looked like a weird human clothes hanger. I forgot that you are stupid. Chio had to help him take off his backpack and wipe his face and hands with a wet towel. The wet towel rubbed against the wrinkled purple skin, which made Li Dong's body more damp, but took away some of the rotten and bloody smell on his body. Don't take your suit jacket, it's all blood in that. Chio didn't want to say the word brain. She pulled off Li Dong's suit jacket like playing with a cotton doll, and put the jacket on him. Li Dong didn't move at all, just looking out the window, looking lost. After putting it on, Chio took 2 steps back and looked at it, shaking his head in disdain. No, you're showing too much skin. I make it for you. After a while, Chio went out with his new brother. The tall and strong Li Dong was wearing a gray baseball cap, sunglasses, a dark blue jacket, and the original suit pants. His leather shoes were replaced with sneakers, which looked strangely harmonious. He followed Chio with 2 heavy bags on his back, slightly lowering his head, like a taciturn bodyguard. Compared to when they first met, Li Dong now looked like a corpse. Chio was very satisfied with his change. If Li Dong could become smarter, the 2 of them should be able to survive together in this strange world like those human survivors. They quickly finished visiting the 1st to 7th floors of the hotel. There were few rooms with open doors, and no supplies to take. It was probably because tourists were still outside watching when the zombie tide broke out, and not many people returned to the hotel to rest. Chio counted and found that she had only eaten less than 100 zombie corpses. In addition, she found a lot of rotten animal meat and seafood meat in the restaurant on the 1st floor. She originally wanted to give some to Li Dong, who had no living people to eat, but unfortunately Li Dong's mouth was like an unopened macadamia nut, and it was impossible to open it. She had to give up. Chio sat on the big sofa in the lounge area on the 1st floor, took out the map of the scenic spot, and looked at it carefully. First this, then that, then this, and finally that. We can find the parking lot of the scenic spot. Perhaps for safety reasons, driving is not allowed in the scenic spot, so all buses, cars, and the like must be parked in the exclusive parking lot of the scenic spot. Chio believes that there must be a usable car in the parking lot. Li Dong did not react to Chio's words. This time he did not even follow Chio, but took the initiative to walk towards the hotel gate. At the same time, there were other zombies walking out together. After Chio shouted, Li Dong stopped as if he had reacted. Chio stood up and walked to Li Dong's side, and also looked out. Huh? This smell. This is the smell she has only smelled once, and has never forgotten. If I had to describe it, it would be like a starving person smelling braised pork, twice cooked pork, pot-wrapped pork, crispy roasted wings, spicy spare ribs, honey barbecued pork, stir-fried lamb with scallions, spicy hot pot, crossbridge rice noodles, stone pot bibimbap. This is the most fragrant and delicious smell Chio has ever smelled, and she starts to drool just thinking about it. Even though she is full now, she can't help but be intoxicated by it, and has the urge to eat another big meal. But such intoxication is only temporary. Chio soon realized what this familiar and charming fragrance meant. That person is here. She heard the name of that person from Zhao Xiyuan's group in the trash can, and by the reeds of Yanhu. Zhao Gene, a man who chopped zombies like ants. This fragrance was spreading rapidly towards the hotel with the help of the wind. This person was willing to cut his own blood to lead these zombies out? Li Dong, we have to run quickly. Chio pulled Li Dong. She had just been there, so she knew that there was a basement in the restaurant on the 1st floor. The basement was the warehouse where the restaurant stored food, which was divided into normal temperature and cold storage. At the other end of the warehouse, there was a sewer entrance that led to the outside. Li Dong obviously couldn't resist this temptation. His body was always leaning towards the hotel entrance. Chio almost had to use the strength of both hands to pull him. If you don't run, I will run. Chio was very conscious at the critical moment to implement the principle of saving her own life first. She ran towards the restaurant without stopping. Li Dong didn't know what he was hesitating about, and finally he staggered towards Chio's direction. Captain Zhou, it really worked. They all started to run out. In the small bamboo forest outside the hotel, someone whispered excitedly. They invited Hao Ming and his team to join the camp, and also adopted some of Hao Ming's suggestions. However, the plan was supposed to use Hao Ming's blood, but now it was replaced by Zhao Gene's. The cloth strips stained with Zhao Gene's blood were blown to the outside of the hotel gate by the wind power of the wind-type psychic in the team. The fresh blood of the powerful human psychic lured them one by one to the direction they planned. Zhao Gene turned on the intercom. Ziyu, how are you? It is estimated that there are 4 D-level intelligent species, about 60 reptiles, and the rest are ordinary zombies. After Ziyu finished replying, he looked at the hotel gate intently. His ability was invisibility, and no one was better than him at gathering intelligence. The dense zombies were like ants whose nests were destroyed. They ran out in groups, but they didn't know that their death was coming. One arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops will come to meet. Look at me. On the other side, Liio, who was in ambush, lit a firecracker and threw it with all his strength before it exploded. The sound of the firecracker exploding was infinitely amplified, and it immediately attracted the attention of more zombies. A large wave of zombies that were drawn out was thus divided into several groups. Do it. Zhao Gene spoke again. He had a gauze bandaged on the wound on his left hand, and his right hand clenched the magic, leading the superpowers, who were in the same group with him, to quickly move towards the hotel gate. The 4 teams started to attack at the same time. A battle between humans and zombies. They had never provoked so many zombies at once. There were tens of thousands of them. But because of Zhao Gene's influence, everyone was full of confidence and didn't show any fear. They knew that Zhao Gene would never lead them to fight a battle they were not sure of. Liio raised his eyebrows and shouted to the zombies gathered not far away, "Let me show you some real stuff." His ability is called Blaster. He can gather the energy of his energy into a physical incendiary bomb and launch it. Now he has a level 2 ability, and he can make a total of 2 incendiary bombs each time his energy is exhausted. Although the zombies are not afraid of pain or burning, these are enough to hinder their pace, vision, and interfere with their judgment, buying enough time for his teammates. Even if the ammunition ran out, Liio still had his homemade detonator ready, so he could find a chance to blow up another group of zombies. Well done! The teammates who followed Zhao Gene from a distance praised Liio. No one knew how Zhao Gene got around those low-level zombies and reached the center of the battlefield. When they saw clearly, a large number of zombies had fallen beside Zhao Gene, and his knife was pulled out of the brains of 2 reptiles, and he killed the intelligent species again. The movements were smooth, and there was no stagnation. It was like an automatic attack program that had been written in the game. He would not stop until the last moment of the game. The intelligent species soon realized that the delicious food in front of them was actually a huge trap, and humans wanted to divide them up. Obviously, they were not vegetarians either. The 2 intelligent species closest to Zhao Gene and more than 30 reptiles that obeyed the call were approaching like crazy and surrounded Zhao Gene together. Others found Zhao Gene being besieged by so many zombies, and they all wanted to come to help, but unfortunately, the zombies blocked their way. Even with superpowers, incendiary bombs, detonators, and various cold weapons, they couldn't kill Zhao Gene for a while. They couldn't get through, but the zombies were different. The other 2 intelligent species felt that their kind was in danger, and immediately led the remaining reptiles to Zhao Gene's direction. In the smoke, everyone was bloodthirsty, and no one could see what Zhao Gene was like now, surrounded by high-level zombies. "Brother, hurry up." The little girl pulled Hao Ming's sleeve. The 10-year-old girl did not stay on the ship. As a superpower, she, Hao Ming, and another roommate of Hao Ming formed the 5th team. They had only one mission: to sneak into the hotel when there was chaos outside and rescue their savior trapped on the 7th floor. Although Hao Ming was worried about Zhao Gene, he still ran up the stairs quickly. The intercom in his hand did not ring. He still remembered what Zhao Gene said. As long as he did not say to retreat, everyone would continue to work according to the established plan. Chapter 15. Hao Ming and his men had a very hard time going up to the 7th floor. They had to guard against zombies that suddenly appeared from nowhere, and they had to worry about whether the beneficiary on the 7th floor had died in the mouth of the zombies. Liio, Ziyu, and the others were also very tormented, because no one could see the situation in the center of the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, there was not only smoke and dust, but also zombies surrounding it, and countless black blood mists were spreading. The black blood stored in the zombies' bodies, and flowing shallowly was splashed out under the ancient sword magic. They trusted Zhao Gene. This trust was not groundless, but was established when Zhao Gene led them to kill zombies, and find supplies day and night. But now this trust has begun to waver. Even if they were killing them layer by layer on the periphery, Zhao Gene was surrounded by so many zombies, and whether he could survive was another matter. Even if he survived, whether he was infected by zombies was another matter. The most important thing is that no matter which of the above results, it means that without Zhao Gene as the main force, they have no way to escape from Yanhu Hotel. His determination, his murderous intention, and his plan brought them here, They are willing to do so. Everyone knows that opportunities are hidden in crisis, and high risks also have high returns. Now everyone has no way out. Fortunately, Zhao Gene sure attracted most of the high-level zombies, leaving them with some dull and clumsy F-level zombies. Even people like Xinyuqing in the crowd can only bite their teeth and drive their superpowers to kill zombies. This is not for someone's safety, but for himself. If they kill one more zombie, Zhao Gene sure will have one more chance to survive. If Zhao Gene sure can survive, they can survive. Xinyuqing was exhausted from killing and couldn't help but frown. He once again deeply regretted the lie he told. Maybe he shouldn't have returned to the camp. But he didn't even have the courage to be alone like Su Zhihai. He was used to living with others in the camp, with an organization, and even being protected. How could he endure the days of being worried and hungry every day? Kill, and keep killing even if you can't kill them all. Xinyuqing gritted his teeth. Chio was also suffering. The taste of running for life was not pleasant. She took Leong to hide in the dark sewer. Hiding here, the meaty smell that those superpowers smelled was much weaker. After Leong followed her down, he was very honest and huddled aside obediently, like a big stone with ears and nose. Chio listened to the noise outside. The people who came were well prepared. There were cannons outside, and it was as lively as when she was a child. It was estimated that the outside was blown to pieces now, and a large number of zombies must have died. When she was a child, fireworks were not banned. If not all night, they would have been set off for half a night. It was louder than the noise outside now. But Chio was happy at that time. She was still a child, sitting on the sofa in her New Year clothes, with her legs crossed, eating candy, and watching the Spring Festival Gala. On the left was her father or mother, and her grandmother, who was not dead at that time, was smiling kindly beside her. She didn't even have to worry about not doing her winter vacation homework. She just thought about how much New Year's money she could receive. It's different now. Now she is on the run. After just a few hours, Chio no longer had the kindness to save her fellow human beings, and she didn't want to accumulate any blessings. Chio began to hope that her fellow zombies could win. Not to mention winning, at least they could beat back these human superpowers. But she felt vaguely that this was wrong. After 22 years of human life, Chio's heart was more inclined to humans than more than a month of zombie life. She couldn't deny that. What was even more undeniable was that she would lean towards the side that allowed her to survive. She had no choice. The expression on Chio's face changed unpredictably, first frightened, then alert, then nostalgic, and finally confused. Alas! In the empty underground water channel, Chio's sigh was particularly obvious. Chio finally realized that Leong had been looking at her. Not even looking, but observing. The expression on Chio's face changed again. She was sure that she was not wrong. Leong was learning her expression. Chio didn't know what his facial features looked like originally, but after becoming a zombie, Leong's facial features became cold and vicious. But now the cold and vicious face slowly revealed the same expression as Chio. Even the surprise on Chio's face now, Leong imitated it exactly. After imitating, Leong returned to his usual appearance, expressionless and confused. According to Chio's observation, the other D-level intelligent species did not seem to be like Leong. Chio almost cried with joy. What does this mean? It means that Leong looks like a human. Maybe in the future, Leong can even learn to speak and communicate with her in a human way. Is this her true companion? After this moment, Chio finally regarded Leong as a companion. She saw him as no longer a tool of the backpack, nor a puppet to be pushed out to take the blame when in danger. Loneliness, like hunger, can wear a person to death. Or, wear a zombie with human thinking to death. We will be companions and friends in the future. Chio patted Leong's shoulder lightly. You can't laugh too loudly at this time, for fear of being discovered. But she was indeed smiling, and she smiled to reveal the fangs that were growing sharper and sharper in her mouth. Leong didn't laugh. He lowered his eyes, and stared at Chio's hand. The heart of the zombie would not beat violently anymore. The only thing driving Leong was the thoughts whizzing through his mind. He looked at Chio's hand obsessively, wanting to reach out and hold it, and then... But a louder explosion came. This frightened Chio so much that he withdrew his hand and covered his ears. And Leong's eyes were cold. He glanced at the hole they came down from, which had been blocked by Chio, but the violent explosions also poured out from this hole. There were also several distinct roars coming from this direction. Chio didn't quite understand what these roars meant. But Leong understood. These were the cries for help from the other 4 intelligent species to him, the traitor. They were almost unable to hold on. Leong stood up. He understood, so he couldn't ignore it. And those superpowers outside really attracted him, even seduced him. Thirst for blood, meat, and food. Chio grabbed him in time, and she widened her eyes. I can't beat you, you want to die? Chio has been hiding. She was hiding when she just regained human consciousness, when she met Zhao Xiyuan and his 5 men, when Fang Qi was not completely transformed into a zombie, and now she is hiding again. It cannot be said that she is timid, but people are born to seek benefits and avoid harm. She has a hunch that she can't survive from these people now. She has too many shortcomings. She gets hungry very quickly, runs slowly, and has no golden fingers such as body size advantage and superpowers. Only when she is full can she gain huge strength for a short time. But who can guarantee that when she shows up to fight, she will not suddenly get hungry again, and those huge strengths will disappear with the arrival of hunger. So Chio only dares to show off his power occasionally in the zombie pile, but dare not confront human superpowers head-on. This is not shameful. Similarly, Chio believes that Leong can't beat the people outside. They sound like they have guns and cannons, and superpowers. If the zombies outside can't hold on, Leong will be a waste if he goes there. She just recognized her friend, and she couldn't bear to see him die. Leong's eyes were a little hard to describe, and he didn't seem to approve of Chio's cowardice. But in the end, he stopped and stood back beside Chio. In the dark underground passage, his breathing changed from rapid to slow. Just be obedient. Chio was satisfied with this. Chio listened to the movement outside and didn't wait. Let's go forward and see if there is another exit. If the fight outside lasted for several days and nights, she would either starve to death or eat Leong alive. People need to find a way to survive, and so do zombies. And Chio has both. The situation outside is much worse than Chio thought. Those D-level intelligent species and E-level reptiles are not fools. They are afraid of those ammunitions, and their bodies are more or less blown to pieces, almost unrecognizable. Although they don't feel pain, this stops them from killing Zhao Gene. If they want to eat this delicacy, they must use some methods. So they are very smart, and force Zhao Gene step by step to the public swimming pool. The water in the swimming pool is full of garbage, blood, and even some corpses and broken arms and limbs. It is so turbid that it seems bottomless. But this is water. They know that water can overcome fire, and weaken the offensive from the outside. Unfortunately, they don't know that Zhao Gene doesn't just rely on the cold knife to fight. His ability is water. There is enough water in the public swimming pool, and even in the hot spring pool not far away. This is his home court. The IQ of D-level intelligent species doesn't understand what it means to let the tiger go back to the mountain. They only notice the food in front of them, and their aura changed completely. Zhao Gene put away his defeated and breathless appearance, and smiled. From a human perspective, Zhao Gene looks good when he smiles. His eyebrows are relaxed, and the corners of his lips move in an arc, confident and flamboyant. But to zombies, his smile is deadly. As he smiled, the water in the swimming pool was like being sucked out of thin air by a huge water pipe, and 3 high-pressure water knives were differentiated. It turned sharply from mid-air and penetrated directly into the heads of 3 intelligent species. There was another one, and Zhao Gene would naturally not let it miss. The magic in his hand escaped from his hand, quickly cut into the intelligent species closest to him, and finally fell steadily back into his hand. The D-level intelligent species' so-called indestructible iron head, and the encirclement tactics of retreating if they can't win the battle are like a trivial joke in the face of absolute violent crushing. They fell almost at the same time. High-pressure water jets and magic were aimed at the remaining reptiles at the same time. They were originally trying to jump onto Zhao Gene, but their heads were cut off first, and then their flexible limbs were cut off. They were torn into pieces, and they looked very similar to the humans they had torn apart. Is it refreshing? A voice in Zhao Gene's heart asked. He answered for that voice, it's not enough. He didn't have time to look at his companions, the admiration, respect, and worship they showed him. The magic stained with black blood returned to his hand, and he was looking for the next target. Chapter 16. Captain Zhou. Is he still a human? We are all superpowers, how come I don't know this trick? Many of the people Zhao Gene brought with him saw the high-pressure water jet for the first time. The sharpness of the air slashing and direct attack on the vital points, coupled with the speed of a meteor, once again refreshed their understanding of Zhao Gene. If Zhao Gene changed into a short-sleeved suit and a straw hat, he would be no different from the knights in the old TV series. Or more like a disciple in a novel about cultivating immortals. After all, the highest level in the camp besides Zhao Gene is a level 2 superpower. Even if the superpowers have different effects and should not be divided into good and bad, no one except Zhao Gene can use the superpowers to such an arbitrary extent. Hu Ziyu and Lu Xiaowu are the ones who often go out with Zhao Gene, and they are no longer surprised by this. Lu Xiaowu panted and finished dealing with the two zombies in front of him. He relaxed and had time to shout to Hu Ziyu, "This is just the beginning. Captain Zhou's really powerful move has not been used yet." They had only seen that move once. That time, they finally understood why Zhao Gene would never let go of the magic no matter where he went. The secret martial arts of the ancient sword magic appeared in the dark night, when the zombies surrounded the camp. The whole blade of the magic was covered with a layer of frost as clear and hazy as moonlight. In Zhao Gene's hand, it was no longer just a sharp sword, as if it gave birth to its own will, following its owner to emit a momentum as overwhelming as a tidal wave and thunder. With this sword in hand, even if Zhao Gene was an ordinary person without superpowers, he could still come and go freely in the zombie tide. In the siege, the only loss in their camp was a pig tied to the camp gate that ran from nowhere. The poor pig was bitten by the zombies and screamed miserably, which alerted the campers in the middle of the night, allowing Zhao Gene to seize the opportunity in time. Because of Zhao Gene, the rest of the people were only slightly injured or exhausted at most, and no one was torn and bitten by the zombies. Everyone was saved. And that was also a night that made them completely worship Zhao Gene. Whether it was the strong men in their 40s or 50s in the camp, or the teenagers, they shouted Captain Zhou with all their hearts. Such a person with terrifying combat power, smart and fair, and with his own bottom line, even made some people feel unreal in this doomsday. Only Hu Ziyu, Lu Xiaowu and Jiang Song saw Zhao Gene smoking with his back to them, while watching the stars when he was supposed to be resting at night, when they were on duty at night. Zhao Gene smoked one cigarette after another, while looking at the stars, the lonely sparks flickering in the dark night. Finally, when the last cigarette in the cigarette box was gone, he touched his pocket, and took out a lollipop and stuffed it into his mouth. So they knew that Zhao Gene was also a person. Now Zhao Gene's record has been refreshed again here. They all saw the hope of following Zhao Gene southward to start a new life in the military fortress. Only by following the right person can you avoid going the wrong way. With the explosives given by Lu Xiaowu in hand, Hao Ming and the other two worked together to kill at least 100 zombies stranded in the building, which took a lot of time. Except that their superpowers were almost exhausted, and their physical strength was almost consumed. The rescue team composed of 3 of them still reached the 7th floor safely. Hao Ming had stood downstairs, and looked at Chio from a distance. He knew which room Chio had hidden in. The little girl's hand was on the door handle, and she pushed open the half-open door before she could catch her breath. No one. The bad news was that the benefactor was no longer here, and there were still many traces of zombies left at the scene. Whether it was the stench of decay in the room, or the footprints with blood marks, they all told them how many zombies had crowded in here. The good news was that the benefactor's body was not here either. Before, they all saw through the window how Chio came to the hotel quietly, how he waved his hand to let a row of zombies fall down, and how he passed through the impregnable zombie group to save them on the 7th floor. The benefactor was very strong, and he must have his own trump card to save his life. Maybe he was just hiding in another room now, waiting for the opportunity to escape. It was precisely because they praised this benefactor so much that they greatly aroused the interest of Zhao Gene and others. They agreed to let Hao Ming and his friends come together. "Let's look for another room," Hao Ming's roommate said. The 3 of them started to move again. They looked in the building room by room, knocking on the doors of closed rooms and barging in if they found open doors. It was the same idea as Chio who had taken Leong to search for things before. "Hey! Is this my sister's clothes?" Compared to the word benefactor, the 10-year-old child preferred to call Chio's sister. Except for the pair of eyes looking through the crack of the door, they had never seen Chio's true face. In fact, Chio was like a vampire who was afraid of light, and wrapped herself tightly. Fortunately, they had all seen her outfit. A light brown sun hat, scarf, shirt, jeans, and a huge backpack. Now the 3 of them looked at the shirt and hat with black blood on the bed, and fell into a long silence. The bloody clothes are all here, and the benefactor has been killed. Achoo! Chio didn't expect that he still had the ability to sneeze. Do I have a cold? Or is someone scolding me? There should be only these 2 possibilities for sneezing. Chio sniffed and said to Leong. Leong raised his head and was about to imitate Chio's sneeze. Chio quickly pulled him back. "Hurry up and find the way, don't imitate everything." Chio was mainly worried that Leong couldn't control the strength of his voice. If the sound was too loud and was discovered by people outside, it would be a disaster. She wrapped her windbreaker tightly and led Leong through the underground sewer. She had only seen underground sewers in TV dramas and movies before, and the one that impressed her the most was Mermaid in the Sewer. The colorful pustules and white bugs in the scene once made her lose her appetite, and she lost at least 2 tails. There was nothing like that in the underground sewer in front of her. There were only various pipes, domestic wastewater, and some fat rats with greasy faces and big ears. Although it was dark, Chio could see clearly without any visual obstruction. These rats living in the sewers were very brave. When they saw someone coming, they were not afraid and quickly moved closer. Chio lowered her head and met the eyes of a fat rat. She bared her teeth in displeasure. She always felt that the fat rat was looking at her to see if she could become its food. Leong stood half a step back from Chio, and Chio did not see the expression on his face. Leong's face can be described in 4 words. It is hard to describe. He really does not understand why Chio left the fresh and delicious food outside, and instead took a fancy to this kind of thing in the gutter. But if she really wanted to eat it, he would catch it. The fierce light in Leong's eyes was aimed at the fat rat. The fat rat's body shook violently. Animals have a strong ability to sense danger, very strong. It dared not stay in front of these 2 big things, and jumped into the shadows. Chio sighed. It must be that we are too powerful and scared it away. They have walked a long way, and they can hardly hear the loud noises of fighting above the hotel. Chio estimated that he might find another exit soon. It is not a big deal if he can't find it. Anyway, there are rats in the underground sewer. When she hides in it, and is starving to death, she will not bite Leong. Catch a few rats to eat first. Wrap it with bread crumbs and fry it until both sides are golden brown. The zombies next door are crying with envy. The superpowers above will definitely not be able to kill tens of thousands of zombies. They should be able to leave after a few casual attacks. Chio thought seriously, and found a plan B for herself in her mind. Facts have proved that she shouldn't think too much. Chio felt like she had walked a lifetime of roads and detours, and then she saw a big iron door welded in the pipe. There was a sign on the door that read sewage outlet ahead, no entry. This big iron door looks a bit old, but it seems that someone comes to reinforce it every year. Chio pushed and even kicked it several times, but the iron door didn't fall down except for the clanging sound. It's just that she is really strong. The sound of punching and kicking the iron door underground was transmitted from the pipe to the superpowers with hearing. Hao Ming, who reunited with Zhao Gene with his head down, immediately cheered up and said seriously, "There may be zombies in the sewer. It may not even be a D-level zombie that can make such a loud noise." The exhausted people had to cheer up again. Zhao Gene saw it and glanced around. It was getting dark again, but it was estimated that there were only about 2,000 zombies that died in their hands. The night was the home of zombies. Maybe the zombies from the other 2 islands would come over after hearing the noise. They couldn't stay here any longer. You will be given half an hour to clean up. Leave immediately after half an hour. Zhao Gene ordered. Everyone knew what cleaning meant. Move supplies and pick up crystal cores. Zhao Gene wiped the knife clean and put it on his back. He lowered his eyes silently. He was still a little short of it. He was still a little short of a level 4 superpower. He didn't know which point. When everyone was packing up, Zhao Gene turned his gaze to the underground. Chapter 17. Zhao Gene stood with his back to everyone. His eyes were deep and gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Captain Zhou, what are you looking at?" Lu Xiaoyu used explosives to blow a gap between everyone and the zombie tide, and ran over. He was holding 2 large backpacks in his hands, and he raised one of them, and handed it to Zhao Gene. "Take a look at this. Does it look familiar?" "Fong Chi's bag?" Zhao Gene retracted his gaze from the ground, and looked at the bag in front of him carefully. Not only did he look at the outside, but also looked at the bulging things inside. Fong Chi's mountaineering backpack. Almost everyone in the camp knew it. So when Lu Xiaoyu found this bag, he immediately took it over to show Zhao Gene. "It's Sister Chi's. Guess where we found it?" "Under the counter of the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. It looks like someone is hiding there, and it's covered with a cardboard box." Lu Xiaoyu talked non-stop. He paused and lowered his voice, so as not to be heard by Shen Yuqing in the distance. "Do you think Shen Yuqing lied to us? Sister Chi is fine?" Zhao Gene didn't ask any more questions, and walked towards the first floor of the hotel. In the hotel restaurant where the water and electricity were cut off for more than a month during the apocalyptic natural disaster, people frowned as soon as they stepped in. The smell of rottenness, oldness, and decay strongly eroded people's five senses. Zhao Gene walked to the place where the backpack was found under the counter, and took a closer look. Under the illumination of the flashlight, some scattered and different-sized footprints can be clearly seen on the dusty floor. This foot is mine, and this foot is Dafeng's. Lu Xiao squatted beside and pointed, and asked with interest, "How is it? Can you tell which one is Sister Chi's?" Zhao Gene choked for a moment, and didn't say anything. He really hadn't noticed what size Fang Chi's feet were, but he should be able to infer it from her height. Fang Chi was about 1.73 meters tall. According to the formula, height equals shoe size plus 10/2/7, the footprints of size 37 and size 43 in front of him didn't seem to match Fang Chi. He shook his head slowly. It shouldn't be her. Xin Yuqing's words were half true and half false, but he didn't dare to lie about the life and death of Fang Chi and Zhao Siyuan. These two people were much stronger than Xin Yuqing. If there was a 1% chance of survival, they would return to the camp. Xin Yuqing's words could be easily exposed. Xin Yuqing liked Chen Ni, and it was impossible for him to lie about Chen Ni. The only variable was Su Zhihai. But Su Zhihai was missing. As long as he couldn't be found, no one would know the truth about the accident of their team. Yang Mufeng, who followed in, said casually, "Who else could have hidden the bag? Could it be a zombie?" Lu Xiu had never considered this possibility. Forget it, why would zombies need our bags? Zombies love to eat people. Yang Mufeng packed some useful seasonings and dry food in the restaurant, scratched his head. Then should we take these two bags? Of course. No matter who put it there, now we see it is ours. There is also Lao Don Ma in it. I will eat it with roasted sweet potatoes when I go back. Lu Xiu carried one in front and one in the back, and stuffed more than a dozen bags of white sugar into the corners of the backpack. White sugar has a shelf life of up to 36 months, provides a lot of energy, and is even the main raw material for producing ethanol. For them, white sugar is the best life-saving material in the end times, and the more they reserve, the better. Even if there were no white crystal cores, it would be worth it to have so much white sugar. It's almost done, get ready to retreat. Zhao Gene waved his hand. He no longer bothered about who hid the backpack here. Bringing the main force here, and taking the main force back safely, this is the most important thing for him. What's more, there is a team of people waiting for them on the boat on the surface of Yanhu Lake. Li Chio leaned on Li Dong, and slept for an unknown period of time. The underground sewer was cold and damp, and some strange noises could be heard from time to time. But Li Chio slept soundly. She woke up because of one thing, she was hungry. Li Dong saw Li Chio moving and starting to make sounds, his eyes moved with it, and then he looked at her intently. "I'm so hungry, are you hungry?" Li Chio looked at Li Dong and swallowed his saliva. "I am so hungry," Li Dong mumbled in his mouth, slowly and hard imitating Li Chio's voice. Li Chio didn't understand what he was mumbling at all. She just thought he was yelling like usual, so she covered his mouth with her hands. "Don't yell yet, I want to listen to the noise." Li Chio pulled Li Dong to squat down, and she stepped on Li Dong's shoulders to listen carefully to the noise outside. "It seems that there is no sound?" Li Chio opened her mouth and widened her eyes, and stretched out her hands to pull her ears. "I didn't hear it wrongly." She was very suspicious now. "Do you think they have killed all our compatriots, and we just went out to deliver food?" "Deliver food?" Li Dong was still learning to speak, but he was still learning poorly. He finally caught the last two words, but Li Chio still couldn't understand what he said. "No, I'm really hungry. I think they should leave. I take you to the cave entrance to smell it." Li Chio touched her stomach and talked to herself first, but the last sentence was said to Li Dong. With a feeling of hunger, the strength in her body began to slowly disappear, and her legs even felt like they were filled with lead. But from the iron gate to the cave entrance where they came down, there is still a very long distance. This distance is no less than the ancestral tomb that Li Chio followed her parents and relatives to climb several mountains during the Qingming festival, and still couldn't reach. Li Chio squeezed a faint smile on his face. "I have to fill my stomach." Li Chio smiles. Life and death are unpredictable. After working hard for a long time, Li Chio finally stepped on the tail of a mouse. It's not known whether this fat mouse is the one she saw at the beginning. Anyway, it is as fat and beautiful as that one. The whole mouse is almost as big as Li Chio's arm, and its tail is as thick as her thumb, just like it was inflated. The mouse was stepped on, but how to kill it was a problem. Before the end of the world, Li Chio could only step on a family of cockroaches without changing her expression. She was a little reluctant to step on such a big fat mouse. Yes, she couldn't do it, but she could do it with her mouth. There seemed to be a little man in Liio's mind, mocking her mercilessly. Liio was still struggling with her mind. The mouse under her feet seemed to find an opportunity, and struggled to escape, but it soon lost the opportunity. A hand twisted its head directly. Eat. Leong picked up the mouse from the ground and handed it to Liio. Liio was stunned for a long time, and blinked several times before coming back to his senses. What happened just now? What shocked her more than Leong killing mice for her was that she understood the word Leong said this time. Liio wolfed down the mouse meat while looking at Leong with a squint. She thought to herself, could this guy Leong be the god of learning in the zombie world? Not only does he evolve quickly, he also learns things quickly. Before, he only learned expressions, but now he can speak. Isn't it just a matter of time before he can cultivate to become an adult? I am his teacher, I am more powerful. Liio comforted herself in her heart. When Liio was not paying attention, Leong killed 3 more mice in the shadows. He acted quickly, accurately and ruthlessly, and the mice went to reincarnate before they could even cry out. Maybe the mice never thought that there would be natural enemies in this underground sewer one day. Almost. Liio ate all 4 mice, wiped his mouth, and his eyes were much brighter than before. Although rat meat is not as good as zombie corpses, let alone humans and superpowers, it is natural flesh and blood that has not been processed with various preservatives. The little bit of satiety that fills Liio's stomach is enough for him to walk to the cave entrance at a normal speed. Leong followed Liio slowly, and there was no abnormality of being attracted by the outside world. It seems that the outside is really peaceful. Liio huddled in the shadow under the cave entrance and sniffed and listened hard. There was no tempting fragrance of superpowers, nor the sound of fierce explosions and fighting. She pointed to the debris covering the cave entrance. We want to go up. The 2 of them jumped down directly, more than 2 meters, and almost 3 meters high, so they would not fall and get hurt. But it would be a bit troublesome to go up. Leong actually knew to squat half of his body, so that Liio could step on him to reach the cave entrance. Liio pushed away the debris at the cave entrance, climbed up the edge of the cave entrance, and turned over. Turned over for the first time. Turned over for the 2nd time. Turned over for the 15th time. Damn, I'm so tired. Liio finally climbed over the cave entrance. Even if there were 100 superpowers besieging her at this moment, she would only be tired and waiting to die. Fortunately, her intuition was not wrong. The hotel was surrounded by darkness, and fell into a strange silence. Liio took a breath, and looked down from the cave entrance. Leong still maintained the posture of holding her up. After seeing her looking down, he slowly withdrew his hand, and just looked up at her. Don't worry, wait for me, I go and see if there is a ladder or rope. Liio said to the cave entrance. Although he was exhausted, Liio felt that he could still squeeze out some strength when he thought of his only companion still down there. The warehouse might be underground, and the group of human superpowers did not find it. The furnishings that Liio saw were still the same as she had seen before, with almost no changes. Liio looked around the warehouse with confidence, and finally took 2 hemp ropes from the box and tied them up, then threw them down to Leong. In order to prevent Leong from not being able to climb, Liio also raised his hand and demonstrated to him how to climb up and down. Have you learned it? You hold the rope and I will pull you up. Leong still only said a single word, learn. After that, he grabbed the rope. Brother, as a zombie, it's time to lose weight. Liio gritted his teeth and spoke out word by word, and the expression on his face was almost dislocated because of excessive force. After pulling for a long time, Leong showed no sign of being pulled up by her. Liio lay at the entrance of the cave with a sad face, and panted, I can't pull anymore. Why don't you wait for me to eat something before coming? Leong, eat. Then wait, I pick you up after I'm full. Liio waved his hand weakly, and almost walked and crawled up. When Liio's figure disappeared at the stairs, Leong's eyes changed, he lay on all 4s, and turned into a crawling state, and then jumped out from the bottom of the 2-meter deep cave. He didn't rush to find Liio, but picked up the rope that Liio had just pulled on the ground. Because Liio had been pulling hard, the rope was deeply tied into Liio's flesh. The rope inevitably carried some blood marks from Liio's hands. Leong approached these blood marks, which was a taste he couldn't resist. Even if there was only a little, it was enough to make him addicted. Chapter 18. When Liio is full, she can jump, and even feels like running a marathon is no problem. But when Liio is hungry, she suddenly feels like a mountain is pressing on her back, and she moves as slowly as a snail. Fortunately, although snails are slow, they can still move. It took Liio almost half an hour to finish the distance, that only took a few minutes before. Her panting sounded like a hair dryer. When she walked to the exit of the hotel lobby, she rubbed her eyes first, and then opened her mouth and looked at everything in front of her silently. The number of corpses here is nearly dozens of times more than the more than 100 corpses in the old neighborhood before. Wherever Chio looked, there were corpses of zombies lying everywhere. They died in different ways, and in different ways, but the only thing in common was that the brains of almost every zombie were stirred by a sharp weapon. The crystal cores in the brain were empty, like walnuts without kernels. At this time, those crystal cores may have become materials for the upgrade of some superpower. Chio took a quick glance and found that the intelligent species that had been with Leong during the day were also dead. They were treated better than other low-level zombies, and were broken into pieces and then stacked together. At first glance, it looked like a freak with 8 hands. Chio hugged her other hand with one hand, feeling lucky. If she and Leong had run slower, they would have been piled up there now. Then it would go from being an 8-handed freak to a 12-handed freak. 12 hands? The king of 10,000 slaves in the Tomb Robbers Chronicles? No matter when and where, Chio could always think of some strange things. A gust of wind blew, blowing her messy wig into a mess, and also brought her thoughts back. Chio and several wild dogs that came from nowhere stared at each other. Some of these wild dogs were pastoral dogs, some were pet dogs, like Alaskans and teddy dogs, and their size was more than twice that of those seen before the end of the world. Chio looked carefully, and found that their eyes were abnormally gray and white, and they looked like zombie dogs. Zombie dogs are not zombies. They are not the same kind as humans, and they will not stop eating people just because they become zombies. At this time, they stared at Chio closely, drooling. Chio knew that he must not show his cowardice at this time. The more fierce you act in front of dogs, the more they will not easily come forward. Sure enough, compared to Chio, a person with aggressive power, the zombie dogs would rather eat the zombie corpses in front of them first. Chio breathed a sigh of relief. When she was a child, she was chased by wild dogs. In order to avoid being bitten by the dogs, she jumped into the community pond and almost drowned. When she grew up, she loved small animals very much. Not only did she often go to cat cafes to pet cats, she would also buy cat food or chicken breasts to feed stray cats in the school. But she always kept a distance from dogs. Small dogs were okay, but if they were bigger and more aggressive, Chio could only describe them as trembling and almost unable to walk. She was directly controlled on the spot, and dared not take a step. Who would have thought that dogs would become bigger after the end of the world? Then Chio sat on a corpse to avoid the sight of the zombie dogs. With the idea that the higher the level, the hungrier she should be, Chio first picked up a piece of meat from the wisdom plant and ate it. She had to eat faster so that she could have the strength to pull Leong up. Most importantly, with the strength, these zombie dogs would not be her opponents. Night has come. Tonight, dark clouds cover the moon, and it seems that there will be a heavy rain soon. Chio sat in the sea of corpses and blood, chewing and swallowing, eating quickly, eating as if no one was around. After eating 4 corpses of intelligent species, Chio felt unprecedented satisfaction. The disappearance of hunger corresponds to the recovery of great strength. She just pinched it lightly, and the shriveled thigh in front of her became a pool of meat paste. Chio ate the meat paste in a few bites, and then dragged all the nearby corpses over and gathered them together to continue eating. She ate until raindrops hit Chio's face, and there were still more than 200 corpses left on the ground that had not been eaten. The zombie dogs were very close to her. Rain? The obsession with eating slowly dissipated a little under the beating of raindrops, and Chio looked up at the sky. She couldn't feel the pain, but it didn't prevent her from feeling the abnormality of her body. This rain was not ordinary rain, it seemed to be corrosive. As the raindrops got bigger, the corrosiveness became stronger. Chio felt a burning pain on the hand that was stretched out to catch the rain. Damn it! Chio jumped up quickly from the ground, and before running into the hotel lobby, she did not forget to carry 2 more corpses into the lobby. As she ran into the lobby, the 5 zombie dogs followed her steps and ran in. After all, under the acid rain, people and dogs are equal. In the lobby, Chio's 2 arms were strangled by the neck of a corpse, frowning and staring at the 5 howling zombie dogs. The 5 zombie dogs gradually closed the circle around Chio. Their target was the zombie corpse in Chio's hand, and Chio, a living zombie, who was close at hand. Chio bared his teeth and stared at the dogs with fierce eyes. Leong stood there in the dark corridor. He saw his strange companion fighting with a dog, but he did not go forward, just watched quietly. In the battle between man and dog, Chio won with 1 punch each. The dogs were dizzy and lost their souls by her huge force, and they ran away to other places with howling. Chio patted the dog hair on her hands, grinned happily, and showed the fangs at the corners of her mouth. This was not a simple battle between man and dog, but she overcame her psychological barriers. From then on, the Chio who was scared into the pond by the dog no longer existed. The acid rain outside gradually became heavier, from a drizzle to a heavy rain. It was clearly early morning, but the light outside was so dim that it was almost invisible. Chio carefully ate the 2 corpses that were moved in, and then wiped the dirt off her body and prepared to find Leong. But when she turned around, she saw Leong standing not far behind her. He stood straight, without making any sound, looking as strange as a human statue. Zombies can scare zombies to death. Chio patted his chest. Leong repeated, scared to death. Chio, eh? She was speechless for a while, and suddenly remembered. How did you get up here? I haven't rescued you yet? Leong must have understood her question, and stretched out his hand to make a climbing gesture. You are so amazing. You climbed up by yourself? Chio's eyes widened, and then she slapped her forehead. I forgot, you are a wise species. You must know the tricks of the crawling species. It's dangerous outside, don't go. Let's go find the bag first. Chio was walking very fast. When she ran to the front desk of the restaurant to dig, her mood, which had been wonderful because of her full stomach, suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. Who the hell stole my bag? Chio was mad. Her shouting was too loud, but fortunately the rain outside was also loud, covering her voice. Otherwise, there would definitely be surviving zombies attracted by her. Soon Chio forgot the sadness. The Yinhu Hotel without superpowers became her paradise. Chio smashed the door of the coffee shop and climbed in. She loved drinking coffee, and she made 2 cups of hand-ground coffee without any instruction. Then she moved a small table and 2 chairs under the eaves. 2 cups of coffee were emitting hot steam on the table, and Chio was sitting leisurely on the chair wearing a casual sun hat and a windbreaker. Through the small balcony here, you can have a panoramic view of the lake and mountains of Yinhu, and you can enjoy the beautiful scenery without leaving home. Before the end of the world, it would cost at least 100 yuan to enjoy it here. Now it's not only free, but there are no crowds of people blocking her view. Drink it. You must have drunk a lot of American coffee at work before. Try it, and see if it has the familiar taste. Chio picked up her cup and persuaded Leong, who was sitting upright next to her. Leong didn't drink it, but stared at her with gray eyes. If you don't drink it this time, it will be hard to find it next time, Chio said as she took a big sip. It should be a mellow and slightly bitter coffee, but it has no taste. Chio had expected this a long time ago, and continued to drink it without caring. She drank 3 sips in a row. She put down the cup and patted Leong on the shoulder. Excuse me, turn around first. Leong's body was pushed by her to turn away from her. Then Chio bent over and vomited violently on the floor. The coffee liquid could not be absorbed by her body at all. It kept lingering in her stomach. If she didn't vomit it out, she would feel uncomfortable all the time. Chio vomited so much that she wiped her mouth to save face. I have an idea. Next time, put some meat paste in it, coffee broth. What do you think? Leong, okay. The acid rain fell intermittently all day long. Whenever the rain stopped, Chio would order Leong to go outside with her to move the corpses. The corpses of the zombies were neatly arranged by Chio against the wall. She was surprised to find that the corpses of the F-level zombies were almost all corroded beyond recognition. But the corpses of the E-level reptiles were only slightly burned. Is it possible that the higher the level of the zombies, the stronger their corrosion resistance? Chio thought. She regretted it a little. Those corpses of the intelligent species were eaten too early. Otherwise, they could have been exposed to acid rain and then used for experiments. As for now, she couldn't let herself live and let Leong go out for a walk. Leong, how come you upgrade so quickly? I don't upgrade? Chio asked without shame. In just a few days, Leong upgraded from F level to D level. On the other hand, she also worked hard, but there was no sign of upgrading. If she could become a more powerful C-level zombie, she could throw out a 3 or 4 meter long tongue and attack at a super long distance, and she wouldn't have to be afraid of the superpowers at all. Leong didn't answer her, but just continued to repeat a few words in her words. Upgrade quickly. You may be a parrot spirit, I think. Chio patted his shoulder, and turned to search for supplies in several buildings. Early the next morning, the sky finally cleared up. Chio took a bunch of supplies, and Leong, and got on the hotel sightseeing bus for guests. After hitting the trees several times, She finally mastered the skills of driving this kind of car, and drove slowly towards the road to the Yanhu parking lot. The map is in hand, the supplies are sufficient, find a car with gas and continue to go south. At this time, a meeting has just been held in the survivors' camp. After everyone's vote, the minority obeys the majority, and everyone decides to break camp and set off today, to avoid more unexpected extreme weather in the future. The matter of looking for Su Zhihai in Yanhu's scenic area can only be left unfinished. At this time, everyone was busy packing up. Zhao Gene, who had already packed up, stood on the high slope of the camp and looked out in the distance. It was his regret that he failed to fight the unknown zombie in the basement of Yanhu Hotel. But now, he has successfully upgraded his superpowers with the crystal core he brought back, and this regret has become less regrettable. The most important thing at the moment is the route to the south. Chapter 19. Yanhu parking lot is completely different from what Chio imagined. At first, she thought that there were cars parked all over the mountains, and it would be best if there was enough gas. But in fact, the zombies crowded in Yanhu parking lot are no less than those in Yanhu Hotel. When the incident happened, many people rushed to the parking lot as soon as possible, wanting to drive away from here. Unfortunately, others thought so at the time. This also led to Yanhu parking lot becoming another life-forbidden zone in Yanhu's scenic area. It is clearly a parking lot, but the zombies wandering around have blocked it. Those vehicles are invisible like the beef and beef noodles? I suddenly think that it would be a good choice for us to drive a sightseeing car back to my hometown Balan. What do you think? Chio stopped the car, holding the steering wheel tightly with her fingers, and then said to Leong with a fake smile. It was not that she wanted to stop, but that a small number of zombies immediately surrounded her after hearing the sound of driving. Although they were clumsy, they were numerous and soon formed a circle around the car body. Some zombies, who were either bold or stupid, reached into the car and waved their hands, as if they wanted to find out if there were any living people inside. Chio rolled her eyes resignedly. She tied a scarf around her neck and pulled it towards her face, revealing only a pair of brown eyes. This would isolate her half-human, half-zombie smell to a large extent. Leong went down first to clear the way. As a zombie, he was a D-level intelligent species, and his ability was far stronger than Chio thought. Those zombies were like a disturbed school of fish, and they scattered around, and soon made way for Chio and the other two. How did you do it? Chio's eyes were like clear springs, and she gave a thumbs up. Leong said 2 words. I did it. Chio understood that the questions he could answer were usually expressed in 1 word. When he didn't understand or didn't want to answer, he would repeat the 2 words in her words. Sly. Chio raised her eyebrows and commented with a smile. After the zombie tide retreated to one side, Chio quickly found some good cars. Based on her experience in apocalyptic novels, the most important thing in the apocalypse is to be low-key. The car must be low-key in color, with black, white and gray being the best. The road conditions are too bad now, and ordinary sedans are not good. It is best to have an SUV or off-road. Don't consider vans and RVs, they are too big and consume too much fuel. In addition, she and Leong basically don't consume any daily necessities, and there is no possibility of other companions, so there is no need to use such a car. The car keys of many cars in the parking lot are thrown in or outside the car. The owner should have become a member of the zombie army in the parking lot. This is convenient for Chio. She quickly got into the driver's seat of a Banyo, and couldn't help thinking that this car seemed to be quite expensive before the end of the world, and it seemed to cost more than 1 million. But now it is just one of the many broken copper and iron cars in the parking lot, and you can drive it for free. The only drawback is that this car has been exposed to wind and rain, and even eroded by yesterday's acid rain, and it has become indistinguishable from other cars in appearance. But there is a reason for the high price. Not only is the interior of this car beautiful, but the driver's seat is also very comfortable. When Chio was studying how to drive this car, Leong was still standing outside with his back to her. Stop being in a daze, get in the car. Chio patted the co-pilot beside him. The fuel tank of this car is 83L, and now there is more than half a tank of fuel, and it is estimated that it can still drive more than 400 kilometers. Chio only needs to add fuel when the fuel tank alarm sounds. Thinking that the way home is just in front of him, Chio's mood has never been better. Leong did not move at all, and seemed reluctant to get in the car. You are non-violent and non-cooperative, right? Chio rolled up his sleeves and got out of the car, and shoved Leong into the co-pilot. Leong bared his teeth, but finally closed his mouth and let Chio do whatever he wanted. Safety first, fasten your seat belt. Okay, passenger, we are ready to go. Chio first spread out the map in front of the steering wheel, then fastened his seat belt, looked ahead, and stepped on the accelerator. Chio was forced to stop before the car drove 10 meters. That's really uncivilized, isn't it? Look at how they parked their cars. The car she chose was already outside the parking lot, but there were too many cars here, and it was very chaotic when the zombies broke out. Everyone drove and parked randomly, blocking the road. Chio shouted to Leong, "Get out of the car, get out of the car." Luckily, she was full and strong now, so pushing a car was no problem. But she was too slow alone, so she had to pull Leong along. But Leong didn't have such good strength as her. "I teach you. You crawl on the ground, then bounce up and knock the car away. Do you know how to do it?" Chio lay on the ground and acted as a teacher conscientiously. "Yes." Leong was obviously a smart student. Chio only demonstrated it once, and he successfully knocked over a car in a few seconds. Chio held his forehead. "I asked you to push it away, not to knock it over. Don't have your own ideas, okay?" "Okay." Leong stared at her action of pushing the car away. This time he held back his strength and knocked a car that was blocking the road to the side of the road. Our Leong is so smart. Chio's expression changed faster than turning a book, and he was as excited as a kindergarten teacher. She finally understood. No wonder some people just like to be teachers. They must like the sense of accomplishment of teaching others. When Chio wasn't paying attention, Leong's mouth moved. He might want to laugh, but in the end, he only showed an expression that was uglier than crying. He was already a D-level intelligent species, but he still couldn't figure out why he wanted to show such an expression. After he couldn't figure it out, and couldn't do it, he lowered his head, and didn't let Chio see his face. The noise they made, one moving the car and the other crashing the car, almost attracted all the zombies in the parking lot. Before the zombies blocked the road, Chio pulled Leong, stepped on the accelerator, and left here completely. But she overestimated her driving skills. People who haven't touched a car for several years rushed around, either braking too hard or stepping on the accelerator and braking incorrectly. One moment, he almost hit a tree, and the next moment, he almost drove into the lake. Fortunately, they were all safe. Chio drove and got better. Chio's car sped past on the straight asphalt road. Not long after her car drove past, a person emerged from the woods. "No, this is not a person, this is a female zombie." She looked around blankly, as if attracted by the sound of the car just now. There was another male zombie following not far behind her. The two zombies quickly went to the place where the car sounded. If Chio was here, she would recognize it. One of these two zombies is Fong Chi, who turned into a zombie from a superpower. The other is Su Zhihai, who had clearly escaped, but for some reason turned into a zombie. Chapter 20. For someone like Chio who has just started driving is dangerous but fun. You can control the steering wheel and speed, change lanes when you want, and speed when you want. Everything is done at your own pace. Most importantly, Leong, the only passenger next to you, will not have any opinions on Chio's driving skills. When Chio went to the driving school to learn to drive, she was a little introverted, and then the coach scolded her from introversion to autism. After several twists and turns, she got her driver's license and drove her father's car several times. Her father sat in the passenger seat, and her mother sat in the back seat. The two old drivers directed her at the same time, which made Chio nervous. Once she stepped on the accelerator and hit the curb. After this little accident, Chio completely stayed away from driving and took a taxi whenever she could. But now that she touched the steering wheel, and there was no interference from others, Chio felt that driving was instantly fun. On both sides of the car window was a landscape that kept receding, and in front of the car was a wide avenue. She seemed to be isolated from this world, but rushed into the embrace of this world. It was a pity that she could not share this fun. Most of the time, Leong's presence was very weak, as if there was a life-size figurine sitting on the passenger seat. He didn't even turn his head to look at Chio. He looked sideways to the right, watching the woods constantly receding, watching the birds flying in the sky in groups. Only occasionally, he would repeat a few words of Chio. What made Chio feel most uncomfortable about driving in the end times was the lack of electronic navigation. At each fork in the road, she could only slow down, and then look at the map spread out on the steering wheel to see the general direction. Sometimes she had to stop the car to carefully identify the direction of the crooked road signs on the side of the road. Chio stepped on the accelerator and said to Leong, "There is a gas station in front of us. Let's go and see if there is any gas." Leong repeated the two words refuel, without any extra emotions or words. Chio saw the Sinopec logo from a distance. Compared with the gas station before the natural disaster, this small gas station is now dilapidated as if it has gone back 30 years. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere, and all kinds of garbage, and dead branches, and leaves blown by the strong wind were piled on the ground. Chio opened the car window and smelled it. There was a very light fragrance belonging to the superpowers in the air. If those human survivors were at the gas station, the smell should be very strong. Now it is so light, which means they have gone far away. At least, they have been walking for more than half an hour. Chio was relieved and opened the car door, and jumped out of the car. Dong was still sitting obediently in the passenger seat, staring at Chio with a pair of gray eyes, until Chio unbuckled his seat belt and pulled him out. He got out of the car. You should stretch your muscles too. We zombies also need exercise. Chio patted him seriously. Just stay by the car, don't move, I go inside first. Dong lowered his eyes, and didn't respond, but he probably understood what Chio said. After walking around, Chio found that there was no gas to fill at this gas station. Fortunately, she had expected this situation, and she was not particularly disappointed, so she turned around and went into the convenience store next to her. There were many empty food packaging bags, and some broken bottles, and cans scattered on the floor of the convenience store. Of course, there were also bloodstains. Following the dried bloodstains on the floor, Chio saw the food reserves at a glance. 2 dry zombie bodies, 1 male and 1 female, still wearing the uniforms of gas station staff. One of them had half of its head cut off, and the other was twisted into a weird angle. It was so cruel. Chio stood by and mourned for a second with sympathy, then shouted to Dong at the door, Dong, Dong. After Dong helped her move the body into the trunk, Chio found some unwanted things in the convenience store. For humans, food, drink, medical treatment, and self-defense are the most important. For Chio, it was the opposite. So things that others don't want are still treasures for her. Brand new water bottles, salt and MSG, car lubricants, shampoo, shower gel, plastic raincoats, children's burp masks, radios, a few messy books, a few notebooks, and a large bundle of pens, as well as toy car models and strawberry bear dolls that were dropped here by unknown children. Chio now has a car anyway, so naturally he picks up everything and puts it in the car, just like a rag collector. Do you want the curtains? Or tear them down? If I want to go camping, I can lay them on the ground as a carpet. Chio muttered to himself, and as soon as he finished speaking, he pulled down the curtains. He hugged the fallen curtains, but his eyes were attracted by the things on the ground. A power bank with various charging cables appeared behind the counter. It had not been discovered by others before because of the curtains, but now it was picked up by Chio. This is a huge power bank with a capacity of 20,000 mAh. Chio gently turned on the small screen on the power bank, which clearly showed that the power was 100%. The moment she saw that the power bank had power, Chio's heart began to beat wildly. To be honest, her heart had never beaten so fast when she talked to the boy she had a crush on in school. Charge, charge, charge. Chio connected the charging cable with trembling hands. Dong, the familiar charging sound rang out. The screen of the mobile phone that Chio always carried with her finally lit up. Old. Tears. Vertical. Horizontal. Chio was so happy that she pounded the table next to her, but she forgot that she was very strong now and directly cracked the table. Dong looked over through the glass door of the convenience store. He thought expressionlessly that his companions were always doing something strange. Dong. Chio rushed out holding his mobile phone and power bank, and kept calling Dong's name. I have power, I have power. Do you understand? Although there is no signal, I can still play. With this power bank and the cable on the power bank, when it runs out of power, it can be charged in the car. From then on, Chio was no longer afraid of running out of power on his mobile phone. Dong repeated Chio's words. Play. Come on, let's take a photo together. Chio pulled Dong and pressed the photo. In this photo, the 2 zombies were dressed neatly, just like 2 real people taking a photo side by side. She looked at the camera. Her eyes, eyebrows, and hair were all smiling. Dong had a wooden face. He didn't look at the camera. His eyes followed Chio from beginning to end. After taking this photo, Chio put away her mobile phone and power bank like treasures, planning to play with them after the mobile phone is fully charged. After taking Dong into the car, Chio placed a palm-sized strawberry bear doll in front of the driver's seat, and took out a notebook and a pen. On the first page of the notebook, Chio slowly wrote a line of words. The first day Li Dong and I drove home, I picked up a fully charged power bank, a happy day. She drew 2 stick figures under the words with just 2 strokes, and drew a square as a picture frame. Li Chio continued to drive forward with Li Dong. Perhaps because she was happy, Li Chio sang while driving, and stepped on the accelerator particularly hard. Fortunately, this road was particularly smooth, with basically no obstacles. The gates on the highway entrance and exit had long been rotten on one side. Seeing that they were about to enter the highway, Li Chio stepped on the accelerator to 60 yards and above on the ramp. She noticed that Li Dong in the passenger seat began to get agitated. "What's wrong with you?" Li Dong didn't answer her. He lay on the closed car window, slapping in one direction and roaring. "There are zombies calling Li Dong." Li Chio suddenly realized. Because in Yanhu Hotel, when she took Li Dong to hide in the sewer, Li Dong also wanted to leave like now. "It's dangerous outside," Li Chio shouted. Li Dong didn't listen to her at all, and he slapped the car window harder and harder. His expression became more and more gloomy. Li Chio thought, just slap it. You don't know how to open the window. Then she was slapped in the face the next second. Li Dong's hand pressed the position to open the car window, and the car window slowly lowered. When Li Chio wanted to close it, it was too late, and Li Dong's figure jumped out of the car window. As flexible as a cat. Li Chio was so scared that she stepped on the brakes. When she got out of the car to see Li Dong's situation, she only saw Li Dong's back. Li Dong was lying on the ground with all 4 limbs. Not only was he not injured at all, but he quickly jumped from the railing of the highway into the field next to it, just like Li Chio had seen before. "What on earth is there in the field?" Li Chio shouted angrily. Chapter 21. After shouting, Li Dong's back became farther and farther away, gradually becoming a small dot hidden in the barren weeds. Li Chio looked at the direction Li Dong was going from afar. She didn't want to care about Li Dong. For her, the first important thing was to stay alive, and the second was to go home. At this time, she should run towards her way home and step on the accelerator to the bottom. Why care about Li Dong? But being in a world of natural disasters, wandering alone, the loneliness of being isolated and helpless is as uncomfortable as being hungry, coming in waves and cannot be ignored. And the name she gave him personally, plus the habit of getting along for so many days, after hesitating again and again, Li Chio still took her foot off the accelerator. "I shouldn't have named him." Li Chio slapped the steering wheel and sighed hard. Whether it is a person or a thing, once you personally give it a name, it is equivalent to having a connection with you, and it is difficult for you to easily abandon it. Li Chio did not hesitate anymore. She opened the car door and put on the backpack thrown on the back seat. After getting ready, Li Chio ran in the same direction as Li Dong with a grin on her face. She thought viciously that when she caught up with Li Dong, she would take out the hammer from her backpack and hit him twice. Zombies need to be beaten to learn their lesson. This run will never end. Li Dong, Li Chio shouted down from a high hillside. She was almost hoarse, and her throat was about to break. Still couldn't save Li Dong's heart from being summoned by other zombies. Li Chio was so shocked that she could only grit her teeth and stumble down again. The backpack behind her was too heavy, and she almost rolled down the slope. As a fast-evolving intelligent species, Li Dong has extraordinary physical fitness for zombies. He was bouncing forward all the way, running so fast. When Li Chio chased him through one bush after another, Li Dong had already disappeared. Li Chio cursed while running. As an intelligent species, she couldn't run on 4 legs like Li Dong, and could only run on 2 legs. If there was a zombie association or a zombie government affairs center, she would definitely ask why zombies were treated differently in evolution. Li Chio was anxious and annoyed, forgetting that she had a fatal flaw. She got hungry quickly. Climbing uphill, drilling through bushes, going downhill, and all kinds of intense exercises not only consumed Li Chio's physical strength quickly, but also reduced her sense of fullness to a great extent. The familiar feeling of hunger soon came. Li Chio felt as if her legs were entangled by a big iron chain, and every step she took had to pull the joints and muscles of her whole body. Her head began to feel dizzy, her eyes began to blur, and her breathing became heavier and heavier, like a donkey pulling a millstone. Li Chio sat down on the ground. Hungry and tired, she couldn't live like this. She endured the dizziness and took out a piece of meat packed in a plastic bag from her backpack and stuffed it into her mouth. She had eaten all the human corpses before, mainly because they were too delicious. As a zombie, Li Chio's instincts erupted violently, resulting in no human meat left. In the end, she could only pack some zombie meat to take with her on the road as dry food. It was dry food, but it was really dry. It tasted tasteless when chewed, but it didn't satisfy her hunger. After eating delicious food, Chio developed a picky habit. She couldn't help but sigh. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. After eating 2 pieces of meat in a row, Chio felt that her physical strength had recovered a lot. But she didn't want to chase anymore. Let anyone chase. She would just sit here and wait. No, just lie down. It would be more comfortable. Chio took out the waterproof cloth from her backpack and spread it over the place where she was going to lie to prevent the rough stones and sharp grass leaves from scratching her. She found this waterproof cloth in the trunk of the car. It was made of lightweight nylon, which was thin, light, and durable. If there were enough ropes, like yesterday when it rained all day, these waterproof cloths could be used to build a minimalist shelter. Chio estimated that the previous owner of this car was also an outdoor sports enthusiast. After she laid down, her vision became wider, with a blue sky and white clouds floating quietly. The surroundings were also quiet, with only the occasional chirping of some insects. The whole year was quiet, and it felt like I didn't know what year it was. Chio remembered that she had seen a stream not far away. She fantasized about it. It would be great if her parents and best friend were here too. They could just spread a tablecloth on the spot and have a picnic and barbecue, which would be worthy of such good sunshine. You can't think about a good life for too long. It will easily form a sharp contrast with reality, and then some bad emotions will surge. Chio interrupted her fantasy in time. Lying down was a bit boring. Chio turned over and took out her mobile phone to check it. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and she would wait for another hour at most. If Leong didn't come back by himself, she would turn back and drive away. It was really impossible to catch up with him at this point, but she was still willing to wait. As a mourner, she had done her best. Yes, Chio created a new word. She called herself Sangren, which means both zombie and human. As for why she is not a human Sangren, it is mainly because it is not easy to pronounce. After lying on the ground for a long time, with the warm sunlight shining on her body, Chio began to feel sleepy. After the first yawn, she slept more and more deeply. It was not until she heard the sound of gunfire in her sleep that Chio suddenly woke up. The sun was already setting in the west, and she glanced at the time and found that 2 hours had passed. Chio rubbed off the ants crawling on her face, frowned, and hurried to look at the source of the sound. There was a fire in the distance, followed by several consecutive gunshots. Bullets were fired from different directions, and there seemed to be the sound of some cars starting. Just listening to it, Chio could imagine a police and gangster movie in her mind. But it was a natural disaster, so where did the police and gangster movie come from? Chio rolled her eyes at her messy associative ability. She parted the grass and could not see the specific situation, so she could only continue to listen. The sound was far and near, and those who were fighting seemed to be approaching where Chio was. I wonder if one of them was Leong. While Chio was still guessing, the wind blowing from north to south turned the strong smell of blood into a fragrance that reached Chio's nose. The smell of human blood, the smell of a superpower, was fragrant. Chio couldn't help but take a deep breath and licked her lips. This rich aroma, as soon as you smell it, you know how fresh the rice must be. It must be better than the dry zombie meat just now. Chio grinned, revealing her sharp teeth. She gritted her teeth, and her stomach gurgled, as if urging her to eat quickly. At this time, Zhao Gene was leading everyone in a desperate fight. Originally, they had been driving along the highway, but not long after the car drove past, they found that the mountain in front had collapsed, directly blocking the highway. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for them to clear a passable road. For this reason, Zhao Gene made a decision to lead everyone to change the route and drive the car along the small road beside the highway. The highway here is not surrounded by barren mountains and old forests. There are still some houses built as far as the eye can see. There should be a small town in the distance. Since there are people living together, there are naturally some narrow mud roads that are barely passable by vehicles. Although the road was a bit bumpy at the beginning, many people were bumpy and wanted to vomit, but it was still safe in the end. Who knew that while driving, groups of zombies suddenly appeared all around? These zombies are like a well-trained regular army. They not only know how to surround and ambush, but also use the terrain. When Zhao Gene realized something was wrong, the surrounding hills were already filled with dense zombies. Densely packed, a large group of reptiles. There were also 7 intelligent species wearing jackets, and almost intact bodies standing in several directions. Although in terms of overall number, these zombies are far less than those in Yenhu's scenic area. But judging from the level of zombies, and the situation they're in, this time may be more dangerous than that time. Because the most outrageous thing is that not only are there 3 more intelligent species than last time, But almost all of these intelligent species hold a shotgun. Are these really zombies instead of people? Almost everyone had doubts, and a deep chill in their hearts. For a moment, neither side of the confrontation made a move. Zhao gripped the steering wheel tightly, and his back began to sweat. Captain Joe, the grass here has been cleared in advance. It rained yesterday, and it was all muddy. The wheels got stuck and kept slipping. The people in the back seat were also anxious, asking one by one, Captain Joe, what should we do? Now they are trapped beasts in a trap. Zhao Gene sure clenched his magic in his hand, and he picked up the intercom in the car to contact several other cars. How is your car? 46 people drove 2 vans, and 4 off-road vehicles in total. The situation of other cars was okay, and they didn't slip like Zhao Gene's car. Zhao Gene made a prompt decision. Ziyu, Jiang Song and Xiaowu, I will get off the car in 20 seconds to attract attention. Old Bird, drive the car to our side as a cover. Then the 3 of you find a car. I will break a hole, and everyone will rush out at this time. The intercoms all heard a heavy received. Lu Xiaowu held the incendiary bomb and gritted his teeth and said, I help you. Zhao Gene didn't show off, and nodded calmly. The moment Zhao Gene got out of the car, the bullets had already hit the door. Zhao Gene rolled over to avoid it, and a stream of water rolled up in front of him to block the zombie's vision. Several bullets didn't hit him in the end. But because Zhao Gene was the first person to get out of the car, all the zombies around him were used in his direction. The crawling zombies in all directions jumped up with a hideous look and opened their bloody mouths. After a while, the black blood mist dispersed in the air. Zhao Gene stood in this blood mist, dodging bullets while killing zombies with magic and water power. As Liio used the incendiary bomb, the zombie defense line soon relaxed. A small hole was opened in the zombie encirclement. Go! Zhao Gene shouted. Chapter 22. The wind brought the bloody smell from afar, and Liio almost fainted from the fragrance. This smell was a fatal temptation to her, directly arousing her instincts engraved in her body. When Liio reacted, she was already slowly walking through the 2 or 3 meters high weeds, approaching the direction of the exchange of fire. Liio grabbed the weeds beside her, and the sharp blades instantly cut her hand. Liio thought, fortunately I am hungry and can't run now. If she was in her best condition, I am afraid she would have entered the battle circle by now. Liio squatted in the grass secretly, pulled away a piece of grass in front of her, and observed the movement there. Smoke rose and explosions sounded. Liio couldn't see how many people there were, but could only vaguely smell that there were at least a dozen or 20 superpowers. No wonder Leong ran so fast before, as if he was going to reincarnate. He must have been attracted by these superpowers. Among the smells of these superpowers, there was one that she was familiar with. It was the one who killed so many people in Yanhu Hotel, and the one who almost found her when she regained consciousness on the first day. As a zombie, Liio hoped that the human camp would win and escape. At the same time, she was thinking about her good subordinate and good brother Leong, hoping that he would not be so unlucky as to be killed by these superpowers. As she thought about it, Liio's stomach began to make a sound. The feeling of hunger immediately reached her throat. She was hungry. But she didn't bring much zombie meat when she came out, and she ate it all before going to bed. Now there is nothing to eat. It would be nice if there was a piece of human meat to eat at this time. It would be best if it was slightly dead and fresh, with blood and tendons attached, so that it would be chewier and the feeling of fullness would be stronger. The feeling in her mind was too real, and Liio began to drool. She opened her mouth slightly, and saliva flowed from her mouth and dripped onto the weeds in front of her. Liio slapped herself silently, shaking her head to wake up. She would never go out to fight. At this time, she was so fragile that she was afraid that any wild dog could knock her down, let alone a human. So she could only wait. After the fight was over, she would go to find Leong, or wait for Leong to come to her. Maybe she could pick up some meat on the battlefield by then. So Liio stretched her neck, looking forward to it, wanting to see more clearly. Who would have thought that there was a big steep slope in front of her, but it was previously covered by overgrown weeds. Now her center of gravity was unstable, her feet slipped, and she immediately fell and rolled down from here. All Liio screamed instinctively after stepping on empty air. Fortunately, the fighting in the distance was too loud and noisy, so almost no one noticed Liio's scream. However, among the group of human survivors, there was a person with hearing ability. Speaking of which, this person was somewhat related to Liio, because he was rescued by Liio. Hao Ming was sitting in the co-pilot seat, following everyone to break out of the zombie encirclement. The people in their car, men, women, young and old, and children, all escaped from the Yinhu scenic area at that time. The relationship they had forged after surviving a near-death experience in the scenic area made them trust each other only, so they squeezed into a van. The little girl was sensitive, and she was the first to notice that something was wrong with Hao Ming. "Brother Hao, what's wrong with you?" After hearing this, the others looked at Hao Ming. Hao Ming kept looking back. They thought Hao Ming was paying attention to Zhao Gene and their movements, but now there was obviously another reason. "I just heard a girl's voice." Hao Ming was not sure at first, so he didn't say it, but now that everyone noticed it, he just said it directly. He hesitated for a moment and continued, "It seems to be the voice of the benefactor." Speaking of the benefactor, the 10 people perked up. Who else could their benefactor be? Isn't it the person who asked them to dig 2 pieces of meat through the door in the hotel to help them lead away the zombies? Did you hear it wrong? The chubby third brother frowned. Didn't the benefactor already? Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu said in unison, but they tacitly didn't say the word dead. At the beginning, Hao Ming, the little girl Zhao Linyun, and Hao Ming's roommate Wang Kai went to the 7th floor of the hotel together to save the benefactor. No one saw it, only the bloody clothes of the benefactor. There is a 99% chance that the benefactor has been eaten by the zombies. How could he still be here? The third brother patted Hao Ming on the shoulder. You must have heard wrongly. The most urgent thing is that we still have to escape quickly, and not delay the escape opportunity created for us by Captain Zhou. The others nodded repeatedly. After escaping from Yinhu's scenic area with great difficulty, they joined Zhao Gene's team again. "I thought I could live a human life for a few days, but I didn't expect to be surrounded by zombies again so soon." Everyone's nerves were highly tense, and they dared not relax at all. Even if the voice Hao Ming heard just now was really a benefactor, they couldn't care so much now. Hao Ming saw everyone's attitude and understood what everyone meant. He could only turn back and continue to look at the road and point the driver in the right direction. Lu Xiu's incendiary bomb was very useful, blowing up a large area of low-level zombies. Even if they were not killed, many zombies lost their ability to move. The convoy broke out of the broken hole and drove farther and farther, attracting the attention of some zombies. But more zombies and those intelligent species with guns remained in place, obviously biting Zhao Gene to death. "Go!" Zhao Gene shouted to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu threw the last incendiary bomb, sighed deeply, and did not want to fight. He rolled over to the side of the car and got on the car driven by Hu Ziyu. The tire of this car had been shot, and it could not hold for long. Hu Ziyu gritted his teeth and followed Zhao Gene's order to drive the car out first. As the car drove farther and farther, the originally broken hole was closed again. Leong stood in the middle of those intelligent species. At first, he was not very good at using the gun in his hand, and was almost a little clumsy, but soon he understood the trick of using this thing, and his shooting became more and more accurate. In the smoke that blocked his vision, Zhao Gene had to keep dodging the dense attacks. But even at this time, countless zombies died under his superpowers and his knife. Bullets always run out, and soon, several intelligent species put down their guns. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the zombies suddenly found that their target was gone. A level 4 human superpower was surrounded by them a few seconds ago, but disappeared without a trace in this second. Zhao Gene did not escape at this time. He hid under the bodies of 2 zombies, and his clothes and hair were stained with zombies' blood and even broken meat. Because he created a circle of water mist around him, before lying down, these things together were enough to cover his breath. If they were not very close, these zombies would indeed think that he had disappeared strangely. Leong looked around in confusion. Obviously, as the most intelligent being among these zombies, he could not understand why Zhao Gene could escape under their noses. Because of Zhao Gene's disappearance, several intelligent species were a little angry. They made a grunting sound, and did not intend to listen to Leong's command. Leong did not make a sound. His gray eyes turned around. It was unknown what he was thinking. The intelligent species quickly split into 2 groups. One group chased the cars and stumbled away. Another group stayed here and scattered in all directions, trying to find Zhao Gene in this way. Zhao Gene had a lot of patience. He lay motionless. Twice, the zombies stepped on him, but he did not show any abnormality. When the low-level zombies gradually walked away and a sap passed by him, he quickly jumped up and pierced the brain of the sap with the magic in his hand. The crystal core rolled out from the pile of brains, and Zhao Gene didn't care to watch it. He immediately drew his knife and stabbed it into the brain of another sap. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, without any unnecessary moves, directly hitting the core and most deadly part of the zombie. This is Zhao Gene. Zhao Gene held the magic and looked at the last sap in front of him. The low-level zombies were no threat to him, but the sap in front of him made him feel like his blood was burning wildly. He felt that there would be danger, but he still wanted to fight impatiently. Liong's eyes moved and looked straight at Zhao Gene. He came for Zhao Gene. His zombie companions would like this food. Thinking of Chio, Liong's face showed something similar to humans, which could be called a smile. This discovery made Zhao Gene feel a chill down his spine, and he felt it was extremely strange. Chapter 23. Liong is more difficult to deal with than any zombie Zhao Gene has encountered before. Zhao Gene is also more difficult to kill than any human Liong has encountered. Zhao Gene held the handle of the magic knife, and his whole body was wrapped in a layer of water. He looked up at Liong and said with great certainty, "The zombie under the Yenhu Hotel is you." He didn't have a chance to kill the zombie that made his blood boil, but he didn't expect to have another chance today. "It's me." Liong answered his question. Liong's white eyes bulged, and he even said a few more words this time, "Eat you." However, at the moment when the word "you" came out, the knife called magic had already flown in. Liong's tall, but hunched body was immediately split in half. Smelly blood, bursting internal organs, yellow and white brain matter. These things mixed together and stirred into the mud. Just like this, Zhao Gene couldn't let down his guard, nor could he release his killing intent. Zhao Gene felt the magic in his hand tremble slightly, as if asking him to continue. Without any hesitation, Zhao Gene drew his sword again and chopped Liong's head, which had been split in half, into even smaller pieces. The blood mist dispersed, and Zhao Gene looked at the pile of mincemeat in front of him with a cold expression. He didn't expect that a zombie like Liong, who had intelligence and emotions, didn't have a crystal core in his brain. Perhaps the magic was too sharp, and it was possible that he had used too much force just now and broke the crystal core. Zhao Gene's ability had just advanced not long ago, and his control of power was not as precise as before. So it is not impossible. Thinking of this, Zhao Gene no longer insisted and stood up and rushed towards the escape route of Huziyu and the others. The road ahead is unclear, and no one knows what is ahead. Maybe it is peaceful, or maybe there are more zombies. The most urgent thing is to ensure everyone's safety. Zhao Gene, who put away his magic, dispersed the strong murderous intent in his eyes, and in a blink of an eye, he could not see the figure. A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds that had gathered long ago began to rain. Chio raised his head in the grass, and the rain hit his face, but it didn't hurt. This is normal rain, not acid rain. Chio followed her previous human instinct, and gently opened her mouth to let the rain irrigate her throat. She was thirsty. Unfortunately, this rain did not quench her thirst at all. Chio's eyes were slightly red, and she knew what could quench her thirst. That kind of thing can be obtained by cutting the surface of the skin with any sharp object. I have my own blood. Why don't I drink my own? This weird genius idea popped up in Chio's mind, and she even raised her purple arm seriously. Then Chio slapped herself. Psychopath. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But she was really thirsty. Hungry and thirsty. It seemed that there was a fire burning her internal organs. This fire also made the blood fragrance from afar almost become real, tempting Chio. Chio was no stranger to this instinctive feeling. It was the same last time. This feeling would devour her half of consciousness as a human being, and she couldn't even predict what would happen next. Chio was a little anxious and sighed sadly. No matter how anxious she was, she couldn't go out now. The battle between humans and superpowers had not ended yet, so she couldn't go out to deliver food. But Chio would not sit and wait for death. Chio supported her head with her hands, and another genius idea came to her mind. She looked around furtively, and after making sure that there was no one around, she immediately licked her left hand with lightning speed. Chio's left hand had been cut by weeds before, and the wound had actually healed long ago. But there was still a little bloodstain at the original location of the cut. No matter how little bloodstain is, it is still blood, and no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. Chio's eyes almost glowed green, and she licked the little bloodstain. She half squatted and half lying in the bushes, paralyzed herself, and waited for about half an hour. The place where the fight was originally taking place gradually became quiet. Chio stood up with a jump in surprise. The rain was not heavy, but it kept falling intermittently, almost soaking most of Chio's body. The originally soft down jacket had absorbed a lot of water, and had long become thick and heavy. Chio was not paying attention, and began to roll down along the grass again. This time, Chio was so dizzy that she simply started to play around, and she would roll wherever God wanted her to roll. If you have the guts, let me roll into the pile of corpses. Chio cursed in her heart. When she was stopped by something, Chio's hat and scarf were gone, and her clothes had been scraped into the style of the beggar gang, and there were many scratches on her face and hands. If she said that she escaped from being kidnapped and beaten, I'm sure some people would believe it. Chio's body has undergone many changes since she turned into a zombie. Except for the last time when the back of her hand was corroded by acid rain, she could hardly feel the existence of pain. But now, even if Chio didn't feel much pain, she could clearly feel that something was wrong. One of her legs was strangely bent upward at 90 degrees, and it was probably broken. Is God going to kill me? Chio wanted to cry a little. In the rain, Chio cried sincerely and aggrieved. After crying for less than 10 seconds, Chio burped with a cold face, and then licked the wound on her hand. She decided to crawl to the pile of corpses even if she had to crawl. Chio didn't forget to call Lidong's name while crawling. Unreliable, too unreliable. He must have chased the superpowers and ran away. He didn't take me, the boss, seriously at all. When I'm full and the injury is healed, I drive away immediately. Break up, completely break up. Chio cursed and said so, but her eyes were always looking in all directions, not letting go of any slight movement. She always thought that maybe Lidong would come to find her in the next second by pulling apart some weeds. But Lidong never showed up. 10 minutes later, Chio arrived at the previous battle zone in tears. As she had observed before, the battle had ended. Both human superpowers and zombies had moved to other targets. This place was safe for Chio. But there was still an arm's length between Chio and the nearest zombie corpse. Dead hand, please make it longer. If you make it longer, you can reach it. Chio shouted with a grim face. But she had almost no strength left, and the sound she made was actually only audible to herself. Perhaps God couldn't bear to see Chio starve to death here. At this moment, Chio saw a finger with his eyes almost closed. This is a long middle finger with distinct joints. It should belong to a zombie because it has long black nails. This finger seems familiar. Forget it, I'm so hungry. Chio swallowed her saliva and swallowed the finger whole. After eating the finger, Chio reluctantly opened her eyes and continued to crawl forward. Soon she touched the corpse and began to eat very skillfully. After the battle, 2 more people came to the side of the highway. No, they should be 2 zombies. Fong Chi brought Su Zhihai all the way here. Fong Chi's hands were covered with black and red blood, and Su Zhihai's neck was hung with the intestines of an unknown creature. Su Zhihai was not as lively as when he was a human. He just followed Fong Chi quietly. Gu Fong Chi's throat made a sound. She pointed in a direction, and then uttered 2 incomplete words. Wang here. Su Zhihai was not a wise creature. He could not understand or repeat Fong Chi's words. But he was unconsciously attracted to the direction Fong Chi pointed. If people are not very hungry, they will not know how precious food is. The same is true if the subject of this sentence is replaced by zombies. Zombie Chio, who has completely lost human consciousness, is diligently enjoying the buffet. She is like a conscientious cleaner. She does not miss every arm and every brain on the battlefield, and makes sure that every corpse is eaten cleanly. If it weren't for the clothes that she really couldn't digest, Chio actually planned to chew the shoes, belts, and so on together. By the time Chio began to regain human consciousness, it was already dark and the rain had stopped. It was quiet all around, as if the heavy night had pressed the mute button. Chio burped. This time it was a full burp. After burping, Chio felt strange, and her vision was suddenly much wider. After eating, I awakened the ability of vision? Chio thought happily, but soon she found that the bullshit ability of vision was clearly a giant ability. Her body was like a bag of potato chips, and she didn't know how many times it had expanded. The most prominent part was her belly. When Chio looked down, she couldn't see where the ground was at all. She could only see her round belly. Chio felt nauseous, not knowing whether it was because she had eaten too much just now, or because she had suddenly grown taller and fatter, and was a little afraid of heights. Maybe it was both. After the nausea was not so frequent, Chio touched her belly carefully, and even patted it. This slap startled Chio, and she heard someone talking in her stomach. It hurts. The sound in the stomach was very weak, and the tone was very dull, just like a babbling baby. Of course, it was weak, but this baby talk was too familiar. Lidong? Did I eat your father? Chio's eyes were dark, and she felt a little guilty. She was unconscious when she was eating just now, and she stuffed meat into her mouth when she caught it, and cut open the blood vessels when she caught it. so she was not sure if she ate Leong accidentally. Ouch, my stomach. My stomach hurt so much. Chio felt the pain again, with a churning in her stomach, and her face was paler than a body that had been drowned for 3 days. She couldn't help but scold, Leong, even if you are in my stomach, can you please not move around? Even if I ate you, I didn't mean it. The thing in the stomach didn't make any more sounds, it seemed to be a little quieter. Chio just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly found 2 zombies kneeling not far away. One was Fang Qi, and the other was Su Zhihai. They were no longer human. When Chio noticed them, the 2 zombies showed an intoxicated and obsessed look on their faces. Thinking of this, Chio felt a little melancholy that things had changed and people had changed. She wanted to ask why these 2 people were here. However, before Chio could speak, Fang Qi had already taken the lead in kneeling and bowing, and her fang-filled mouth made an accurate and clear sound. Wong wong wong. Chio, She suspected that Fang Qi had been bitten by a dog after being transformed into a zombie. Otherwise, why was he barking here? Wong wong wong. The thing in Chio's stomach seemed to be inspired and started barking too. Chapter 24. Listening to the woof woof sounds coming from the side and in the stomach, the expression on Chio's face can only be described by a line of lyrics. I dare not open my eyes. I hope it's my hallucination. Stop barking. Chio waved her hand helplessly. I didn't expect her words to be really useful, and the surroundings returned to silence again. But Fang Qi in front of her didn't speak, but looked at her with a timid and admiring look. Look at him, don't look at me. Chio pointed at Su Zhihai tentatively. This sentence still worked. Fang Qi immediately executed the simple command at the fastest speed. Chio thought, it's really a ghost. In the past, these zombies either thought she was a human and wanted to come up and bite her, or just ignored her. Now, they actually listened to her. Thinking of this, Chio decided to try again. You roll over. She pointed at Su Zhihai. And you, help me drag the corpse 500 meters away. Chio pointed at Fang Qi. After receiving the order, the 2 zombies began to roll over, and the other crawled on the ground and quickly jumped 500 meters away. Chio's eyes widened. So obedient. Could it be that I am the genius in the zombie world? In such a short time, I have upgraded to a species that is more powerful than the intelligent species? Leong in the stomach made a sound again. He was clearly repeating words, but Chio understood what he meant. You want me to give orders too? Chio was a little speechless. Can you stop rolling? You are still a baby zombie. Sir, come out and talk to me. Okay. Leong's tone rose, and he seemed very happy. Not long after, Fang Qi dragged all the corpses within 500 meters. Whether they were broken arms and legs, or only half of the head was left, she dragged them all to Chio's side. Chio was surrounded by corpses again. I'm not hungry yet. Chio had just eaten a full meal and regained human consciousness, so she had no intention of continuing to eat for the time being. She felt dizzy and wanted to sleep. Unexpectedly, Fang Qi saw that she had not moved for a long time, and she fell to the ground and began to kneel non-stop. Chio saw the anxious expression on the face of the zombie for the first time. Chio subconsciously reached out to help. What are you doing again? Fang Qi did not say anything, and even pushed Su Zhihai, who did not respond, and asked him to kneel with him. Leong's voice came, Eat. The 3 of you are really neat and tidy, not one is left behind. After thinking about it, Chio tentatively picked up an arm and nodded like a chicken leg. This time Fang Qi raised her head, and did not kneel down stubbornly. After she found out that Chio liked arms, she immediately tore off the arms of another zombie, and placed them neatly where Chio could reach. Chio understood. Fang Qi wanted her to eat, so she kept kneeling. This was the first time a zombie was so persistent in wanting her to eat. The last person, who was so persistent in wanting Chio to eat, was her best friend. Her best friend said, I don't ask to be born on the same day as the same year, month, and day, but I ask to be fat on the same day as the same year, month, and day. She was afraid that Chio would eat less than her. Thinking of her best friend far away in her hometown, Chio was still melancholy, but her mood was slightly better. I really can't eat anymore. Don't you see how big my stomach and belly are? Chio shouted. Fang Qi stared at Chio's abdomen, not knowing what she was looking at. Chio felt uncomfortable with this look, and she turned her body slightly to avoid Fang Qi's sight. You 2 go over there. Chio gave an order. After the order was effective, Chio sat down leaning against the pile of corpses. She used to eat and drink with her bestie, and her belly was not like this before. But usually it would disappear after squatting in a pit for a night. But now it's different. There's a zombie in her belly. Chio tried to find the truth about how Liong got into her belly from her limited memory, but of course to no avail. Too many things that happened after the natural disaster were incredible. As the top of the world's food chain, humans have polarized. One type becomes a superpower, with stronger abilities, and can choose to take more responsibilities, or they can choose to control the fate of others. A kind of zombies that have become neither human nor ghost also have a hierarchy system, and only eat humans, who were once their compatriots. Chio can accept all of this. She also accepts her ability to be half human and half zombie, just like a pot of food that is not cooked halfway, like a piece of clothing that is halfway done without sleeves, like a car that has only 4 wheels. Everything has semi-finished products, and humans and zombies are no exception. But now Liong in her belly subverts Chio's cognition. She can get pregnant by eating. Liong will not die even if he is eaten. But none of the other zombie corpses that Chio had eaten before were still alive like Liong. Chio wanted to figure this out. Hello? Liong. Chio patted his belly. Yes. Liong's voice was much louder than before. Chio guessed that it might be because Liong had grown up a little inside. How did you get in? Did I eat you? Yes. Liong's answer was concise. Chio continued to ask, I remember I didn't see you when I rolled over. Did you come to me when I was eating, and I ate you by mistake? Just answer yes or no. No. You didn't come to me? Yes. You were dead at that time? Yes. Chio, Liong had died a long time ago. He was alive because he was eaten by her. I have the ability to revive zombies. Chio came to this conclusion. She felt a headache, and her stomach was also aching. Isn't it true that I don't feel pain? It must be because of the excessive pressure. I have a headache and a stomachache. I even want to vomit again. Chio sighed. However, the next second, the sound of eating came from the abdomen. Hungry. At the same time, Liong's voice came. He was eating Chio's uterus. All Chio screamed like a groundhog. Come out. Liong's words were mixed in Chio's scream. He grew everything that a zombie should have in Chio's body: sharp fangs, sharp nails. He opened his mouth and gnawed at the obstacles in front of him, eager to come out and see this world, to see his mother. Chio knew for the first time why everyone said that people would force out their potential when they were in desperate situations. Her potential was that she took out the cleaver she carried with her and chopped at her abdomen with great calmness. Chio was a person who would scream for a long time when killing a chicken, but now she cut through her fat layer, cut through her rectus abdominis, layer by layer, and was as calm as if she had been in the industry for 30 years. Although she had no experience in this kind of thing, Chio's instinct for survival allowed her to accurately find Liong's position. She stretched out her hand with all her strength and grabbed Liong out of a pile of blood and flesh. When Liong was caught, he was still a small ball, about the size of a kitten. But his mouth kept refusing, and the sharp claws on his hands were still grabbing the broken flesh of Chio's body. The cesarean section caused Chio to bleed a lot of half-red and half-black blood, which flowed into the soil due to the terrain and finally gathered into a small puddle. The puddle was full of Chio's blood. Mama Liong waved his hand and tried to get closer to Chio. Chio grinned, then threw Liong into the bushes. A rustling sound soon came from the bushes. It was Liong crawling frantically, trying to get back to Chio's side. Chio's expression was always cold. Playing is playing, making noise is making noise. She would never keep a thing that wants to eat her flesh and blood around her. Liong now is no longer the Liong before. Chio did not kill Liong at this time, but just threw him away, which was already a kindness. Giving birth exhausted most of Chio's strength. After a while, Chio's belly and body shape returned to their original normal appearance. Chio looked at the narrow wound on his abdomen in silence. There were needles and thread in the car parked on the highway, but it was too far away. On the contrary, the village in the distance seemed closer. The villagers were fleeing, and the zombies were eating people, so no one should take away the needles and thread from home. So it would be closer to go to the village. Chio took off her clothes and tied a rough knot on her abdomen, and then took away the arms that Fong Chi had prepared for her before. When she walked through the bushes, Liong's crying came. Chio thought, it turns out that zombies can cry too. But she didn't stop at all, just covered her stomach and walked towards the village without stopping. After finding that Chio had left, Fong Chi and Su Zhihai, who had been staying nearby and didn't dare to come over, ran over happily. They looked at the blood in the puddle, and the pieces of meat belonging to Liio scattered on the ground with shining eyes. The king. This is the blood and flesh of the king. As long as they are eaten, they will become stronger. Su Zhihai followed closely behind Fang Qi. His level was lower than Fang Qi, so he naturally had to wait until Fang Qi had finished eating before he could go up. However, neither Fang Qi nor Su Zhihai got to drink or eat any of Liio's flesh and blood in the end. Li Dong, who crawled out of the bush, was already as big as a 1-year-old baby. His eyes turned blood red, and he was looking at Fang Qi and Su Zhihai coldly. The hee sound coming out of his mouth was a warning to the two zombies. Fang Qi was unwilling to step forward and hook a piece of meat, but the next second, Li Dong flew directly into the air, and his claws touched Fang Qi's face, directly scraping 3 deep bloody marks on Fang Qi's left face. After this, Fang Qi retreated to the previous place like a wounded beast. Su Zhihai also shrank obediently beside Fang Qi like an eggplant hit by frost. There was no joy of winning on Li Dong's face. His body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, he was as tall as a 2-year-old child, and could even stand upright. Li Dong looked at the direction where Liio left for a long time. If you hold your breath and listen carefully, you can even hear him sobbing, "Mom, I will come to find you." After saying this, Li Dong lay down next to the puddle and started drinking the blood in it in a hurry. Chapter 25. It turns out that tying a knot with clothes to stop bleeding is similar to drinking poison to quench thirst. Liio looked down at the coat that was soaked with black blood and silently twisted it. At this point, his hands were covered with layers of blood stains, and they felt very slippery to the touch. If you touch it carefully, you can still feel several blood clots. Fortunately, Liio has gained experience from eating corpses, and now he is no longer afraid. Because he can't smell anything other than living people, he doesn't feel physically disgusted. But such a pair of hands, and the lower body that keeps bleeding, make Liio look completely unrelated to the word human survivor. It's not raining now. Otherwise, I can take a bath. Liio looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had long dispersed, and I don't know when the next rainy day will be. Liio has other ways to clean herself. She squatted on the ground, grabbed a handful of sand and rubbed her hands, taking this opportunity to let her head turn and think about life. The sand was soaked with rainwater and was wet. Seriously, it should be considered mud. The mud quickly covered her palms. Under the cover of dirt, her hands finally looked less bloody and scary. Liio raised her hands and looked at them. She waved her palms towards the air and curled her lips. Could this be the legendary iron sand palm? She paused and added, "I don't even remember what iron sand fried chestnuts taste like. The chestnut king outside our high school is still very delicious. Every time I run slowly after evening self-study, I can't buy it." Liio thought that she would no longer have a companion, and she returned to her previous monologue. After saying that, Liio bared her teeth and took a bite of the packed arm. On the way to the village to find needles and thread, she had to eat every now and then to prevent herself from suddenly running out of energy. This practice is similar to charging an Apple phone. Once the battery of an Apple phone drops to 90%, the owner is prone to anxiety. Is my phone okay? Liio suddenly thought of her big baby. The big baby was fine, and she took it out of her trouser pocket intact. It has to be a domestic phone. Domestic phones are awesome. It would be impolite not to play with the phone after taking it out. Liio's hands trembled, and she pressed the shutter to take a selfie. She clicked on the latest photo in the album, and in the photo, Liio was eating meat with her cheeks puffed up. Long hair, lifeless eyes, black and red corners of the mouth, holding a human arm. It's simply a horror aesthetic. Why didn't I realize that I have the talent to be a horror NPC in the escape room before? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken the civil service exam. Maybe I wouldn't have been bitten. Take a step back. If I didn't take the civil service exam, I might have been squeezed into a subway station in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen and become a zombie. Then I'd better take the civil service exam. It's good to take the civil service exam. Everyone should take the civil service exam. Liio muttered for a long time, and then vomited for a long time. The zombie hand hair on this arm is a bit too much. It must be a male zombie. It really affects the taste. Liio chewed expressionlessly, pretending that she was not eating an arm, but boiled corn. The boiled corn made by her mother always didn't pick out the whiskers for her, saying that whiskers are also nutritious. Woo-woo, Liio cried and ate 3 arms in a row, and burped lightly. The village is just ahead. Because Liio saw a lot of wheel marks. These marks all lead to the same place. With Zhao Gene as the rear guard, the survivors only suffered injuries this time, but no one died. After the intelligent species were killed, the original low-level zombies became scattered soldiers, and were defeated one by one in small groups. In order to let the team rest, Zhao Gene asked everyone to rest in this village for one night, and wait until tomorrow to decide when to set off. Everyone escaped for life and death, and was saved by Zhao Gene again, so naturally no one objected. After a rough inspection, everyone did not find any survivors in the village, so they used the 3 highest houses in the north of the village as the camp for tonight. Each house is occupied by an average of superpowers and ordinary people. Among them, superpowers work in shifts of 3 at night, and ordinary people are responsible for cooking and serving the superpowers and logistics. To be on the safe side, Zhao Gene also asked the men and women to check each other's bodies, to ensure that no one had any wounds from being scratched or bitten by zombies. Fortunately, there was no danger, and they were just some normal scratches and falls. The most serious person was unfortunately hit by a bullet from the wisdom species. Fortunately, Jang, a barefoot doctor who ran a small clinic, took out the bullet in time, so that the person did not have to be amputated. Jang was exhausted after bandaging a group of people. When he walked to the balcony, he found Zhao Gene sitting there. "What are you looking at? It's not your turn yet. Why don't you go to bed quickly? Their building is backed by a mountain. From the location, it is the most dangerous and has the most superpowers assigned." Zhao Gene chose to work from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., which is when people are most sleepy, and it is easy for them to relax their vigilance. Qin Yuqing and Wang Kai, who were on the same shift as Zhao Gene, had already gone to bed. Not sleepy. Zhao Gene was concise. Jiang Song yawned. "I admire your superpowers, especially you are ironclad. I give you an award later." Zhao Gene said him casually. "Do you feel that this village is weird?" It was too quiet. He could even hear the snoring of people on the second floor standing here. When natural disasters come, it is not just humans who mutate. The slow growth of plants is not a big deal for the time being, but what about animals? Animals are most sensitive to disasters, especially in rural areas, and there should be many animals that survive. Where did they go? No. I think you are the weirdest person in this village. Where else can animals go? They ran away, or were eaten by zombies. Jiang Song was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes. He didn't want to chat with Zhao Gene at all. Zhao Gene didn't even turn his head, and kept looking at the night. Zombies don't eat anything other than humans. Forget it. Go to sleep. I hope it's my illusion. Illusion? Definitely an illusion. Jiang Song slid into the room next to the balcony and snored after a while. Zhao Gene The dark clouds dispersed, and there were a few stars to illuminate this place tonight. Chio had been huddled in a corner of the village, waiting for the dead of night. "No, I bleed dry if I wait any longer." Chio lost her patience. She now has very good night vision, and she can see clearly with just a little light from the stars and the moon. Chio went straight to the nearest house. Big lock. Such a big lock. After a closer look, it was estimated that this family had not returned for several years. The pigpen they built before collapsed and no one cared. I failed. I will go again. Chio went to the side in one go. The door is actually open. I am so touched. Chio thanked Buddha, Sanqing, Jesus, Satan and others in her heart. She began to search in the main room, but of course she found nothing. Chio could only go into the room and search one by one. In the first room, Chio felt a hand. 5 fingers. Chio thought she touched a corpse at first, but when she looked over, the hand moved. A thing about the size of a 2-year-old child suddenly jumped up, and then chirped. After Chio saw clearly what it was, she decisively picked up a chair she touched and smashed it. Chio, who was full, had considerable strength. With this blow, he smashed the monkey's brains out. Even so, the monkey still stretched out its hands to try to pull Chio. It spoke the same language as humans. Skin. Skin. Skin your head. Chio picked up a chair and killed the monkey completely. The room became quiet again. Chio squatted down and took a closer look. The species of this monkey was similar to that of the cousin in Mountamay. It appeared here, probably either ran away from the Yenhu scenic area or was raised by the villagers here. After the villagers ran away or turned into zombies, no one cared about the monkey locked in the room. I don't know how it survived until now. Before seeing other things in the room, Chio thought her speculation was very reasonable. Soon she realized that her reasoning was not only wrong, but also very wrong. There were many bones piled in the room. These bones were of different sizes. Some looked like pig bones, some looked like chicken bones, and some even looked like human bones. There were all kinds of hairs beside the bones. Apparently monkeys' stomachs couldn't digest hairs very well, so these things were left behind like scraps. The thing that attracted Liio's eyes the most was a bloody skin. It was a human skin. It was neatly placed on the bed, spread out like a blanket, so Liio didn't notice it at the first time. Chapter 26. 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of high school plus 4 years of college. After so many years of studying, no book, no question, no teacher has ever taught Liio what to do when he sees a piece of human skin. The novel Strange Stories from a Chinese studio does say that there was a hideous evil ghost who liked to wear painted human skin, dress up as a beautiful woman to seduce men, and then eat their hearts. What's so delicious about the heart? The thigh is the best. Gourmet Liio's thoughts went astray again. She slapped herself and silently pulled her thoughts back. The blood on the human skin had not dried yet, and it was even a little warm when she touched it. This means that the skin was just peeled off not long ago. As for the body of this unlucky ghost, just look at the swollen belly of the monkey, and you will know that it was eaten by the monkey. Monkeys are animals that are used to living in the mountains and forests, and they will not kill and eat people here for no reason. There is no need to think about it. There is probably a murderer who likes to peel human skin in this village. After all, zombies can only tear and eat people, and they don't know how to do such delicate handicrafts. If it was before the natural disaster, Liio thought she would be so scared that she would die on the spot, or her legs would be so weak that she couldn't walk. But now, Liio just stood there for 3 seconds, and then silently covered the human skin with a quilt. What a dirty thing, out of sight, out of mind. As for the monkey's body, Liio didn't waste it. Whether it was a zombie corpse or an animal corpse, it was her reserve food. Don't waste it when you see it. She casually took a pillowcase to wrap the monkey, and put it on her back with her back. She even tied a bow. If someone looked at Liio from behind at this time, they might mistake her for a mother carrying a baby. Not long after, Liio found needles and thread in another room. These needles are too thin, can they be sewn? Liio stared at the needle, expressing great doubt. How about this knitting needle? Liio changed his target. This knitting needle is made of wood, thicker than the wooden skewers used for barbecue. Liio imagined the scene of using this thing to sew his belly. Although he didn't feel any pain, he couldn't help but shudder at this imagination. Back then, Rong Mama used her needle-piercing skills on Ziwei. She shouldn't be both Ziwei and Rong Mama. Wait, let me baidu how to sew a cesarean section. Liio's intuition told her that she couldn't just sew the top layer directly. Oh, I forgot there's no network. Liio looked at the no network status displayed at the top of the phone, and silently put the phone back in her pocket. Sure enough, her father was right to ask her to read more books. No matter how versatile the mobile phone and computer are, they are not as useful as memorizing them in the brain. Let's just follow our intuition and sew layer by layer. Liio squinted her eyes, and threaded the thread into the thickest needle, then began to sew herself in front of the mirror in this room. Layer by layer, she imitated her grandmother's movements when she sewed her socks. At first, the needle kept pricking her hand, but slowly, Liio became proficient. Is it crooked? It seems a little bit. Liio looked at herself in the mirror for a long time. The black thread attached to the skin, crooked, like a messy centipede, and also like the protruding black blood vessels under the skin of a zombie. But at least she really didn't bleed anymore. Liio even reached out and touched it, and bent over and did push-ups to verify the results. Not bad. She was satisfied with her skill in sewing for the first time. After finishing this big thing, Liio felt that her stomach was not as full as before, so she quickly pulled some monkey meat to eat. Generally, girls have to stay in confinement after giving birth. She had a cesarean section and sewed, so she had to make up for it. Liio was chewing hard when she suddenly heard a sound from the yard. It was several monkeys panting with exhaustion, and their hands were pulling at the iron gate to enter the yard, making a crackling sound. The person following the monkeys had heavy footsteps and heavy breathing, and it sounded like a man. He was walking very fast, but suddenly stopped and listened to the monkeys talking. You said Chio died, and someone is here? In that case, why don't you go and peel off the skin? The man's tone was sharp and rising, but it was still hoarse, as if his throat was burned by charcoal fire. This half-dignified, half-strange laugh sounded like a death melody in the dark night, making people's scalps numb. The monkeys didn't dare to disobey the man's words, and immediately ran towards several rooms. The doors of each room were opened, making the sound of wooden doors creaking. The monkeys searched through the boxes and cabinets, even the gaps under the cabinets, But unfortunately they still found nothing. The monkeys shrank back and lined up in front of the man. The man raised his hand and raised the shovel to hit several monkeys, and each hit was not enough for a monkey to bear. But the monkeys were obviously numb to this kind of punishment. Even if they were hit by the shovel and bled, they didn't dare to hide. Break into my house and kill my monkeys. They came before I did anything. The man put the blame on the group of survivors who entered the village today. When those people searched the village, the man hid in the cellar of his home with the monkeys. He was outnumbered during the day and did not dare to expose himself in front of people. After dark, he immediately took the monkeys out to investigate the situation, leaving only Chio to watch the house. The man put away the shovel and grabbed a bald red-faced monkey. If you don't get a skin back tonight, I will kill you. None of the monkeys doubted the truth of what the man said. They looked at the man and nodded in unison, then retreated into the darkness again. After the monkeys left, the man checked every room one by one. Only one room had a floor-length dressing mirror. The man stood in front of the mirror for a long time, probably looking at his face. The few starlight shone through the window, reflecting the man's appearance. He was naked with blood-red body tissue, but no skin. The man opened his mouth to reveal his blood-red teeth, and looked at the mirror with a dazed look. Skin, I want skin. Chio ran at the fastest speed in her life. She even thought that if she could have run this fast on the day of the civil service exam, she might not have become a zombie. Maybe she would also awaken her superpowers, and then she could follow the survivors to migrate south. When everyone adds fuel to the fire will rise high, and when everyone paddles the boat, the journey home doesn't have to be so tortuous. Not to mention that it doesn't have to be like this now. Chio looked down at her body and said with disgust. She had eaten and drank enough, and had her stomach sewn up in the house before, and the abilities of all her senses had reached their peak, and she was very sensitive to all the dynamics of the outside world. Before she heard any movement in the yard, the smell of living human flesh and blood had already reached Chio's nose. This smell was not very fragrant, but it was definitely more fragrant than the smell of zombie corpses. Chio didn't want to be discovered by humans, so she immediately turned around and came out of the small door, and slipped into the septic tank connected to the pig pen. There were no pigs in the pig pen for a long time, only discarded human bones. But there was still feces in the septic tank, as well as some animals that inexplicably fell in and drowned or garbage thrown away casually. And because no one had cleaned it for a long time, the place was so smelly that monkeys didn't want to get close. The feces perfectly covered the smell on Chio's body, and no matter how the monkeys sniffed, they couldn't find Chio's trace. As soon as Chio heard the monkeys noisily leaving and the man slowly entering the room, she immediately got ashore from the edge of the septic tank. At this moment, her whole body was covered with black and yellow things, and the whole person was a walking stink bomb. Stinky. Damn it, luckily I can't smell it. It's a pity for my food reserves. Faced with a monkey corpse covered with feces, Chio couldn't eat it. She could only throw it on the shore when she got ashore, and cover it with a pile of weeds, thinking that it was buried there. She didn't dare to speak now. If she opened her mouth, the thing hanging on her face would drip into her mouth. She could only complain wildly in her heart all the way. Chio rubbed the dirt on the tree while thinking, this person is not right. Should I go and remind them? That group of people finally survived the zombie tide led by Leong. Don't let them die at the hands of their fellow human beings. That's unlucky. Even if they die, they will not rest in peace. Where can I find a death person as kind as me? Chio wanted to find someone to make a banner for herself, which would say, Humans, Zombie Peace Ambassador. Chio imagined that scene while continuing to rub the tree, until the trunk was covered with thick dirt that was the same color as oil. Every time she rubbed, a bunch of leaves fell from the tree. Chio didn't waste any of them, and picked them up to wipe her body. Forget it. If I go now, they might stink to death first. Chio stroked her clumped hair with disgust, and took out a few pieces of toilet paper from it. Ugh, I want to vomit even if it doesn't stink. The most urgent thing is to find a place to take a shower first. What if these things get infected through the wound, or maggots grow in her stomach? Ugh, Chio dry heaved several times. As for how far to wash, it must be neither gathered into drops nor flowing down in streams. Chio wandered around the village looking for a place to take a bath, and was almost discovered by monkeys twice. She knew that these monkeys listened to the man very much, and once they found her, they would definitely go back to report. The monkeys were too flexible. Although she was strong now, she was still slow, and it was impossible to kill all the monkeys. Fortunately, the monkeys were very impatient tonight, and did not find Chio lying on the ground. They had only one target, The people in the 3 houses. No matter who it was, as long as they could bring back a human skin, they would not be beaten to death by the man. So they had already chosen the one who looked the weakest among them. In the minds of the monkeys, children were the weakest. What's more, this is a little girl who is only 10 years old. Xiaoyun, why are you up? The mother saw her daughter sitting up in a half-awake state. She was too tired, and her grip on her daughter's hand was not that firm. Mom, I am also a superpower, and I have to get up to guard the night. Zhao Linyun blinked, and turned to cover her mother with a blanket. The mother was really sleepy, and her voice was intermittent. Didn't you say you were still young, so you can't be worth it? Zhao Linyun pulled out her hand. Mom, I'm not worth it, I'm going to the toilet, you go to sleep. Hearing that her daughter was going to the toilet, the mother was relieved and fell asleep completely. Zhao Linyun tiptoed out, and went directly to the first floor. Their house also has 3 floors, and there are 2 superpowers on duty on the 3rd floor, and there are also 2 on the 1st floor. Speaking of which, the 1st floor is much more dangerous than the 3rd floor. After all, when zombies come, they usually start attacking from the bottom floor. Little sister, why did you come out? There were 2 superpowers guarding the 1st floor, a man and a woman. One of their superpowers was fire, and the other was wind, both of which were very powerful superpowers. Zhao Linyun called them brother and sister sweetly, and then urged the girl to rest. Sister, I take your shift. The girl was actually a little tempted, after all, who doesn't want to sleep more, but she still shook her head. You are so young and still growing, go to sleep by yourself. Someone will come to take over the shift in 3 hours. But Zhao Linyun refused to leave. So there were 3 people on duty on the 1st floor. Zhao Linyun approached the girl's side, and the 2 talked softly to prevent each other from falling asleep. The boy guarded the other side, listening to them chatting, but his eyes kept scanning back and forth in the dark. Team Zhou had come to tell them before that they should be more vigilant tonight. There may not be zombies in this village, but there may be something else. No one knew what the other thing was, but everyone believed in Zhao Gene's intuition. The monkeys hid in the house closest to the 3 houses. When they saw Zhao Linyun on the 1st floor with 2 adults, they began to get restless. This meant that they might not be able to get this target, and they had to decide who to change immediately. Chio found a public reservoir on the west side of the village. This pool should be connected to the mountain spring water, and there has been a trickle of water flowing in, and it has never dried up. First time to take an open-air bath, is this right? Chio scooped up a bucket of water, and poured it from head to toe with an expressionless face. Chapter 27. The reservoir was formed naturally, and was simply built with stones. It was only as big as a normal bathtub. The water inside was so clear that you could see the bottom, and reflect your appearance. Chio was wearing clothes when she was showering at first, but later she felt that it was not clean enough, so she simply hid behind a tree trunk and took off her clothes and shoes and socks. Her skin was not wrinkled like a zombie, but a normal pink and white color. But the horrifying wounds on Chio's neck and abdomen made her look more terrifying than a zombie. Chio stood by the reservoir and looked at her tattered and patched body for a while. She couldn't tell what she felt. Finally she sighed and said, "It's better to be alive." Then she continued to scoop water out without stopping, and poured it on her head. Every scoop of water could wash down countless filth. Chio only regretted that she didn't have a towel and shower gel to rub it together. She thought while showering, she had never been to the 3 northeastern provinces of the motherland to take a bath in her life. I heard there are several ways to rub it. Rubbing with milk is gentler, and rubbing with vinegar is suitable for those with thicker skin. I don't know what kind of rubbing she should use. Maybe she should add 84 disinfectant and ask an aunt who has been working for 30 years to rub it, and she has to pay double the price. Chio was lost in thought. When she felt much lighter, she looked down and found that the ground was full of sticky manure. In just half an hour, Chio irrigated the cement ground next to the reservoir by herself. The manure is still spreading along the terrain. Chio, she looks like a manure machine. Ugh! Chio turned around and looked at the reservoir that had been used to the bottom, feeling a little guilty for some reason. Her instinct told her that it was not a good place to stay for long, so she had to run away. Autumn had arrived long ago, the night was dark, and a piercing cold wind blew over. Do you smell anything? Yin Shan's ability was wind. When the wind blew over and brushed his face, he frowned immediately. Zhao Linyun and the fire ability user Songwon also covered their noses at almost the same time. The 3 looked at each other, and Songwon pinched his nose and said, "Did someone poop upstairs?" Yin Shan shook his head. "It's not the smell upstairs. It's okay, it's a small problem." As he said that, He waved his hands to activate his ability, and directly made the wind deviate in a different direction. He tilted his head and asked, "Does it still stink?" The two nodded like pounding garlic. The wind gathered all the stench from all directions. Yin Shang's ability was useful, but the effect was to stop the boiling water from boiling. Songwon couldn't stand the smell, and she almost suffocated herself to death by holding her breath. After all, the stench would enter her mouth as soon as she breathed. Zhao Linyun searched her pockets for a long time and gave her a tissue. "Sister, give it to you. Sister, love you." Songwon quickly rolled up the tissue into 2 balls and stuffed them into her nostrils. Yin Shang comforted her. "In fact, you can imagine this as snail noodles, isn't it better? Get out. Don't insult my favorite Luo Shurfen." Songwon glared at Yin Shang, and held the paper ball, and stuffed it into her nostrils again. Yin Shang silently changed the subject. "There is no one in this village. Did someone's septic tank explode, or did the sewer pipe burst? I go and see." Zhao Linyun was eager to try. She also has special abilities. Before, she could only manipulate any inanimate objects within a 1-meter range, but now it has reached 5 meters, and has a strong self-protection ability. Moreover, she had experienced a month of bloody fighting in Yanhu Hotel, and she was no longer the same as before. It was a pity that everyone still treated her like a child. Zhao Linyun, who had been a 3-good student and an excellent class cadre since childhood, had a stronger sense of responsibility than many adults. Yin Shan quickly stopped the little girl, who was about to rush out. "Wait. Even if you want to go, I will go. It's not safe for the 2 of you to be on duty. I go and call Chen Yuchen out to replace me first." As he said that, he raised his legs and walked inside. Songwon waved her hand and pointed upstairs to ask about the situation first. She turned on the high-power flashlight directly, then walked into the yard and shook it on the 3rd floor. This was the signal stipulated by Zhao Gene. The upstairs and downstairs communicated through light signals. Shaking the light twice meant that they were reporting safety during the handover, and shaking the light 3 times meant that there was something to communicate. The 2 people on duty on the 3rd floor soon noticed the light, and one of them, a fat tall man of 1.8 meters, walked down. The tall fat guy is called Tang Xianghe, and his supernatural power is beast transformation, which means he acquires the abilities of some animals. It is reasonable to say that beasts acquire abilities from powerful carnivores, such as tigers, cheetahs, bears, etc., but the tall fat guy's beast transformation is a turtle. He is not very good at fighting, but his defense is first class. He is called a tank that can withstand beatings. Tang Xianghe asked nervously, "What happened?" Yin Shang shook his head. "No. It just stinks. Do you smell it?" "I smell it, and I want to vomit all the food I ate last year." Tang Xianghe rolled his eyes immediately. Songwon said, "Then did you find anything wrong up there?" Tang Xianghe shook his head. "There is no moon tonight, and the air pollution is serious. It is so dark that you can only see bird eggs." Songwon looked at him unhappily. "Hey, be careful with your words." Oh. Tang Xianghe then noticed that there was a primary school student next to him, and smiled embarrassedly. "Oh, the seedlings of our motherland are here. I will definitely do it next time." As the few people were chatting, Zhao Gene's voice came. "Is there a situation?" When everyone turned back, he had already walked out of another house. "Stinky," the 3 adults and 1 child said in unison. Zhao Gene nodded without changing his expression. "I go and take a look, you continue to be on duty." He was about to leave, but stopped after finding Zhao Linyun, and took out a crystal core that had been washed very clean from his jacket pocket. He handed the crystal core to Zhao Linyun, and patted her head gently. Zhao Linyun held the crystal core with bright eyes, and looked at Zhao Gene's back. "Thank you, brother." Tang Xianghe was almost drooling with envy. "This is the crystal core of the wisdom seed. Little sister, you should not be able to absorb it all. Do you want your brother to help you?" Zhao Linyun quickly hid behind Songwon. "No, thank you, uncle." Tang Xianghe's smile froze instantly. Hey, I'm only 23 this year. He is younger than Captain Zhou." Tang Xianghe covered his face sadly, and ran back to the 3rd floor. Songwon's eyes never moved away from Zhao Gene. Yin Shan stood behind Songwon and said depressedly, "Do you like Captain Zhou too?" "Don't you like it?" Songwon said excitedly. "Yin Shang, that's true. Everyone likes Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou is so awesome." Songwon continued, "You said that next time I dress younger and call him brother, can he give me a Wisdom C crystal core? You see, I still look pretty young, don't I? The last time I went back to my hometown and took a taxi, the driver asked me if I had just graduated from junior high school. Songwon's mind was full of crystal cores, and then he became stronger. Yin Shang, He chose to continue to stand on his side on duty. Songwon sighed, and used his supernatural power to ignite a flame. Oh, it would be great if I could really have a bowl of snail noodles at this time. Sister Chi used to love this the same as me. Every time she went out to find supplies, she would bring back a bag if she saw it, and we would share it. Hearing this name, Yin Shang's eyes darkened. He wanted to comfort Songwon, but he didn't know where to start. When natural disasters came, most people lost their relatives and friends. No one knew if they would be the next one. After taking a shower, Chio was wet all over, and from a distance, she looked like a water ghost looking for someone to kill. Fortunately, no one found her at all. She quietly sneaked into a house close to the reservoir. She had thrown the clothes she had worn before behind a big tree. Now she had to find clean clothes to wear, and make herself look more like a living person. The layout of this house is that the first thing you see when you enter the door is the kitchen. The central hall is next to the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen door, Chio found a half-rotten corpse lying on the ground. Flies were buzzing around and maggots were growing on it. It was estimated that it would turn into bones in half a month. The deceased was an old lady with gray hair. She was estimated to be at least 70 or 80 years old. She seemed to have old diseases in her eyes and legs and feet, but there were no wounds on her body from being scratched or bitten by zombies. Chio was a medically illiterate person. She took a quick look and couldn't tell how the old lady died. But she saw a pot of rotten and spoiled porridge in the pot and a soup spoon that fell nearby, and she was silent for a long time. The old lady probably got up in the morning to cook and accidentally fell down. There was no one else at home, so she just died. Chio wandered from the urban area of Chilon City to this village. She saw too many corpses and thought she was numb. But when she really saw such a helpless person die in such a desperate way, she would inevitably feel sad. Sometimes Chio even envied zombies like Leong. Once people completely abandon their emotions as human beings and live completely according to their instincts, they will not feel the slightest pain because of external things. This means that nothing can break their hearts. There should be no zombies who have mental illness. Chio actually felt a little hungry, but she suppressed the desire to eat, found a quilt, wrapped the old lady's body, which was only 50 or 60 kilograms, and gently put her on the bed. Chio looked at the body and said slowly, "I am also indestructible." When she covered the old lady with another layer of quilt, she couldn't help but think of the human skin she saw on the bed before. Chio was very confused. Why didn't those weird monkeys come here to skin the old lady at that time? There was a ready-made one here, so they didn't need to kill anyone. Detective Chio thought there were two possibilities. The first was that the man and the monkey were outsiders. When they came to the village, the old lady's body had already rotted, and there was no condition for skinning. The second was that the man and the monkey were indigenous people. But maybe skinning also has requirements. Not everyone's skin can be skinned, so they didn't do it to the old lady. Chio thought deeply about these two possibilities, and finally thought that the second one was more reasonable. But she still didn't quite understand the brain circuits of the murderer and the skinned monkey. I remember when I watched Wuling Waizhuan before, Yin Xiaolu took a set of test questions to the crazy Li Dazui. There were a total of 16 counter-test questions. Each question was a murder case that needed to be deduced. Ordinary people could answer at most 3 questions correctly. If they answered 5 questions correctly, they were perverted. If they answered more than 10 questions, they were murderers. If they answered more than 15 questions, they were perverted murderers. At that time, she didn't guess any of them. She was not perverted enough after all. Chio put this behind her, and the most urgent thing was to find a set of clothes to wear. As soon as the old lady's cabinet was opened, a lot of dust was emitted, and a stale smell filled the air. But every piece of clothing in it was neatly folded and angular. Many of them were old clothes with worn sleeves and patched up, and some clothes had drug stains on them that could not be rubbed clean. Finally, Chio, who was the tallest among the short ones, found a gray sweater, a brown-red old cotton-padded jacket, and patched black cotton pants to put on. After putting these things on, Chio always felt that something was missing. She looked around and finally found the item that should be matched. It was a woolen hat of the same color as the old cotton-padded jacket. Very good, she can now perfectly cosplay the old grandmother. "Grandma, I'm leaving." Chio closed the door and said the last words to the person on the bed. When Chio was about to leave, a refreshing fragrance came over. This was the fragrance of a superhuman superpower, as if an invisible hand was scratching Chio's heart. It was him, he's here. Li Chio's memory of this smell was too deep. She smelled it when she first regained human consciousness, and also smelled it at Yanhu Hotel. If she remembered correctly, the man passing by was called Zhao Gene, also known as Captain Zhou, the backbone and leader of this team of superpowers. Li Chio hid by the wall and dared not move, only daring to glance at the door diagonally opposite her with the corner of her eyes. She didn't dare to glance more. Of course, from this perspective, she could only see Zhao Gene's shadow at most, and still couldn't see what Zhao Gene looked like. Zhao Gene was so fragrant that Li Chio could imagine all the delicacies she had eaten in her life in this fragrance. Braised pork, hot and sour noodles, spicy spare ribs, spicy hot pot, scallop vermicelli, radish beef brisket, mango twig sago, boya juetian. Li Chio, who was gradually immersed in fantasy, secreted more and more saliva, almost flowing out of her mouth. Li Chio covered her mouth in time, and the saliva only flowed into the palm of her hand. If she hadn't been strongly restraining her desire, she might have pounced out and started to eat it. Of course, it wasn't necessarily that she would bite Zhao Gene. It was more likely that Zhao Gene would beat her to death first. These superpowers knew how to fight zombies. Not only did they know to blast their heads to get the crystal core, they would also chop their bodies into pieces. Li Chio imagined herself being beaten all over the place, bared her teeth, and her intense appetite finally eased a little. Fortunately, the footsteps and the smell did not stay outside the broken house for long. Zhao Gene quickly walked away at a normal pace. Yeah. Not discovered. Li Chio breathed a sigh of relief, and a woolen hat-wearing head slowly emerged from the wall. She saw Zhao Gene heading towards the reservoir, and immediately thought with some pride, "Fortunately I ran fast, otherwise I would be caught on the spot. If I don't run away now, when will I?" Li Chio half-crouched and took 2 steps forward, then stopped running. Zhao Gene came alone now, so this should be a good opportunity to remind them that there is something wrong with this village. Li Chio struggled and returned to the old lady's room. She looked around, but didn't see any paper or pen. She smiled, and really thought she was funny. Where would a rural old lady in her 70s or 80s, who lives alone, and has no granddaughter who is educated, get paper and pen? Li Chio, who lived in the countryside when he was a child, turned around and took out a half-burned firewood from the stove, and took away the oily paper shell on the table that he was reluctant to throw away. The end of the firewood has been carbonized to the point that it can be used as a pen, and the paper shell is of course double the thickness of the paper. Li Chio used the level of writing essays when he took the civil service exam, and wrote it down, and it was like writing with God. Not bad, with a clear theme, beautiful sentences, clear organization, correct punctuation, and clear handwriting. And there are no typos. A perfect first-class paper. Li Chio held up what he had written, and admired it for more than 10 seconds. He liked it so much that he took a photo with his mobile phone. Hey, why are there so many? Li Chio, who was originally planning to go out again, suddenly saw a lot of empty medicine bottles and tubes under the wooden stairs next to the kitchen, and some bandages that couldn't be dirtier. Because it was blocked by the firewood piled here, Li Chio didn't find it when he came here before. It seems to be pain relief, moist burn ointment, and a lot of dressings. When Zhao Gene's feet stepped on the water, the light of his flashlight also illuminated everything in front of him. The last time Zhao Gene saw such a scene was last year when he went out for a week, and found that the sewer was blocked when he returned home. Everything was flowing up along the pipes. The whole house became a paradise for manure. After he opened the door, a large solid piece of it floated over and stuck to his trouser leg. And his silver tabby son Mealy was meowing at him desperately on the sofa, and it was so loud. What was his reaction at that time? He took out his mobile phone and calmly called the property management, calmly describing everything he saw without any extra emotions. The property management apologized frantically on the phone. They had clearly promised Zhao Gene to come to feed the cat once a day, but they were lazy and didn't go for a day, and the result was like this. Zhao Gene didn't listen to their pale and weak explanation. He waded through the manure and walked to the sofa and opened his arms to Mealy. The frightened cat huddled pitifully in the owner's arms, his whiskers trembling, and he was still in shock. The expensive handmade leather sofa was covered with Mealy's excrement. Because everything that belonged to it, whether it was the food bowl, water bowl, or cat litter box, all became feces bowls. It was also quick-witted and knew to jump onto the sofa. Otherwise, Zhao Gene was not sure if he could still hug his son. After that, Zhao Gene moved and never went to that house again. Now the scene reappeared. Zhao Gene was still calm. It was a natural disaster, and the blood, Pus and maggots from the zombies had splashed on him. His ability to accept was even stronger than before. Zhao Gene stepped over the dirt and simply checked the situation near the reservoir. When he saw the obviously used ladle and the bottom of the reservoir, his brows tightened slightly. Someone lives here. But it is obvious that this person chose to avoid them when they searched the village during the day. On the bright side, the other party probably hid because they saw that they were outnumbered and the situation was unclear. On the bad side, the other party has been here for a long time. Maybe they are observing in secret and waiting for an opportunity to act. They want to keep all of them, supplies and vehicles in this village. In this way, his feeling that something is lurking in the dark makes sense. The hunting rifles held by those wise species during the day are still vivid in his mind. Maybe it is related to this person. But they are new here and are completely unfamiliar with this village. The other party wants to hide, and they really have no way to stop him. Zhao Gene carefully cleaned his sneakers with his water ability, and started to walk back while thinking about countermeasures. On the way back, his foot stepped on something again, and Zhao Gene's body paused. He looked down and found it was a thick piece of paper shell, and he breathed a sigh of relief almost inaudibly. He thought it was some black and yellow solid unknown object. Zhao Gene had a good memory, and he remembered that there was only sand on the ground when he walked over before. This piece of paper shell should have been blown from a distance by the wind. Chio, who was hiding by the wall, had been quietly observing the movement. When she saw Zhao Gene ruthlessly step on the paper shell and then walk away without looking back, she was almost fainted with anger. Is this guy illiterate? Chio was about to go out to pick up the paper shell when she saw Zhao Gene looking back. She hurriedly lay on the ground, and luckily she was not discovered. Zhao Gene stepped on the paper shell and pointed the flashlight at it. He was right when he glanced at it. There were words on the paper. Survivor Zhang Xinjia. The third row of black iron gates and red-walled houses in the east of the village hides human skin and bones. Be careful of a man with a group of monkeys and a hoarse voice. The signature was neatly signed, Peace Ambassador. Zhao Gene. How many groups of people are there in this village? Zhao Gene had just walked up the slope when he saw someone running towards him in a hurry. Huzi was running out of breath. Captain Zhou, someone is dead. Damn, Guan Xian said he was going to the toilet, but he didn't come back for half an hour, so I came out to see. The result? The dead person was Guan Xian. The taxi driver, who was in his 40s, didn't have any special powers, but his driving skills were very good. Many times, a whole car of people escaped danger because of his amazing driving skills. Moreover, Guan Xian was very kind and loved to chat with people. He talked about the interesting things he encountered when driving in the past, but he didn't have the problem of preaching like a middle-aged man. The most important thing is that Guan Xian is a good cook. For dinner today, everyone also ate pork stewed with vermicelli made by Guan Xian. Who knew that he would be gone in the blink of an eye? Not only was he gone, but he died miserably. Everyone was woken up at the first time and gathered on the second floor where Guan Xian was. Jiang Tsung was silent for a long time before he stretched out his hand to close the eyes of Guan Xian, who was dying with his eyes open. Guan Xian's skin was peeled off, and blood was flowing everywhere in the bathroom. This way of death is unheard of and unseen. Even though everyone has lived in the natural disaster world for almost 2 months and has a strong ability to withstand it, they still inevitably vomited it out. The death of a companion who had been through thick and thin with you is much more shocking than the death of a stranger on the road. Lin Sihue vomited while covering her daughter Zhao Linyun's eyes. Zhao Linyun looked through her fingers with red eyes, tears streaming down. When a child cries, many adults cry too. Zhao Gene asked everyone not to gather here, but to make room for investigation. He asked, "Have you found anything?" Zhao Gene looked at Hao Ming, the hearing ability user. It is impossible for skinning to be silent. Hao Ming shook his head helplessly. "I have a headache today, so I swapped shifts with Akai, When the accident happened, Hao Ming was still in a deep sleep, and of course, he couldn't hear anything without activating his ability. Zhao Gene said him. Hao Ming said in a panic, "I'm sorry, Captain Zhou. No one died in the zombie encirclement, but now..." Hao Ming blames himself. If he hadn't changed shifts on his own initiative, he would have definitely discovered something unusual. Zhao Gene glanced at him, neither comforting nor blaming him, but he had already started asking the next person, "Xiaowu, what did you find?" Xiaowu slept in the same room with Huziyu and Guan Xian, and was also on duty on the 3rd floor at that time. After Huziyu discovered the accident, Xiaowu rushed over immediately, and then kept watching the scene without leaving. Lu Xiao replied, I didn't find anything while on duty. After coming down, I found that the window of the toilet was open, and the window was facing the mountain. Something must have crawled in. Chio paused, and handed over a handful of hair wrapped in toilet paper. This is what Guan Xian is holding in his hand. Dry brown-yellow hair, with some fine fluff, and a little bit of blood at the bottom of the fluff. Guan Xian pulled it out from something in a hurry. He couldn't speak at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pull out the hair without calling for help. Yang Mufeng and Lao Niao, who were on duty on the first floor, also said that they did not find anything unusual. Zhao Gene sure nodded, and his eyes fell on the paper shell he picked up again. Take a look at this. Everyone stretched their heads to look at the scribbled words on the paper shell. Hao Ming. Zhao Gene shouted. Hao Ming, who was suddenly called, immediately stood up. Here. The third row of black iron gates and red-walled houses in the east of the village. See if you can hear the sound there. From now on, everyone will go to the lobby on the first floor. Lao who will be responsible for the grouping. No matter where you go, there must be more than 3 people. After dawn, search every house according to the group list. Zhao Jinsher's voice sounded in the dark night at 5 in the morning, and his tone was more serious than any previous time. Someone asked, Are you looking for the murderer? He looked into the distance, looking for monkeys. Chapter 28. After reporting the news to Zhao Gene, Liio hid in a forest surrounding the village. She walked around, hiding from monkeys, taking a bath, and reporting the news, which consumed too much energy. Once her body felt tired, her hunger increased exponentially. For a moment, Liio even wanted to go back and dig up the old lady's body and eat it. After all, it was a human corpse, which was more delicious and filling than a zombie corpse. If I eat her, I won't be hungry. This thought became stronger and stronger. In order to suppress this thought, Liio picked up a branch and bit it. She just bit it casually, and the branch immediately broke into several sections, and the broken pieces fell into her mouth. No matter what it is edible if it enters the mouth. Liio subconsciously swallowed her saliva and tasted it, and found that she couldn't tell what it tasted like. Not delicious. Liio rolled on the ground, then looked up at the sky, touching her uneven belly with her hand. It seemed that the sky was about to brighten. The night, which was originally as thick as ink, gradually turned gray. It would turn white in a while, and usher in a new day. I should sleep. Liio thought about it. She would not be hungry if she slept. The forest was quite lush. If she found some weeds and leaves to cover herself, no one would find her. When Liio was spreading a bundle of weeds on the ground, a tempting fragrance came from behind her. A man's hoarse voice sounded, Do you need help? Liio's first reaction was to cover his face with his collar and hat brim. Then Liio stared at the man, who was 20 meters away, and holding an old-fashioned red portable flashlight. Damn it! It's a living person. Is he talking to me? Liio's eyes didn't blink, half shocked and half confused. This was the second time a living person talked to her. The first time was outside the room of Yanhu Hotel. The man was not tall, about 1.68 meters. He usually paid attention to physical exercise, and looked strong and sturdy. He had a flat head, thick eyebrows and wide eyes, and was about 40 years old. What caught Liio's attention was that there was a narrow wound from the man's chin to the neck. It should have appeared not long ago, and it hadn't even scabbed yet. Did he not see that I was a zombie? Otherwise he wouldn't have such a good tone. Liio thought. My thoughts began to go astray, and she wanted to lick the blood on the man's wound. The man's attitude was polite. Seeing that Liio didn't speak, he patiently repeated again, Don't be afraid, I have no ill intentions, I just want to ask if you need my help. Liio didn't say anything, and shook his head with a woolen hat. The man changed the subject and looked at Liio's outfit. Your clothes. Hearing the man's pause, Liio looked at him warily. It looks good. The man praised against his will. Liio nodded slowly, and she also thought it looked good. At least this man's aesthetic taste was normal. I help you. The man smiled and stepped forward. His facial features trembled slightly, as if he was frantically conveying the signal of I'm a good person. Liio had been on alert. When she saw the man suddenly coming over, she directly threw the stone she had just touched on the man's face, and then ran away without looking back. Before she ran 100 meters, she found that the man was already standing in front of her waiting for her. How could anyone run faster than me? Liio gritted the 2 fangs in his mouth. The marks left by the stone were still on the man's face, but he didn't look angry at all. Promise me, I help you. I don't want you to help me. Brother, you look worse than me. Okay. After running 100 meters just now, Liio felt that she couldn't breathe, and the hunger in her body increased again as if there was a progress bar. According to Chio's understanding of herself, her hunger can be divided into 3 levels. The first level, losing the sense of fullness, a little hungry. But the strength is still there. The second level, very hungry, the strength is worse than that of ordinary humans, and she can't run anymore. She can only walk slowly. The third level, extremely hungry, not only has no strength, but also can't walk, can only crawl on the ground. After that, she will be so hungry that she completely loses human consciousness, and she doesn't know what will happen next. Now she was already hungry to the second level. She couldn't do such a physically demanding thing anymore. She had to deal with this big brother first. Chio tried to smile, pointed to her stomach, and said the first sentence, "I'm hungry." The man's eyes showed a light of surprise. "Do you need my help? You are so persistent in asking this question. I have read so many novels. Can't I see that you have a problem?" Chio refused decisively. "No." The light in the man's eyes seemed to be extinguished in an instant. He was a little disappointed. "Okay, but you better not sleep here." Chio replied with a rude face. "Why?" The man laughed. "Because someone died here? It's unlucky. Aren't you afraid of being alone?" Seeing that Chio didn't say anything, he pointed to the distance. "I live there. Do you want to go to my house and rest for a while?" The place the man pointed to was the locked place that Chio found no one had come to for several years. "So you just came back?" Chio followed the man slowly and chatted with him. The man put his hands behind his back and looked back from time to time to see if Chio had caught up. "Yes. It's too messy outside. But I finally came back. Come in and sit down." The man opened the door and made an invitation gesture to Chio. Chio leaned against the wall and sat down on the small stool covered with dust. "I think it's good to sit here." The man took back his hand and spoke again. "Then wait for me here. I get you something to eat." Watching the man go in alone, Chio was worried. Did she really misunderstand? Is this big brother really a good man? The next second, the man's head popped out of the house again. "You won't leave while I'm in?" Chio was frightened by him, and waved his hands helplessly. The man said worriedly, "It's too dangerous outside. I tie a rope on your hand. In this way, if you are in danger, you can pull me." Chio wanted to refuse, but after seeing what the rope was, he smiled and agreed. "Okay." The man wrapped one end of the rope around his hand, and the other end around Chio. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sound of chopping and burning. It sounded like he was really cooking. The man was very worried about Chio. He would shake the rope from time to time to confirm whether Chio was still there. Chio gave him a sense of security. She shook the rope very hard every time, and sometimes she would howl, "I'm so hungry." "Don't worry, you won't be hungry soon." The man glanced outside and found that Chio had walked to the kitchen door. At some point, she untied the rope tied with a knot on her wrist and was stuffing it into her mouth. Chio ate very quickly, and the rope was sucked into her stomach like rice noodles without even chewing. The man was stunned for a few seconds and didn't know how to react for a while. Chio ate even faster, and soon came to the man. Only the short piece of rope tied to the man's wrist was left. "Anything else?" Chio wiped her mouth with an unsatisfied look. "Is it delicious?" The man looked at her with a smile, and he still had a kitchen knife in his hand, as if he would chop Chio's neck with the knife if there was anything wrong. Chio licked her fingers. "Delicious. I'm not full. Any more?" The man observed Chio's expression. After finding that she really enjoyed the rope made of human intestines, the man's expression relaxed, as if he had found his own kind. He decided to open his heart and share his experience. "So we are in the same industry. The first time I ate intestines, I had to add some cooking wine, chopped green onions, and chili peppers to stir-fry." Chio thought to herself, "Who is in the same industry as you?" But she just nodded implicitly. "It seems that you are not in the same group as the group of superpowers above. Why don't you join me? We will be brothers and sisters in the future and be companions." The man enthusiastically extended an olive branch to Chio. "My name is Yamingxia." Chio was still licking her hand. Halfway through, she simply reached out and took the intestine off Yamingxia's wrist and stuffed it into her mouth. When taking out the intestine, Chio's eyes vaguely swept over Yamingxia's wrist. The flesh of a living person and a superpower was really delicious. If her eyes had substance, she should have eaten all of Yamingxia's arm by now. Chio chewed the last intestine vigorously, reluctant to swallow it, as if she was chewing gum. She used to scream when she saw the internal organs hanging on the branches, but now she thinks it's really delicious. "I've changed so quickly," Chio sighed in her heart. After Yaming found out that Chio really loved to eat, he said, "You wait." Then he brought out a large basin of intestines from the back of the kitchen, with large intestines, small intestines, 9 turns of intestines, and a whole family bucket of intestines. "These are the people I killed a few days ago. I gave the meat to the monkeys to eat, and I kept the intestines. Since my sister likes them, these are my brother's gift. When you are full, we will discuss the big plan." Chio almost cried, and held Yaming's hand with true feelings. "Brother." After calling her, she immediately started eating, without even using chopsticks. This scene of eating a lot shocked Yaming, who had killed countless people. He thought he was already perverted enough, but he didn't expect that there were so many strange things in the world, and now there was someone who was as good as him. The days to come will not be boring when he thinks about it. These are all from the intestines of human corpses. Soon Chio no longer felt hungry. He clenched his fists slightly, and his huge strength returned. The strong power of oneself is the best confidence of a person. Don't be afraid of anything. She started to talk to Yaming. "Brother, what is the big plan you just mentioned? Are you full?" "No. I can eat while listening to you, saving time. I am a person who cherishes time," Chio said seriously. Yaming nodded approvingly. He stood up and clapped, and within 2 minutes, 7 or 8 monkeys ran over from all directions and quietly crawled at Yaming's feet. Chio's eyes flashed. She felt that the hoarse voice was familiar from the beginning, and she guessed it right. He was the murderer with the killing monkey group. "Sister, these are my helpers, I will show you." Yaming clapped his hands again without hesitation. 2nd and 3rd grade, peel. He threw a piece of firewood in front of the 2 monkeys. The monkeys did not hesitate at all, grabbed the wood with their 2 claws, and took off the wood skin completely in less than 10 seconds. Chio saw clearly that the monkeys' claws had mutated and were as sharp as Swiss Army knives. Even so, these monkeys still succumbed to Yaming and dared not attack him. "How is it? They peeled my skin. It's a pity that Juicy cut a hole in it. Useless monkeys must be beaten." Yaming turned around and showed Chio. "Great, great." Chio was very respectful. Chio's casual praise made Yaming very happy. He has always done this alone. No matter how well he trained the monkeys, no matter what earth-shaking things he did, no one came to praise him or recognize him. It's good now. Although he lost Chio's skin, he gained a subordinate who could bring him satisfaction and recognition. This deal is worth it. Chio finished eating the last intestine and burped. "Brother, I have a question." "Ask." Yaming, who was happy, always responded to requests. Once upon a time, there were 3 people, a mother and her daughter. One day, the mother died, and the 2 sisters hosted the funeral. The younger sister saw a handsome man at the funeral and fell in love at first sight. After returning home, the younger sister killed her sister. Why? Yaming thought for a few seconds and smiled, because she thought that as long as she continued to hold funerals, she would be able to meet handsome men. Right? Yes. Chio nodded with relief. "You are worthy of being a perverted murderer," answering quickly and well. "Huh? What did you say?" Yaming didn't hear Chio's words clearly. Chio said, "Brother, your monkey ran away." Yaming hurried to see the monkey by the stove. It didn't run away. The next second, Chio had punched Yaming in the eye, and then kicked him in the knee. He could lift a sofa weighing hundreds of Gene, or even thousands of Gene with one hand, and used all his strength to punch and kick, making the whole kitchen ring with crisp sounds and screams of pain. Yaming fell to the ground in pain, covering his blasted eyeballs and shouting, "Beast! Come on!" All the monkeys looked at each other, but did not attack Chio immediately. Chio looked at Yaming coldly. This was the first time she attacked a human. But Yaming was not worthy of being called a human. Before Chio could give Yaming a fatal blow, she suddenly smelled something. Many superpowers heard the screams, and were rushing over here. Chapter 29. Chio rushed out before she fainted from the fragrance. Yaming hated her to the core, so he would never let Chio get away easily. He struggled to get up despite the severe pain, but ran into Zhao Gene, who rushed in first. After seeing the man in front of him clearly, Zhao Gene's originally calm expression suddenly changed. After seeing the other people clearly, their faces also changed. The man in front of him, whose eyeballs were blown out, bleeding constantly, and whose leg was broken, had a face exactly like Guan Xian. Yaming reacted quickly and immediately pointed in the direction where Chio ran away. "Help! Someone wants to kill me, chase them!" But no one responded to him. Yaming said anxiously, "She is a perverted sewing psychic?" She peeled off my skin and Guan Xian's skin, and then forcibly sewed Guan Xian's skin on me. Look! He took off his clothes and turned around, revealing the dense but neatly stitched wounds on his back. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is impossible. How can there be such a supernatural power? It's so well stitched, and from the front, it's the same person as Brother Guan. I feel like vomiting. Everyone was discussing in a low voice, and some people in the crowd really began to believe Yamingjia's words and asked Zhao Gene, "Sure, Captain Zhou, that person ran a little fast. If we don't chase him, he will disappear. In any case, catch him and confront him first. Then we will know." There were only 2 people in the village besides them. One was Guan Xian in front of them, and the other was the mysterious man who ran away just now. The murderer could only be the 2 of them. But Zhao Gene sure didn't say anything. He waved his hand and gathered a stream of water, splashing it towards the monkeys in the corner of the kitchen. Monkeys are afraid of water. When they are frightened, they scream, and each one instinctively looks for their owner. When the monkeys gather around Yamingji, seeking his protection, everything Yamingji said just now becomes pale and powerless. Zhao Gene said, "The person who really has the ability to sew is you." After he finished speaking, he threw down a stack of medical records, diagnosis books, and prescriptions. These were searched in the 3rd row of houses in the east of the village before coming. Yamingjia's name was written on it, and there was also a diagnosis of severe burns. Yamingji is the only child in the family. His mother disappeared when he was a child. His father often went out to work and didn't come back for a year. Since he was a child, Yamingji has only depended on his grandmother. Living in such a family, his grandmother was very strict with Mingjie and hoped that her grandson would become a useful person. So Yamingji was quite obedient and sensible when he was a child, and everyone in the village would praise him a few words when they saw him. But since Yamingji started middle school, he gradually met some second-rate people in society, and since then he has changed completely. He didn't like to study, was lazy and gluttonous, and because he skipped classes many times, he didn't continue to study after graduating from middle school. People in the same village chose to go to coastal cities to work in factories, but Yamingji stayed in his hometown and did petty theft. The reason why he was severely burned was because he went to the factory to steal things and ended up encountering a fire. He was lucky to survive, but he became neither human nor ghost. Almost everyone pointed fingers at him and avoided him. Yamingji still remembers who the first person he killed was. It was his father. His father planned to marry another wife and was unwilling to spend money on his son's plastic surgery. Yamingji took the scissors on the table and stabbed his father's throat directly. Poor grandmother had severe diabetes and was half blind. She didn't know that her son was killed by her grandson. She cut the body into pieces and made some parts into bacon. Since then, Yamingji couldn't stop. The pleasure he got from killing was incomparable. Before the natural disaster, one person disappeared in the village almost every 2 months. Yamingji disguised them as working outside and used AI to make crude voice and video to send to their families, so as to conceal the truth. When the natural disaster came, Yamingji found that he not only awakened superpowers, but also dual superpowers. He easily subdued the greedy monkeys and tortured the remaining living people in the village. Changing into a human skin every now and then was his biggest hobby. The only person Yamingji didn't touch was his grandmother. He disliked the dead old woman's skin because it was too loose, and he didn't like it. Even the monkey was not interested in grandma. On the day his grandma died, Yamingji was taking the monkey into the village party secretary's house. The village party secretary's daughter, who was studying in college, escaped from the city and ran back. What a beautiful human skin it was. Seeing these things that he was so familiar with, Yamingji's expression finally changed. He put away all his disguises just now and looked at Zhao Gene coldly. "You are more powerful than others. This is unfair." Before Zhao Gene could speak, someone had already hit Yamingji with a shovel and smashed a big hole on his head. He was the murderer. Everyone's anger was ignited at this moment. Those with superpowers used their superpowers, and those without superpowers used a lot of strength or handy tools to beat Yamingji to the last breath. Tang Xianghe wiped his face while hitting him. "This pervert is wearing Brother Guan's skin. I can't bring myself to hit him." That being said, he hit the hardest. His fists were almost smoking. Tang Xianghe usually eats 3 bowls of Guan Xian's food. He can also listen to Guan Xian's stories while eating. Tang Xianghe has long regarded Guan Xian as his own brother. Now every punch he throws is revenge for Guan Xian. In the end, Yaming and the group of monkeys he raised to kill and skin people were hung with ropes in the building where Guan Xian died. Yaming was seriously injured and could not maintain his supernatural powers at all. His skin was broken like fish scales and finally fell to the ground. The blood-red body tissue on his body was exposed and was constantly cracking and bleeding. While the guards were out, Yaming said with half a breath, "Beast, hurry up and save me." These monkeys were fed with human flesh by him to be so strong. Although they were beaten half to death, their sharp claws were still there. These ropes can't hold them at all. They are just pretending to be dead, looking for a chance to escape. When they heard him speak, the monkeys really broke free from the ropes one by one and jumped to the ground. The monkey named Chur also jumped and cut the rope hanging Yaming. Yaming was overjoyed. As long as he could get out of here, wait for him to recover and get a new skin, everything would be the same as before. Who knew that the monkeys, who were originally afraid of Yaming, would go crazy and point their claws at him? The screams were endless, and it took a full half hour to stop until it was completely silent. There were several people standing outside the door. One of them was the old bird, who had just used his supernatural power. The old bird's supernatural power was somewhat related to animal transformation. He could increase the closeness of animals to him for a period of time. In other words, even the most ferocious tigers and leopards would act like a spoiled child when they saw him. But he could also make animals become ruthless and violent for a period of time. He had obviously used the latter. Several people looked at each other. Do you want to go in and collect the bodies? Is he worthy? Then let them rot here. These monkeys are also evil. Let's nail the windows and doors tighter. After the discussion, several people quickly took action. Everyone unanimously decided to bury Guan Xian on the hillside outside the village. At the discussion meeting, Songwon silently raised his hand and proposed to build a tomb for Fong Qi and others here. Qin Yuqing was reluctant at first. He didn't expect that after so long, there were still people who remembered Fong Qi. But after he found that everyone had no objection, he didn't dare to say a word. Chinese people like to choose dates based on the imperial calendar. 2 days later, it is suitable to start the construction. The feng shui here is quite good. Jiang Song was exhausted from climbing the slope. Someone shook his eyebrows. Nonsense, don't you see who chose it? I used to tell fortunes under the overpass, and I could make hundreds of dollars a day. Jiang Song smiled flatteringly. Luo Daxian, why don't you tell me when my marriage will come? Luo Daxian really calculated. You have a mole between your eyebrows and sparse eyelashes. This face is a typical lonely star fate. Lonely star? It sounds unlucky. Jiang Song silently grabbed Luo Daxian's collar. Okay, don't say any more. Luo Daxian patted his hand. Give me 2 cigarettes, and I will change your luck in love. Get lost. Because there were no conditions, all the funeral ceremonies were kept simple. After Guan Xian's affairs were settled, Zhao Gene redistributed tasks to everyone in front of the grave. We should still follow the original plan and route, and go to the service area or get off the highway to rest in the suburbs of the city after dark to replenish supplies. That would be the fastest and safest way. One team was responsible for repairing the tires punctured by monkeys. One team went to clear the collapsed area on the highway, and another team did a good job in logistics services and support, and packed up as much food, medicine, and daily necessities as possible in the village. When going down the mountain, everyone gathered together and couldn't help chatting. Do you think Captain Zhou is? Before the man finished speaking, someone else took over. Too cold-blooded? Yes. How did you know I was going to say that? You're not the only one who thinks so. To a greater or lesser extent, everyone feels the same way. Great, I'm not the only one. How can he arrange tasks in front of the grave without changing his expression? Captain Zhou is really good, just like the black knife in his hand. He points and chops wherever he points. Killing zombies is easier than stepping on ants. He is protecting us and wants to take us to the southern base. But whether it was when he heard that the people in Zhao Xiyuan's team died before, or when he saw Brother Guan's body with his own eyes now, Captain Zhou didn't seem to feel sad at all. The man paused and continued, even if we just met by chance, we have had such a long relationship. But in his eyes, are we still no different from strangers? The previous word sounded okay, but the last sentence was a bit unpleasant. Hu Ziyu slapped the man on the back of his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Who saved you last time when you were chased by mutant wild dogs? Was it Captain Zhou? And you, last time you had scratches that looked like zombies and had a high fever, was it Captain Zhou who came forward to protect you and was still guarding outside the door? Otherwise, you could have awakened your superpowers? Hu Ziyu was the one who decided to follow Zhao Gene from the beginning. He was considered a veteran of this large team. As soon as he spoke, the others immediately remembered how good Zhao Gene was to them. One or two said to Hu Ziyu, "Hey, we are joking. Don't we know whether Captain Zhao is good or not?" "That's right. It's all nonsense. Let's go to work. Those dead monkeys punctured all our tires. Now we have to fix them." The voice gradually faded away. Chio, who had changed her clothes, emerged from the bushes. She had her hair down and wore a gray baseball cap. She was wearing a school uniform with the words Huayuan No. 2 Middle School printed on it, paired with wide-leg jeans and a pair of sneakers that didn't fit her feet, a whole mix-and-match style that made her look young on campus. Chio was grinding her teeth, which were getting longer and longer, with a big stone, and she thought, cold blood. Cold blood is indeed not as good as hot blood. She threw away the stone and walked towards the place where everyone had just worshipped. Asians will always place some offerings at funerals, no matter how simple they are. Among them, meat is indispensable. The chickens and ducks here have long been lost, but Chio knew that these people had caught a lot of fish nearby and put them here. Chio looked from a distance and was suddenly stunned. Damn it, why is there still someone who hasn't left? The person was standing in front of the grave, and no one knew what he was doing. Chio hid in the weeds next to her again. This smells like a mobile food truck. It turns out to be him. Chio pulled a leaf and chewed it in her mouth. The green juice dyed her black tongue dark green. She was looking at Zhao Gene unscrupulously, or admiring him. She had thought about what Zhao Gene looked like before. Anyway, he should be tall and muscular, otherwise how could he be the leader of the superpower team? But when Chio really saw Zhao Gene, she was still shocked. Chio, who loves watching TV dramas, has seen countless handsome men, but Zhao Gene is the kind of handsome man who is so handsome that he can reach the top of his head. Zhao Gene has a square and full forehead, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, moderate cheekbones, and a sharp and clear jawline. His facial features are very three-dimensional and heroic because of his deep eye sockets and high nose bridge. The black flight jacket was unzipped, revealing the black t-shirt underneath. The thin t-shirt was lifted by the full muscles, full of absolute strength. His figure was straight, and he did not show any slackness because there was no one around. "Brother, you are so self-disciplined that you will succeed in everything, okay?" Chio stretched out his index finger and thumb to Zhao Gene, and his height was estimated to be above 185 centimeters. Perfect. It turns out that there are really handsome guys with broad shoulders, narrow waist and double doors in reality. No wonder he smells the best among so many superpowers. Chio swallowed her saliva. What if, she meant what if? If Zhao Gene was unfortunately killed, she must take a photo before eating. He is so handsome, what a pity. Chio fell into a beautiful fantasy. Zhao Gene certainly didn't know that there was a pervert nearby who was planning a feast after his death. His back, which had just been secretly praised by Chio, bent slightly, and Zhao Gene took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. It looked like a pack, but there were only 2 cigarettes left. Tianzai was fighting for his life almost every day. Many people closed their eyes at night, and they were not even sure whether they could open them the next day. At this time, smoking became the fastest way to relieve stress. Compared with the superpowers, ordinary people are obviously under greater pressure. When the zombies evolve faster and faster, the self-protection ability of ordinary people seems extremely small. Not to mention that sometimes you will encounter human traitors like Yaming. He has to take the main responsibility for this accident. This kind of thing must never happen again. Zhao Gene thought about this problem, put both cigarettes on the incense and candles in front of the grave and lit them, and then stuck the cigarettes in the ground with his backhand. In the end, there were no more cigarettes. He reached out and touched the stone tablet that everyone had carved one word at a time, and said nothing. Zhao Gene walked down the mountain, the incense and candles behind him still burning. The breeze sent him off. On the day of departure, Zhao Gene was a little worried, so he asked someone to go to the place where Yaming was imprisoned to see if it was really reinforced. This time he really found the problem. Lu Xiaowu pointed at the hole in the window in amazement. Damn, they ran away? The size of the hole was just enough for a person to get in. The whole view could not be seen from the window, and finally Lu Xiaowu led people to break open the door that was originally nailed shut and go in. There was nothing inside, with a row of ropes hanging. The monkeys disappeared, and Yao Mingjia's body disappeared. Many people broke out in cold sweat. What the hell? These monkeys must have dragged the body away. They won't come to us again, right? Everyone waited for Zhao Gene to make a decision. Zhao Gene just glanced at the hole in the window. "It's okay, let's go." At this moment, Chio, with a bulging belly, had already taken the lead and returned to the car parked on the highway. Chapter 30. The car had been parked here for a few days, and was covered with dust. Chio followed her father's example, and found a towel in the car, to wipe the front windshield and rearview mirror. Then she checked the tires in a serious manner. Today was cloudless, visibility was high, and the car was in good condition, very suitable for traveling. She also had a monkey corpse, and a thigh of Yangmingjie in her trunk as reserve food. Originally, there were more than these. There were 3 monkey corpses and bits and pieces of meat she collected. But Chio almost fainted from carrying all this food here. She ate while carrying it along the way, and finally saved only this much. If she ate sparingly, it should be enough for 3 meals. Chio closed the trunk and got in the car. She reached out and patted the strawberry bear doll on it, and saw the previous diary again. The diary was picked up by Chio at the gas station. On the day she found it, she wrote her first diary, recording the first day she and Leong drove home, sharing the joy of finding a fully charged power bank, and drawing 2 stick figures with her clumsy drawing skills. Unexpectedly, the second diary was already 4 days later. What date should it be today? Although the phone is not connected to the internet, the calendar on it can still be seen. Chio made a slight calculation and started writing in the diary. October 13th, the sky is clear and the air is bright. Because of the meat-eating resurrection incident, I immediately decided to perform a cesarean section on my own and parted ways with Leong. In order to stop the bleeding, I chose to enter the Baixiang village closest to me and find needles and thread to sew myself. Unexpectedly, I encountered a mutated skinning monkey and Yangmingjie, a sewing superpower who kept killing people and changing skins. I suddenly had an idea and reminded the survivors who entered Baixiang village at the same time. The meat of a superpower like Yangmingjie tastes 10 times better than that of a zombie. It turns out that superpowers also have crystal cores in their bodies, just like zombies. This crystal core was a bit hard to bite when my teeth were sharpest, so I didn't eat it and kept it for now. Since it's so hard, I might as well use it to grind my teeth. If my zombie fangs grow any longer, they will grow outside my mouth. I finally saw what Zhao Gene, who could make me faint from the fragrance, looked like. This brother is quite handsome. I hope he is alive and well. If he dies, I must be the first to eat him, otherwise it will be a big loss. Finally, I miss my parents and bestie. I hope they are waiting for me to get home safely. This time, the diary was written in a fluent manner, and Chio's wrist was a little sore. After finishing, she read it again and suddenly smiled. I don't know where I heard this sentence before, and I can't remember what the original text was, but the general meaning is, people are the kind of creatures who will lie in their diaries, even to themselves, because they have already assumed that this diary will be seen by others. It's true, after all, when Chio wrote the diary, she didn't mention that she evolved into a septic tank to avoid skin monkeys. Such an embarrassing thing, she didn't want anyone else to know in her life. Chio put away the diary, glanced at the rearview mirror, and found that even though she was so good at kung fu, a few zombies wandered on the road. From the flexibility of these zombies, they are all reptiles, and once they find a target, they will immediately lie down and approach. Before, there were the lowest level F-level zombies everywhere, but after a short time, the casual passers-by were all E-level reptiles. The evolution of zombies is much faster than that of superpowers. Chio looked carefully again, and even looked in the direction where the zombies came from, but did not see Leong, Fang Qi, and Su Zhihai. Chio did not find any trace of them on the way from the village. Maybe they wandered somewhere else in the past few days. This is good. In the future, the sky is high and the road is long. There are thousands of zombies in the world. It is best not to see them again. The engine of the car was humming, and the body of the car was also vibrating at a frequency. The zombies who were extremely sensitive to sound were quickly attracted. Chio was very experienced in being recognized as a human by fellow zombies. She silently pressed the shutdown switch to let the surroundings return to silence. After the body of the car stopped making noises, the zombies gradually calmed down and circled around the car in confusion. Too stupid. Chio looked at this group of zombie brothers with missing arms and legs, and the corners of his mouth turned up. She was still grinning, and suddenly remembered that Fang Qi and the others would listen to her orders before. Chio planned to try again, to see if she still had the ability to control zombies. The car window slowly rolled down, and Chio showed a round face. She looked up and down at the brothers in front of her. You, squat down. Chio tried her best to make her tone calm and majestic, so as to meet the standard template of the superior giving orders in her mind. But because she was used to being gentle, her words still lacked momentum. So, the zombies didn't pay any attention to her orders. Instead, because of the sound of Chio's voice, they thought there were living people in the car, and they all roared and rushed towards the car window. Seeing a group of ugly zombies surrounding her fiercely, Chio subconsciously closed the car window, but it was a step too late. A zombie with long arms had already stretched out its arms and started scratching around. The hands of this reptile looked like they hadn't been washed for 10,000 years. Not only were they covered with dirt and blood, but there were also pieces of meat from someone unknown hanging on its sharp black nails. After noticing the meat, the first thought in Chio's mind was, "Are you crazy? You want to eat this? Do you have any common sense about hygiene? Of course not. It's okay to eat something dirty." Chio has eaten at least 1,000 corpses in her life, even the 9-turn intestines, which is considered clean. What's more, she can find some water to rinse it. It only took Chio a second to convince herself. She decisively grabbed the old reptile's hand, and rubbed the meat off with a napkin, wrapped it up, and folded it neatly. This piece of human meat will be eaten together with the monkey corpse. How about I make a hot pot next time? Chio licked his lips. There's a knife in the car, so I can slice the meat. Or I can make it into jerky, one by one, so I can carry it with me and eat it when I'm hungry. Otherwise, I pull it hard every time, and it be bloody, which makes me look violent. Chio has already started planning the next meal, and plans to improve the food. The reptiles are still surrounding the car. One of them opened its mouth, and the fishy saliva dripped on the edge of the car window. They sniffed Chio's scent carefully, and their wrinkled and light blue faces were rarely stunned, and then they were disgusted. After all, it smelled like a human flesh feast in the previous second, and it became one of our own in the next second. This is a roller coaster-like drop. Even zombies can't stand it. Not long after, the zombies roamed forward in groups again. Chio picked up the towel in the car, wiped the saliva on the car window first, and then wiped her hands. Then she put her hands on the steering wheel. The backs of the zombies can still be seen from the windshield. When not attracted by sound or human blood, the gait of the reptiles is slow, like an 80-year-old man. Chio looked at their backs and wondered why the zombies didn't listen to her instructions. Is it because the level of the reptiles is too low? Chio believes that she is now a D-level intelligent species. Dong was also D-level before, and Fang Qi was a level 2 dual-system mutant before her death. Not long after she became a zombie, she reached D-level. So it is reasonable that the two of them can understand her instructions. After all, they are at the same level. But Su Zhihai's level is obviously not D-level, so why can he understand her instructions? Hey, he doesn't seem to listen to my instructions, but Fang Qi's. And the three of them barked at her, which was also very strange. Chio was a little confused about the rules of the zombie world. Fortunately, Chio was not the kind of person who would try to figure it out later. She did not close the car window, but just fastened her seatbelt first. Chio knew that Zhao Gene and his convoy would drive onto the highway at the intersection about 1 kilometer ahead. To be on the safe side, she also backed up the car about 800 meters. Since she overheard that the destination of this group of people, that is, the southern base, was in Belan City, Chio made up her mind to follow them all the way. With them clearing the way and leading the way in front, Chio did not have to worry about getting lost. Even if she could not find food for the time being and was too hungry to protect herself, with them clearing the way in front, she would at least not encounter any particularly big dangers. There is no better bodyguard group than them. Of course, Chio will not appear in front of them. One is to prevent the identity of the zombie from being discovered, and the other is to prevent himself from being unable to bear the fragrance and attacking the living people who smell the fragrance. When he began to smell a faint fragrance, Chio knew that they were on the highway. 20 minutes later, Chio stepped on the accelerator and drove past at a speed of 20 yards on the highway. The 6 reptiles that suddenly appeared on the road still scared everyone who set out in a team. 2 of them lay on the front windshield to block the view, causing the vehicle to almost roll over on the spot. The people in the back seat opened the door and rolled out. One person was responsible for attracting the attention of the reptiles, and the other 3 were responsible for attacking. It didn't take long for the 6 reptiles to die neatly. The crystal core the size of a fingernail was dug out and kept by the team leader of each group. According to the latest system proposed by Zhao Gene, everyone fought in groups of 4 along the way. The 44 people except Zhao Gene were divided into 11 groups. Ordinary people were responsible for attracting the zombies' attention, and those responsible for attacking were superpowers, or ordinary people holding those shotguns. The crystal cores obtained by the group from killing each zombie were divided equally among the group leaders. This ensured that ordinary people could also obtain crystal cores to the greatest extent, increasing the chances of stimulating superpowers. In the long run, it was more conducive to the development of their team of survivors. Of course, not everyone had no objection. Some superpowers thought that if he fought alone, he might get more crystal cores. Ordinary people should not share the profits with him. But Zhao Gene has another rule. The group that kills the most zombies every day, all members of the group can get 10 crystal cores of the reptile species from him. In the future, when everyone's ability level is raised, he will also provide crystal cores of the wisdom species. Everyone knows that Zhao Gene will definitely fulfill his words, so no one has any objections now, but instead, they are all working hard to kill for the group. Jiang Song was the one who was responsible for attracting the reptile species just now. Seeing that the reptile species was about to pounce on his face, Jiang Song bit his tongue to prevent himself from shouting. Now he cut out the crystal core with a knife, and his hands were still shaking slightly. The people around laughed. Dr. Jiang, next time you sew our wounds, don't shake so much. Roll, roll, roll. Look, look, such a big crystal core. He held the crystal core, wiped it, and handed it to Huziyu, and then reminded him worriedly, team leader, you have to keep it well. It's a creeper, don't drop it. Huziyu pushed him into the car directly. You kid is so long-winded, let's go. The convoy lined up in a straight line and drove forward. Zhao Gene, who used to drive the car in the front, stayed in the last car this time. In the same car with him were Song Wan, Yin Shang, Yang Mufeng, Tang Xianghe, and 4 ordinary people. Yin Shang was responsible for driving, and Song Wan sat in the co-pilot seat to monitor the situation on the right. Tang Xianghe came to Zhao Gene. Captain Zhou, what are you looking at behind? The 6 creepers were dealt with neatly. In order not to block the vehicles of other survivors, who might also be taking this road, they considerately moved the body to the side of the emergency lane. He was bored and curious. Why did Zhao Gene not lead the charge but come to the rear with them? Though Gene retracted his gaze and looked at Tang Xianghe, maybe Monkey and Yao Mingjie are not dead. Tang Xianghe's expression was colorful. No. Impossible. He listened to Yao Mingjie's death at the door. Although Yao Mingjie and Monkey disappeared mysteriously later, it is impossible for them to come back to life. That's not called a superpower, that's called a ghost. Others in the car also shuddered when they heard Zhao Gene's words. Even Yin Shang, who was concentrating on driving, couldn't help but look at Zhao Gene in the rearview mirror. Zhao Gene's expression was faint. I'm just joking. The atmosphere in the car relaxed at once. Tang Xianghe, Captain Zhou, your jokes are colder than my feet. Yes. It's getting colder recently. If the direction wasn't right, I would have thought we were heading northeast. Yin Shang, we're heading to Balan, right? You're not driving the wrong way, are you? Someone said jokingly. Yes. Yin Shang answered seriously, brother who has memorized the map. It's okay, I turned on the air conditioner. Because Huziyu knew the way, he was the first car. Who's cold? I brought a blanket, let's cover it together. The people in the car started chatting about everything. Zhao Gene's eyes were still vaguely glancing back. He didn't trust the so-called peace ambassador. That day when they heard the screams and rushed over, Zhao Gene saw the back of the peace ambassador. That glance made Zhao Gene feel an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart, and even the magic in his hand trembled. Peace ambassadors may not really be peaceful, and may be more dangerous than Yao Mingjie. But now it seems that everything is normal. As long as the convoy leaves this road as soon as possible, it should be safe. Zhao Gene was thinking, and someone had already covered him with a corner of the blanket. Tang Xianghe's fat body moved. Captain Zhou, squeeze in, let's take a nap first. There are still 30 kilometers to the next service area. Before he finished speaking, Tang Xianghe was snoring. Zhao Gene was squeezed by him, and could only stick to the window. Through the window, Zhao Gene looked at the mountains that kept retreating backwards. Feeling cold is not an illusion. The weather was originally good, but it changed in an instant, and it looked like it was going to snow. Chio was eating. 6 reptiles were neatly stacked on the side of the road. She didn't want to waste any of them, and wanted to stuff them all into the car. But the trunk could only fit 1 more, 3 in the back seat, and 1 on the front passenger seat. So Chio could only eat right there, crunching with her sharp fangs. Chio ate very quickly, and when she finished eating this one, and was about to put the other reptiles into the car, she suddenly noticed something white and shiny falling down. Chapter 31. It snowed in October. Chio stretched out her hand, and snowflakes fell from midair onto her hand, staying there for only a second before turning into water marks. Her hands and face had already begun to feel cold. Chio exhaled into her palm, and the hot air from her exhale made the palm of her hand warmer. Of course, only a thin layer of water vapor remained on it for the next second, and then it immediately became colder, as if reminding her to quickly return to the car to avoid the cold. She thought, I am probably the only zombie in the world who feels cold. Chio looked down at her clothes, and quickly zipped up the zipper that had not been zipped to the top, covering her chin and lips. She lowered the brim of her baseball cap again, covering most of her forehead. Her clothes were still autumn clothes, and they had nothing to do with the word warm. Chio took them from the village party secretary's house when she was hiding in the village. The clothes were only worn for 2 days, and they were still clean. If she had known, she would have taken the new quilt from the village party secretary's house, and put it on her body. It looked warm. Next time, she would have to find some sweaters and down jackets to wear, otherwise it would seem that she did not respect this snowy day. Chio's hometown, Belen City, is a southern city, and the spring and autumn seasons are sometimes as short as 1 month. Whenever the seasons change, there will always be short-sleeved shorts, long-sleeved trousers, sweaters, down jackets, creatures of the 4 seasons on the street at the same time. But Chio is a person who follows the 4-season clothing system very much, because she has too many clothes. Although school uniforms must be worn during middle school, casual clothes can only be worn on weekends and winter and summer vacations. But Chio's mother still buys her daughter clothes that she can wear for a lifetime according to different seasons. In spring, she wears sweaters, shirts, jeans, and dresses. In autumn, she wears windbreakers, thick coats, and wide-leg pants. In summer, there are all kinds of beautiful skirts including hanfu. In winter, there are all kinds of rabbit fur, cashmere coats, and super warm down jackets. These clothes are also matched with shoes and necklaces of different styles and colors. My mother said that she would feel good if she matched a beautiful outfit every day. When Chio was a sophomore, she was obsessed with furry fursuits. My mother didn't know what fursuits were. Seeing that Chio liked them, she asked someone to spend 30,000 yuan to make a set for her. The tiger head, tiger claws, tiger ears, tiger tail, etc. were all made very realistically. Of course, Chio was a top-level person at that time. No matter how much she liked it, she only dared to wear it at home and in front of her best friends to take a few photos, and then put it away. In order not to waste his mother's 30,000 yuan, Chio would take it out and wear it during festivals, and say to his parents, "Little Tiger wishes you a happy new year." Chio's parents were both born in the countryside. When they were the poorest, there were 5 or 6 brothers and sisters fighting for a bowl of rice. But they studied hard and worked hard from the village to the city step by step. When Chio was a child, he lived in a dual-income family. His parents only had a salary of more than 2,000 yuan and lived a routine life. Who knew that one day Chio was wrongly accused of stealing a classmate's things at school, and he became autistic after returning home. Even after his mother's strong protest, the matter was finally clarified, but Chio rarely spoke. After repeated discussions, the mother, whose career prospects were not as fast as her father's, decisively withdrew from the system and chose to open an extracurricular training institution, just to make more money and send her daughter to the best school. At the beginning, it was extremely difficult and there were not many students. Later, word of mouth gradually improved, and it became famous through various publicity. In the past 2 years, branches have been opened in 13 cities across the province. Online training alone has made a lot of money. Chio's parents are far less wealthy than those bosses who run businesses and companies. But they are open-minded and patient enough to pour all their love on Chio. The biggest requirement for Chio is that he is safe and happy. Even if Chio does nothing after graduating from college and relies on his parents at home, the two of them are happy. From childhood to adulthood, Chio never needs to be compared with anyone. She is the best in her parents' hearts. However, although Chio is she is very filial and has her own strong heart. During middle school, her grades were always above average. After graduating from university, she began to participate in public institutions, provincial examinations, and national examinations. Of course, she failed in the end because she ran too slowly and was bitten into a zombie. Pop! The memory came back. Chio threw the body into the car, and then slammed the door. Go home. She must go home quickly. She will wear a tiger costume like before, and say Happy New Year to you. In theory, You should close the windows when driving on the highway. Because opening the windows during high-speed driving will not only increase air resistance and fuel consumption, but also produce huge noise. But Liio had to smell the smell of the superpowers to estimate the distance and follow the car. So Liio could only open one window, letting the huge noise pour into his ears, and the whistling wind hit his face. It was noisy and cold. To divert his attention, Liio began to sing, "You are like a fire in the winter, the blazing flame warms my heart." Okay, I forgot the lyrics. 10 years ago, you didn't belong to me. After following for a while, Liio's music library was completely exhausted. She stepped on the accelerator hard, the car sped forward, and the smell of meat became stronger. Liio could only smell the aroma greedily, while stepping on the brakes. The snow was still light now, and when Liio tilted her head to smell the smell outside, the snowflakes floated into her mouth moistly. She smacked it. It was cool and tasteless. But she could imagine herself eating strawberry smoothie. If someone drove by at this time, they would find a driver on the highway ignoring traffic rules and drinking snow while driving. Like a cormorant on a fisherman's boat stretching its neck to catch fish. Not long after, Cormorant Liio looked at the speedometer in confusion. She didn't drive fast, but the fragrance was much stronger. It seemed that the speed of the convoy in front began to slow down. She stepped on the brakes and glanced to the side. It turned out that the service area was about to arrive. Just before passing the tunnel, Liio simply parked the car at the entrance of the tunnel, got out of the car with a bang, and opened the back door. It's time to eat. These 30 kilometers were driven very quickly. The convoy soon arrived at the first service area. This service area is very small, hidden in the wild grass growing on the side of the road. There were a few unmanned vehicles parked on the roadside, and the grass growing from the cracks in the rocks had grown taller than one of the trucks. The entire service area was quiet, with no zombies or people. People bring life to buildings. After only 2 months of no one, the dilapidated and old place almost has no traces of modern society. Several drivers picked up the oil gun with a just-in-case mentality. Very good, there is no oil. They turned around and took the pipe to see the only large truck next to them. Very good, there is no oil either. No wonder it stopped here. The drivers rolled their eyes, but still went to see the other abandoned cars. Because the service area is small, they can only stay here for 20 minutes at most. Several people went to the toilet together, and some people went to find water and supplies in the store. Zhao Gene said to the team leader, "From now on, everyone should do their best to find something to keep warm." Someone immediately understood what Zhao Gene meant and continued, "It's time to find it. I didn't feel it in the car, but when I got off the car, I thought I was running naked." Yes. We haven't left the territory of Jiangning province yet. I have never seen snow here in October. Jiangning province is located on the dividing line between the south and north of the country. It only snows for 2 or 3 days in the coldest time of the year, from January to February. It is mostly freezing rain at other times. It is obvious that the snow came too early and too strangely, completely contrary to the previous rules. Even people with a good mentality have understood from the beginning of the natural disaster to the present that disasters are only a moment away, and they should prepare for the rainy day. For a moment, everyone's face became serious and they hurriedly searched every corner of the service area. The place is so small, and more than 40 people are as lively as a tour group. What can keep warm? Of course, clothes, cotton shoes, bedding, thermos cups, hot water bottles, heat packs, and coal. The first few are easy to find. After all, they are used in daily life, but coal is not common. The natural disaster occurred in August, which is the hottest time of the year. It is impossible for this small service area to purchase coal so far in advance. As for the small solar heaters that need power, they are useless and a pity to throw away, so they are simply not needed. In a small room, Liu Xiaowu and his team found snow shovels, vehicle anti-skid chains, and salt bags for de-icing, all of which were put into the van with the largest storage space. The body of the van obviously sank a bit. Zhao Gene did not go to find supplies. He held a paper and a pen in his hand and made a list of supplies to be found first. Now, including him, there are 45 people in the team, but there are only 6 vehicles. It was already crowded to accommodate so many people, and it was obviously not enough to accommodate the survival supplies for so many people. Jiang Sung huddled in the car and did not get out. He hesitated again and shouted to Zhao Gene in the distance, "Old Zhou, come over here." He was shouting at the top of his lungs, but his voice seemed weak. Jiang Sung, who served as the team doctor of the entire team, seemed to have a good relationship with everyone. But the only person he really trusted and felt reliable was Zhao Gene, who saved him from the zombies. So after Jiang Sung felt that something was wrong with him, he chose to tell Zhao Gene first. I forgot that I had a cut on my hand before, so it must have been infected when I went to dissect the crystal core. Jiang Sung reviewed the whole story. His face was as red as a boiled crayfish. Anyone who saw him would notice that he had a severe fever. When someone looked in his direction, Jiang Sung buried his head in his clothes again, revealing only his forehead and eyes that were constantly steaming. Zhao Gene was standing by the door, and the whistling wind was blocked by his broad back. Zhao Gene looked at Jiang Sung without saying a word. Jiang Sung's eyes gradually fell on Zhao Gene's hand, where the magic was held, and he looked like he was ready to kill him at any time. Jiang Sung said with tears and snot, "Old Zhao, you can't do this to me. I don't want to die. Our Jiang family has been a single-line family for 5 generations, and I am the only one." Zhao Gene silently looked at Jiang Sung's snot on his sleeve. "I will really kill you." "Ah? What the hell are you talking about?" The heat on Jiang Sung's face was getting more and more. He felt that he was about to be cooked, and he could hardly hear Zhao Gene's words. Jiang Sung whispered, "Why don't you put me down here and let me become a zombie and die alone? Of course, before I completely become a zombie, you should leave me some food and drink. Forget about the medicine. 999 cold medicine can't cure me anyway. You can also take ibuprofen and other things." What is this kid talking about? Huziyu came over with 8 thermal blankets, staring at Jiang Sung inside through the car window. Jiang Sung quickly slid from the chair to under the backrest. Zhao Gene took the thermal blanket and threw it on Jiang Sung's head. "Say your last words." "Oh!" Huziyu became interested. "What are you talking about? Let me hear it too." Jiang Sung sighed. "Old Hu, this time it's real. Don't joke, I can't laugh. Since you're here, I won't hide it from you. Actually Before Jiang Sung finished speaking, Zhao Gene interrupted him. "He is going to awaken his superpowers." "Yes, I want." "Ah? What do I want?" Jiang Sung's eyes were blank, and his body began to steam. Huziyu ignored him and turned to Zhao Gene and said, "It will take some time to awaken superpowers, but we can't stop here. He has to suffer a little. This place is only a few dozen kilometers away from Baixiang village, and there is no guarantee that the missing skin monkey will not chase us. Animals have animal nature. They are used to peeling human skin and eating human flesh, and they can never go back. What's more, who knows if there will be any mutant creatures in the mountains on both sides of the highway, waiting for them to fill their stomachs." Zhao Gene said to him, "It's almost time. Let's get everyone on the bus." "I take your bus." "Okay." The two of them quickly went about their own business. Jiang Sung climbed up from under the seat, touched the thermal blanket on his body and shouted, "No! No one cares about me now. Ruthless." Of course, no one would be so ruthless. Everyone soon knew that Jiang Sung was going to awaken his superpowers. Children are treated preferentially in this team. If supplies such as milk are found, Zhao Linyan can always get a box no matter how much. After she heard that Jiang Sung was dizzy from the fever caused by awakening his superpowers, he took out the 5 or 6 bottles of milk he had saved. The types of milk are different. Some are Wangzai milk with ethnic patterns, some are Shuhua milk, and some are buffalo milk. "Brother, all this is for you to drink." Jiang Sung opened his heavy eyelids and wanted to drink to death, but he still had to be reserved. "You should drink it. Brother is old. Drinking this won't make you taller." Zhao Linyan looked back at her mother in embarrassment. Her mother just smiled and said nothing. Zhao Linyan was about to persuade him again, but Songwon came over and picked up the bottle of Wangzai milk and opened the pull ring. Jiang Sung sat up in shock from his dying illness. "Give me back Wangzai." Songwon glanced at him. "Aren't you not going to grow taller?" Jiang Sung lowered his head. "Nonsense, you are a doctor and I am a doctor. I will definitely grow to 1.8 meters. As a southerner, Jiang Sung is 1.68 meters tall, rounded off to 1.7 meters. Zhao Gene lifted him like a chicken. Even Songwon was taller than him. This was Jiang Sung's lifelong pain. Songwon waved her hand. Okay, I wish you can grow to 1.8 meters soon." Only then did Jiang Sung realize that the Wangzai handed over by Songwon had been heated by her supernatural power. A warm current flowed from his mouth to his throat, making Jiang Sung, who was suffering from the awakening of supernatural power, suddenly feel that the natural disaster world was not a bad thing for him. "I remember that when he was sick before, he could only swallow 2 cold pills by himself. But now someone is joking with him, someone is giving him milk, and someone is telling him to have a good sleep, and everything will be fine when he wakes up. Liio counted the little food left. In order to maximize the taste of the food, she decided to make Yamingjia's thigh into air-dried meat. Air-dried meat usually needs to be added with various seasonings, and then dried in the shade in suitable weather. Liio didn't have such high demands. She tore her thigh into 4 strips, and then tied them to the door handles of the 4 car doors with red plastic ropes. In this way, the meat will slowly dry in the wind while she drives on the highway. Oh my god, how can there be a genius as smart as me? Liio ate a bite of the reptile that she despised with tears in her eyes. Because of the dried meat, Liio wasted some time on the road. She estimated that Zhao Gene and the others would be 30 kilometers ahead of her. However, she had only driven for less than half an hour when she found that something had happened in front. After the convoy was on the road, Zhao Gene mentioned to Liio that he planned to find a few more cars. Although the van has a large space, it is not light enough and has poor defense. If you encounter a zombie tide, it will definitely be difficult to break through, so you should give priority to a 7-seater SUV. Liio nodded, I think so too. The next service area is 80 kilometers away, and the next service area is 150 kilometers away. After passing these 2 service areas, it will be almost dark. When we get off the highway, we will go to Nanyuan County to spend the night, and then find a chance to change cars. After getting off the highway, it is the city, and there must be a lot of cars there. It is easy to find a car, but it is difficult to find oil. Zhao Gene continued, well, change the van to an SUV, and add 2 more. 8 cars are enough. If there are more, if something happens, everyone will be easily dispersed. When the time comes, I will be responsible for driving one, you lead, and I will be behind you. Half of the 45-person team are ordinary people. It is not an easy task to bring them back to Belan City safely from here. If Zhao Gene went alone, with his ability, he might have arrived at the southern base long ago. But Zhao Gene still chose to take them with him. When they first met, Liio asked curiously, Captain Zhou, I am a retired soldier after all, and I have a sense of social responsibility. You said you have such a good family background, and your family is not short of money. You came here for tourism and were trapped here, so you can walk by yourself if you can. What are you looking for? But Zhao Gene said nothing. He just used the knife called magic to stab a zombie's head fiercely, and then started to deal with the next one without stopping. Just when Liio was distracted, he suddenly found a van across the front. He turned the steering wheel sharply, and narrowly brushed past the van. The whole car, under his control, almost rushed out of the guardrail on the highway bridge and fell into the turbulent river below. The car behind Liio kept a distance of about 100 meters from the car, and fortunately, the reaction speed was relatively fast, so it brushed past without any danger. But when the last car was about to pass by the van, there was a sudden commotion in the dilapidated van. A huge figure jumped out of the van and bit the wheel of the last car directly. Chapter 32. The driver of the last car was Yin Shang. When the tire was bitten by the monster, the car body tilted severely. Yin Shang still held the steering wheel tightly to prevent the car from rushing out of the guardrail due to this sudden force. The convoy had already arrived at the Yuanjiang Special Bridge. Outside the guardrail was not a solid hillside, but rolling waves and dark river water. If the car fell off, the people in the car would definitely die. Almost at the same time, Song Wan and another superpower Yang Mufeng jumped out of the car and attacked the huge figure from the left and right. Tang Xianghe rolled out from the door on the other side, leaned against the car and activated the beast's power, using his body as a barrier to let the ordinary people in the car retreat first. The cars in front stopped one after another, and ran over to support at the fastest speed. Song Wan is a level 2 fire superpower. When killing zombies, the fireball in her hand can release a high temperature of 500 degrees, burning and melting the zombies' heads. This time she threw out 3 or 4 fireballs in a row, but the monster dodged them all. Yang Mufeng's ability is to control ropes. He controlled a section of rope to accurately wrap around the monster's head and began to pull it back with force. But he obviously underestimated the monster's strength. The rope was like a necklace on the monster, and it couldn't pull it at all. The monster was angered by this series of attacks. It finally put down the half-chewed tire in its mouth, turned around, and made a squeaking sound in its mouth. They finally saw clearly that the monster was a huge mutant rat. Its tail was 1 meter long, and although the hair on it was sparse, it was as long as human shoulder-length hair. At this critical moment, Yang Mufeng subconsciously touched his own hair and began to think, are humans the only creatures in the world that can go bald? His eyes gradually shifted from the rat's tail to its body, which was as huge as a rice jar. If the evolution of zombies can be traced, then the mutation of plants and animals is as confusing as the various supernatural powers of humans. The skinned monkey before had claws that became extremely sharp and could speak human language. The rat in front of him was not only huge in size and strength, but also densely covered with small mice from its head down. These small mice had eyes, mouths, and whiskers, and shared the same body with the rat. The debris dropped when the rat gnawed the tire fell into the mouths of these small mice. The rope controlled by Yang Mufeng was even regarded as food by them, and they opened their mouths wide to bite it. Then hundreds of small mice and giant rats made a deafening squeak sound together. Yang Mufeng was completely dumbfounded. The same was true for Song Wan, who was closest. It was fine when the giant rat had its back to her just now, but now that it turned around and looked at the rat wall in front of her that was almost as high as the car body, she felt that her sand value, referring to mental state, was dropping like crazy. The next second, Song Wan came to her senses and screamed while throwing fireballs wildly, all hitting the giant rat. This intensive attack caught the giant rat off guard and really burned some of the small rats on its body. Tang Xianghe cried out in anger, "Where are you hitting? Watch out!" "I'm sorry," Song Wan shouted at the top of her voice, and the frequent use of superpowers made her quickly exhausted. Fortunately, Yin Shang had already gotten off the car at this time, and Zhao Gene also came with other superpowers in the team. When everyone adds fuel to the fire, the flames will rise high. Those with superpowers use their superpowers, those with good eyesight use guns, those with good skills use sticks, and those who are not good at it use self-defense first. Because on the bridge, everyone was afraid to use their weapons, especially Lu Xiaowu, who didn't dare to use his incendiary bombs, fearing that the bridge would break down. This caused the giant rat to run rampant on the bridge for nearly half an hour before it died under Zhao Gene's magic. The densely packed little rats on its body had been beaten to a bloody pulp long before, and it was probably already at the Naiha bridge. After the giant rat fell, snowflakes fluttered on it. "If it doesn't die, I die. I'm so tired. It's so scary, I feel like rats are growing on my body." The person who spoke rubbed his hands and felt a chill. Zhao Gene looked at the gradually increasing snow. "Get in the car." The car that Yin Shang was driving was basically scrapped in the fight. The people in their car had to disperse, and each of them found a car and squeezed in. Tang Xianghe came to the first car again and sat down next to Zhao Gene. "Oh, Captain Zhou, what a coincidence. We got into another car." Zhao Gene He was originally sitting in the co-pilot seat, but because Jiang Song was awakening his superpowers, Zhao Gene gave up the co-pilot seat to Jiang Song. Unexpectedly, when Tang Xianghe's snoring began to deafen, Zhao Gene was squeezed against the car window again. Huziyu cast a sympathetic look in the rearview mirror, and suddenly realized why Zhao Gene suddenly wanted to add 2 cars. "Drive carefully," Zhao Gene reminded. "It is very tiring for the driver to drive for a long time, and it is best for someone to talk and remind him from time to keep the driver alert." Huziyu nodded. It was because of his distraction that he almost hit the van with the giant rat. The car was moving forward at a constant speed, and there were more and more abandoned vehicles on the road ahead. Many times, Huziyu had to stop and call on the people in the team to move the cars blocking the road together. Huziyu wiped his sweat. "I am puzzled. In the past dozens of kilometers, I didn't see even a hair except for those reptiles. This one is completely different from the world." Zhao Gene said, "They should have been eaten by rats. They ate people and cars all the way. Rats are rodents and omnivores. They even lick the blood on the ground, which is why the road they came from is so clean." Huziyu's back trembled, and after a long time, he asked again, "When will this day end?" "The days of being frightened every day and ready to die at any time." Zhao Gene didn't respond to this. For him, the hope for a better future is far less important than living well in the present. He looked into the distance. "Speed up." Liio's car stopped next to the giant rat's corpse. Even though Liio had experienced many battles and eaten countless corpses, he was still shocked for 10,000 years. "Will I not mutate after eating this? Oh! I'm already a zombie. How much more can I mutate? But this looks too abstract." "Abstract is abstract. It's so fat, it's so filling. How about eating it with your eyes closed?" Liio took out a knife and scraped the long hair on the giant rat's body. Suddenly she had an idea. These hairs are so long, wouldn't it be great to make a rat fur coat? She remembered that when she read Dream of Red Mansions before, It was written that Wang Shifeng was wearing a colorful carved silk stone blue-silver rat coat. She was extremely envious at that time, and wanted to see what the silver rat coat looked like. Chio shook her head, and shook off the outrageous idea. No, it's too dirty. Let's just eat it directly. The giant rat had just died not long ago, and the taste was much better than zombie meat, and it didn't irritate the throat at all. Chio ate a lot without realizing it. Before, because there was little food, Chio was very restrained. Now that such a large piece of meat was placed here, Chio was very devoted to eating, and the speed was very fast. If it was a warm scene, he could be a food broadcaster. Until something rubbed Chio's cheek and hit him. Haven't you eaten pork and seen pigs run? Obviously it was a bullet. Chio was so obsessed with the giant rat meat that she didn't notice someone appeared 200 meters away. She didn't want to expose herself in front of humans, but it was obviously too late to run at this time. Chio turned her head and saw a red SUV parked not far away, with a license plate from Jiangning province. The man with a gun in his hand was wearing sunglasses and chewing betel nut in his mouth, and he was constantly pointing the black muzzle at Chio. Because there was still some distance between them, he could only see Chio's back and the dead bodies of the animals, and could not see Chio's movements clearly. The man in sunglasses thought Chio was a lone survivor, and was lucky enough to kill such a big wild boar. And there were a few dried meats tied to Chio's car door, as if waving to people in the wind and saying, "Come and eat me." It made people even more greedy. After the natural disaster began, water, food, and medicine became the three most important supplies. In order to grab them, some people don't mind sending their compatriots to heaven in advance and escaping from this hell on earth. Hey, the man in sunglasses began to shout, "That woman, hand over your car and your supplies obediently, and we can consider not killing you." Chio tilted her head to look at the two people, puffed her cheeks in confusion, and chewed the large piece of meat she had just bitten into her mouth. After swallowing the meat, Chio looked down at the rat head and tail left on the ground. These two were really disgusting, and she was still hesitating whether to eat them. Chio remembered that she had turned over an interview question before. A certain elementary school cafeteria broke out public opinion, and rat heads appeared in the dishes. If you were a staff member of the Market Supervision Bureau, what would you do? What did she answer in front of the mirror at that time? First, report the situation to the leader immediately, and issue a preliminary response through official channels, indicating that the Market Supervision Bureau has paid attention to the incident, will quickly launch an investigation, and publish the results of the investigation in a timely manner. Calm the emotions of netizens, parents, and students. Thanks to her father's words and deeds since childhood, Chio can speak fluently. A person like me who is born to take the civil service exam. How could it be? How could it be? Chio sighed again, and her thoughts began to run away. If I had passed the exam before the natural disaster, I would have been able to get a job at the southern base and bring my parents with me. This is a real iron rice bowl. The patience of the man in the distance has dropped to zero. Second brother, why are you talking to her nonsense? Watch me. Another man also held a gun and walked directly towards Chio. He saw that Chio's back was slender, and the exposed back of her neck was slender and white. In such cold weather, she was wearing very thin clothes, and she looked like she was probably only 18 or 20 years old. The young body represents snow white and smooth skin. He hasn't touched a woman for a long time. Since he met her today, he couldn't let her go. The man in sunglasses secretly despised his buddy in his heart. The word lust is a knife above his head. Sooner or later, he will fall into this. On the highway in the wilderness, this woman was able to get such a big prey. It is possible that someone was traveling with her, but no one knew where they went. It is even more possible that this woman is a superpower. However, in the eyes of the man in sunglasses, superpowers are far less fast than bullets. His buddy is carrying a gun. At such a short range, even if this woman has superpowers, the bullet can still shoot through her. Thinking of this, the man in sunglasses was too lazy to take these few steps and stood there casually. Okay, let you go first. Hurry up. When the human fragrance gradually covered the smell of rat meat, Chio knew that someone was coming towards her. This person was still saying some dirty words. It smells so good. Chio began to have a gurgling sound in her throat that was exactly the same as that of a zombie. She quickly reached out and pinched her neck to suppress the sound. It is very difficult to restrain instincts. Chio was unwilling to eat even the living zombies, feeling a bit of sympathy for her own kind, let alone the living people. For her, zombies and humans are as good as each other. Of course, some people are not considered human, such as Yao Mingjie and the two people behind. What do you want? Her voice was cold and low in the drifting snow, and her mood was not very high. The man laughed mischievously. What do you think? Chio wiped her mouth, picked up the rat head with her left hand, and the rat tail with her right hand. Anyway, I'm full, so I give it to you. She sighed in her heart. A kind person like me is really good. The man finally saw clearly that the large pile of prey on the ground that they thought was a wild boar was actually a rat head twice as big as a pig head, and a rat tail as long as a skipping rope. These disgusting things were picked up by the crazy woman in front of him so lightly, and she wanted to pass them to him. What's more terrifying is that this crazy woman's mouth and face were full of blood after eating, and there were even bloody pieces of meat and rat hair on her hands. Chio saw the man staring at her hands, and his eyes moved to her own hands. She silently threw the rat hair on the ground and stuffed the meat into the plastic bag next to her. These pieces of meat looked broken, but if she collected them and put them on the passenger seat, she could eat when she was hungry while driving. These pieces of meat are so important. Thinking of this, Chio couldn't help licking his hand. There was still blood from the giant rat on his hand, which was very fragrant and thirst-quenching, and it would make Chio feel like drinking milk tea. And this milk tea was 3/10 sugar, with a rich aroma and a light sweetness. It tasted good. Chio's appearance of being alone made the man completely unable to hold back. He raised his gun and pointed a bullet at Chio. No matter if he is a man or a ghost, he will die after one bullet hits him. The bullet exploded in Chio's chest with a bang, and thick black blood splashed. Because the distance was too close, some of it splashed into the man's eyes and open mouth. Hey, you are not happy when I really give it to you. When the gun shot into her body, Chio didn't feel any pain at all. She put down her head and tail, and looked at the clothes with a big hole in it with a little heartache. The only set of nice and clean clothes was gone. Moreover, she had to sew the wound again. She sewed her stomach crooked last time. Chio's depression and low mood were fully reflected on her face. This made her blood-stained face look even colder and weirder. The man who was holding the gun could no longer see Chio's expression. After the black blood entered his eyes and mouth, he immediately knelt on the ground in pain. The man in sunglasses in the distance was stunned by the sudden change. Something happened. He decisively raised his gun and shot at Chio. This bullet was very accurate and pierced Chio's right chest again. The bullet hit him, but Chio did not fall down at all. Only the black blood quickly dyed Chio's light blue coat with a strange color. Damn! Can't be killed. The man in sunglasses took a breath. At such a close distance, should he save his buddy? Of course not. The man in sunglasses turned around and ran back to the car, as fast as Leong. When he got in the car, he found that the car keys were on the good brother he had just abandoned. The man in sunglasses slapped the steering wheel in despair and accidentally honked the horn. He immediately got out of the car and turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Of course, Chio would not waste her energy to chase him. She took out a towel and a pack of tissues from the car and put them on the wound to stop the bleeding. The blood loss made her strength drain away quickly. Chio grabbed the dried meat hanging on the handlebars. At this time, she still had to eat some meat from Yamingjia to replenish herself. While eating, Chio squatted beside the man who was constantly crawling away. Did you crawl the wrong way? The man who was still conscious lay on the ground in fear, and dared not move immediately. Seeing that he did not move, Chio also sat down on the spot. Your clothes are warm, I want to wear them. The man was wearing a long black down jacket, which looked very warm. How could the man not dare to listen? Even if he was blind, he quickly fumbled to take off his clothes and then offered them with both hands. Do you want a woolen sweater? His voice had lost its previous teasing and greasy tone, and was only trembling. Chio put on a warm down jacket, with a disgusted expression on his face. No! The woolen sweater had been worn by this man. How dirty! Chio remembered that Dayu despised the bracelet that Baoyu gave her, the king of Beijing, so she added, I don't want anything that has been touched by a stinky man. Man, eh? This time, Chio's movements in suturing the wound were much more skillful. She first took out the bullet from her body with her bare hands, and then sewed it with the needle and thread she brought in the car. The stitches were neater than last time, and less like a centipede. While she was suturing the wound, the man had already climbed up from the ground. Of course, he was no longer a human. The roar came from the body of this new zombie, and it knelt in front of Chio and shouted, King! This time, Chio heard his pronunciation clearly. The new zombie infected by her was calling her the king. This is obviously not a behavior that a low-level zombie can have. And why call her the king? In a flash, Chio's mind suddenly flashed Li Dong's figure. It seems that there is something that can be connected. I remember that at the beginning, Li Dong, who was still an F-level zombie, bit her palm. Since then, Li Dong's evolution speed has begun to accelerate. And he is particularly interested in her hands. Many times, Li Chio feels that Li Dong wants to lick her hands. She also thinks Li Dong is perverted. So, is it her blood? Li Chio stood up and said, "Catch up with your friend and kill him. Then you jump into the river." Li Chio's tone was so calm. Sure enough, this time, her order worked. She watched the man run towards the man in sunglasses at a crawling speed. Li Chio was not very interested in what happened next. The key to the red SUV was in the pocket of her new down jacket. She approached the car with the key and took away some things that were useful to her. The car was filled with the supplies collected by the two people, including a radio, 2 sleeping bags, 2 thermal blankets, a flashlight, an emergency medicine box, a box of instant noodles, a box of 8 treasure porridge, 2 bags of rice, a sheep that had died not long ago, and 2 large boxes of coal. In addition, there was a gun and a bag of bullets. Together with the gun that the man dropped on the ground just now, Zombie Li Chio now has 2 guns. Will it go off accidentally? Li Chio studied for a long time, and finally figured out how to turn the safety bolt on and off. She put one in the deep and wide pocket of her down jacket, and put another on the passenger seat. After doing all this, Li Chio prepared to drive away. If she didn't leave, she would not be able to catch up with Zhao Gene's convoy. Before driving, Li Chio looked in the direction where the man had just run away. Something fell straight from the guardrail into the river. It turns out that my blood really works. Li Chio muttered to herself as she looked at her blood-stained hands on the steering wheel. It turned out that she was the one who created Li Dong. Since the giant rat incident, Hao Ming didn't dare to sleep in the car. He concentrated on activating his hearing ability and paying attention to the movements around him. Unexpectedly, he really discovered something this time. Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, the middle-aged couple, were scared enough by the giant rat, and they were still a little frightened. Even if they were sleepy, they planned to endure getting off the highway and going into the city before sleeping. They noticed the strange expression on Hao Ming's face. What's wrong? Are there any mutant animals again? Is it a pig or a dog, a chicken or a goose this time? Hao Ming shook his head. He picked up the intercom and said to Zhao Gene in car number 1, "Captain Zhou, I heard vague gunshots. It may be about 10 kilometers away from us." "Not sure." Zhao Gene's voice came. "What else?" I listened again. "It seems that there is a car following us." Chapter 33. Hao Ming tried his best to activate his supernatural power and got more accurate information. "Captain Zhou, there should be only one car following us." It was very quiet in the car, and no voices could be heard. "I wonder how many people there are." The college roommate who was in the same car with Hao Ming said, "Should we wait for this car?" His voice was transmitted to several other cars through the intercom. The 10 people who escaped from Yanhu Hotel believed again that people would help each other after meeting Zhao Gene's convoy. Humans are always more emotional than zombies. At this time, the danger of a car on the road is unpredictable, so it is better to join them to take care of them. Even if the other party is full of people and may have guns, they are no match for the more than 40 people. Of course, many people subconsciously want to refuse, but they still didn't say anything. After all, they didn't follow Zhao Gene from the beginning. The vast majority of people met by chance on the way out of Qilin City after losing their relatives and friends. After that, they tried to form a temporary team, gradually got to know each other, and then became a fixed team until now. If the old members of the team at that time, such as Hu Ziyu, Lu Xiaowu, Jiang Song and others, also refused Zhao Gene to accept them. Then where are they now? They can't ask kind people to be kind only to themselves. Everything depends on Zhao Gene's intention. Zhao Gene didn't make a decision on this proposal at the first time. He said, "Park the car on the side of the road and see the situation first." Based on the principle of not letting go of a single needle or thread, Li Chio was about to drive out with a foot on the accelerator, and then drove back to search the red SUV carefully. On top of the supplies she had found, she also found 2 bottles of mineral water, an emergency hand crank generator, a set of car repair tools, and a spare tire at the bottom of the trunk. Water couldn't quench Li Chio's thirst, but it could be used to wash her hands and face, which was good stuff. As for car repair tools and spare tires, Li Chio didn't know how to repair a car at all, but that didn't stop her from bringing these tools with her. What if she suddenly learned how to do it? The most useful one was this emergency hand crank generator. Chio's mobile phone ran out of power very quickly. The power bank had run out of power long ago, and the car charger charged very slowly. So this hand crank generator was also a good thing to have in case of emergency. All these things were dragged to Chio's car and put away. She poured a bottle of mineral water and wet the paper towel, then roughly wiped her face and hands. Only after wiping did Chio dare to look in the mirror in the car. Hey, what's the difference between this and drinking a pound of white wine? Because the wiping was uneven, Chio's whole face was flushed. It was similar to a person who got drunk and had a red face, and of course, it was similar to a cooked shrimp. Fortunately, no one saw me. Chio zipped up her down jacket to the top and put on the hood of the down jacket. She was covered in black and leaned against the back of the driver's seat, shivering all over. No one could understand how Chio felt at this moment. She had just killed 2 people. It was not the first time that Chio had the urge to kill. After all, if Zhao Gene and his men had not come last time, Yao Mingjie would have died in her hands. And this time, she not only had the urge to kill, but also really did it. Although one of them was too close and turned into a zombie after being splashed by her blood, it could not be considered that she took the initiative to kill. But she actually asked this person to kill another person. Chio felt a little strange. After she gained human consciousness, she didn't even want to eat zombie corpses at first, as if she didn't want to admit that she had become a monster. Slowly, she not only began to eat zombie corpses, animal corpses, but also human corpses. Eating corpses is to fill her stomach and live. Their deaths were not caused by her. Chio can find excuses for herself. But today, 2 people really died in her hands. Chio felt that something was pierced. She didn't want to admit that she was a monster, but she was indeed a monster. Humans will never welcome her. Emo lasted for a short time, and Chio's attention was attracted by the radio. This old-fashioned radio is already an antique, and it is unknown which garbage toll station the 2 people picked it up from. Chio tried to fiddle with the radio while driving. The car radio has not been working, and she wants to try whether this radio can receive the channel. In Chio's expectant eyes, there is nothing. She still had no way to get news from the outside world. Chio threw away the radio and pursed her lips. If there was no news, then there was no news. At least everything was developing in a positive direction. As long as she kept driving along this highway, she would eventually reach Belan City. If that day came, her parents were human, her best friend was human, and they didn't accept her, it didn't matter. She would prepare herself mentally from now on. The emotional fluctuations made Chio want to eat something to divert her attention. She reached for the bag of mincemeat on the passenger seat, and suddenly felt the meaty aroma was much stronger. It was a scent other than the mincemeat, and the source was the convoy she was following. Chio stretched her neck and began to wonder, will something happen again? The giant rat has not been dead for long. She did not doubt the strength of Zhao Gene's convoy. After all, they did not lose any manpower when facing the giant rat that made people lose face just now. But in this way, if they stop for a while from time to time, it will take a long time to reach the destination. With a huge grudge, Chio stepped on the brake and slowly stopped. What can I do? Wait. Take this time to cut my nails, and wipe the blood from the nails. Basically, the nails of zombies are black and long, and as sharp as 10 fruit knives. The higher the level of the zombies, the harder and sharper the nails. Chio's nails did not show any signs of color change compared to before. But these nails only scratched the leather trim in the car lightly, and a narrow and long cut appeared on it. Chio picked up the nail clippers and trimmed the nails one by one into a round and short shape. At that time, Zhao Gene had already stopped his men on the roadside for 15 minutes. There was no car in the direction they drove from. Hao Ming looked at everyone's eyes and felt overwhelmed. I really didn't lie about the military intelligence. There really is a car following us. The questioning eyes were still so firm. Hao Ming raised his hand and swore, I really don't need to lie to you. Some people speculated, could it be that the car changed its route? Just now they drove past the fork in the highway, and there was a road leading to another urban area. Hao Ming couldn't hear the sound of the vehicle at this time, and couldn't judge, so he could only say, maybe. Zhao Gene asked everyone to get on the car. They couldn't wait like this. The convoy quickly got back on the road. As soon as they got on the road, just a few minutes later, Hao Ming said happily, the car didn't change the route. They caught up again. This kid wanted to prove that he didn't lie. Li Zongan, the lobby manager of the hotel who was in the same car, patted Hao Ming on the shoulder. I see you are quite happy. Hao Ming immediately changed his expression to a worried one. No. I'm very worried. Did you see that? Li Zongin, eh? He looked back at Hao Ming's other roommates. His eyes seemed to say, are you really students from a prestigious university? The other roommates did not comment. Wang Kai reminded Hao Ming, why don't you observe for a while? If you tell everyone rashly, they will suspect you again. Hao Ming nodded solemnly. Okay. Just like that, after a full hour, Hao Ming picked up the intercom. Captain Zhou. Calling Captain Zhou. Zhao Gene, go ahead. Hao Ming, that car is still following us. How long has it been following? Zhao Gene was a little surprised. It has been so long. Could it be that it is not the same car? I didn't expect that there are many people taking this Yunhua Expressway to Belan City. Hao Ming accurately reported the time. It has been following us for almost 2 hours. It has been following us at a constant speed. When we drive fast, they drive fast too. When we drive slow, they drive slow too. They stopped to move the abandoned vehicles that blocked the road and cleaned up many car accident scenes. Every time at this time, Hao Ming would find that the sound of the following car disappeared. But when the convoy starts again, the sound of the following car will appear again. The other party clearly intends to follow all the way. Zhao Gene said him. The other party is unwilling to overtake or show up. Anyway, we will soon arrive at Qinqing service area, so ignore him for the time being. Qinqing service area is a small internet celebrity in the service area. It has set up a shopping center. Maybe they can find a lot of supplies. No one in the world of natural disasters does not need supplies. The people following their convoy are so vigilant, but they will definitely not give up the opportunity to find supplies. Zhao Gene plans to meet the other party at that time. Since they have been relying on them to lead the way, and are unwilling to make any effort to fight against danger, he must see who the other party is. Is there any other purpose? While when the convoy was about to drive to Qinqing service area, everyone saw the flagpole standing in the air from a distance. No matter how windy and rainy, frost, rain and snow, the flagpole still stands there. Next to the flagpole is the landmark building of Qinqing service area, the red 5-star gate. Why do I feel like crying? Me too. The 5 stars are the brightest symbol on the national flag, and red is the brightest color of the national flag. In the turbulent times, everyone couldn't help but sigh when they suddenly saw the landmark that symbolizes faith. No one knows when the natural disaster will end, and they don't know if they can return to the previous plain and beautiful life, but they believe that the country will never give up. Zhao Gene got off the car first. There are more zombies in Qinqing service area than he imagined, and the level is not low. It can almost be said that there are reptiles everywhere. Hao Ming had used his hearing ability to find out the situation here, and everyone had already made preparations in the car. When the car got off, the 11 groups would work together according to the original method, with one group attracting the zombies' attention and the other group attacking. When the zombies heard the sound of the vehicle and smelled the human scent, they jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. The overwhelming reptiles rushed towards the convoy in a black mass. Some of them were like locusts passing through. Using water flow and magic at the same time, Zhao Gene's ability and swordsmanship were much faster than these reptiles. When others just got off the car, Zhao Gene had killed 7 or 8 reptiles. The more difficult ones to deal with were the intelligent ones. The intelligent ones here were very cunning. They hid in the shopping mall and commanded the low-level zombies, but they did not show up themselves. The man who was shooting wildly with a gun glanced at the figure hiding on the second-floor windowsill of the shopping center and couldn't help but sigh, "Oh my god, these days zombies have learned to prefer friends to poor people." Flesh and blood flew everywhere, dyeing the falling snow red and black. This atmosphere of unity in killing zombies was like shoveling snow on the road on a snowy day, full of enthusiasm and excitement. Zhao Gene entered the shopping center with a knife. The number of reptiles inside was far less than that outside, but there was a nest of wisdom species. When they found that he had broken into the building, the wisdom species immediately issued an order to mobilize the reptiles outside to surround and kill Zhao Gene. But it was obviously too late. This time, Zhao Gene got 8 wisdom sea crystal cores. Fighting 1 against 8, he was stronger than the last battle on the hillside outside Baixiang village. The crystal cores of the 8 intelligent species were almost transparent. Zhao Gene quickly absorbed the energy from them, and then turned around again to help others deal with the remaining reptiles. Soon the ground was full of debris. After everyone simply cleaned up the crystal cores, they sat down and rested for a while, and then quickly searched in the 3-story shopping mall. Blanket. The more the better. Down jacket. Take the thickest one. Sugar. Don't forget the sugar. The zombies in the shopping mall have been basically cleared out, and the few stupid zombies that occasionally popped out of the corner were also quickly dealt with. A girl who cut off the zombies' heads with a sickle didn't go anywhere. She plunged into the Xinjiang on the first floor and began to search frantically for coffee. Songwon passed by the coffee shop with several large boxes of instant noodles and snail noodles. She couldn't help but say, "Wu Refan, can you find something that can fill you up? Can coffee fill you up?" Wu Refan carried coffee beans and coffee powder, and found some canned coffee. She threw out 2 words, "Yes." Most people in the team are quite normal. There are a few who are not normal, and Wu Refan is obviously not normal. She seems to have a disease that will kill her if she doesn't drink coffee. Others go out to find supplies for food, medicine, clothes, and weapons, but Wu Refan can always find the location of coffee accurately. There are not many girls in the team. Once, Songwon cooked snail noodles and kindly handed a bowl to Wu Refan. Not long after, she saw Wu Refan add a handful of instant coffee powder to the snail noodles. After stirring it, she ate it fragrantly. At that moment, Songwon wanted to strangle her to death. You can choose not to eat it, but you can't insult the snail noodles with such an Indian way of eating. Later, Songwon found that Wu Refan was not targeting her snail noodles. No matter what she put into her mouth, she would mix it with coffee. You are more perverted than a zombie. Songwon pulled the corner of her mouth. Thank you. Wu Refan accepted Songwon's praise. After moving the coffee she wanted, Wu Refan walked outside the shopping mall. She stood under a poplar tree, watching the snow while opening a bottle of coffee liquid. It is this bitter taste, the feeling of stimulating nerves. Only in this way can you improve your mental ability that is difficult to be detected by others. Wu Refan drank the coffee in one breath and stood under the tree in a daze. Her body was blocked by the tree, and Wu Renfan's existence could not be seen from the other direction. But Wu Renfan's mental ability allowed her to clearly feel the movement on the other side. An outsider came over on tiptoe. The man squatted down. This person was mumbling. What was she mumbling? Wu Refan was very curious. This was one of the few times she used her psychic ability. Wu Refan concentrated her mind to feel the person 100 meters away. Chio squatted behind a car. She planned to use these cars as cover to sneak into the service area to find supplies. But Chio soon found that it was impossible for her to sneak in under the noses of more than 40 people. They were moving things back and forth, blocking the road. Chio frowned and suddenly found that in order to better move things, the trunks of these cars were open. How about I steal some from their cars? Oh my god, a gentleman should be cautious when alone. Chio, how could you do such a thing? But I'm really cold. Chio rubbed her hands and feet. The snow has not stopped yet, and the ground is all white. The sleeves of the down jacket can barely cover her body and hands, but not her legs and feet. She wants a quilt, cashmere pants, wool socks, and a heat pack. It would be even better if she could have a pair of furry boots that fit her feet. If she waits for the survivors to leave before going in to look for them, she probably won't be left with anything. To be on the safe side, she should grab some from the car. Let's do this. If it's a man coming out of the door now, I steal it, but if it's a girl, forget it. Chio left the question of life to fate. Why is it a man? I think people should not be superstitious, but should believe in themselves. Chio muttered to himself, and his hand had slowly touched a large bag of loose heat packs. Come out. Someone's voice sounded, like the sound of firecrackers exploding in Chio's ears. Chio didn't have time to identify where the sound came from, so she ran away holding the warm baby without looking back. I'm not a thief, she shouted in her heart. Zhao Gene chased a few steps forward, only to find that the other party was running faster and faster. Zhao Gene looked at Chio's back, who was rolling and crawling in the snow, and even his shoes were gone. He smelled the smell of human blood in the air. There is a fundamental difference between human blood and zombie blood. This person is likely to be injured? Chio disappeared quickly. Zhao Gene thought, if he guessed correctly, this person who was dressed extremely bloated, had disheveled hair, talked nonsense, and stole a box of warm babies from them, was the peace ambassador of Baixiang village. Unexpectedly, the peace ambassador was a lunatic. Zhao Gene was somewhat emotional. Maybe Baixiang village was a kidnapping village, and the peace ambassador was a female college student who was kidnapped and went crazy over time. Unexpectedly, the natural disaster came, and the madman survived unexpectedly, lived secretly in the village, and slowly recovered his sanity. He couldn't bear to see them being killed by skin monkeys, so he wrote a note to remind them. This can also explain why a madman can write. In short, The peace ambassador is not a bad person. He was too cautious before and misunderstood. In this case, it is not so unacceptable to let the other party steal some warming supplies, and let the other party follow the convoy. If Chio could hear Zhao Gene's thoughts, he would definitely stare and ask, "You are so good at making up stories. Why don't you write novels?" When Zhao Gene turned around, he found someone walking out from under the tree. Wu Renfan was already drinking another can of coffee. She wiped the coffee stains from the corners of her mouth and burped. "Hello, Captain Zhao." Wu Renfan took the initiative to say hello for the first time. Zhao Gene was stunned for a moment, then nodded. When Wu Renfan walked into the car, Zhao Gene looked over slowly. Before Wu Renfan took the initiative to walk out, he did not detect any breath of Wu Renfan. Just now, the distance between him and Wu Renfan was only 5 meters. Such a close distance. For him who is a superpower and comes from an ancient martial arts family, it is impossible not to notice. Wu Renfan has always behaved like an ordinary person, and his weapon is a sickle, because it is convenient to hook the head of the zombie and cut it off. But maybe Wu Renfan has awakened his superpowers, but he just doesn't want to tell everyone. Zhao Gene was thinking, when he suddenly found Wu Renfan sticking his head out of the car. "If you give me coffee, I might be able to tell you something." Wu Renfan paused. "I know a lot of things. Are you interested in your knife?" Zhao Gene shook his head. "I don't have coffee." "Oh!" Wu Renfan pouted, leaned back in the car, and began to close her eyes. After a while, she opened the car window again, because she was really addicted to coffee. "You are not interested in your own business, but are you interested in the crazy woman who just ran away?" Wu Renfan was like a persistent salesperson, trying to throw out all kinds of information to close this deal. Zhao Gene took out a can of coffee from his jacket pocket and handed it over. He had to keep watch at night, and he happened to see this and put it in his pocket. "I didn't expect Wu Renfan's eyes to be so sharp." Wu Renfan put away the coffee with care, and there was a rare joy on his face. "I can tell you now." That crazy woman. Chapter 34. Wu Renfan paused and continued. "That crazy woman is very scared. The first level psychic ability is like a magnifying glass with tentacles. After Wu Renfan's tentacles extend out, he can clearly sense other people's emotions within a specific space. Even if the other party appears calm on the surface, as long as she has emotional fluctuations, she will definitely be discovered. So Wu Renfan can feel Zhao Gene's curiosity and sympathy for the crazy woman, which is why Wu Renfan continues to encourage Zhao Gene to make a deal with him. Zhao Gene is obviously not satisfied with such a simple answer. Why is she scared? If she was really trafficked to Baixiang village, then now all the people in Baixiang village are dead or injured, and she has escaped. From now on, life is a new life. Why would she still be afraid? Zhao Gene saw that Wu Renfan didn't speak for a long time, so he simply said, "Your information is not worth a can of coffee." There was no expression on his face when he said this, but Wu Renfan felt uneasy. In order to prevent Zhao Gene from taking the coffee back, Wu Renfan looked at the direction where Chio had fled before, and slowly said, "The reason why she is afraid is a bit complicated. I can only analyze one thing now. She is afraid of you." Perceiving emotions, even psychologists or interrogation experts without superpowers can do it by observing other people's body language and micro-expressions. But Wu Renfan has superpowers. She can not only perceive emotions, but also analyze emotions as data and deduce cause and effect. "Afraid of me?" Zhao Gene asked back. "Yes, I am afraid of you." Wu Renfan nodded. "Got it." He was someone who would be guarded against and feared by others, and Zhao Gene knew this when he was in high school. In high school, Zhao Gene became the chosen heir of the magic. From that day on, the attitudes of the people around him changed significantly. Whether it was his cousins who had grown up together, or his teachers and classmates, or even the elders of the family, they all changed and felt uneasy when they spoke to him for a few more words. After going to college, Zhao Gene continued to carry the magic as required by his family, but his roommate reported him to the counselor that he had a tendency to commit murder. Later, Zhao Gene gradually realized that it was the magic as the murderous nature of the ancient sword that was externalized in him. In fairy tales, weapons are generally possessed by weapon spirits, which maximize the role of the weapons. The ancient sword magic worshipped by the Zhou family seemed to have become its weapon spirit by the chosen heir. After the man and the sword became one, people with a slightly weaker aura would be afraid from the bottom of their hearts just by looking at Zhao Gene. After realizing this, Zhao Gene chose to live alone and tried not to bring oppression to others. Until the natural disaster came, everything was different from the moment Zhao Gene drew his knife to save the first person. Every day, Zhao Gene's murderousness and deterrence became his advantages. The survivors after the natural disaster faced the horror of the zombie tide and felt the despair of life and death. Not only were they not afraid of Zhao Gene, who was full of murderous aura, but they felt dependent on him and hoped that Zhao Gene would take them to live. He seemed to have become a normal person again. The natural disaster world was like a world tailor-made for Zhao Gene. Zhao Gene almost forgot the feeling before, but now Wu Rifan said that some people were still afraid of him. They hadn't even met formally, but they just shouted at each other. "Captain Zhou, do we need to move the gas stove in the kitchen? There are still a lot of alcohol blocks here." Voices calling Zhao Gene came one after another, and many people were waiting for him to make a decision. They needed him urgently. Zhao Gene walked towards the shopping center. Wu Rifan behind him didn't forget to shout, "Next time you want to know something, find me a coffee to exchange." Scared, if she was a step later, she would have pounced out and bid Zhao Gene. Zhao Gene smelled even better. This person's ability level must have improved compared to when he was in Baixiang village. Who would have thought that a person's meaty aroma would be proportional to his ability level? Chio thought as she ran. Why not eat a few zombies to fill her stomach and suppress her appetite next time she looked for heating supplies? Then find a mask to wear to reduce the burden on her sense of smell. The more Chio thought about it, the more she felt it was right. Wearing a mask would reduce the smell a lot. She didn't have to endure so much. But fortunately, the other party didn't chase her, and probably didn't realize that she was a zombie. When Chio ran to the side of the car and felt safe, she found that her shoes were gone. She had been running breathlessly before, and the socks on her feet were wet and cold after stepping on the snow. Now it was like two pieces of iron were welded heavily to her feet. Chio retreated into the car, turned on the air conditioner to keep warm, and then looked at her feet. It is said that the cold starts from the feet. Without shoes and wet socks, she wouldn't feel warm even if she covered her body with hot packs. It's a loss. Really a loss. Chio took off his socks, and his feet were red from the cold. If it continues to be so cold, he will probably have to have his limbs amputated. Speaking of amputation, Chio immediately thought of many zombie predecessors, who had broken arms and legs and tried to lie down and bite people. Chio shook her head. She couldn't become like that. Even if she was a zombie, she wanted to be a zombie with a complete body. Otherwise, she was afraid that her parents and best friends would not recognize her. There were already 2 places on her body that were mended, one on the abdomen and the other on the chest. The stitches became more and more skilled. Next time, I will find more needles and threads to prepare, and mend the broken parts. If I had Yao Mingjia's sewing ability, I would definitely be able to sew it beautifully. God, I have done so many good things. If you don't let me be a superpower, let me be an ordinary person. Why do you want me to be a zombie? Chio kept muttering. She reached out and touched her feet, and found that she didn't feel anything. Because the temperature of her hands and feet is the same, it's as cold as the ice cubes just chiseled out of the refrigerator. The vehicle started for a while, and the air conditioner finally heated up slowly. Chio first put his hands in the air outlet to warm them for a while, and when he felt a little warm, he quickly covered his feet. But the effect was too slow. Chio thought about it, and first put 5 or 6 hot packs inside the down jacket, then took off the hood of the down jacket, and put one inside the hood. The black and hot hood was placed under the driver's seat by Chio. This is the temporary shoe. Chio stepped in with both feet to feel the heat, and finally felt that his feet had senses, at least not as stiff as before. But he still had to drive later, and his feet would still be cold without shoes. It's better to use the air conditioner to heat the socks for a while, and then wear them. While waiting for her socks to dry, Chio quickly ate her food. She had just sneaked into the service area to steal something and then ran back. She was exhausted and her hunger increased significantly. She ate more to replenish herself. Her body was warm, and her feet were no longer cold. But after smelling Zhao Gene's smell, Chio felt uncomfortable eating these zombie corpses. You are still picky. Chio curled her lips silently. When Chio smelled the smell and felt that the convoy was about to leave the service area, she finally had the opportunity to drive the car into the service area to take a look. She believed that the survivors were not capable of moving all the things, unless there were the legendary space ability users among them. If not, there must be something she could use. Chio got out of the car and just walked to the entrance of the shopping mall. She found a pile of things on the ground. Among the pile of things was a quilt in a sack, vehicle anti-skid chains, and 2 bamboo baskets that were used to hold oranges and tangerines. The bamboo basket had been here for a while, and a layer of snow had already covered it. Liio's eyes lit up. How lucky! They actually forgot to move some supplies. This was just a good deal for her. Liio burst into tears, thinking that God must have heard her sincere prayers. Liio swept away the snow on the top of the bamboo basket and began to look through the basket. There were actually 2 shoe boxes on the top of the bamboo basket. In addition to cotton socks, there were also furry gray-brown snow boots in the shoe boxes. One pair was size 37, and the other pair was size 38. These were all brand new, and the fur inside the shoes felt as comfortable as plush carpets. Before the disaster, they must have sold for at least 300 or 400 yuan a pair. Liio couldn't help but exclaim. Her shoe size is 37.5, and the size of this snow boot is too big, so she wears a size 37 just right. Liio couldn't wait to put on her socks, put on her shoes, and walk back and forth a few steps. Warm, comfortable, and fit. Liio felt that her mood was like seeing a rainbow after the rain, and she was in a very good mood. Under the shoebox, there was actually a lady's plush beige shirt, a white over-the-knee down jacket, and a pair of furry black leggings. Oh my! Which girl forgot to move these supplies? This set is so complete that it must be difficult to find them. It's just that the dressing level is not good. Who wears a down jacket with leggings? Liio used to wear it with straight pants. These are the things in this basket. Liio curiously began to turn over another basket, and found that the variety of things in this basket was even richer. There were not only noodles, a treasure porridge, a 1L bottle of mineral water, but also emergency flashlights, lighters, candles, water purification tablets, cold medicine, and 2 kilograms of charcoal. In the middle of these supplies, there was also a thick cardboard. On the back of the cardboard was written a line of vigorous words. You can choose to join us. If you are willing, we will wait for you for an hour at the next highway exit. If you are not willing, I hope these things will be helpful to you. The signature was Zhao Gene. Liio read the note over and over again until he had memorized this sentence. Alas! How can this person be like this? Liio hasn't wanted to cry for a long time. Liio didn't know what kind of mood Zhao Gene was in, and what purpose he had in mind when he wrote these contents. Perhaps he guessed that she was the one who reminded them of Baishiang village, and he wanted to thank her. Maybe they found out that she was secretly following them, and felt sorry for her. But no matter what the reason was, no matter how tempted Chio was, he had no way to accept these good intentions. Letting her join this team is no different from putting a wolf in a sheepfold. Even if she thinks she is a self-disciplined wolf, who can restrain herself. But what if one day, she is extremely hungry and loses her human consciousness? At that time, Zhao Gene, who took the initiative to invite her to join the team, will become the target of public criticism. She had better follow them honestly, and she will thank them when she arrives in Belen City. Especially thank Zhao Gene, the most delicious one, who either chopped zombies or mutant animals all the way. Along the way, Liio never felt hungry. Every time he felt that the food reserves were running out, he could immediately replenish them. God is still fair. He allows a kind person to continuously improve his ability level, so that he can protect other kind people. He even indirectly takes care of her as a person. The next highway exit was coming soon. The convoy stopped and waited as Zhao Gene requested. Everyone heard that the person who had been following them was the peace ambassador who had saved them in Baishiang village, and they rushed to the side of the car to be the first to see the car and join them. However, an hour passed, and the car still did not appear. The snow had covered all directions with thick white, and it was getting dark. Let's go! Zhao Gene got in the car first. Liio's nose was red from the cold. He drank a sip of water he had just received from Song Wan, and couldn't help saying, "Do you have to be stuck for an hour? Don't you want to wait?" At her speed, half an hour is enough. Since an hour has passed, if she doesn't want to join us, don't force her. It's rare that Zhao Gene gave such a long explanation. Okay. Liio had no choice but to get in the car. When the last car in the convoy drove off the highway, Liio's car slowly slid over. In fact, she didn't drive so slowly on purpose. It's difficult to drive in the snow. Even if the car has anti-skid chains, she, a novice, dare not drive too fast. In the current weather conditions, if she gets into a car accident, she will definitely freeze to the ground like an ice stick with her car. Maybe she can only be saved when spring comes and the snow melts. Liio glanced at the road sign. From here, the place to enter is a small county called Chiojiang. Chiojiang County, I have never heard of it. Presumably the population should be relatively small, and there won't be too many zombies. ETC has been smashed to pieces, and Chio's car can pass directly. Turning on the lights, she saw dozens of zombies lying on the ground. The scent of the superpower was a little far away from her, and because it was covered by the snow, it seemed even more vague. Don't lose it. I really don't know the way. Chio looked around blankly, and fortunately found obvious tire tracks in the snow. She followed the fresh tire tracks all the way into the small town. On the street lights on both sides of the road, which had long been powered off, there were signs such as "Welcome to Zhejiang County," "Zhejiang County that understands you the most," "Zhejiang, the blessed land, welcomes you," and "Zhejiang Divine Sephora Japonica, sincerity will work." Each sign had a huge locust tree painted on it, which was probably what the sign said was the Zhejiang Divine Sephora Japonica. It seems that this little-known county is working hard to develop a cultural tourism industry centered on this locust tree. With the development of self-media these days, it is entirely possible to become popular overnight. Cities with weak economic conditions are working hard to develop cultural tourism industries through new media platforms. Before the natural disaster, the Propaganda Department, the Cultural Tourism Bureau, the Commerce Bureau, and the Media Integration Center must have held meetings day and night, and finally found the locust tree as a breakthrough. Chio also wanted to apply for the Cultural Tourism Bureau. Her major in college was Chinese language and literature. She didn't have any other skills, but she could write promotional scripts and plan copywriting. What a pity! Chio regretted for the 10,000th time that she didn't find a good job before the natural disaster. While driving, Chio found that the convoy turned in the direction ahead. Although Chio was driving at 50 miles per hour at this time, she felt that she could turn the direction on such a wide road. As a result, her skills were too poor, and she was blindly confident in her skills, and finally fell directly into the rice fields on both sides of the road. People who had found a place to stay in the distance got off the bus one after another. They didn't expect that they hadn't seen any living people along the way, but there were still living people in Zhejiang County, and even some policemen were among them. The survivors of Zhejiang County built a small camp here, and warmly received them, leading them here to stay, and let them have a good rest tonight. Hao Ming was getting off the bus when he heard a scream in a trance. But he didn't activate his superpowers at this time, so he was not sure, so he could only ask the people around him, "Did you hear any sound?" "No." Others shook their heads. "Then I must have heard it wrong." Hao Ming scratched his head and walked inside with his 3 roommates. Zhao Gene waited for the rest of the team to enter before entering. The person in charge of the camp patted Zhao Gene's shoulder enthusiastically. "What's your name, brother?" "Zhao Gene." "What a good name. You have worked hard all the way. I wonder if this is your first time in our Zhejiang County." "Yes." Zhao Gene was concise. The person in charge was even more enthusiastic. "If that's the case, you must go and worship our tree god. After worshipping the tree god, even zombies will walk around you. We are alive under the protection of the tree god." "Really?" Zhao Gene looked up while answering. It turned out that this survivor camp was built around a large locust tree that was dozens of meters high. It was clearly snowing heavily, but no snow was stained on the trunk and leaves of the locust tree itself, nor on the hundreds or thousands of red ribbons hanging on the locust tree. Buzz Zhao Gene's magic in his hand trembled. The person in charge looked at Zhao Gene's hand in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Zhao Gene pressed down the knife and followed the person in charge across the gate with the plaque Zhejiang Shenhuai. In the farmland, Chio climbed out of the car with difficulty. She was fine, but the car body was stuck in the wet farmland with snow and mud. Chio was dazed for a while, covering her face and not wanting to admit that it was her who did it. Finally, Chio came to the conclusion that according to the driving school coach's earnest teachings to her, the turning should still be 20 yards. "Next time, we must learn this lesson. People can't turn twice and fall into the field. I wonder if this car has been insured. Will the towing company come to tow it? Ah, it's a natural disaster. It's strange that the insurance company can be reached. The boss must have died. I have to do it myself." Chio first moved the food reserves in the car out to reduce the weight of the car body, and then began to exert great strength. Chio grabbed the tire with both hands and tried to pull the car out of the mud with all his strength. In the end, the car was only moved a little bit. "Let's eat something to replenish our energy first," Chio muttered, sitting on the tilted car body, and began to eat one of the reptiles. This reptile was shot in the head and died. Only half of its head was left. It didn't look good, but it tasted better than ordinary reptiles. If it hadn't been killed, it would probably have evolved into an intelligent species soon. When Liio ate the zombie corpse before, he was worried that other zombies could be resurrected like Leong. But she tried to eat 2 whole zombies, and found that the situation did not happen. Since then, she began to do whatever she wanted. Liio burped and started to push again. This time the car was indeed pulled out, and Liio put the car back to the original road smoothly. But she found that a ball of mud was also pulled out. What is this? Who threw garbage in the field? Liio picked up a stone and a branch to dig away the mud, and finally saw the true face of this thing. This is actually Chapter 35. Wrapped in mud were rotten clothes and a skeleton. Judging from the length of the clothes and the size of the bones, Liio thought that this was probably a child of 2 or 3 years old. If a child of 2 or 3 years old died of illness, the parents and elders would be heartbroken and buried the child properly. They would never abandon the child's body in the farmland. If the child accidentally fell into the paddy field and drowned, the body would certainly not be hidden so deep, and someone passing by would find it. So the child could only have been killed and then thrown away. Liio, who originally felt close to this small county, because Zhejiang County had the word Chio in its name, felt her hair stand on end at this time. She looked around. It was dark. There were no stars, no moon, no streetlights, and it was quiet all around. Apart from the sound of wind and snow, there was only the roar of zombies from a far distance. But Liio felt that there was a pair of eyes watching her in the dark, watching the child on the ground. Alas, investigating cases is the job of the police, I can't argue. Liio muttered, but you are so unlucky, the police are busy with their own affairs now. How can they have time to investigate the past? In times of peace and tranquility, the constraints and deterrents of the law are effective, but now survival is the first priority. These old cases buried in the corners of the city, I don't know when the truth will be revealed. Everyone has their own things to do. Liio knew that she couldn't continue to investigate a body that was accidentally dug up, so she decided to do something that could be done right now. Liio rummaged through the car and took down the mineral water and sleeping bag. She used water and snow on the ground to simply clean the skeleton. Then he carefully wrapped it up with a sleeping bag. I don't know where your home is. Why don't I put you there? Liio looked around and finally chose a shrine of the land god not far away. The shrine had the words "the land god of wealth" at the door written on it, and a small incense burner was placed in front of it. During festivals, nearby residents would light a few incense sticks here to pray for good weather and a peaceful life. Liio put the sleeping bag wrapped with bones into the shrine. At least it was a place to shelter from the wind and snow. After doing these things, Liio found that the originally clean white down jacket on his body had changed into gray. It had been no more than 3 hours since he put it on, and it was so beautiful that he was afraid of getting it dirty. Although it was a natural disaster, she really wanted to ask if there were any dry cleaners open now. Depressed, Liio howled and parked the car on the river beach next to him. There happened to be a large area of yellow reeds on the riverbank, which had grown to 2 or 3 meters high, just enough to block the trace of the car. Even if someone passed by here during the day, it would be difficult to find the existence of this SUV. The river channel is not wide, and the other side can be seen at a glance. It is probably a tributary of Zhejiang River, and also the moat of Zhejiang County. But in just one day, the world has completely entered winter. The riverbank was covered with white, and the deep river waters seemed to have released a freezing spell, freezing cold, and no living things could be seen. Liio squatted down by the river. Once a person puts his hand into the river, it is like being pierced by countless needles. It is more like there is an invisible rope in the water, trying to drag people straight down. Although Liio didn't feel any pain, she couldn't stand the biting wind and cold water in the river. She wiped off the mud on her shoes and trousers by the river, and then simply wiped the mud on her clothes. After doing this, Liio put on her backpack and began to think about where to stay tonight. She couldn't stay too close to Zhao Gene's motorcade to avoid being discovered. She couldn't be too far away to avoid falling asleep when they left. Tracking is also a technical job, or go to the direction of the motorcade to see the situation. Liio walked towards the place where the fragrance came from. After walking about 2 miles, Liio couldn't help but exclaimed wow. When she was far away before, she couldn't see clearly and thought it was a mountain forest. Now that she was at this position, she realized that the so-called mountain forest was actually an incredibly large locust tree. It was estimated to be at least 40 or 50 meters high, and the trunk was particularly thick. It was estimated that it would take more than 20 people to hug it. The most eye-catching thing is that the tree is lush and green, and is not affected by the weather at all. Such a tall tree, but the branches and leaves are still full of red cloth strips for prayer. Under each red cloth strip is a small wooden sign, with various good wishes written on it. I've opened my eyes. Why didn't Chio County promote such a great tree earlier? Just give it the title of the first ancient tree in the country, and it will be famous. It's so stupid. Liio stood there, looking up, and was simply amazed. Of course, what she was most curious about was how these new red cloth strips were hung on the tree when it was so tall. Could it be that the scenic spot also provides a special crane? That's too dedicated. There are more than 100 survivors in Chio County. In order to welcome Zhao Gene and his people, they also specially heated up the pot, and cooked hot rice, and hot dishes to entertain them. This is our Chio County's special locust flower wine, brewed in the early spring of last year. You all try it. During the banquet, everyone in Chio County was very enthusiastic, and took the initiative to pour wine and serve food to everyone. There were 2 jars of locust flower wine on each table. The locust flower wine poured into the bowl, under the reflection of the bonfire, had a faint golden luster. When you get close to smell it, you can smell the fragrance of locust flowers, and the mellow smell of wine. You can tell that it is a good quality wine just by smelling it. Many people in the team used to like to drink a few sips, but they didn't have the conditions after the natural disaster. This time, seeing this kind of low-proof wine that would not cause any trouble, their greed was also aroused at once. But before drinking, everyone in the team looked in Zhao Gene's direction. Zhao Gene didn't say they could drink, and they couldn't drink even if they were dying of greed. Leong, the head of the base, obviously saw that Zhao Gene had overwhelming prestige and leadership in this team. He took the initiative to pick up a bowl and handed it to Zhao Gene. Brother Zhao, why don't you set an example for everyone? It's not right to come to our Chio County and not drink this Sephora Japonica wine. If you don't drink it, it means we didn't treat you well, and we are not hospitable. Zhao Gene looked at the clear wine in the bowl and smiled. Brother Liu, we appreciate your kindness. We have to keep watch at night, and we have to travel early tomorrow morning, so let's not drink the wine. What night to keep watch? We have plenty of people here. What's more, we are very safe here, and we never arrange people to keep watch at night. Leong tried to persuade him twice, but when he saw that Zhao Gene was not interested, he looked a little embarrassed. Leong suppressed his displeasure and waved his hand. Brother Zhao is right, let's eat and drink well. We don't need much else, but we have enough food. Seeing that Zhao Gene didn't say anything about drinking, the others were disappointed, but no one really wanted to drink anymore. Their eyes fell on the hot and fragrant food. Not to mention how delicious it was, being able to eat such a hot and rich meal was already something that many people could not even dream of. Tang Xianghe, Xin Yuqing and others shoveled rice into their mouths frantically, not caring about their image at all. He stopped only after he could no longer put anything in his stomach. You could only be full by eating rice. Before long, the food on every table was gone. Some people were really not full, and they were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Leong once again asked Zhao Gene to ask them to stay. He had hinted to Zhao Gene before, but Zhao Gene changed the subject. Now in front of so many people, Leong believed that other people in the team must have different opinions. Brother, you also know what the situation is like outside now. It's hard for people to survive. I won't hide the situation in our county from you. Before the natural disaster, there were only 300,000 or 400,000 permanent residents. Later, when the zombies came out, we were the only ones left. We also took a lot of effort to clean up the zombies in this small area and plan out a tiny base. I can see that most of you have superpowers and are capable. Stay here, and work with us. I used to run a grain processing plant and a winery, and I know Chio County very well. As long as you are willing, you can eat such hot meals every day. Isn't it safer than going to that southern base? After Leong finished speaking, he patted Zhao Gene's shoulder and asked him to think about it carefully. Then he picked up a wine jar and said to the other people in the convoy, Everyone, natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. As long as you are willing to stay and work with me, Liu, you will all be brothers and sisters in the future. If I take a bite, you will have to take a bite. No one spoke. But the atmosphere was obviously different from before. Zhao Gene was a tourist in Chilon City. His home was in Belan City, and going to the southern base was just a side trip. Most of the other people in the convoy were native Chilon people. The natural disaster destroyed their families, so as long as there was a safe and stable place, they would go anywhere. Chio County had sufficient food, solid houses, and visible stability, which was much better than the unreachable southern base. No one could guarantee that each of them would be free from illness and disaster. To the southern base. Liio had a gloomy face. He was determined to follow Zhao Gene all the way. He knew how Zhao Gene treated the people in the team. He had no relatives or friends, just met by chance. How many people in the world could do what Zhao Gene did? How could these people betray Zhao Gene just because of Liio's empty promises? But Zhao Gene didn't think it was a betrayal. He smiled faintly, then put down the chopsticks in his hand. Brother Liu's words make sense. There is still one night. Everyone can think about it. Liio was very satisfied with Zhao Gene's advice and laughed loudly. Since everyone has eaten and drunk well, why not go and worship the sacred locust tree in our Chio County? Our big locust tree is really sacred, not the deceptive tricks that are blown out there. Hearing his confidence, everyone became curious. Dozens of people followed Liio in a mighty manner, turned a few doors, walked through 2 streets, and went to the center of the scenic area. On the way, Liio talked about the locust tree. Actually, this locust tree was not this tall before. Although it is an old tree, it is at most 7 or 8 meters tall. It suddenly grew up about 4 or 5 months ago. Our county is small, and the news usually reports nothing new except for the leaders' meetings. This tree suddenly grew taller, which alarmed all TV stations and botanists. I really watched it grow from 7 or 8 meters to 40 or 50 meters day by day. These red cloth strips and wooden signs were hung when it was only a dozen meters tall. Now it is impossible to hang it up. Liio waved his hand and asked his men to give Zhao Gene and others a stick of incense. The leader had a keen eye and immediately decided to make this tree the top of our county. Our base, which is the scenic spot of this tree, including the farmhouse there, was built at that time. I didn't expect that the natural disaster would come less than half a month after it was put into use. Zhao Gene looked at the incense in his hand and asked the key question. You said before that you survived under the protection of the tree god? Liio put his hands together and smiled more devoutly. It's true. On the day when the city was in chaos, I happened to bring my family and company employees here for team building. Those zombies outside, neither human nor ghost, dared not enter the gate of the scenic area, and only dared to circle outside the wall. Many of us have gained supernatural powers under the protection of the sacred tree. When the people around heard that the sacred locust tree was so magical, they all lit incense and knelt down. With his eyes closed, I don't know how many wishes he made. Zhao Gene looked up at the obviously mutated ancient locust tree, and the murderous intent in his heart became particularly fierce. It prefers to grow in the dark world and absorb the yin qi to survive. Such a large locust tree with lush branches and leaves and full of vitality means that it has absorbed countless yin qi. After the natural disaster, it is not only humans and animals that have mutated, but also plants. The reason why those zombies dare not come in is not because the locust tree is spiritual, but because they are afraid of this big locust tree. Zombies are ignorant and only love to catch and eat people, but the big locust tree can affect them. This big locust tree is absolutely there is a problem. Jiang Tsung's ability has been initially awakened, but his body is still very weak and powerless. Liio held him up and walked to Zhao Gene's side. The two of them asked Zhao Gene in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with this tree?" Zhao Gene nodded firmly. If he hadn't pressed the magic at this moment, his knife would have been impatient to chop it out. The three of them looked at the tall locust tree at the same time. Countless red cloth strips were hanging from the towering branches. When the wind blew over, the wooden signs on the cloth strips clanged. Dozens of people were kneeling happily under the tree, not noticing anything unusual. Damn, why don't we run? Jiang Tsung's face changed. Don't look at his weakness now. If it really comes to a life and death situation, he will definitely run faster than a rabbit. Liio's face was also ugly. Not good that Liio seems to be staring at us all the time. If we don't bow, it will be unreasonable. The strong dragon will not suppress the local snake. If they don't follow the local customs, Liio will probably turn hostile on the spot. Jiang Tsung's eyes turned, and he began to smile nervously. I have a plan. Liio, who had just run to the toilet, stood up. What? Liio briefly told Liio about the matter, and then asked Jiang Tsung to stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me. Jiang Tsung's eyes became extremely firm. Just say that we are all party members, and cannot engage in feudal superstition. He will definitely understand. Zhou Lu, brother, they are so fanatical in their beliefs, and you say they engage in feudal superstition, is that right? Jiang Tsung couldn't help rolling his eyes. Do you have any other way? And I am really a party member. Don't you realize that I have always suffered first and enjoyed later, and I only have the people in my heart. Hu Ziyu nodded, and then punched Jiang Tsung in the stomach. Jiang Tsung's pig-killing scream suddenly resounded through the sky, and also attracted everyone's attention. Lu Xiong came over with concern. Hey, what's wrong with brother Jiang? Is it because our food is not to his liking, and he has a stomachache? Hu Ziyu waved his hand. No, he has kidney stones. Having known each other for such a long time, Lu Xiaowu cooperated very well. Yes. He has an old problem. He usually doesn't pay attention to it. Now the pain is so terrible. Old Hu, let's help him to rest. Then go quickly. Do you need painkillers? Lu Xiong waved his hand, and asked someone to lead them to a resting place. We have medicine, we go to Brother Lu first. I'm really sorry. We can only come back to pay respect to the sacred locust tree tomorrow morning. Hu Ziyu and Lu Xiaowu hurriedly carried one of Jiang Tsung's arms, and ran away. As for Captain Zhou, they knew that Captain Zhou had his own way, so they didn't have to worry. Just when Lu Xiong's attention was attracted, Zhao Gene had already mixed into the crowd. When Lu Xiong looked over, Zhao Gene had just inserted the incense in his hand into the big incense burner, as if he had just knelt down and worshipped. Lu Xiong walked over with a smile. Brother Zhou, remember, sincerity is the key to success. Zhao Gene smiled and said nothing. Everyone had almost knelt down and worshipped, and it was late at night. They all checked into the rooms of the farmhouse next door, according to the arrangement. On the way to the farmhouse, Zhao Gene called a person, Wu Renfan. Wu Renfan yawned and asked sleepily, Hello, did you bring coffee, and you called me? What did your superpower discover just now? Zhao Gene saw clearly that Wu Renfan had been standing in the shadow of the corner, and took advantage of the crowd, and did not kneel down. Wu Renfan's mouth was as tight as if it was glued by 502. I don't have superpowers, Captain Zhou, don't open your mouth. Zhao Gene said calmly. I can write an IOU for coffee first. Wu Renfan looked up and down, and thought he could trust Zhao Gene's character, so he said, This tree has a strong hatred. It's too strong, I can't analyze what it hates. I suggest that you leave, as soon as the snow stops tomorrow morning. Also, those who just worshipped her and burned incense should take a bath to get rid of the smell on their bodies. That's all I know. Thank you. Zhao Gene said sincerely. It's worth it to exchange a can of coffee for such important information. Wu Renfan's ability is very important. If she accepts it, Zhao Gene doesn't mind providing some crystal cores while giving her coffee. After Wu Renfan finished speaking, she went back to her room to sleep. Songwan, Zhao Linyun, and her mother shared the same room with her. The few girls in the team all lived here. The farmhouse has a generator to generate electricity, and you can take a shower. But in order to save electricity and keep warm, if you want to take a shower, you still have to go to the kitchen on the first floor and use a large iron pot to boil water. Many people don't have the habit of taking a bath frequently in winter. At most, they wash their feet to fool around. Now it's a natural disaster, and it's even more unrefined. But tonight Zhao Gene seemed to have mysophobia. He knocked on the door of every room and asked everyone to take a shower and wash their hands before going to bed. When Lu Xiong's men came to ask, Zhao Gene replied, We have killed a lot of zombies along the way today, so we still have to wash them to feel at ease. I will use crystal cores to replenish the used water and firewood. For those who live in the base and have sufficient supplies, the value of crystal cores is very high. Seeing that Zhao Gene and his men are willing to give out crystal cores, they no longer say anything. Instead, some men in the convoy complained that it was not worth taking a bath in such a cold weather, and they would catch a cold later. Of course, Zhao Gene also knocked on the door of Wu Renfan's room. Take a bath, wash your hands. Zhao Gene was concise, and perhaps because there was a child in the room, his tone was much gentler. When Zhao Linyun saw that it was him, he happily came out to greet him. Brother. Wu Renfan shrugged. You like to be a good person so much? He can completely keep himself out of trouble. Wu Renfan didn't expect Zhao Gene to really tell everyone this news. Zhao Gene seemed not to hear Wu Renfan's words, and started to go to the next room. It was late at night, and everything was silent. Chio crouched under the wall on tiptoe. There was a sign next to the wall that read Shenhui Farmhouse. Smelling the fragrant smell, Zhao Gene and his friends should sleep here tonight. And Zhao Gene also slept in the first room on the left on the first floor, which was also the place closest to the entrance and exit. If there is danger, Zhao Gene will be the first to know. He is worthy of being the team leader. Look at this dedication. Chio secretly gave him a thumbs up. After Chio determined their location, She began to look for a place to stay for herself. These people are living in the farmhouse, so there should be no one in the scenic area next to it. She can go to the scenic area to find a room to spend the night. Chio originally thought that it would take some effort to enter the scenic area. After all, the people here would definitely prepare some defensive facilities such as iron spikes and glass walls to prevent zombies from attacking at night. However, she entered easily, and the people here seem to be not afraid of zombies at all. Either the people here are too strong and are not afraid of zombies at all, or the people here are too stupid and blindly confident, which led to such a big security loophole. But this is convenient for her. Chio looked around, trying to find a route map of the scenic area. But this scenic area is a bit too new, and nothing is fully replenished. Chio wandered around for a long time, and was almost discovered by the people who got up at night. Chio patted her chest and thought to herself, I'm scared to death. If she is discovered, she will be beaten to death as a thief instead of a zombie. So Chio simply squatted and walked. It was pitch black, and others couldn't see her at all when she squatted. But after squatting, Chio's sense of direction became worse. In other words, Chio could only wander around like a headless fly. Huh? Shenhui Garden. Chio looked at the sign. That big locust tree is here? It must be a scenic spot. Why don't I go and have a look? After crossing this road, Chio saw the popular Shenhui at a glance. Why don't I worship it too? If it is really so magical, it will surely bless me to return home safely, right? Chio thought. Unfortunately, there is no ready-made incense here. The incense in the incense burner has burned very cleanly, leaving only the stick. I can't find a branch to stick in, can I? Using the branches of the locust tree to worship the locust tree? What's the difference between this and feeding chickens with eggs? Chio was concentrating on picking up branches, but suddenly heard someone talking. Chapter 36. Chio pricked up his ears. The sound seemed to come from the direction of the locust tree. Stinky zombie, get out. A girl's voice sounding like a child of a few years old. Chio looked up uncertainly. Stinky zombie? Who are you talking about? There are no zombies around here. Another female voice a few years older came in an instant. She is not a zombie. She is. I can smell it. It's the stench of zombies. The girl argued very persistently. The older voice was very gentle. Zombies don't dare to enter the wall at all. She is a human. And you are a tree, you can't smell it. Nonsense, I can smell it. Chio squatted beside and listened for a long time, and couldn't help but say, sorry to interrupt, you are not talking about me, right? Ah, the sudden scream made Chio's head buzz. Chio shook her head, fearing that the cry would attract human survivors, but the surroundings were still, and it seemed that only she could hear the sound. The next second, a sharp female voice confirmed Chio's guess. Sister, how can she hear us talking? I don't know. You are still the sister if you don't know. No, I want to be the sister. I was born earlier than you, so I am the sister. I don't care, from now on I am the sister. My name is Dagua, and your name is Xiaogua. Okay, I am Xiaogua now. But you can only be the sister for one day. Tomorrow I will still be Dagua. The two voices, one noisy and irritable, and the other gentle and peaceful, argued about sisterhood as if no one was around. Finally, they shifted their attention to Chio, who was standing blankly under the tree. Everything seemed to return to silence again. In the dark night, the branches and leaves of the locust tree moved without wind, and the red cloth strips and wooden signs collided with each other, making strange sounds. Chio was very sure that the previous voice came from this locust tree. Isn't it just that the tree can talk? Chio's acceptance is now frighteningly high. She walked around the extremely thick trunk of the locust tree, and touched the rough texture of the trunk with her hand. Sure enough, the voice exploded again. Smelly zombie, don't touch me. Now Chio was more certain of her guess, and couldn't help but touch it again. I touch it if I want to. Who doesn't have a rebellious mentality? What's more, this little broken tree scolded her. Smelly zombie, I hate you forever, woo-woo, I'm not fragrant at all. Then Chio saw red juice oozing out of the trunk, like blood. She couldn't help but wonder if it tasted like blood if she licked it. Chio didn't put her imagination into action after all. This cleanliness-obsessed tree was as noisy as a kindergarten kid. If she licked it, the tree would crack. Perhaps because she wanted to talk to someone so much, Chio was even willing to coax a tree. Don't cry. My hands are clean. Chio raised her hands, and showed them to a tree. Her nails were neatly trimmed and round. She washed her hands with river water, and dried them with a towel. They were indeed clean. They were completely different from the zombies with long black nails, flesh hidden in the nails, and blood and dirt all over their hands. The crying sound that was more unpleasant than a ghost finally stopped. "Hey, I'm Degua, and my sister Xiaogua." "Who are you?" The one who was crying just now sniffed and asked Liio. Liio sat under the big locust tree. "My name is Liio, I am a human." Degua obviously didn't believe it. "You are lying. You just look like a human, but you don't taste the same. Eating you will pollute our bodies." Liio said took out a knife from somewhere, and nailed it to the tree root under his butt. The knife was too cruel, too fast, and too unforgiving. Degua quickly changed his words, and his voice sounded like someone was choking him. "You are a human, you are a human." The knife in Liio's hand brushed the tree root, and finally stuck in the soil below. There was a red stain on the blade. Liio flicked it casually, and found that the soil was also red. Degua's sister was scared by Liio, and dared not speak nonsense. The real Big Fruit sister slowly spoke. "Liio, you are the only one who can hear us talking besides Dad." Liio put the knife back into his pocket. "Who is your father?" "The two ghosts are called Big Fruit and Small Fruit, which sound like fruits. Then, their father is probably this big locust tree." But the two fruits suddenly said in unison, "Hide." As soon as they finished speaking, Liio saw someone walking from a distance with a flashlight, accompanied by the smell of meat belonging to the supernatural. "Where should I hide?" Liio asked in a low voice. The fruits actively commanded, "Hide under the big incense burner." "Oh, I won't." Liio squatted down and rolled into the bushes behind the big locust tree. After Liio hid here, he finally found two fruits about the size of big peaches hanging on the branches more than 20 meters high. The two Guzi were not angry at Liio's behavior of being naughty. Instead, they instructed Liio to pull his feet in and hide better. The person who came over was Liio. Unlike the image of the generous and straightforward head of the base during the day, Liio now had a gloomy face with a few dark green lines on his face. Seeing him coming, the branches and leaves of the big locust tree shook, and a few leaves fell on Liio's face. Liio, who was secretly observing from the side, heard it clearly. The two of them called this human Dad. Liio's worldview was refreshed over and over again. The sincere calls of Degua and Xiaogua were not false at all. After Liio grew up, she had never called her dad so intimately. Usually, she would say Dad or Laoli, or Great Old Father when she was short of money. Liio was no longer sleepy, and honestly huddled in the bushes to continue eavesdropping. Liio looked around, his thick eyebrows raised like knives. "Who are you two talking to just now?" "Dad, I was arguing with my sister just now." The fruit that had been scolding Liio as a stinky zombie chose to cover up the matter. "Really? Degua, tell me." Liio obviously trusted the gentle Degua more. Degua's words were surprisingly consistent with Xiaogua's. In order to strengthen the persuasiveness, Degua also complained about Xiaogua in front of Liio. Liio didn't want to listen to why the two Waiwagua quarreled at all. He interrupted Degua impatiently. "I'm hungry now." As soon as he finished speaking, a green vine suddenly appeared on his arm. The vine extended from his hand all the way, began to climb up the rock, and finally stretched into the clouds and plunged into the thick tree trunk. Countless scarlet liquids were transmitted from the vines, and all entered Liio's body. Liio watched the originally green locust tree become visibly withered and yellow. The sound of Degua and Xiaogua seemed to be sobbing. Liio thought, this fruit is really double standard. She just touched it casually and burst into tears. This man was about to drain their sap, but he still endured it. After an unknown amount of time, the vine returned to Liio's arm and slowly disappeared. Liio took off his sleeves with satisfaction and began to talk about the ultimate purpose of his coming so late. "These newcomers are bad guys and disobedient. Dad is very angry. Do you know what to do?" I know. Degua and Xiaogua said in unison, "Drain them and drain them." Liio nodded with relief. "Then do it cleanly. They thought that if they don't drink, they will be fine after taking a bath. It's a pity, they have a trick, and I have a ladder." After Liio finished his explanation, he went back to the room with a flashlight. Liio, who was hiding in the bushes, crawled out with a head full of dead branches and leaves. The air still had the smell of blood. Some ordinary people's, some superpowers. These different bloods mixed together, making Liio's stomach start to gurgle. Fortunately, Liio was well prepared. She took out a plastic bag from her backpack, took out the dried meat inside, and started to eat it. Degua and Xiaogua were attracted by Liio and asked her, "What are you eating?" "Snacks," Liio said without raising her head. After she finished eating and wiped her mouth, Chio asked. Why didn't you two tell your dad that I was here? Xiaoguo answered first. If you tell it, Dad will let us eat you. No one will talk to us. Yes, Dad will only come to accompany us at midnight. We can only talk to each other every day. Don't leave, stay here with us. Can you tell stories? If you can, we can give you sap to drink. Dad said our sap is a good thing. Dogwa and Xiaoguo gradually became lively, and they talked and invited Li Chio to stay. Li Chio was also bored, chatting with them casually, and by the way, they asked for the information they wanted to know. Of course I know a lot of stories, but I'm sleepy and cold today and don't want to tell. They immediately said in disappointment, and immediately begged, can you be sleepy tomorrow, we want to hear stories. How about this, I tell you a story, but you have to tell me, why did your father let you wait? Li Chio asked. Lu Zhiyong obviously knew that plant-based superpowers, like him, were rare. No one else can hear the voice of the sacred locust tree except him. So he never told Dogwa and Xiaoguo about it. Some things need to be kept secret. Xiaoguo is quick-witted and immediately said everything. So you want to know this. Dad wants my sister, and I to suck the blood of bad guys to fill our sap. This way my sister and I can eat enough and grow taller. Dogwa added, the bad guys will be covered with our smell, and locust tree buds will grow on their heads, and they can't run away. Li Chio scratched his head and wrapped his down jacket tightly. How do you know they are bad guys? If Dad says it is, then it is. We listen to Dad. Li Chio looked at the two dad treasure fruits with sympathy. What if your dad is a bad guy? The dad treasure fruits were in a logical confusion. The daddy fruit, who had always been gentle, became annoyed. How can Dad be a bad guy? The little fruit parroted her sister's words. How can Dad be a bad guy? Li Chio was very patient. Then what do you say is a bad guy and what is a good guy? But she overestimated the intelligence of the big and small fruits, and their answers came back again. If Dad says it is a bad guy, then it is a bad guy. We just suck it dry. If Dad says it is a good guy, then we give them sap. Then let's change the question. Why can you two only grow on trees, but your dad is a person? Li Chio raised the question. The fruits were confused again. Li Chio rolled his eyes. Let me tell you the story of the 7 gourd babies. Once upon a time, the snake spirit stole the immature 7th baby and raised him with poisonous magic mist. The first person the 7th baby saw after he was born was the snake spirit, so the 7th baby regarded the snake spirit as his mother without distinguishing good from bad. The vicious snake spirit also asked the 7th baby to deal with his 6 brothers, and the one who really raised the 7 gourd babies and loved them was the grandfather. It was the first time for the 2 fruits to hear such an ups and downs and wonderful story. What's more, they themselves are fruits, and they can be distant relatives of gourds, so they can empathize even more. When Li Chio finished the story, the 2 fruits began to cry loudly, crying for their grandfather. Li Chio looked at the 2 heavy fruits lovingly. The universalization of 9-year compulsory education is a long way to go. You two have obviously been cheated by your father. How can someone be so bad as to cheat even the fruit? I am making an irresponsible guess. Your father is actually this locust tree. After your fake father's vine sucked him to death, he began to use you. Children also need to know how cruel the world is, including children in the plant world. Chen Yuqing dared not sleep. Tonight, when Zhao Gene knocked on the door to remind everyone to remember to take a bath and wash hands before going to bed, Lu Zhiyong sent someone to contact him secretly and gave him a small bottle of locust honey. I don't know how long this snow will last. Put it in the water tank and your friends will have diarrhea. In this way, everyone can stay here for a few days. Smart people like you should stay here and enjoy life. As long as you accomplish this, I can not only give you a house, food, and a wife, but also let your superpowers rise steadily. Lu Zhiyong's words were like a spell, deeply engraved in Shen Yuqing's mind. He dripped a small bottle of locust flower honey into the kitchen sink and the water tank when no one was paying attention. When everyone boiled water for bathing, they all used the locust flower honey version of bath water. The first person to find out something was wrong was Zhao Gene. Although Zhao Gene did not worship the locust tree, he also took a bath in order to set an example. But Zhao Gene was a water-based supernatural person, and he could tell at a glance that something else was mixed in the water. It was too late to remind everyone not to use bath water. Zhao Gene could only remind Lu Xiaowu, Hu Ziyu and others nearby to be on guard at night. Since the other party was so eager to get them involved in something related to locust trees, he might as well take this opportunity to wait and see. Just wipe out all the ghosts. This way everyone will be safe. Zhao Gene held the magic, and listened carefully to the movement outside the house. He didn't close his eyes all night. After a night, Zhao Gene's eyes were red. He opened the door and walked out. It was still snowing today. The snowflakes almost covered all the traces on the ground. Hearing Zhao Gene open the door, Liio and others who lived next door also pushed the door out. Their ability level was low, and their physical strength was not as high as Zhao Gene's, so their eyes were even redder. Captain Zhao last night. Zhao Gene shook his head slowly. He didn't know what happened last night. Go wake everyone up first, and see if everyone is safe. Leong didn't sleep all night either. He absorbed the energy of the supernatural power from the sap of the locust tree in the room, constantly strengthening himself. Before Zhao Gene and his group came to Chio County, Leong always had a kind of self-centered and unparalleled feeling. Because he was sure that he could control the sacred locust tree to continuously absorb and refine the energy of the superpowers for his own use, and it was impossible for anyone to have a higher superpower level than him. But Zhao Gene, whose power was unfathomable, appeared just like that. Leong thought he had done his best. Since Zhao Gene was a hard bone that could not be won over, it would be better for him to be sucked dry by his two good daughters, and then become his nourishment. And the extremely sharp dark golden ancient knife looked pretty good. Although it was not as good as the antiques Leong had collected before, it could barely be placed in the room as a decoration. It was already dawn. Leong changed his clothes with a refreshed spirit and planned to go and see the performance of his daughters last night. However, as soon as Leong opened the door, he saw a group of people passing by at the bottom of the steps not far away. The most conspicuous one, of course, is Zhao Gene, who carries a knife wherever he goes. Behind Zhao Gene is Jiang Song, whose supernatural power has been awakened, and he looks radiant. Jiang Song greeted Leong happily. Brother Liu. Good morning. Do you want to join us for morning exercises? On the left side of Jiang Song, Liio and Lu Xiaowu stood side by side. Who else could the man they dragged casually be but Xin Yuqing? Zhao Gene smiled. Brother Liu, our friend was strongly invited by you and couldn't bear to refuse your kindness. We specially sent him here. Xin Yuqing's smile was uglier than crying, and he reluctantly greeted Leong. Leong laughed dryly twice, and could only welcome Xin Yuqing first. After Zhao Gene and his group ran away, Leong could no longer suppress his anger. What's going on? When Xin Yuqing saw that Zhao Gene was gone, he was no longer shy. What else can I say? Is the ghost thing you gave me useful? I saw that they all slept like dead pigs last night, and no one had diarrhea. He paused and continued, They dragged me out of bed early this morning. I was so scared that I thought they were going to kill me on the spot. Luckily, I am lucky. Leong let out a long breath and ran towards the place where the sacred locust tree was. Xin Yuqing was still shouting behind him, Hey! I did what you said, you can't just ignore me. Hey, when Leong came to the sacred locust garden, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The sacred locust tree, which was originally dozens of meters high and lush, withered into blackwood overnight. The red cloth strips and red wood signs that were originally hung on the tree fell down and covered the entire yard. Leong searched like crazy in the pile of things, trying to find the two fruits. He called their names while searching, but no one responded to him. Ran away. No, they won't run away. Leong found that the two fruits had thoughts and could speak when they were born, and he has been raising them since then. They will never betray him. They must have been stolen. They were stolen by Zhao Gene. Leong's eyes were bloodshot, almost comparable to zombies. He cursed unpleasant words and turned to settle accounts with Zhao Gene and his men. At this time, on the road in Chio County, the two fruits were hanging duang on Liio's shoulders. This was the first time they left the big locust tree and came to the outside world. Liio, Although she didn't know why the two fruits had to rely on it, they should be grateful that she only eats meat now, and not vegetables. Otherwise, two talking fruits, wouldn't they be more delicious than ginseng fruit? De Guo and Xiaoguo were immersed in the joy of the outside world, directing Liio to walk here and there, and taking them to wander around the county town. Liio was interested in taking care of the two children at first. As the snow fell heavier, the thickness of the snow almost reached her knees with every step she took, and Liio was too lazy to walk. You two go play by yourselves, I won't leave. Liio waved his hand unhappily, found a big rock and sat down. The two fruits woohooed and plunged into the snow pile, playing like two balls. The terrifying mental power emanating from them made no zombies dare to approach within a 2-kilometer range. Liio looked at the two of them having so much fun, and couldn't help but smile. Outside the 2-kilometer range, a zombie covered with snow came over through mountains and rivers. He walked for a long, long time and searched for a long, long time. He stopped on the other side of the river and moved his gray-white eyes. The lifeless eyes reflected the distant scene. He moved his lips slightly, and the sound flowed out from his sharp fangs. He called sister. Chapter 37. Chio still remembers that she used to play a game called Travel Frog. It was all the rage on the internet at that time. Chio played it for a while when she had nothing to do, and named her son Fugue. Every time Fugue went out to travel with dry food, he would bring back a lot of photos for her old mother. Chio decided to follow Fugue's example and bring some photos back for her parents. After the family reunited, she sat between her parents, pointed at the photos, and told them about what she had seen and heard along the way. She did it right away. Click. The sound of the mobile phone taking pictures was very crisp. After a while, Chio's mobile phone album had several more photos. Some were snow scenes in Zhejiang County, and some were big and small fruits rolling around in the snow, all of which were pleasing to the eye. After hearing the continuous clicking sounds, big and small fruits immediately jumped back to Chio and asked her what she was doing. Use your phone to take pictures of the scenery. Chio explained casually, you two are also in there. When they heard that they were there, the fruits jumped back onto Chio's shoulders to look. The fruits were only 3 or 4 months old and had been living on the tree. Before the natural disaster came, they found that people who came to worship under the tree would always take out something and click. It turned out that this rare thing was called a mobile phone. Chio's mobile phone camera has built-in beauty and soft light effects. The two of them in the photo are so round and radiant. The fruits who have never seen the world shouted in unison, "Wow, you are so amazing." Chio was a little dizzy, coughed lightly, and clicked on another beauty camera app. There are more amazing ones. This camera has all kinds of photo stickers, which are dazzling. The fruit girls kept exclaiming. They were almost fascinated by the amazing Chio, and begged Chio to take more photos. Chio couldn't help thinking, this is what it feels like to be a kindergarten teacher. She has a little cousin who studied kindergarten teaching, who can sing, dance, and do handicrafts. She went to work in a kindergarten as soon as she graduated. This is how her cousin's daily life is. Little friends. Take it. Chio was flattered by the fruit girl's rainbow farts. She looked at her phone and found that there was still 30% of the battery. It was more than enough to satisfy the children's wishes. Before taking the photo, Chio paused. This thing is very expensive. You have to exchange it for something. What do you want? Shubwa asked quickly. She was already immersed in her own beauty and couldn't extricate herself. Dagwa couldn't resist the temptation of beauty and raised her voice. Who do you want to suck? Let's go now. Chio gasped. Hiss, you can't suck anyone casually in the future. Shubwa hummed and asked in confusion. Then why are you drooling? Chio punched Shubwa on the head. Do you still want to take pictures? Yes. Shubwa immediately shifted her attention. Okay. Anyway, you two shouldn't suck anyone casually in the future, just be a good fruit. After Chio finished speaking, the Guizi sisters bounced up and down, indicating that they accepted her conditions. Finally, Chio leaned her mobile phone against the stone pier, set it to take pictures automatically in 5 seconds, and took several photos of her and the two Guas. After taking the photos, they gathered together to look at the photos. The Gua and Shubwa started to quarrel again, arguing about who was more beautiful. Chio killed the game with a direct sentence. Neither of you is as beautiful as me. As expected, Shubwa and Shubwa immediately stopped the internal war and began to face the outside world in unison. You are talking nonsense. Their attention was soon attracted by the reed marsh on the river bank, and they jumped in to play hide and seek. Chio was like countless adults telling children, be careful, don't fall into the river. After saying that, she raised her mobile phone to take pictures of the scenery by the river. I sent you off at the east gate of Lentai, and the Tianshan road was covered with snow when you left. Chio recited a poem while taking pictures. I can't see you after the mountain turns. She didn't recite the last sentence of the poem. There was a figure standing on the other side of the river, staring at her motionlessly. Chio's mobile phone camera has a 100x magnification function, and she raised her mobile phone to the person on the other side of the river. Not wearing any clothes in the middle of winter, is this right? Chio muttered, and then said slowly, what does it have to do with me? The zombie on the other side of the river is Li Dong. Although he looked a little different from the 30-year-old zombie Li Dong in Chio's memory. But Chio was very good at recognizing people. When she walked on the street, she could recognize her elementary school classmates, who she hadn't seen for more than 10 years just by their backs, and then she would quickly take a detour to avoid them. Not to mention Leong, who she had been with day and night after the natural disaster. The one on the other side looked more like Leong, who was 17 or 18 years old. His short black hair was a little wet and stuck to his forehead, and his bluish-white skin was full of muscles and lines. The young body was covered with white snow, and it looked smooth and new, without a single wound. The only thing that hadn't changed was that he was still a zombie. Chio put her phone in her pocket and turned her back. Even though it wasn't windy at the moment, she still felt a little cold. Came here. Maybe he didn't eat her enough. And Chio had a vague feeling that the Leong she saw this time was more than just a wise species. Chio had a toothache, so she silently took out Yao Mingjia's crystal core from her pocket and put it to her mouth to grind her teeth. While grinding her teeth, Chio had come up with several plans. Or use this hard crystal core to knock Leong unconscious, then find some cowhide ropes soaked in water and tie him up. Or find an abandoned truck, trick Leong in and lock him up. Just kick Leong into the river and freeze him in the middle of winter. As she thought about it, Chio's ideas became more and more illegal. But in the end, she chose to run away quickly. The snow was too heavy, and the car couldn't move at all. Chio sat in the car and ate most of the zombie corpse, then stuffed the remaining warm baby and reserved food into her backpack, planning to leave the car here first and then find a place to hide. As long as she hides, Leong will naturally wander to other places if he can't find her. The two Guizi who were having fun were also put into Chio's arms. From a distance, Chio's down jacket pockets were bulging, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was hidden inside. In fact, Chio originally wanted to put the big and small Guizi in the backpack. Unfortunately, the backpack was filled with bloody reserve food, and the smell was a bit strong. As soon as Zhao Gene approached the open zipper, she refused to go in no matter what. This made Chio want to question God for the umpteenth time. Why a fruit also has to be misophobic? Are we going to change places to play? Zhao Gene excitedly popped her head out of her pocket, and had completely forgotten her fake father Lu Zhiyong. After listening to the story of the 7 gourd babies, the two of them were completely brainwashed by Chio, thinking that Lu Zhiyong was the snake spirit in the story, and they were going to find a grandfather who loved them. But since we can't find Grandpa for now, we better follow Chio. Chio said, I take you to another place to play hide and seek. The 3 of us hide, and someone will come to find us. We must not be found by him. De Guo and Zhao Gene nodded frantically. Chio took a few steps but stopped again. She took the children out to play early in the morning, and played for too long. The snow covered her footprints and the surrounding buildings so that she couldn't tell the direction. She sniffed the air and found that the continuous heavy snow and the long distance had made Zhao Gene sure, and his smell very faint. If Chio wanted to find the right direction, she would probably have to try and fail several times. Obviously, there was no chance of trial and error now. Chio glanced at the other side of the river again, and she found that Leong on the other side of the river had found a piece of driftwood from somewhere, and threw it on the river, and was about to float over from the other side. Are zombies this year so smart and brave? Chio was stunned. Chio was in a state of panic. Where could she hide now? Zhao Gene suggested to Chio, Sister, let's go back home and hide. The Guizi sincerely invited Chio to visit them. Home? You mean the big locust tree? Yes. Let's go to the tree together, and he won't be able to find us. Are you really a genius? Chio gave a thumbs up, and then said, Your home is also a den of jackals. Forget it, let's go. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, so let the jackals fight the tigers and leopards. Guizi led the way in front. Chio was worried that he would run into people on the road, but he didn't expect that the road to the scenic spot was empty, and there was no one in the scenic spot. The sound seemed to be concentrated in the farmhouse area. They arrived at the Shenhui garden smoothly. The garden was still in the messy state when they left. The big locust tree was originally dry and black, but after the fruit touched the trunk, it was like taking a rejuvenation pill, and it was full of vitality and became lush and green. The voices of the fruits came from the top. It's better to be at home. Yes, I'm a little tired. But I still want to go out and play. Chio, She looked at the tree that was 40 or 50 meters high, and calmly took out a knife. Do you want me to chisel a staircase on the trunk to go up? Big and small fruit, After more than 10 seconds, the trunk of the big locust tree slowly lowered, and countless branches gathered together to form a basket to invite Chio to go up. The last time Chio had this feeling of rising into the air was when she went to ride a bungee jumping machine with her best friend. Her best friend was brave and not afraid at all, and she could even say a few words. But Chio's voice became hoarse after taking the ride, and she even pinched her best friend's hand until it turned blue. Haha, Chio thought calmly. She had taken the bungee jumping machine and felt the huge height difference, so taking this slowly rising tree basket was a piece of cake. Then she came out of the tree basket and vomited with a wow. Chio's digestion ability was too strong, and the meat she had eaten before had long turned into dregs. Now it all turned into crumbs, and stuck to the trunk of the big locust tree, only 0.001 meters away from the two fruits. Ah, screams rang out again. Chio embarrassedly pulled a leaf over and gently wiped the dirty stuff she vomited. It was purely an accident. Xiaogua cried again. I will hate you forever. Chio sighed helplessly. How about I tell you too another story? Xiaogua, who was crying heartbreakingly, stopped crying immediately. What story? Chio recalled the fairy tale world created by teacher Zhang Yuanjie in his childhood. This time, I will tell you the story of Pippi Lu and Lu Sisi. The people in the convoy were making breakfast in the kitchen of the farmhouse. Of course, they didn't expect Lu Zhiyong to be kind enough to make breakfast for them. With Song Wan, a fire-type superpower, the firewood was easily lit. The rice we brought before was all pearl rice from the northeast. It smells so good. Finally, we can cook porridge. Some people couldn't help but sigh. They were on the road before, and in order to save time, they ate some dry biscuits and drank a few sips of cold water when they were hungry on the road, mainly for convenience. Now with this kitchen, these rice and noodles can be prepared, and they can finally make something hot to eat. Someone brought a big bag of pickles in, and even tore a hole in it and stuffed a few into his mouth. Wujiang pickled mustard. I've been searching the trunk for a long time. Who wants it? Do you have sugar? Who eats porridge with pickled mustard? I want sugar. Stop talking. I'm going to faint from hunger. You're still hungry? You ate the most last night. Nonsense. I only ate 6 bowls. Tang Xianghe touched his stomach and explained with his eyes wide open. He stood in front of the big iron pot, watching the white pearl rice gurgle and gradually cook into fragrant white porridge. If he hadn't been rational, Tang Xianghe might have even slammed the half-cooked porridge into his mouth. Everyone stood in a row in front of the big iron pot, and just by smelling the smell, they could imagine how enjoyable it would be to eat these porridges. Not far away, Zhao Gene led people to check the vehicles. Because they were parked outdoors, the car windows were covered with thick ice, which could only be thawed with de-icing agents. Lu Xiaowu looked at the knee-deep snow and couldn't help suggesting, why don't we use my incendiary bombs, cooperate with Songwan's fire and Yinshang's wind, and see if we can melt the snow all the way? Hu Zi rejected his proposal. I'm afraid that before the snow is completely melted, you three will be exhausted to death. Zhao Gene did not comment. Wait until the snow stops. Lu Zhiyong and his men have been guarding here, and dare not go to other places in the county. There should be a lot of supplies that can be used in the county. We will wait here for a few days, find supplies, and leave after the snow melts. Okay. Then we will have a meeting after breakfast and make a plan. Let's see how everyone can go out in batches. We have to keep some people to guard against Lu Zhiyong's gang. Several people chatted. Hu Ziyu suddenly grabbed Jiang Tsong, who was eating a roasted sweet potato, and said, Wait, where did the roasted sweet potato come from? While he was talking, he had already snatched away half of it. Jiang Tsong fiercely took back the remaining half of the roasted sweet potato. Of course, it was given to me by Xiaoyun. Do you understand that it is to replenish my body? Rude. Are you shameless? You also snatch things from elementary school students? Fuck, what nonsense are you talking about? Who snatched it? I was just passing by. Xiaoyun insisted on giving it to me. Jiang Tsong stuffed the roasted sweet potato into his mouth greedily, and his cheeks bulged into 2 balls. The porridge was cooked too slowly. Just now, Songwan took Xiao Linyun and her mother to roast sweet potatoes in the yard. He passed by there 5 times, and finally got a sweet potato. It was hot and fragrant, and it was golden and soft when broken open in half. Roasted sweet potato. Who of you can go get another one? Jiang Tsong even ate the sweet potato skin on his hands, and couldn't help savoring it. Lu Xiaowu swallowed his saliva. Whoever wants it can have it, I just. Yin Shang's serious voice came from the yard. Whoever eats roasted sweet potatoes, there are more. Lu Xiaowu and Jiang Tsong turned around and ran to the yard. I'm coming. Hu Ziyu looked at the 2 guys speechlessly, and then looked at Zhao Gene beside him. Zhao Gene is younger than them. So calm. People really need to be compared. The next second Zhao Gene has already stepped towards the yard. Aren't you hungry? Hu Ziyu, The two walked towards the yard together and talked about Jiang Sung's ability. Hu Ziyu had asked Jiang Sung before, but the boy talked a lot and didn't say anything, so he simply asked Zhao Gene directly. Zhao Gene, his ability is similar to Fang Qi's before. Do you know the probability? Probability? Give me an example. It's snowing now. If he activates his ability to stop it from snowing, there might be a 1 in 10,000 chance of that happening. 1 in 10,000? That's too low a chance. Hu Ziyu understood, but thought the ability was a bit useless. Zhao Gene said, his ability level is still very low, so the probability of activation is relatively low. And the more complex and the more widespread the matter, the lower the probability. But for some small things that only affect him, or 1 or 2 people, his probability can already reach 1 in 10. Zhao Gene took Jiang Sung to experiment. There was a burning candle in the room, and Jiang Sung activated his ability to make it break into 2 halves automatically. After several experiments, it succeeded. Hu Ziyu looked at the figure snatching sweet potatoes in the distance. Oh my! His level will get higher and higher in the future. If he wishes for the end of the natural disaster, will it really come true? That is an unattainable wish, but everyone hopes for such a day. Zhao Gene spoke after a long time. Maybe. As soon as they walked into the yard, a vine had already pulled out from under the corridor. The pale green vine was like a murderous mace, covered with sharp poisonous thorns, and was pointed at Zhao Gene aggressively. Zhao Gene pulled Hu Ziyu aside and dodged, silently watching Lu Zhiyong and the more than 100 people who followed him. Almost all of these people who followed Lu Zhiyong wholeheartedly were supernaturals. They stood expressionlessly at the back, a dark mass, almost blocking the entrance of the farmer's house. There was bound to be a bloody battle here today. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Hu Ziyu smiled and tried to maintain the superficial peace. The other side had more people and more power, and they would suffer if they really fought. Hu Ziyu's eyes showed a bit of ruthlessness. Although he didn't want to attack his compatriots, if the other side was really merciless, he would kill even a human. Lu Zhiyong sneered and said, I'm not looking for you, get out of the way. Zhao Gene, you are so powerful you see through everything. You dared to sneak into Shenhui Garden and destroy the trees, good, really good. He glanced back and saw someone throwing out Shen Yuqing who was beaten half to death. Shen Yuqing, who was angered and had no use value, was beaten to at least twice his size, and his original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Shen Yuqing cursed Lu Zhiyong's ancestors in his heart, and quickly expressed his loyalty to Zhao Gene and asked for help. Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou, I was confused for a moment, please save me. Save me. I don't want to die. I am an only child, my parents are dead, and I am the only one left. His words were half true and half false, but his tears and snot were real. It's a pity that Zhao Gene was confronting Lu Zhiyong and didn't even look at him. On the contrary, the other people in the team heard the sound and came out with porridge or roasted sweet potatoes. They stared at Shen Yuqing on the ground in a daze, and then cast their eyes on Lu Zhiyong. Jiang Sung quickly explained what Shen Yuqing had done. Everyone was furious. I was wondering why the water was so sticky when I took a shower yesterday. Damn it, can I go up and kick him a few times? I gave him a piece of pork belly yesterday. This kid deserves it. Thanks to Captain Zhou we are fine. Zhou Gene stared at Lu Zhiyong. Level 4 plant-based psychic? Awesome. Although everyone could feel Lu Zhiyong's powerful ability from the strange vines on his arm. But when they heard Zhou Gene say Lu Zhiyong's ability level, the people in the team still gasped. There was only one person in the team who was a level 4 psychic, that is Zhou Gene. How strong Zhou Gene is, his record can be checked, whoever beat him knows. They saw it all the way, and simply regarded Zhou Gene as a super god. Now Lu Zhiyong is also level 4. Level 4 versus level 4, it's hard to say who will win or lose, but they have more than 40 people against more than 100 people, they will be beaten. But no one wanted to run away, and soon, no one looked at the wailing Shen Yuqing anymore. Guns, sticks, axes, sickles, superpowers, whatever was convenient to use. Everyone began to prepare for battle. Lu Zhiyong laughed crazily. You killed my tree, today all of you don't want to step out of here. Zhou Gene moved his wrist, and raised the magic in his hand. At this time, someone in the crowd said, No, isn't your tree alive and well? Lu Zhiyong was stunned and looked back. The big locust tree, which had withered into blackwood, has returned to its normal color, and its vitality is so strong. However, at this point, Lu Zhiyong could not let Zhou Gene and the others go. Come on. The two sides soon fell into a melee. Hao Ming is a hearing superpower, and has little combat power. Fortunately, he has been protected by 3 roommates behind him, but his roommates also began to disperse during the fight. But Hao Ming is a college student after all. Although his superpowers are not strong, he has plenty of strength. When he was running around, he did not forget to hit people with a long pole. As he was hitting, Hao Ming suddenly felt something was wrong. He activated his superpowers and listened to the outside. These sounds, roaring, clasping, crazy. These sounds, Hao Ming was too familiar with them. It's over, it's over. The expression on Hao Ming's face suddenly became terrified. He raised his hands and waved to shout, but was knocked unconscious by Lu Zhiyong's people. The last words Hao Ming said before closing his eyes were, "Run." Unfortunately, no one could hear it. Li Chio yawned and told Xiaoguo and Xiaoguo a series of stories about Pippi Lu. Xiaoguo pestered her to tell the next series, but she got up early today, ate little, and was tired from playing everywhere, so Li Chio began to feel sleepy. "Can you two cover me with leaves? I take a nap first." Li Chio yawned. "Not to mention, it's very cold living in a tree. You need to cover yourself with more leaves." De Guo and Xiaoguo were still not satisfied, and didn't listen to what Li Chio said seriously. Well, the children are unreliable. Li Chio chose to be self-reliant, and pulled the branch in front of him. As soon as the branch was pulled away, Li Chio's vision suddenly widened. Looking down from a high place, Li Chio cleared her throat, and planned to show off a few more poems in front of the children. But she couldn't say a word. Outside the walls of the farmhouse, and the scenic area, it was already a world of zombies. Li Dong had already walked down from the driftwood, and the wind and snow pressed on him, but he didn't slow down. Surrounded by countless zombies, he slowly walked towards the wall. Li Chio thought she saw the concrete embodiment of the enemy at the gates. Chapter 38. What kind of big production is this? A battle between human survivors and zombies? Li Chio sat on the tree, thinking of watching the American TV series The Walking Dead before. The dense zombies also filled the entire city, chasing the protagonist everywhere. At that time, it was a TV series, but now it is immersive. Li Chio held a leaf in her hand, thinking, I don't know which side will win. But she is a traitor to both sides, anyway, as long as Li Dong can't find her, it's fine. The big and small fruit sisters found that Li Chio was not in a good mood, thinking that she was afraid, and hurried to comfort her. Don't be afraid, we are here to guard, and the stinky zombies dare not come in. The big locust tree where they were born has a history of more than 1,800 years. The big locust tree used all its strength to breed 2 fruits, so that they have extremely terrifying mental power at birth, which has the effect of deterring and repelling zombies. Li Chio obviously didn't believe what the sister said, and immediately pointed at the zombies that were close to the wall. What are they doing? De Guo and Xiaoguo were stunned. The zombies that should have been afraid to approach had already jumped onto the wall one by one. The walking zombies pounced at the bottom like stools, and the crawling species rushed up, followed by the intelligent species. And the zombies that gathered around Li Dong were more advanced zombies, the sea-level long-tongued species. Their tongues stretched out to 3 or 4 meters, which reminded Li Chio of the pile of intestines he ate in Baixiang village. It's still different from intestines. After all, intestines don't have the barbs on their tongues that are like iron nails. If they were scratched, they would be skinned alive if they didn't die. The fearless Xiaoguo finally began to feel scared. She leaned against Dagua tightly. Sister, it's so scary. Dagua was also scared. She chose to ask Li Chio for help. Sister, what should I do? Li Chio comforted her. Think positively, at least they shouldn't eat fruits. They can't climb such a high tree. Besides, there is your fake father here. He must have made defenses. Dagua and Xiaoguo thought it made sense, and then the next second, one of them turned back and found that in the direction of the farmhouse, Lu Zhiyong was swinging the python-like vines and hitting them like crazy. Li Chio watched Lu Zhiyong swing the vines like dancing sleeves, and every time he pulled them out, he would hit a group of people. This uncle, you look like a man in his 40s or 50s, and your body is too strong. At this inappropriate time, Li Chio silently recalled the stunning dance performed by Huan Huan, and even the sound of Xianyo singing Pian Rui Jinghong beside him was imagined. Lu Zhiyong and Fatty Ju are about the same age, so could she imagine that Fatty Ju is dancing the Jinghong dance? Stop! Li Chio interrupted her wild thoughts in time. In the yard of the farmhouse, Zhao Gene and others were still fighting with Lu Zhiyong's men, and they didn't realize that there was a greater danger approaching from the outside. Li Chio couldn't help but complain, wow, big brothers and sisters, can you stop fighting so hard and look back? You are having a good time now, But if you are wiped out by zombies, and the zombies push the tree down, she and the 2 fruits will be finished. Liio wanted to shout a hint, but she swallowed a mouthful of cold wind first. At this distance, even if she shouted at the top of her throat, Zhao Gene and the others wouldn't be able to hear her. She touched her shivering lips, and suddenly remembered something. Liio asked, "Can you 2 control the branches of the locust tree?" Daxiaguo gave her an accurate answer. Not long after, a slender branch slowly extended in the direction of the farmhouse. It was controlled by Daxiaguo, stretching and stretching accurately, all the way to Zhao Gene's direction. Finally, the branch fell accurately to the place where Zhao Gene could see, swaying again and again. A piece of cloth was hung on the branch, with a few big words written in red and black blood. "Zombies are coming." The signature was Peace Ambassador. If this piece of cloth did not have this signature, some people would probably think it was a prank played by a child. But with this signature, the gold content and the degree of attention it received were different. When Zhao Gene saw this piece of cloth, he immediately shook his knife to block all the attacks in front of him, and stood on the water platform next to him in a few seconds. After standing higher, he finally found something strange. The wall was less than 800 meters away from the farmhouse. At this moment, the first wave of zombies poked their heads out from the wall. Zhao Gene immediately warned, "Stop, zombies are coming." When the people in the team heard his shout, they stopped what they were doing. Some looked at him, and some looked at the wall. Even the people on Liu Zhiyong's side were no exception. They stopped in confusion, and all looked at Liu Zhiyong. Should they kill the zombies first, or Zhao Gene and the others? Liu Zhiyong was also stunned. He didn't expect zombies to appear at this time. Judging from the dense number of zombies on the wall, almost half of the zombies in Zhejiang County have surrounded them. These are zombies transformed from hundreds of thousands of people. But Liu Zhiyong reacted quickly and sneered, "What are you afraid of? With Shenhui here, these ghosts can't get in at all." "Just right, let the zombies get rid of you all." After saying that, he controlled the vines and continued to attack Zhao Gene and his men. This base had encountered zombie attacks before, but each time, they just wandered outside the wall and didn't dare to come in. Liu Zhiyong had great confidence in Shenhui, and he thought it would be the same this time. Liu Zhiyong made up his mind to force Zhao Gene and his men back outside the wall, and watch them being torn apart by zombies with his own eyes. After the zombie tide receded, he sent people to pick up the crystal cores of these people. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Gene resisted Liu Zhiyong's attack while commanding everyone to retreat. "Don't worry about him. Let's deal with the zombies first." Everyone quickly adjusted their formation and stood back to back in the previous 4-person team, ready to meet the zombies' attack. In a panic, the roommates did not forget to carry Hao Ming, who had woken up slowly. Jiang Song put his hands together and quickly activated his supernatural power to make a wish. "I wish that the zombie tide will recede immediately. The zombie tide will recede immediately." After he said it several times, he obviously realized that the probability of this wish coming true was too low, and immediately changed it to another one. "Liu Zhiyong has diarrhea. Liu Zhiyong has diarrhea." 10 seconds later, Liu Zhiyong's face began to turn livid. Veins on his forehead bulged, and beads of sweat rolled down, as if he was enduring great pain. It was during the intense fight that Liu Zhiyong didn't understand why his stomach suddenly churned and churned, as if something was about to come out. Of course, Liu Zhiyong couldn't guess that it was Jiang Song's supernatural power that was causing trouble. People have 3 urgent things, and this applies to all times. Liu Zhiyong could only swing the vines with one hand to divide the battlefield, and cover his stomach with the other hand, gradually retreating to the back. Liu Zhiyong shouted to his men to continue, and he rushed into a nearby toilet. Jiang Song was almost crazy with joy. "Damn, I succeeded again." "Old Zhou, did you see it?" In the midst of his busy schedule, Zhao Gene still took the time to nod. "Well done." Not long after Liu Zhiyong ran in, the zombies had broken through the wall and poured in like a tide. The lowest level F-level zombies were actually still afraid of Shenhui's spiritual power, and began to fall down as soon as they entered the wall. But starting from the creeping species, the resistance is much stronger. They rushed over one after another, with a momentum like a canteen opening for dinner. Liu Zhiyong's group of fans were stunned. At this critical moment, why did their boss go to the toilet? He should be in charge of the situation, but everyone knows that at this time, no matter whether Liu Zhiyong agrees or not, no matter how big the hatred is, it should be thrown aside. Only by fighting the zombies together can there be a way to survive. What's more, they themselves have no hatred with Zhao Gene and his group. It's just that only by listening to Liu Zhiyong can they sit in this base, and live a good life without leaving the house. The superpowers activated their superpowers one after another, and for a while, fire, ice blades, wind knives, and water flashed through the crowd. Zombies kept falling, but more zombies came up again. Chio sat on the tree, watching the battle situation all the time. Her warning played a part, and Zhao Gene had arranged for people to quickly go up to the 3rd floor of the farmhouse. On the 3rd floor, there was a gun every meter, shooting at the zombies crazily. From time to time, a few incendiary bombs were thrown. Even so, the number of zombies was still as numerous as the Christian carp crossing the river. I'm afraid they won't stop until they kill for 3 days and 3 nights. Chio looked at the fallen zombie bodies, and began to point. This is spicy hot pot, that is quota spare ribs, this is matcha cake, and that is dry vermicelli pot. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xiaoguo asked. Chio touched Xiaoguo's head, then tilted her head up at a 45-degree angle, revealing her clear jawline. I'm crying. Xiaoguo said happily. So your tears come out of your mouth. Chio pinched the leaves on her head. Okay, stop talking. Dogwa had been silent, and suddenly spoke. Sister Xiaoguo, how about we help them? They didn't know good and evil, but they really hated these zombies. After they rushed in, they made their homes full of dirty and smelly smells. Xiaoguo immediately agreed. Okay, drive away the smelly zombies. Chio asked, how can you help them? The next second, the 2 round fruits began to emit a pale yellow light. Chio felt that the tree she was sitting on was unstable. Then, the branches of the whole big locust tree began to dance wildly, and countless leaves flew towards the zombies, like sharp blades. This sudden attack caused the zombies to panic for a while. Zhao Gene and his men looked at the sky full of locust leaves. Although they didn't know the situation, they immediately took the opportunity to fight back, and the situation gradually turned around. Lu Zhiyong saw the scene when he came out of the toilet with his pants up. He didn't expect his 2 good daughters to take the initiative. This means that they have their own ideas and are out of his control. What's more annoying is that they left the Shenhui tree in the morning and didn't know where they went. These 2 fruits are the basis for his ability upgrade. Compared with dealing with these zombies, Lu Zhiyong wants to go to Shenhui Garden to see what's going on. He used a cart as a cover and turned to Shenhui Garden from a small road. The number of zombies is too large, and the levels are too chaotic, far exceeding the time at Yanhu Hotel. As the 2 long-tongued species walked into the wall, the leaves of the locust tree gradually disappeared, and the battle began to enter a white-hot stage. Zombies that can become long-tongued species within 2 or 3 months of natural disasters are definitely rare zombies. They have been entrenched in the deepest part of Zhejiang County. This time, they were summoned and must tear all the people in front of them to pieces and eat them dry. The 2 long-tongued species roared loudly, and then leaped up suddenly. One headed towards the crowd, and the other head rushed towards Zhao Gene. The division of labor was clear. Zhao Gene and the long-tongued species fought together in an instant, and the magic and the claws and long tongues of the zombies collided, creating fierce sparks in the snow. Since the long-tongued species joined, the defense line that had been tight began to collapse. No matter which side, people began to suffer varying degrees of casualties. Among them, the people on Lu Zhiyong's side were the most. Many of their superpowers were awakened by the sap given by Lu Zhiyong, and their superpower levels were not high. Those who had been living in the base peacefully and steadily, and the most harmed were those who passed by Zhejiang County, and their combat experience against zombies was almost 0. There were more than 100 of them, and the number was decreasing. The situation on the convoy was not optimistic either. Suddenly, Yin Shang was accidentally hit by the tongue of the long-tongued species. The barbs on the tongue, like steel nails, easily pierced Yin Shang's arm. Yin Shang's blood dyed the snow in front of him red, which was extremely conspicuous. Even so, Yin Shang still insisted on releasing his superpowers, attacking with wind blades, and covering the retreat of the rest of the convoy. Yin Shang, just when the long-tongued species was about to reel in its prey, Song-Wan rushed over. She saw Yin Shang's arms bleeding wildly at a glance, and her body suddenly burst out with a powerful force, releasing a fireball that pushed back several steps of the long-tongued species, whose power far exceeded hers. She quickly lowered her head and asked, Yin Shang, how are you? Song-Wan herself didn't notice that she was trembling all over, looking more like a person infected by zombies than Yin Shang. I'm fine, let's deal with it first. Yin Shang gritted his teeth and said, his lips had actually begun to turn black. Song-Wan nodded, and her attacks became more fierce inexplicably, with every move carrying the determination to kill. But Song-Wan's strength was ultimately weaker than that of the sea-level long-tongued species, and the long tongue was about to pierce Song-won's neck. Fortunately, Wu Renfan appeared from nowhere, swung out his scythe, and cut off the tongue. Song-won saw the right moment, and used his supernatural power to light a string of firecrackers that were wrapped around the tongue of the long-tongued species. The long-tongued species rolled up the remaining tongue and retreated, and the firecrackers exploded in its body. Zhao Gene sure seized this opportunity, flew over and fiercely stabbed the long-tongued species' head with his magic. The other long-tongued species that followed Zhao Gene sure flew over, and didn't hold back, and fiercely inserted its long tongue into its companion's brain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Jinshi's water power completely surrounded the two long-tongued species. After twitching for more than a dozen times, the two long-tongued species finally stopped moving. After dealing with the two most difficult zombies, Zhao Jinshi already felt that his power was running out and his physical strength was beginning to decrease. But he did not stop, and immediately started to deal with those intelligent species. When Song-won turned back to find Yin Shang's eyes had turned blood red. The infection speed of the long-tongued species was alarmingly fast. He is hopeless. Wu Renfan shouted at Song-won while harvesting zombies with a sickle. Song-won finally stopped. Her hands were still shaking, and the fireball she released almost burned her hands. Song-won couldn't bear to see Yin Shang's appearance. She gritted her teeth and threw the fireball in her hand at a reptile that pounced on her. When she dealt with the reptile and looked back, Yin Shang was gone. As early as when his arm was pierced by the nail, Yin Shang's human consciousness began to withdraw from his body bit by bit. His body soon surged with boiling heat, as if it wanted to refine his bones as well. Yin Shang stood up and staggered away from Song-won and the crowd. He just wanted to run far away, as far as possible. He was afraid that after he turned into a zombie, he would immediately turn around and bite the person he liked. Chio looked at the person sitting next to her calmly. It's good to evolve. She didn't notice it just now, and just yawned. Dong appeared so lively on the tree dozens of meters high. Even the flash is not as fast as him. Dong was still the naked look he saw on the phone just now. As for zombies, except for me, they are not afraid of cold. This makes sense. Chio sniffed. After staying on the tree for so long, her snot was frozen into popsicles. Dong didn't dare to sit too close to Chio, but he didn't want to sit too far away. There were two round fruits between the two zombies, Chio and Dong. The big and small fruit sisters didn't dare to breathe. In front of this stinky zombie that looked like a human, but didn't wear clothes and smelled terrible, the terrifying mental power they were proud of was vulnerable. All the attacks were child's play. They always felt that this stinky zombie hated them very much, and as long as they dared to speak, he would kill them immediately. The fruits closed their mouths, and didn't dare to communicate a word. In their hearts, they only prayed that Sister Chio would be blessed. Dong looked at Chio and finally took the initiative to speak. Sister, I found you. While speaking, he gently moved his nose and sniffed. It was like he had been missing this smell for a long time. Chio had already started to climb down. Don't try to be relatives, we don't know each other. So Dong also climbed down, and just stopped about half a meter above Chio. Chio couldn't help but glance up. What a long blue-white leg. Chio immediately said worriedly, Can you put on some clothes? Before Dong could speak, Chio had already slid down a few meters. I'm afraid I get sty. Dong didn't speak, and there was no sound. Chio looked up in surprise, and found that the top was empty. Dong didn't know where he had gone. Chio burst into tears, and began to call the two fruits. Did he find his conscience and finally leave? Degua and Xiaogua had already started to cry. Degua was still choking, while Xiaogua cried particularly miserably. Wow, he killed the fake dad. Although the dad was fake, at least he was not fake to come and talk to them every day in the past few months. There was still some affection. Ah? Chio looked down. Dong, who had jumped to the ground at some point, had already bitten Lu Zhiyong, who had rushed to Shenhui Garden in a rage. Lu Zhiyong struggled desperately, but Dong bit tighter and tighter. The blood spurting from Lu Zhiyong's neck dyed Dong's originally pale lips, as if they were smeared with thick jam. Dong let go of Lu Zhiyong. His eyes were cold and gloomy. Except for his sister's blood, all the blood in the world was so hard to drink. Lu Zhiyong died very hastily. He looked up and saw a figure on the tree, and naturally thought that it was someone who wanted to steal his fruit. Lu Zhiyong was furious, and was about to start cursing, when something fell from the sky and killed him. Dong squatted down slowly, and began to undress Lu Zhiyong with his hands. Dong's movements were meticulous and methodical, without any sense of stiffness of a zombie. He stripped Liio from inside to outside, leaving nothing behind, and then put the clothes on himself one by one. He even took Liio's shoes that were 2 sizes bigger than his, and forced them on his feet. In a blink of an eye, Leong went from a bald teenager to a teenager wearing an ill-fitting black suit and a green military coat. Liio was far shorter than Leong, and his suit cuffs and trouser legs were too short, exposing Leong's wrists and ankles. The collision of black and green is a strange combination, but it looks unique on Leong. Leong returned to the tree, and his speed was still so fast that Chio couldn't see clearly. Sister, close. Leong's execution ability is superb. Chio thought, if she ate as much as she could and recovered as much strength as possible, could she knock out Leong, who was almost leaving an afterimage? Obviously not. Leong's evolution level is now far beyond her. Chio quickly gave up this idea and continued to climb down at a snail's pace. At least, she couldn't implicate the 2 fruits. Unfortunately, Leong didn't intend to let go of the 2 fruits. The fruit was picked by him and held in his palm. Sister, I saw you by the river before. Leong paused and said the second half of the sentence, play with them. Chio said calmly, you are wrong. I have never been to the river. Her brain was working frantically, thinking of a solution. At the same time, she was puzzled. Why would the thing that came out of her belly grow into a pervert? Fortunately, she is not Leong's biological mother, otherwise she would be sick from anger and no one would replace her. It seems that she is really suitable for a happy life without marriage and childbirth. Leong found that Chio was distracted. He didn't say anything, but his long black nails scratched the fruit's skin with obvious marks and made a harsh sound. Chio decisively gave up trying to save the fruit first. I won't play with them in the future. It's just a fruit, it's not interesting. You should give it to me. What if you scratch your black nails? She pried open Leong's fingers and put the shaking fruit into her pocket. Leong stared at the fingers that Chio had just touched, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly uncontrollably. It was a kind of ecstasy that was almost crazy and difficult to suppress. He slowly clenched his hand into a fist, and then hid it behind his back. Leong looked at Chio again, concealing his crazy joy, and gently shouted, Sister. Sister, you big-headed ghost. Goodbye. Chio ran away without looking back with 2 fruits in her arms. Neither she nor the fruit could beat Leong. What's more, even Liio, who had sucked up countless superpowers, and could fight Zhao Gene back and forth, was defeated by Leong in one move. Chio didn't dare to kill Leong, for fear that Leong would come out of her belly again. She felt a chill down her spine. Who could be so perverted as to give herself a second cesarean section? Now if she wanted to get rid of Leong, could she think of any other way except running? Leong didn't care that Chio ran away again. If he could find Chio once, he could find him a second time. He slowly put his hand behind his back in front of his eyes, staring at it for an unknown amount of time, and finally stretched out his dark tongue and gently licked the fingers that Chio had touched, with a satisfied hum in his throat. Chio was wearing her muddy down jacket, running out of breath. She was obviously hungry and tired, but she didn't dare to stop, for fear of being caught up by Leong again. Chio really couldn't run anymore. An amazing idea popped up in her mind. Leong seemed to have found her by smelling her. Otherwise, she would score twice. The 2 fruits were put in Chio's pocket and bumped all the way. They watched Chio run into a stinking toilet. The 2 fruits screamed in unison, You are crazy. Zhao Gene has been in the center of the battle circle, killing zombies with his hands and knives. But he has always been aware of the movements around him, so he can grasp the situation at any time and ensure the safety of the team members. Liio never came back after going to the next scenic spot. But just now, it seemed that a familiar figure ran over from the direction of Shanhui Garden next door. Zhao Gene recognized that the man was wearing a down jacket that he gave to the peace ambassador. Chapter 39. Chio did go into the restroom, and in a panic, he went into the men's restroom. This thing standing against the wall seems to be called a urinal? Chio was stunned for 3 seconds, then retreated to the door to take a look, and indeed she went into the wrong place. She immediately rushed into the women's restroom. The farmhouse was built together with a scenic spot, and it was new from top to bottom. The toilets here are naturally benchmarked against the standards of shopping malls, with 1 row of squat toilets and 1 row of toilets, all with built-in pumping systems. It's not the old-fashioned dry toilets in the countryside. What's more, after rural revitalization, many rural areas no longer have dry toilets. Of course, because water resources are still relatively tight after natural disasters, The toilets here are generally flushed once every 3 days with concentrated wastewater. Next to the toilet sink is a red plastic bucket as big as a rice jar. The wastewater in it and the snow poured in before have melted into one, and it looks black. Obviously, today should be the day to flush the toilet, but the person responsible for flushing the toilet should be fighting outside, and I don't know if he is still alive. Liio pushed open the toilet door one by one, and stood there in silence for a long time. Almost every squat toilet was filled with lumps of stuff, of course. In addition to dry stuff, there were also liquid stuff, splashing everywhere. I don't know which sister has such a bad stomach, but at least she is not constipated. Liio imagined the procedures required to cover up the smell. First, she had to reach out and pick up these things, and then evenly apply them on her body. 1 layer might not be enough, at least 3 layers. After all, Leong's nose is now comparable to the global positioning system. After imagining this set of procedures, although Liio could not smell any bad smell, she still felt like vomiting. Liio silently zipped up her down jacket. The last time she jumped into the septic tank, she didn't have the warm down jacket someone gave her. In addition, it was goose down. The 2 fruits found that Liio was staring at her father in a daze, fearing that she would make a cruel decision that went against her ancestors. The big and small fruits trembled and advised her, "Sister, are we really desperate?" Liio came back to her senses and said, "That's not the case. Call me sister a few more times, and I will come up with a solution." The only child, Liio enjoyed the feeling of being called sister by the fruits crazily. Calling sister would not lose a piece of fruit flesh, so the fruits jumped onto Liio's shoulders and approached Liio's ears wrapped in the hood of the down jacket, chirping like 2 chirping birds. Okay. Liio waved her hands with satisfaction. Watch my show. She kicked open the operating room at the innermost part of the toilet, just like a hero who kicks the door to save people in a TV series. Dogwa and Zhao jumped up frantically. Keep your voice down. What if we are discovered? What are you afraid of? I have locked the toilet door. Liio pointed to the door. Dogwa and Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the small space in front of them. Inside were buckets, iron clamps, brooms, mops, and other cleaning supplies that cleaning staff usually use. Some of them they recognized. In the past, their fake father would use a mop to mop the tree trunks, so that they would get less dust. What else? Otherwise it would be choking to suck the sap and dust. Thinking of Liu Zhiyong who died miserably, Dogwa and Zhao sighed in unison again. What are you sighing for? My genius idea is that instead of smearing all over the body, it is better to smear the walls with feces. It is the same to make the smell here stronger. What do you think? Zhao was confused. What wall? Dogwa hesitated. It seems to be an idiom, which means to work hard. Dogwa inherited the wisdom left by the big locust tree after thousands of years of vicissitudes, and her comprehension is a little better than Zhao. She vaguely felt that Liio didn't mean what she explained. The next second, Liio didn't say anything and started to work hard. Liio picked up the frozen mop and stirred it in the wastewater bucket first. After the cloth strips were spread out, she quickly stuck the mop into a pit. Dogwa calmly turned the stunned Zhao away. Sister, if you can't see you won't feel the stink, right? Zhao didn't want to talk to Liio anymore. Not long after, Liio turned the toilet, which was not very clean to begin with, into a stinking paradise with an expressionless face. Sewage flowed from top to bottom on the wall, and the ground was full of it. Liio poured the last of the manure water on the door of the operation room, and then led the fruits into the operation room and closed the door gently. There should be no safer place in the world than here. Dogwa was silent, as if she never spoke. Zhao was crying, as if someone had pressed her crying point. Liio patted their heads in confusion. What are you two doing? I was forced by the situation and acted in an emergency. If I could beat him, I would have knocked him down long ago. Zhao stopped crying in a busy schedule and asked, Have you washed your hands? Liio embarrassedly turned her hands behind her back. There is no condition to wash my hands here, but my hands definitely didn't touch. What greeted her was Xiaoguo's even more miserable cry. Liio covered Xiaoguo with her hand. Don't cry, I call Leong later. You two do something serious. Use the locust tree to sense where Leong is now? Liio commanded. She knew that the fruits could still use the power of the locust tree even if they left it. After all, it was their home. The fruits sobbed and didn't want to work. Liio immediately coaxed. When you finish your work, I will tell you a story. This time I tell you about Nez's conquest of the sea. Xiaoguo refused. No. Liio raised 3 fingers. Then I tell you 3 more episodes of Journey to the West. This story is so exciting. It tells that there was a stone in the past, and a monkey jumped out. Guess what happened to this monkey without parents in the end? If Nezha is not enough, then there is no child in the world who can resist the charm of the Monkey King. In order to know the follow-up, Xiao Gua and Xiao Gua agreed doubtfully and began to do their work honestly. Under the big locust tree, a new zombie has stood up. Li Dong's speed of infecting new zombies is far beyond the reach of the long-tongued species. Lu Xiong stood lifelessly behind Li Dong, as if inspired by the battlefield, and staggered towards the direction of the farmhouse. Since Li Chio was not here, Li Dong had no interest in the big locust tree. He followed Lu Xiong slowly, and walked towards the farmhouse. This is where Li Chio went just now. I wonder if she hid well. He gave her a full half an hour. If he finds his sister again, he will not let her run away again. When Li Dong walked through the path and arrived at the yard of the farmhouse, his zombie army was still fighting tirelessly. The number of zombies summoned by Li Dong was so huge that it was visibly crowded in the yard. Some of the low-level reptiles had no eyesight, and jumped onto Li Dong's back when they jumped on humans. But Li Dong had no patience or emotion for these fellows. He waved his hand, and the reptiles behind him flew backwards. Some fell heavily on the thick load-bearing pillars, and some just fell on the broken glass windows. Li Dong didn't even turn his head, just followed Li Chio's breath, and searched all the way. He didn't like anything blocking his way. Once something blocked his way, Li Dong would throw it away with a wave of his hand. Almost no zombie was Li Dong's opponent. Soon someone noticed Li Dong. Jiang Song enthusiastically shouted at the decent-looking Li Dong. "Brother, you are so awesome. I thought our Lao Zhou was invincible, but it turns out that you are the Lubu among men. Don't surrender to Lu Xiong. Come with us." Jiang Song subconsciously regarded Li Dong as a member of Lu Xiong's group, and even thought that Li Dong was Lu Xiong's confidant. After all, only confidants can wear the same clothes as that old man Lu Xiong. Li Dong raised his eyes, and looked in the direction of Jiang Song. Just a level 1 mutant, a useless waste. His blood probably tastes worse than that of the previous plant waste. Of course, it was mainly because Jiang Song did not stand in front of Li Dong that he was spared from being thrown out and smashed. Jiang Song's hot face was pressed against his cold buttocks, but he was not discouraged and continued to wave. "Then be careful, buddy." Li Dong said nothing and continued to look for Li Chio's whereabouts in the huge sea of zombies. Zombies don't think they are wrong. But they are all stupid zombies. Li Dong is a smart zombie. He will reflect on it. Instead of letting these zombies block him from finding his sister, it is better to let them get out first. Zhao Gene sure has already dealt with most of the powerful zombies. For the first time, his hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. Blood beads kept rolling down the blade of the magic technique and dripping onto the snow, and so on. In order to deal with a huge group of zombies, Zhao Gene sure has used the secret martial arts of the magic technique 3 times in a row. He should have been exhausted physically, but he became energetic after the 3rd time, and even felt that his supernatural power had returned to its peak level. Zhao Gene sure did not stop at all, and continued to devote himself to the battlefield. I don't know if it was his illusion. Zhao Gene sure felt that the zombies began to slowly retreat like a tide. They rushed away from the yard, just like sheep being driven away by wolves. But the zombies did not retreat far. They retreated to the base of the wall, trampling on each other, crowding, and making creepy roars. Who knew that after several tramplings and crowding, the 3-meter-high wall of the farmhouse was directly knocked down, and many zombies were buried underneath. The hard bricks and huge stones smashed the twisted head into pieces, and thick black blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, forming a pool of disgusting filth on the ground. The sign of Shenhui farmhouse also fell to the ground, stained with debris from someone unknown. The huge sound was like a violent earthquake, and it was also like an invisible hand that pressed the fast-forward button for this struggle between humans and zombies. The survivors on the human side gathered again. With the leaves of the sacred locust tree rolled up again, helping them to repel the zombies, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Most of the zombies were driven out. Li Dong didn't care much about the zombie army. He passed by the toilet, just passing by. Li Dong passed by without looking back, and didn't open the obviously locked door. "Hey, why is sister hiding in such a place?" The footsteps gradually faded away. The big and small fruits inside the door heard this, and they swayed their bodies happily. "Sister, your stinky method works." Li Chio covered them, and didn't say anything. It was too quiet outside until someone kicked open the locked toilet door. "Sister, I know you were in there. Why take them, and not me? You gave me a name, and you only took me before." "Sister." Li Dong stepped expressionlessly on the ground covered with feces and urine, and as if on purpose, he slowly opened the doors one by one while talking. It was only a matter of time before he opened the operating room. It was just to enjoy the feeling of punishment. Li Chio sighed secretly in her heart, but was not discouraged. It seems that this method is not feasible. By the way, doesn't Zhejiang County have a moat? If she jumped into the river, would Li Dong not be able to find her? According to what she saw, Li Dong had to step on wood to float when crossing the river. This shows that no matter how much Li Dong evolved, he could not evolve the ability to catch turtles in the 5 oceans. Li Chio followed her father to the river to play since she was a child. Her father fished and she swam. Li Chio's swimming skills were not bad, but she had no experience in winter swimming. Jumping into the river is a risky idea. If you are not careful, you will die. Let's think of another way. At this time, Li Chio's thoughts wandered again. It turned out that in the TV series I saw before, women escaped from domestic violence and gangsters, and tried every possible way, but they would still be caught. From hope to despair, and finally to numbness, this is the feeling. But Li Chio is a ruthless person. She will never be numb. Li Chio took out a light folding shovel from her backpack. This shovel is still new, and has not been used much. The shovel head looked shiny and sharp. Li Chio clenched the folding shovel. Her eyes were cold, staring at the door tightly, as if as long as Li Dong opened the door, she would jump up and break his legs with the folding shovel. Li Chio even felt that Li Dong's hand was on the door handle. But the next second, a familiar voice came. Zhao Gene stood at the door of the toilet. Zhao Gene is a human, a pure human being. It was the first time he saw someone mess up the toilet like this. Those who didn't know would think that someone's naughty kid set the toilet on fire with firecrackers. There have been news like this before. Thinking of this scene, 2 other images popped up in Zhao Gene's mind. One was that his house was flooded with sewage, and the other was that the ground beside the reservoir in Baixiang village was full of sewage. Why did he have to fight with these dirty things? Zhao Gene tried hard not to look at the explosion scene. He spoke calmly, looked at Li Dong and said, "The zombie tide has receded. We are cleaning the battlefield and taking crystal cores. You killed a lot of reptiles and intelligent species just now, and you have a share of those crystal cores." Zhao Gene's insight was meticulous. He knew that Li Dong was an outsider, and not the one who had followed Lu Zhiyong before. Li Dong didn't say anything, but he didn't do anything either. Although Li Dong's body was reshaped, his body retained both his deep dependence and fanatical worship of Li Chio, and the fear of being killed by Zhao Gene. Before ensuring that he could kill Zhao Gene with one blow, Li Dong chose to disguise himself. Zhao Gene said again, "We have a team doctor in our team. If you feel uncomfortable, you can also come to us." Li Dong didn't turn his head, but turned sideways to Zhao Gene and said, "No need." His tone was as cold as the snow still flying outside. Seeing the other party's cold refusal, Zhao Gene didn't say much. He walked out 2 steps, but turned back. "Excuse me again. Have you seen one of my friends?" Stepping into this dirty environment for the second time, Zhao Gene described his friend's appearance. It should be a girl. Not too tall, maybe up to your shoulders, wearing a gray down jacket. In the operating room, Li Chio looked down at her outfit. "Friend? Are you talking about her?" Li Chio couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. In his fantasy, she should happily push open the door and say, "Wow, are you looking for me?" But even if Li Dong was not blocking the door, Li Chio had no way to get out. Li Chio was already hungry, and her food reserves had been eaten up in the tree long ago. The person outside who regarded her as a friend had a fatal food tension for her. Li Dong answered Zhao Gene's question, "No." Zhao Gene did not look disappointed. He knew that the peace ambassador did not want to show up in front of people. It was just a casual question. The next question he was going to ask was the key point. "We should have met somewhere before." Li Dong sneered, "Really?" As soon as Li Dong finished speaking, Zhao Gene's magic had already chopped over. Zhao Gene would never forget Li Dong's face. On the hillside outside Baixiang village, he personally killed this intelligent species. Although Li Dong's current appearance is much younger than that intelligent species, it is also possible that Li Dong is actually a human, but he is just related to that intelligent species. But since Li Dong appeared in the yard of the farmhouse, Zhao Gene's ancient sword has begun to frantically warn. Li Dong is that intelligent species. Not only did he not die, but he evolved. The fight between the 2 sides was about to break out. Seeing that Zhao Gene had exposed his identity, Li Dong no longer concealed it. He activated his supernatural power, and came to Zhao Gene's back in a flash to fight with him. The fight between the two gradually moved from the smelly toilet to the outside. Most of the survivors outside had already supported each other into the hall, checking their injuries and bandaging their wounds. Only a few superpowers were left, cleaning the crystal cores on the battlefield. They were all stunned when they saw Zhao Gene fighting with Jun De. At first, everyone thought Jun De was a superpower, and they were curious about who was not afraid of death and challenged Zhao Gene. But they soon saw the long black nails on Jun De's hands, and the fangs exposed at the corners of his mouth. The long-tongued species is indeed powerful, but it still retains the stiffness of the zombies. But this zombie-wearing Jun De has no such shortcomings at all. His body flexibility even exceeds that of most superpowers, and his body toughness is even more amazing. That's why they thought Leong was a human just now. They must have been too tired from fighting just now, so their eyes were blurry. How could zombies be like this? Jiang Song was especially dumbfounded. He just called a zombie who was more powerful than the long-tongued one a buddy? No wonder this zombie buddy ignored him. Of course, he should be thankful that he ignored him. Otherwise, he should have reported to the zombie army by now. No, I have to help Lao Zhou. Jiang Song began to make a wish. The zombie in the military coat fell down. The zombie in the military coat fell down. However, this time he was babbling, and the wish did not come true. The two sides fought evenly, and it was hard to tell who was better for a while. Suddenly, the magic in Zhao Gene's hand seemed to be injected with soul, and he danced wildly. Every swing brought a whistling sound, as if to tear the surrounding air apart. In this fierce confrontation, Zhao Gene suddenly noticed something strange. He felt that the magic in his hand seemed to have its own consciousness, driving his every attack. This feeling startled Zhao Gene. But it was precisely because of this feeling that Zhao Gene began to suppress Leong's every attack and gradually took the initiative in the battle. No matter which direction Leong attacked, the magic seemed to be able to predict and directly block Leong's actions with Zhao Gene. The magic sword shadows flew, combined with the water power, and other people were also helping from afar. Everyone worked together to form a tight attack network, tightly enveloping Leong. Gradually, many cuts were made on Leong's body. Leong's clothes were torn and his face was scratched. Black blood flowed down Leong's cheek, making him look particularly hideous. One of the knives stabbed into Leong's shoulder blade, and another knife cut into his back. 7 points penetrated into the bone. My sister doesn't like him like this. Leong looked at Zhao Gene with resentment, and looked at the direction of the toilet even more unwillingly. Fortunately, he didn't continue to fight, turned around and jumped and disappeared. This zombie tide lasted from morning to noon. When the snow finally stopped, the zombie tide also ended with the disappearance of Leong. The guns and ammunition were exhausted, and everyone was exhausted. The number of people in the convoy, minus a traitor, outside the city of Xinyu, dropped sharply from 44 to 31. Most of the dead were ordinary people, and the only superpower was Yin Shang. There were 6 other people who were injured to varying degrees, but fortunately, there were no traces of scratches or bites from zombies. In terms of winning with fewer people, they won an unexpected victory. In terms of casualties, they lost completely. They had been together for so long that they had long regarded the people in the team as relatives and friends. But they had no time to continue to grieve. After a simple bandage, they began to prepare to set off. Zhejiang County is definitely not a safe place with zombies of Leong's level. Who knows if Leong will immediately lead the retreating zombies to launch a second attack. I don't know how long it took, maybe it was almost dark. Chio finally pushed open the door of the operation room and walked out slowly. She was dizzy and weak in her hands and feet after being hungry in the operation room for too long. It was good enough that she could walk out instead of crawling out with her hands and feet. When she was the hungriest just now, she even wanted to chew up Yamingjia's crystal core for grinding teeth and swallow it. Of course, in the end, she didn't do it because it was too hard, and she was afraid of scratching her mouth. The snow outside had stopped falling a long time ago, but it was still as cold and damp as before. The cold air wrapped around people's whole body with the wind. Chio rubbed her red hands. She could not see anyone anywhere. She could only see the ground covered with zombie corpses. The zombie corpses were like small fish and shrimp stranded on the beach after the tide receded, waiting for people to pick them up. The big and small Guid jumped from Chio's shoulders to the ground, but they were not surprised. After all, they also used the locust leaves to kill these stinky zombies. What they were worried about was that with so many stinky zombies piled up at home, the house would probably stink for a lifetime. Or should they consider moving? Before the sisters had time to discuss the moving plan with Chio, they were spinning in the next second. Guizi and Guizi were covered by the down jacket that Liio took off. Liio said, "Don't look. Don't look at me when I eat." Chapter 40. From the yard to the outside of the wall, Liio's eating speed is like a robot vacuum cleaner running at full power. It only takes 10 seconds to eat a zombie corpse. Wherever she passes, it is as clean as if there have never been zombies. Even the most professional cleaners have to admit defeat when they see Liio. I don't know how long it took. Liio raised one arm and took a bite, chewing her cheeks. She was a little tired and began to think back. The last time she had such a large buffet was at Yanhu Hotel. At that time, just like now, there were zombie corpses all over the ground, and there was food everywhere. Liio's digestive function is too strong. No matter what passes through her mouth, it will be corroded, digested and absorbed immediately, and not even a little residue will be excreted. In a sense, Liio's appetite is almost unlimited, comparable to the legendary glutton. But since regaining consciousness, Liio was afraid that there would not be enough food and that hunger would come too quickly, so she could only eat in a planned and restrained manner. The so-called feeling of fullness from eating a few zombie corpses was also a metaphysical, self-comforting feeling. The only few times she was really full was when she had just regained consciousness and ate 178 zombies. Another time was at the Yanhu Hotel. Liio was still counting at first, but when the number reached hundreds, she was tired. When the number reached thousands, she completely lost count. Liio burped lightly, feeling about 8 points full, but she could still eat more. She began to be picky. The lowest level zombies were thrown aside. The crawling species could barely be gnawed in half. The intelligent species could be eaten in their entirety, and of course the rarest long-tongued species were the most delicious. The taste of the long-tongued species is not dry or woody. The meat is tender, firm and elastic, a bit like freshly cut salmon. After chewing a few more times, there is also a delicious and greasy taste. God knows how difficult it is for a zombie to eat this kind of food. Unfortunately, there are only 2 long-tongued species. Even if Liio deliberately eats slowly, he still eats it all in one go. Liio licked the blood on his lips reluctantly and ended this long meal. Looking around, there are still many zombies on the battlefield for Liio to pack. Liio thought, it must be Zhao Gene who made so much food for her. Otherwise, don't call him the most fragrant rice in the future, give him another code name. Liio, who was keen on naming, began to use his brain, and finally decided to call Zhao Gene chef. And he is definitely the chef of a 5-star hotel. Look at his knife skills, how neat. Look at these ingredients, how rare. Without Zhao Gene, who had cut off her long tongue to eat. Thinking of the 5-star hotel, Liio was sad for another second. My best friend is a Liio, and her birthday is in August every year. Liio prepared for her best friend's birthday in August this year for a whole year. Shanghai City is the most famous island city in China. The 5-star resort hotel there costs tens of thousands of yuan a day. Whether it is the scenery or the service, it is first class. It can definitely make a person with a lot of resentment purify directly to the state of just being born after playing. My best friend mentioned casually last year that she wanted to go there, and Liio kept it in mind. But Liio went to college in another province, not in Belan City where her parents protected her. From the day she reported to school, her parents asked Liio to keep a low profile during college and not to waste money outside, so as not to be hated by people with ulterior motives. When Liio was in high school, her living expenses were 3,000 yuan per week, but after entering college, they dropped to 3,000 yuan per month. In addition to buying clothes, which could be reimbursed by her mother, Liio had to eat and drink, play games, buy novels, and buy grains with the 3,000 yuan living expenses. Occasionally, when she saw beggars on the street, or when there was news of disasters on the internet, Liio would donate money. In this way, 3,000 yuan was not enough to spend. Of course, there was no savings. In order to reduce material desires and cut down on expenses, Liio stayed in the library or stayed in bed in the dormitory all day. The only entertainment became watching TV series, but because she was reluctant to buy a membership, she had to borrow money from her best friend. This made her best friend think that Liio's family went bankrupt. Liio kept it to herself and saved money blindly. In this year, Liio relied on scholarships, extra income from invigilation, and saving from living expenses, and finally saved 80,000 yuan. Of course, only 20,000 yuan of this 80,000 yuan was saved by her, and the other 60,000 yuan was the New Year's money given by her parents. 8088, fortune, what a good omen. The money was still happily deposited in a certain Alipay account, and suddenly a natural disaster came. God simply didn't give her the opportunity to go out and live a life of luxury. Woo, 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 my 80,000 yuan, my big hotel. Chio howled twice, and then got up from the ground. After getting up, Chio vaguely felt that something was wrong. She seemed to have become taller and heavier. It's bad. Could it be that she really became fat in one bite? Chio looked down and found that her waist was at least as thick as 5 rice jars. Her belly was completely bulging, and her arms and legs were as thick as telephone poles. Chio tried to walk 2 steps, and found that it was so difficult to walk. What made Chio even more unbearable was that the surface of her body was gradually covered with all the signs of zombies. As she walked, the whole farmhouse began to tremble. Even the big locust tree in the Convoy garden showed signs of being shaken. Chio was stunned. Is this what Attack on Titan is? And she is that giant. The Guizi sisters, who were shaken to the ground in the distance, were already screaming. They were tightly wrapped in knotted down jackets. They had been locked up for so long and were shaken again, so they frantically wanted to break through the clothes and run out. Chio subconsciously shouted, "Don't come out first." Chio also confirmed that she shouted like this. But then Xiaoguo's voice came, "Sister, why are there still zombies screaming outside? It sounds so disgusting and fierce." After this wave of zombies, Xiaoguo no longer dared to say so confidently that zombies dared not come in at all. On the contrary, in addition to hating zombies, there was a deep fear of them. Douglas' voice also rang out, "Shh! This zombie is yelling for no reason. Sister Chio might be in danger." Xiaoguo was also worried about Chio. "Sister, let's use the locust leaves to cut the clothes open, and then go to remind Sister Chio." "Okay." The 2 sisters hit it off. When the locust leaves cut the down jacket, Dogwa and Xiaoguo found that there was nothing in the farmhouse except some zombies. Chio was not here. Where is the zombie that made a huge shout just now? "Sister, that zombie is there." Xiaoguo was sharp-eyed and motioned Dogwa to look at the place where the wall was originally. In Dogwa and Xiaoguo's sight, a zombie as big as a small house was facing away from them. Its limbs were thick and deformed, and its clothes were torn apart, broken into strips, and blown away by the wind. Only a small part was left, barely covering its rotting body. Its exposed skin was unique to zombies, bluish-white and full of wrinkles. In some places, it seemed to have been patched with blue and black needles and threads. At this time, because its body was too huge, the patched parts had reached the limit of endurance, as if they would break apart in the next second. It always had its back to Xiaoguo and Xiaoguo, with its huge head hanging down. Every time it took a step further, the ground shook violently. Xiaoguo and Xiaoguo saw such a big zombie for the first time, and they were so scared that they couldn't help shaking. They hugged each other silently to cheer each other up. "Sister, I'm scared. Do zombies really not eat fruit?" Xiaoguo pursed her lips. If she was eaten by such an ugly thing, she would not want to live in her next life. Dogwa was also scared to death. Shouldn't eat it. Sister Chio said that zombies don't eat us. That's good. It shouldn't have seen us, right? No, it didn't even look back at us. We go this way. Sister Chio should be hiding, Dogwa said softly. Dogwa and Xiaoguo ran along the path to Convoy garden, not even daring to turn their heads. They were afraid that if they turned their heads, the big zombies would chase them like crazy. Chio finally breathed a sigh of relief after feeling that the fruits had left. She originally wanted to run away quickly, but who knew that her body became so heavy after it became like this inexplicably, and taking a step was as difficult as moving a mountain with bare hands. Fortunately, the 2 fruits were afraid, but they were not stupid enough to rush over to compete. Chio still looked back, looking in the direction of the Convoy garden. After her body became bigger, Chio's 5 senses also expanded. Even though she was almost 1,000 meters away, she could still see a little yellow light flashing on the tree. The big and small fruits had returned to the tree to hide, and they should not dare to run around in the short term. They both have strong mental power, and can manipulate the branches and leaves of the locust tree, and have strong self-protection ability. As long as I am not here, Leong should not come to trouble them. The big and small fruits should continue to grow slowly. Until one day, the 2 children in the plant world grow into the next big locust tree. Chio turned his head, and began to continue walking towards the outside of the town. Because his legs were as thick as telephone poles, every time Chio took a step, it was like making a cylindrical hole in the snow. Chio stared and thought, when I read tomb robbing novels before, the protagonists would use Luoyang shovels to explore the tombs. If the protagonist's legs were the same as hers, and he still had a Luoyang shovel, he could just stick his legs there and jump from top to bottom a few more times. Wouldn't he be able to make a hole? But in that case, who would be responsible for pulling the protagonist out? Chio imagined the scene and couldn't help laughing. But after the body changed, even laughing became a cumbersome thing. Chio could feel the flesh on her face trembling, and she knew without looking that her smile must be very hideous. She walked so tired, and for so long, but she actually only walked a distance of 100 meters. Every step was very slow, and she could walk 100 meters because of her huge body and a little bit longer legs. Chio even suspected that she had turned into a snail. But even a snail can crawl faster than her, right? Chio just finished complaining and remembered that she had checked the encyclopedia when doing the civil service exam. Snails can only crawl a few centimeters to tens of meters in an hour. She is still a little faster than a snail. But why should she compete with a snail? Chio was upset and stormed out an 800-word speech in her mind, ready to curse God. Before she opened her first sentence, she suddenly felt her body relax. This feeling was like a bulging balloon being deflated. Chio first looked at her feet, then her waist and hands. Her body was slowly returning to its original size. What is the principle? Thermal expansion and contraction, or chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Chio started to talk nonsense. Forget it, who cares, as long as she can return to normal. Chio likes the feeling of lightness. The only drawback is that her clothes are only some tattered strips, which is more like performance art than performance art. Chio reached out and touched the place where she had mended, thinking, fortunately the wound didn't burst open when she turned into a giant just now. Otherwise, the giant zombie would bleed a lot, and she would probably bleed to death easily. A gust of wind blew, and Chio hissed. Is it minus 40 or 50 degrees now? Why does she feel so cold? The most urgent thing is to solve the problem of warmth and image first. Chio, who has become lighter, has gradually returned to normal in terms of mobility. She quickly turned the corner and found a bungalow on the side of the road to go in and look for clothes. Because there was a scenic spot being built here before the natural disaster, the bungalow was also within the scope of demolition. The family of the bungalow owner moved out 2 months ago. The house was empty, and a thief would have to slip if he entered. Chio kept searching through the boxes and cabinets, and finally found some old clothes next to the rotten bed. These clothes were old-fashioned and had been stored in the bottom of the box for several years before being abandoned by the owner. Sweaters with holes, coats with crooked seams, and down jackets scribbled by children with colored pens. Chio didn't dislike them all, and put them on one by one. Some clothes really couldn't be put on, but Chio didn't throw them away. She folded them carefully, and planned to put them in the car later. Although she didn't want to admit it, Chio felt that the sudden deformation like today might happen again in the future. If there were no houses and clothes for her to wear, she would be naked in front of the whole world. After Chio packed up, she went to the river immediately. Her car was still parked in the reed marsh by the river, with layers of snow on it. Fortunately, Chio had put some cardboard and some reeds on the car window before, so there was no ice on the car window. I am really a little genius, who prepares for the rainy day. Chio took off the things covering the car window, and got into the driver's seat. Chio had been in Zhao County for a long time. If she delayed any longer, she would not be able to catch up with her chef, and might be caught up by Leong. Although she had been here for such a long time, she did not see the defeated Leong come back. I don't know if it was because Zhao Gene sure cut him too hard that he couldn't get up for a while. Thinking of Leong, Chio's mood became depressed. Sometimes she would think of the first time she met Leong. Leong was tied up with a tie and locked in a closed car, and she was treated as a passing human. Chio went from being afraid of Leong to using Leong as a shield, storing food, and taking Leong on the road. Because she was afraid that she would eat Leong alive, she chose to part ways with him, and go their separate ways. Who knew that she would meet Leong by the river again, and go on the road together again, and gradually treat Leong as a real companion. Until the end, they parted ways completely. Only Chio knows how many ideological struggles she experienced in the middle. Because of this incident, Chio completely recognized a reality. Before the brain of a zombie is destroyed, the body state will remain at the moment of becoming a zombie, and it will not age or rot. This means that Chio is a zombie who can live for many years. She is a zombie, but she is more eager to be a human. But Leong will never become a human again. There is indeed something wrong with Leong's body. In the deepest part of Zhao County, in a shopping mall shrouded in deathly silence, a disgusting stench permeated everywhere. The roar of the zombies echoed in the empty space. Leong curled up there. In just one day, the other injuries on Leong's body had slowly recovered. Only the wounds cut by the magic had the skin and flesh rolled outwards, deep enough to see the bones, and there was no tendency to heal itself. Among them, the wound that penetrated the back was the most serious. The black and smelly blood kept oozing out, soaking the sofa he was lying on into a strange color, and even gathered on the ground into a pool of blood emitting a foul odor. The zombies surrounding him should not have trembled and excited about the blood of their own kind. But at this moment, greed flashed in their turbid eyes. Their eyes stared at Leong without blinking, and their gazes were like knives cutting into Leong's body. After Leong was injured and fled back here, these low-level zombies began to waver in their original absolute obedience to him. They were stimulated at the same time, and their sharp nails scratched on the marble floor of the mall. Among them, of course, there was Liio. Before his death, he was a 4th-level plant-based mutant. After his death, Liio almost immediately evolved into a long-tongued species. He is also the highest-level zombie in Chio County, except Leong. It seems that as long as Leong is a little weaker, Liio will rush up with other zombies and tear Leong into pieces. Leong is not unaware of their hungry wolf-like gazes. Zombies are not like those ridiculous humans. They have no emotions at all. Everything they do, including obeying the summons and dispatches of high-level zombies, is out of their own instincts. But Leong doesn't care. Just like an elephant never cares about the ants staring at it. No matter how injured he was, he crawled out of Liio's body. His flesh and blood merged with his sister's. After reshaping himself, Leong not only evolved rapidly, but also awakened a variety of superpowers. Leong raised his head and sat up, looking at the zombies in front of him with a cold look. This look of momentum and deterrence was wrapped with a huge mental power. The zombies around knelt on the ground one after another, not daring to covet Leong in the slightest. Leong stepped over the pool of blood formed by his blood, and walked all the way to the top floor of the mall. This is the city center of Chio County. Standing at this position, you could overlook most of the scenery of Chio County. Leong thought, sister should leave now. She doesn't like this place. It's not that she doesn't like him. Sister, next time we meet, I will go to a place you like. Chio drove along the tire tracks left by Zhao Gene and his team. Sometimes there were tire tracks at several forks, so Chio had to get off the car and smell carefully to see which side had more fragrance. After getting off the car, Chio found that Zhao Gene had actually given her a hint. Perhaps he guessed that Chio might follow the car again, so every time he came to a complicated fork in the road, Zhao Gene would build a cross with branches on the correct road. So Chio didn't have to smell it hard, and she concentrated on finding the cross every time. After finding it, she picked up the branches and threw them into the car, intending to burn them for heating when she rested at night. After all, it's not always possible to find a house to live in. Zhao Gene's convoy drove along the national highway by the river, intending to pass through several nearby towns, and then get on the highway. First, to let the snow on the highway melt for a few more days, and second, to go around a few more places to avoid the possibility of being surrounded by the zombie tide again. Perhaps because of the thick snow and cold weather, there were not only few zombies on the road, but also no mutant plants and animals. The whole journey was peaceful. It was so peaceful that Chio wondered if she was dreaming. But what happened in the past few days was indeed like a dream. She briefly served as the principal of a kindergarten, briefly heard someone call her a friend, and briefly escaped from Leong's pursuit. Everything returned to the scene before entering Chio County. God finally opened his eyes. Keep it up in the future. Chio began to hum a song, first singing "If the sea can bring back the love I once had, let me wait for a lifetime," and then singing a few sentences of "I will use my whole life to support you," almost singing out of tune. On the first night, the convoy stayed in the wild. The heavy snow and landslides completely blocked the road ahead with boulders and mud. If they wanted to move forward, they had to clear the passage first. Chio looked at the situation ahead, thought about it, and chose to park the car on the side of the road. Compared to the 2 kilometers away from them before, the place where Chio stopped this time was only 1 kilometer away from them. Someone in the camp saw Chio's car from a distance. For a while, everyone was talking about it. I don't know who said to Zhao Gene, "Captain Zhou, why don't we go and invite the peace ambassador together? It's too unsafe for her to camp alone at night." There were quite a lot of voices in agreement, and Jiang Tsung, who loved the excitement, was the most active. He kept gesturing with his hands, and shouted, "Yes, yes, Lao Zhou, hurry up and take her over, let's have some fun together. She is our great benefactor." Zhao Gene was silent for a long time, and suddenly nodded gently, agreeing to the proposal.